Hogwarts, starting with the Unforgivable Curses at max level. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 126, Damn it! Did I make Professor Snape poor? Ron vomited another glob of mucus with a gruesome gout. The stench of stomach acid nearly choked him. Dylan stepped back again, covered his mouth and nose, and flicked his wand gently. Ventus, instantly, a stream of air swirled up, dispelling the strong, acidic stench that permeated the corridor. What are you doing? Dylan blinked, suddenly remembering a day after the start of second year when Ron had clashed with the Malfoys again. Ron had tried to cast a curse on them, but failed. The broken wand caused the curse to rebound back at him instead. Dylan knew about this, but he wasn't Ron and Harry's babysitter. He couldn't be there every day, so he couldn't always help them. But at the beginning of the term, he remembered reminding Ron not to get into another fight with the Malfoys. They were all classmates. If they ran into any problems, they could just curse each other's ancestors. There was no need to resort to violence. Judging by the outcome, it was clear Ron hadn't taken his words to heart, even though he'd promised so clearly at the time. Since he wouldn't listen, he'd have to bear the consequences. But out of concern for his friend, after Hermione and Harry had explained the situation, Dylan paused for a moment before asking, "How's it going? Are you still feeling bad?" Ron's face faltered, a question mark forming in his mind. "Can't you tell I'm feeling bad?" But before he could reply, Ron felt a lump in his throat, and he hunched over. Harry, who hadn't caught the sound earlier, reacted this time and quickly offered Ron a large bucket. Wow, Ron vomited again. A large slug slid into the bucket. Hermione was puzzled. Wasn't it all a little better just now? Why did I vomit 3 times in a row? Harry continued to hold out his hand, still offering the bucket. The professor said there's no real cure for this kind of spell. Once you've finished vomiting, just stay calm and you won't keep vomiting. Hermione blinked and asked considerately, "Ron, calm down. You'll be better soon." Ron looked pale. "Dylan, can you help me?" Dylan smacked his lips. "You two must have just come out of Professor Flitwick's office, right? If the professor can't do anything, I certainly can't do anything either." The slug curse and the bat curse have similar effects. One causes the person to vomit up shiny slugs, while the other causes boogers to transform into large black bats that fly out of the nose. In the former, slugs appear in the victim's body the moment they're struck. Existing slugs can't simply disappear, they can only be vomited out. In the latter, the bat curse doesn't rely solely on the target's boogers. From a magically coercive perspective, the bat spell's power forcibly transforms certain substances in the target's nasal cavity into black bats. The boogers are simply the most suitable material for the transformation. Hearing that Dylan had no solution, Ron closed his eyes in despair. Dylan observed him and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help, but spells backfire. The effects are unpredictable and difficult to resolve. Backfire occurs when a spell is miscast, resulting in unexpected effects, or the spell's intended effect is reversed. This can include the original spell's power being reflected back on the caster. For example, using a swelling spell might shrink the target instead of enlarging it, or the caster might swell themselves. Or using a healing spell might make the symptoms worse instead of healing them. More seriously, it can even trigger completely unrelated but extremely dangerous conditions, such as explosions, the release of other unexpected magical energies or creatures." Dylan and Professor Flitwick had a thorough discussion about spell backfire last academic year. Furthermore, the power of a spell caused by a backfire is vastly different from that of a normal spell, rendering the original counter spell ineffective. In such situations, one can usually use the terminating curse to see if it can dispel the spell's effects. However, the slug curse is unique, involving aspects of life and death and transformation. For example, a slug already summoned by the spell can't simply disappear simply by the spell itself. The only solution is to vomit it out. Dylan thought for a moment, then said to Ron, "How about this? I'll use a spell to induce vomiting. Once you've vomited all the slugs out, everything will be fine." Professor Flitwick probably used the terminating curse on you, right? Ron hesitated for a moment, then nodded, closing his eyes with a stern expression. Come on, let me put an end to this suffering. Dylan smacked his lips. Just hold the bucket. Why are you closing your eyes? Aren't you afraid you'll vomit in the wrong place and on someone else? Ron, he opened his eyes again sheepishly. Harry thrust the bucket directly into Ron's hands. Seeing Ron ready, Dylan raised his wand. Emis's urge, a strange blue light shot out from the tip of Dylan's wand, striking Ron squarely. Ron's entire body shuddered, his expression changing instantly. He felt his stomach churn, the urge to vomit overwhelming him. He clutched the wooden bucket tightly, his head lowered. Ugh, vomit, Ron vomited. Fat slugs slid out of his mouth like dumplings, plopped and clumped together in the bucket. Ron's body trembled as he retched for a long time, until not a single slug could come out, leaving only sour water. Ron's hands loosened the edge of the bucket, his legs giving way, and he collapsed to the ground. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air, his eyes hollow. He felt as if all his strength had been drained from him, so weak he couldn't even lift a finger. Anania, Renervid, Dylan cast 2 spells and handed Ron 2 more potions. Drink them. 1 for blood tonic, and 1 for ginger, mint, and peppercorn juice. You'll feel much better after that. Hearing the names of the 2 potions, especially the latter, Ron's eyelids jumped. He was tempted to refuse, knowing the ginger, mint, and peppercorn juice was incredibly unpalatable. But it would help alleviate his nausea and soothe his stomach, so even if he didn't want to, he gritted his teeth and drank it. Gulp. By the time Ron had finished both potions, his expression grim, he felt noticeably better, even had the energy to start cursing. That damn Malfoy. He actually called Hermione a mudblood. How vicious, Harry sighed. Ron was just so pissed off that he started fighting him, and then, Dylan shook his head. Your wand's broken, so even normal spells can cause all sorts of problems, let alone jinxes, so, you better be more careful next time. Even if you're angry, you should always think about whether you have the strength to get angry. Ron pouted, frowning and muttering, but I can't just stand by and watch them bully my friends. Hermione looked touched. Dylan nodded in understanding. So, why don't you just curse back? Ron's expression froze for a long moment before he rubbed the back of his head and said sheepishly, I can't say them a word, you know, Slytherins, they always have such a sharp tongue. Dylan shrugged. I have to get to class, Professor Snape's. Ron's neck suddenly shrank. Dylan smiled and said, let me give you one last reminder, no matter what, don't get angry easily. Do you know why? Ron was startled and looked up. Why? Hermione and Harry also glanced over. Because when you're angry, you use your true abilities, and then, others will know that your true abilities are terrible. Ron put a hand to his chest. He felt his heart ache. He felt nauseous again. What should he do? Harry helped Ron up from the ground. Dylan smiled slightly. Did Seamus's friend Dean just have a big argument with someone in the common room? I suggest you learn from him and see how he takes advantage of the situation. After saying goodbye to the others, Dylan hurried to Professor Snape's office, leaving a sad-looking Ron behind, supported by Harry. Luckily I'm not late. Dylan arrived a few minutes early, sighed with relief, and knocked on Professor Snape's door. Come in, a familiar, low, and cold voice rang from within. Pushing open the door, the scent of dried herbs wafted in. Professor Snape stood before a shelf, his back to Dylan, intently selecting something from a row of potion bottles. Hearing Dylan's approaching footsteps, he slowly turned, his shadow cast by the candlelight on the specimen display cases on the wall. His dark eyes, like deep pools on a cold night, held no warmth as they fell on Dylan. You're so precise with your timing. You're not as constantly late as the other Gryffindor students, but that's all. It seems you prefer the other professors' classes. They tell me you always arrive a full half an hour early. Dylan, understanding the implication of Professor Snape's words, gave an awkward smile and quickly and concisely explained the situation. Professor, I actually got here early, but I ran into Harry and the others on the way. Ron was injured by his own spell, so I briefly treated him, which delayed me a bit. I'm really sorry, I'll definitely come earlier next time. Professor Snape sat down in his chair, glancing at Dylan. Injured by his own spell? Humph, that fits perfectly with my impression of those stupid Gryffindor students. McGonagall always says I only know how to suppress them. Dylan could only grin stiffly, not daring to say anything more. Admittedly, Being injured by your own spells and ones is truly foolish, even he thinks so. Professor Snape's office wasn't brightly lit, but rather dim. The wall lamps cast a faint glow, illuminating the mahogany shelves surrounding it. These were filled with bizarre glass containers, filled with all sorts of strange things, like basilisk skins and venom glands from scorpionfish. Dylan really wanted to get a few scorpionfish to keep. However, as a highly endangered species, these little creatures are inherently dangerous, and their blood and venom are quite potent, so they've been hunted to extinction. At least in England, sightings of winged demons are rare. Professor Snape had already taken out Dylan's cauldron and thoughtfully placed a spoon, mortar, and other tools nearby. Even the herbs needed had been prepared in advance. Dylan pursed his lips with a faint smile, walked over to the cauldron, and began brewing today's potion. Carefully placing the hellebore into the mortar, Dylan began to grind it finely. Be gentle, don't waste the essence of the herbs, and pay attention to the coarseness of the powder. Raise your wrist 2 inches. Snape's voice swished like a bat's wing across the stone wall. The tip of his wand, visible from his sleeve, pointed directly at Dylan's mortar. Dylan felt his wrist lift and hurriedly continued to turn the pestle. When the 7th clockwise rotation was completed, the moonstone pestle suddenly glowed with an emerald light, a sign that the essence of top-grade hellebore had been activated. Dylan always maintained extreme concentration during Professor Snape's classes. It was physically demanding. Without complete focus, he couldn't complete each step to Professor Snape's exacting standards. Only when the entire potion was brewed, and a faint glow appeared through the flowing liquid, did Dylan let out a breath. Professor Snape reached out and stirred the potion with a long, snake-shaped silver spoon. A small emerald embedded in the spoon handle suddenly glowed faintly green, a sign of a trace impurity. When he looked up, the candlelight cast shadows from his eyelashes on his hollow cheekbones, making his already sharp features even more gloomy. Just barely passable. Pack them up and take them away. I have no use for these inferior potions. Despite his words, a flicker of satisfaction was evident in Professor Snape's eyes. After all, Dylan had been with Professor Snape for so long he knew his temperament well. He cheerfully pulled out the tools he'd prepared, stuffed his potion bottles to the brim, and then happily pocketed the jars. Every time Dylan came, he could always get Professor Snape's herbs for free. Some of them were not only expensive but also difficult to find. He had to restock them himself. Dylan's face lit up with joy, but just then, Professor Snape's deep voice suddenly rang out. From now on, you can come every 2 or 3 weeks, not every week. Professor Snape's words startled Dylan, his hands frozen mid-sentence as he tried to put his things away. What did this mean? Did Professor Snape no longer want to teach him? Was it because he kept coming to restock the potions, and Professor Snape was annoyed by his taking advantage of him? Had he driven Professor Snape into financial ruin by asking him to teach him potions, and for all his labor and money? Dylan opened his mouth, composed his words, and asked cautiously, "Professor, I can bring some of the potion ingredients myself." Professor Snape's face darkened. "What the hell are you thinking? Do you think I'm reducing your visits because I'm broke? Isn't that right?" Dylan shook his head as this thought crossed his mind. "Of course not. I certainly don't think so. I just thought. I can't always rely on you to prepare all the ingredients for me. I also want to reduce the pressure on you as much as possible." Dylan's words were so sincere that they made Professor Snape look suspicious. After a moment, he snorted softly. "I asked you to wait a while because I've already taught you nearly everything I can teach you last school year." Professor Snape folded his arms across his chest, looking down at Dylan with a cold voice. "Let me ask you, what's the real key to potion's success? Don't tell me it's memorizing the formula." Dylan was slightly startled, then answered without hesitation, "Professor, it's the technique. Only precise technique can guarantee the potion's effectiveness." Seeing Dylan's correct answer, Professor Snape glanced at him calmly. "You're quite good at remembering it," he said, walking around the table and returning to his seat. "Go on." Dylan blinked twice before continuing. "In potions, technique is key, the most important thing. But technique isn't just about stirring and grinding. Controlling the amount, taking more or less, is all in the seemingly casual scooping and placing. Besides controlling the amount, controlling the heat is also key. High heat for a quick start, low heat for a slow simmer. Different herbs require different heats. A minute too early is too hasty, a minute too late is too much." Dylan rambled on. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, looking up at him, his cold gaze softening a bit. This kid had actually memorized everything he'd said. Professor Snape suppressed a slight quirk of his lips. Last school year, I repeatedly taught you the key points of these techniques. Potion brewing requires long hours of practice and immersion. You can't master it by simply coming to me every week and repeating the basic steps. Practicing the techniques requires not only natural talent but also extensive repetition. I don't have that many low-level herbs for you to study, so I'll have you come every 2 or 3 weeks to ensure you can brew some advanced potions under my supervision. That's more than enough. Do you still want to learn all my skills? But remember, you're Dylan Hawkwood, not me. You should have your own. Professor Snape spoke so many words to Dylan in one breath, a rare moment. Dylan finally understood the professor's good intentions and nodded earnestly. I understand, but in reality, he still wanted to learn everything Professor Snape had to offer. It was just learning something. What did it have to do with who he became? If he could learn everything everyone had, wouldn't it become his own? Seeing Dylan's decisive response, Professor Snape nodded slightly. Now that you understand, let's prepare for a test. Okay, huh? What? What test? Dylan was about to agree, but suddenly reacted and looked at Professor Snape in a daze. Chapter 127 Fresh Malfoy Offer. Anyone want to smell it? 3 copper nuts for a sniff. HMPH, the blue stone walls of Snape's office exuded the bitter scent of wormwood and monkshood. The black-robed professor's gaze fell on Dylan, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. I've wasted so much time on you, I must see results. Otherwise, I might as well break your wand and bury it in the dirt of the Whomping Willow. Dylan blinked. He had long been immune to Professor Snape's harsh words and quite the important message from the pile of disgusted words. You mean, you want to test me? Like the last time you tested my legitimacy? Shut up. Professor Snape's low voice suddenly came. Dylan immediately fell silent, his eyelashes fluttering. After a long pause, Professor Snape finally spoke, his voice lowered. This dual test isn't just me. McGonagall and Flitwick will also be taking part. I want to know what skills you've mastered, too. Dylan raised his brow. Professor, I haven't had enough of life yet. You alone are enough to take me down, but with Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, you're not going to leave me any chance of survival. Professor Snape frowned. Shut up. Dylan was dazed. He was about to be surrounded and beaten by 3 professors, and now they weren't even allowed to speak? No, when did you 3 collude? Dylan had just returned from Professor Flitwick's visit yesterday, and he hadn't heard anything about the test. Clearly, this might have been discussed this morning when he'd gone to the restricted section to borrow books. Whoever started this whole thing was unclear. Anyway, McGonagall and Flitwick told me to tell you that you can go visit them later. Professor Snape curled his lips, a faint, Dragon Kingly smile flashing. Those 2 are nearly driven mad by you. You see, not everyone is as patient as I am in teaching you, Dylan. Who said that teaching him low-level potions was a waste of time? So, we changed the weekly after-school tutoring schedule to once every 2 or 3 weeks? What's that look on your face? Dylan smiled immediately. I think you're absolutely right. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll teach you some other things in the next class. Now, get out. Professor Snape waved his hand, sending Dylan out the door. Bang! Dylan rubbed his nose at the door that suddenly slammed shut, then turned and headed upstairs. Dueling test. Dylan first went upstairs, walked down the hallway, and knocked gently on the door of a small study. But no one answered. Dylan paused. Did he go to eat? After a moment's thought, Dylan made sure Professor McGonagall wasn't in her office and made his way to the 4th floor. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick remained inside. Knock knock, come in. Dylan pushed the door open. Professor Flitwick was standing behind a desk piled high with books and magic props. His affable smile froze the moment he saw Dylan. There shouldn't be any makeup classes today, right? But then he realized something and asked, did you just come from Severus's place? Yes, Professor. Receiving the answer, Professor Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself. That's good. I thought you were here for another makeup class. I almost forgot what I had agreed to with McGonagall and the others this morning. Professor Flitwick quickly smiled. Please sit down, son. I don't think Severus explained this to you properly. Dylan nodded, truthfully. Dylan came to Professor Flitwick's office as if he was back home. He pulled out the chair and sat down. He poured himself a cup of Coke and poured Professor Flitwick a cup of milk tea. Professor Flitwick didn't think there was anything wrong with Dylan's behavior. He said with a smile, Headmaster Dumbledore came to us this morning to discuss some things. During the meeting, we mentioned you again, and Minerva thought of arranging an assessment for you to test your learning progress in the last academic year, including the summer vacation. You know, after all, we basically didn't leave you any summer homework. Dylan nodded. So you, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape wanted to arrange a dual test for me together. Professor Flitwick nodded. Yes, this is a test that can truly test your strength, and it will also allow us to further adjust how to arrange your teaching. You shouldn't refuse, right? Dylan nodded again. Yes, I have promised Professor Snape. Professor Flitwick, who is wearing a pair of small glasses, a neat suit, and a mustache at the corners of his mouth, immediately laughed. I knew it, child. I think you're a true genius. Your speed of learning far exceeds my imagination. Sometimes, I even feel that your understanding of many spells is even deeper than mine. It's incredible. With all the ideas you bring up, I can't tell if I'm teaching you or giving me new ideas. Dylan pursed his lips, not daring to say a word. The number of max-level spells he now possessed far exceeded what a junior wizard should have mastered. In fact, as a junior wizard, he shouldn't have mastered even a single max-level spell. So it's normal that Professor Flitwick's research and understanding of some spells isn't as good as his. But Dylan couldn't possibly explain this to him. He couldn't possibly post to a skill list for him to see, could he? After all, he knew so many max-level spells, and his understanding of some spells had indeed given Professor Flitwick a lot of inspiration, which had advanced his research on certain spells to a new level. It was truly a two-person team. You were the teacher, and I was also the teacher. Professor Flitwick looked at Dylan with relief. In fact, if it weren't for your age, I think you could probably win the dueling tournament right now. This test is just to test the limits of your abilities. Dylan nodded gently. Professor Snape hasn't set a date for the dueling test yet. What do you think? Professor Flitwick smiled. This matter was discussed so suddenly, and we haven't decided yet. That's why we wanted to call you here to see when you're free. I'm available anytime, except during class. Just send me a message, and I'll be there, Dylan promised, patting his chest. Okay, I'll be well prepared, and I hope you'll be too. Professor Flitwick nodded. The two chatted for a while longer. Noticing the conversation was veering towards magical knowledge, Professor Flitwick immediately ended the discussion and sent Dylan to see Professor McGonagall for more. Dylan also stood up and said goodbye to Professor Flitwick. After leaving the house, he planned to go upstairs to see if Professor McGonagall had returned. If she wasn't there, he planned to go to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. However, as he was descending the stairs, Dylan turned the corner and happened to run into Malfoy and his two henchmen, walking up from below. Dylan had just met this pretty boy in Diagon Alley, where he had scolded not only the younger Malfoy but also the elder Malfoy, leaving him speechless. As a result, Malfoy had always avoided him during the school term. Suddenly bumping into him on the stairs, Malfoy paused, but seeing Goyle and Crabbe behind him, he felt a sense of optimism and continued his ascent. The three of them practically filled the entire staircase, and Dylan would have to make room for them if he went down. Dylan narrowed his eyes. Why was this brat so troublesome? He kept coming to bother him again and again. He really didn't know how to spell death. It seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. If we don't make this guy suffer, he truly doesn't know when to stop. Dylan thought of a curse in a book he borrowed from the restricted section, and a smile curled his lips. Dylan descended the stairs steadily, his footsteps echoing clearly in the hallway. Meanwhile, Malfoy and his two henchmen swaggered up the stairs, the three of them abreast, completely blocking the entire hallway with a defiant air. Dylan's expression remained calm, but he showed no sign of stepping aside, his pace stagnant. As he drew closer to Malfoy and the others, a faint flash of light enveloped Dylan, and then a bird appeared from thin air, gracefully circling slowly beside him. In the blink of an eye, a second bird appeared, then a third, and more birds began to swarm around Dylan, fluttering around him without so much as a wave of his wand or a single incantation. The birds didn't attack, merely quietly circling Dylan. Seeing this, the arrogance on Malfoy's face immediately wavered, and his pace suddenly slowed. Seeing the birds coming towards them, they tried to dodge sideways. However, Dylan stepped past, and the birds' circling speed suddenly increased. Bang! Malfoy and his two henchmen dodged and dodged, but were still hit hard by the birds, carrying Dylan's momentum, and tumbled down the stairs in a heap. Ouch! The three of them fell to the ground, clutching their buttocks in pain. What are you doing? You actually used a spell on your classmates. Do you want to be put in detention like Harry and the others? Malfoy was so embarrassed that even though no one was around, he was still ashamed and angry, and he scolded Dylan. I was just practicing my spells on the way. They didn't attack you, you just bumped into them. Dylan looked down at Malfoy, who lay half prone on the ground, his eyes flat and cold. Also, I think I told you that if you mess with me again. He stopped mid-sentence, but Malfoy shuddered. What was this man, even more terrifying than his father, planning to do? But before he could finish his words, he felt a sudden, agonizing pain in his stomach. The urge to defecate rushed to his head. Malfoy's face fell, and he clutched his stomach with both hands. The feeling of diarrhea threatening to burst forth made him pull his legs together, scramble to his feet, and head straight for the bathroom. Not only him, but Crabbe and Goyle also looked horrified and scrambled to their feet. Puff, puff, the people in the corridor, startled by the loud fart, scrambled to their feet. The bull knot on Dylan's wand paused, but he didn't fling it out. I didn't expect the diarrhea charm described in the Forbidden Book to be so powerful. Dylan smacked his lips. He continued downstairs until Malfoy and the others were no longer in sight. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall was still not there. Wait? Malfoy just said Harry and the others are in detention? Professor McGonagall isn't supposed to be handling that, Dylan thought, so he went to the dining hall for a quick meal. When he returned, he went to Professor McGonagall's office again, and this time, she was there. Oh, Dylan, did Professor Snape tell you about the exams? As he entered, he saw Professor McGonagall adjusting the miniature Quidditch pitch in the crystal ball with the tip of her wand, her silver and green robes still stained with cat and fur. Yes, but we haven't set a time yet, Dylan nodded. Professor McGonagall smiled. Dylan had a feeling her smile was impatient. Dylan was startled. What was this eager look all about? He coughed lightly. Professor McGonagall, have you and the other two professors agreed on how to assess me? That hasn't been finalized yet, but don't worry, we'll come up with a plan soon. Professor McGonagall's lips curled up slightly, and the fine lines around her eyes shone with a hint of amusement. By the way, there's one more thing I must tell you in advance. Dylan was stunned. What is it? I think we can slow down the frequency of our after-school tutoring sessions a bit. Professor McGonagall's smile widened. Your mastery of transfiguration is already very advanced. I don't think I can teach you much more. Dylan frowned slightly. Professor Snape had just mentioned reducing the number of private lessons he had with him, and Professor McGonagall followed suit. Had they already discussed this? Surprisingly, in the end, it was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, who truly loved him. At least he hadn't mentioned reducing his tutoring sessions. Professor McGonagall, am I not doing well in any area? No, you're good in almost everything, quite good, I mean, then. I think I still have a lot to learn from you about transfiguration. I don't even know Animagus yet, Dylan. I've never mentioned actually teaching you Animagus. Do you know why? Professor McGonagall shook her head. Why? Dylan blinked. Actually, given your abilities, I think you're already at the level to learn Animagus. It's just that wanting to learn Animagus requires more than just hard work. It usually requires some luck. It's a long and complicated process, and it can be very unsafe, of course. As far as the safety of the learning process is concerned, I can completely trust you. Professor McGonagall thought about why she had repeatedly invited Dylan to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wasn't it because she saw that Dylan was actually very talented at flying, and when it came to riding a broom, Professor McGonagall couldn't find any young wizard more steady and cautious. It was as if he was afraid of falling off his broom. Unfortunately, her requests were ultimately politely declined. Malfoy had no time to go anywhere else but the second-floor bathroom. As he stumbled through the wooden door, the brass faucets clanged. His pale cheeks flushed a sickly red from abdominal pain, and the scraping of his boots against the floor made a sharp sound, startling Myrtle, who was drinking in the stall. Get out. Everyone, get out, Malfoy roared, his stomach rumbling, but his threat was shattered by a sudden, loud fart. Fortunately, the restroom was empty at that moment, with only one girl washing her hands. She was startled by the sight of the three people and hurried out. Goyle and Crabbe, like two collapsing mountains of flesh, crashed into the adjacent stall and sat down. The brass toilet seat creaked under the weight. Malfoy found a stall and hurried in. After a long period of pooping, Peeves suddenly poked his head out from the ceiling, hanging upside down, and banged on the cubicle door with a duster made from Mrs. Norris's tail hair. Hey! Freshly baked Malfoy. Anyone want a sniff? 3 copper knuckles for one, he shrieked and threw a few dung balls into the toilet. They exploded in midair, and the stench mixed with the odor wafting from the cubicle like a biological weapon. Merlin's stinky socks, a Hufflepuff student passing by the toilet door, pinched his nose and took 3 steps back. The soles of their shoes scraped against a suspicious pool of slime on the floor tiles, frightening them so much that they quickly cast cleaning spells. However, the commotion also attracted a few younger students. Since it was the girls' room, these boys were curiously looking in from outside, and the surging green and yellow mist made them cry. When Filch arrived, the Hogwarts caretaker's gaunt face flushed a rich green at the stench. His cobweb mouth twitched as he cursed. "Did you guys soak in a dung bucket?" Malfoy remained silent, his face tinged with white and red. Just as he was concentrating on finishing his dung quickly and leaving this place where he had lost such a dignity, Myrtle suddenly emerged from the toilet, her round-framed glasses misting over. "My dear, you look miserable. Do you need me to flush?" Her sudden appearance startled Malfoy, and his coy greeting was cut short by a roar from his lips. "Get out of here! Get out of here! You disgusting!" Ouch! Puff puff puff. Chapter 128, Such a Big Fuss, Are You Going to Beat Me Like Voldemort? Dylan was unaware of Malfoy's plight. In fact, he had no idea the curse contained in the Forbidden Book could be so potent and long-lasting. After a brief discussion with Professor McGonagall, Dylan and the others reached a consensus to slightly slow down the frequency of after-school tutoring. With this confirmed, Professor McGonagall's smile visibly brightened. "I'll discuss a plan for your assessment with Severus and the others as soon as possible, thank you." He said goodbye to Professor McGonagall, the office door closing quietly behind him. He entered the corridor and walked a short distance before he saw several Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, pinching their noses and hurried past him. Their movements could almost be described as fleeing. Dylan also saw several Slytherins, their faces sullen, arguing with someone. Dylan paused, and the next moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Fresh, hot Slytherin specialties." Dylan finally spotted the man arguing with the Slytherins, Peeves. His voice was quite loud, and combined with the suspicious smell lingering in the corridor, Dylan had a rough idea of what was going on. He ignored it and was about to leave when Peeves suddenly burst into a remix of the school song, "Draco Toilet Malfoy, Splatoon's on the move, please give me back my toilet." Dylan's mouth twitched. "All right, everyone, disperse," Filch's hoarse voice echoed from the bathroom. Dylan blinked. "I'm back from dinner and have finished talking to Professor McGonagall." "Are they still in the bathroom?" Dylan headed for the Gryffindor common room, mentally reassessing the value of the banned book. Maybe some spells aren't as bland as they seem. Arriving at the dorm, Dylan pushed open the door to find Ron slumped over on the edge of his bed, his head drooping, his signature red hair looking a bit wilted. Harry sat beside him, his brows also furrowed, his eyes glazed over, staring blankly at the floor. "What's wrong with you?" Dylan blinked. Seeing Dylan return, Ron looked up and sighed. "Oh my god, we're going to get detention. First day of school. Now we're in the same boat as Malfoy, all in detention?" Dylan asked. "Yeah. He was the only one in detention last semester, and now we're going to get it too. This is so embarrassing," Ron grumbled. Seeing that he seemed less upset, Dylan shrugged slightly. "Detentions are like that. You get used to them after a while. Maybe you'll get them a lot in the future." "How could that be possible?" Ron glared. "But Hagrid said he'll be with us." Harry sighed softly. He looked up at Dylan and said, "Also, Dylan, Hagrid asked me to tell you that he hopes you can come visit him when you're free. He has something he wants to talk to you about. He misses you terribly." Harry's words were subtle, but Dylan still got the point. It was clear Hagrid wanted to talk to him about Norbita. In other words, Hagrid missed his dragon. Dylan nodded gently. "I see. I'll go when I can, but I'm busy right now, very busy lately." Harry winked slightly, then nodded. "I'll tell Hagrid about that." Then the two of them went to dinner. Dylan had already eaten, so there was no need for him to go. Summoning the coal, Dylan held it as he began to sort through his notes. He also pondered what the duel test with the 3 professors would look like and how he should handle it. Should he showcase his spells as much as possible, or keep a low profile? Of course, even if he showed any, they would only be normal spells or curses. Dark magic was out of the question. What if a dark hex was cast and the professor was completely wiped out? It wasn't until 7 o'clock that evening. Harry and the others hadn't returned since dinner. Dylan didn't wait for Neville and Seamus, but instead received a message from Professor McGonagall. We discussed the test at dinner. See you in the Great Hall tonight at 10 o'clock, Dylan raised an eyebrow. 10 o'clock? Wouldn't it be curfew by then? Sending him to the Great Hall, wouldn't the test have already started? He could hide from Filch first. But after Filch cleans up the toilet today, the patrols tonight might not be very thorough. Dylan pursed his lips and gathered his things. It wasn't until around 9:50 that Neville and Seamus had returned to bed. Dylan then put the cold rickets back into the pet space and transformed into a shadow, slipping through the wall without a sound. Dylan rushed to the Great Hall without encountering anyone. Before he reached the hall, he dissipated the coal's power and walked to the entrance. The side door was ajar. Dylan gently pushed it open, revealing a completely redesigned hall. A magical star map hung from the ceiling, simulating a midnight sky. The long tables that had once housed students' meals had vanished, and the vast space had been transformed into a massive platform, resembling a martial arts arena. Majestic stone sculptures, each armed with a weapon, stood guard around the platform. Dylan looked up and saw Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape standing on the platform. Seeing his head poke through the crack in the door, they all looked over. "Dylan, you're just in time. I just set up these stone sculptures." Professor McGonagall looked at Dylan and waved. "Stone sculptures?" Dylan swallowed. Seeing Professor McGonagall's excitement, Dylan glanced at the platform, pondered for a moment, pushed the door open completely, and then stepped inside, approaching the stage. "Professor, are you three going to attack me together in my dueling test, and these statues too?" Dylan glanced around. Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Head of Gryffindor House. Professor Flitwick, Head of Ravenclaw House and Dueling Club Champion. Professor Snape, the youngest head of Slytherin House ever. And, the Guardian Stone statues of Hogwarts. What's the point? Voldemort isn't here. With such a big fuss, someone who didn't know better might think they were treating him like Voldemort. Dylan had assumed the professor's test was just a test of his control over spells, just like before. Unexpectedly, it looked like the three professors were actually planning to challenge him, to a duel? He versus three, no, with those Hogwarts Guardian Stone statues as well. Wasn't he being too much for such an old man? He wasn't Voldemort. Professor McGonagall smiled deep into wrinkles on her face. The examination will still be one per person. After all, it's unacceptable for three of us to attack a single student like you. But if you wish, we can change the format. No need to change. Let's follow your arrangements. Dylan flatly rejected Professor McGonagall's proposal. Professor McGonagall nodded. It's late enough. Stop talking nonsense. Who starts first? Professor Snape's voice was tinged with impatience. But to Dylan, it sounded a bit impatient. Oh my God. Dylan took a deep breath and ascended the stairs to the platform. It was obvious that the three professors had put a lot of thought into the venue. The platform looked quite sturdy and large. Since Dylan is my student, I'll be the first to test his work, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Professors Flitwick and Snape had no objections. The former, with brisk steps, arrived at the foot of the dais first, raising his hand to adjust the robes he had specially worn for this occasion, his movements evoking the elegance of a scholar. The latter, still wearing his stern black robe, drifted like the night sky, following Professor Flitwick at a leisurely pace. Dylan followed their path and noticed a small resting area on the other side of the dais. Several comfortable reclining chairs were placed there, alongside three tables lined up, each laden with a dazzling array of delicious food. I was saying we should have a resting area, Professor Flitwick said lightly. Gaudy, Professor Snape said coldly. The two walked over and slowly sat down. Professor Flitwick first selected a small cake from the pile of pastries, took a bite, a satisfied look on his face, and then took a sip from his glass. Professor Snape casually took a glass of ruby red wine, leaned back in his chair, and gazed at the dais. Dylan clearly detected a hint of mockery in Professor Snape's eyes. This kind of reserved, slightly cunning energy is worthy of you, Professor Snape. Dylan's mouth twitched. Don't tell me you're distracted like this when dueling with others. The moment Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, a surging wave of hate suddenly rushed towards Dylan. Dylan immediately turned back, his wand twirling steadily. Hydra emerged. The trajectory of the boy's wand was like waves rising from a black lake, the shadow of the nine-headed Hydra looming in the steam. Dylan reshaped the clear water like a spring, transforming the water into a ferocious serpent, colliding with the flaming lion summoned by Professor McGonagall. Snape suddenly squawked from his recliner, "Can a lion summon a giant snake?" His slender fingers caressed a crystal goblet, the walls of which reflected a comical scene of Flitwick directing the cutlery to dance with his fork. "Magic doesn't discriminate between living things," Professor Flitwick chuckled. On the stage, Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes, raised her wand, and with a roar, the flaming lion charged forward. The moment water and fire collided, a deafening roar erupted. Professor McGonagall's flaming lion smashed the water snake, and the erupting steam condensed into rain clouds on the dome. The steam quickly spread, obscuring the view from the stage, and Dylan's robes were lifted by the heat. He waved his wand again, Thalassa Wrath. Most of the water Dylan had summoned dissipated, but the remaining clear water instantly coalesced into surging waves. With thunderous force, they struck back at Professor McGonagall, their crests gleaming coldly, carrying the force of a tsunami. "Excellent technique. Your mastery of the transfiguration spell seems to have surpassed my expectations." Dylan stood at the source of the wave, looking at Professor McGonagall. She, facing the raging tide, actually had the time to praise him. Then, in the blink of an eye, Professor McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat and leaped, dodging the edge of the platform. The powerful wave lashed out, but she missed. Upon landing, a flash of light appeared again, and Professor McGonagall instantly returned to her human form. Without hesitation, she raised her wand high, her voice high and clear. "Periodium locomotor." Instantly, the light from the tip of her wand surged and exploded. Professor McGonagall's spell set off a chain reaction among the stone statues beneath the platform. The previously silent guardian sculptures seemed to be breathed into life, crackling and moving, and plaster fell from them. Bang! A simultaneous clatter of footsteps echoed, and all the guardian stone statues stomped their feet with a deep rumble. Like swords released from a bow, the heavy statues soared to the top of the platform, shielding Professor McGonagall behind them. Dylan's mouth twitched. "Professor, you haven't suffered any harm from me yet. You wouldn't use your ultimate right away, would you?" "Of course, I'd use my ultimate sooner rather than later." Professor McGonagall chuckled and waved her wand, controlling the movements of the guardian stone statues. "I think it's best not to reduce the number of classes. You haven't taught me the spell yet." Dylan quickly moved sideways. "If you become a professor at Hogwarts, I think Albus would agree to let me teach you this spell." Professor McGonagall pointed her wand. Boom boom boom, the stone statues swarmed towards Dylan. Moss seeped through the cracks in the knight's mail armor, and the stone hooves of the warhorse threatened to crush the moonstone bricks at the edge of the platform. As the first statue swung its greatsword, Dylan could smell the sulfur lingering on the blade. Apparently, Professor McGonagall had mixed it with a hint of volcanic ash when summoning it. "Avis," Dylan waved his arm, his movements flawless and imperceptible. A flock of birds appeared from thin air, circling and dancing above Dylan's head. Without pausing, Dylan waved his wand again. A pugno, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The birds spread their wings and soared away, darting between the guardian statues that attacked Dylan. Their sharp claws and beaks pummeled the statues, each contact sending sparks flying and sending shards of stone flying. "Your summoning spell is perfectly integrated with transfiguration. Even the bird's anatomy, right down to their claws, has been transformed into a different form by your transfiguration spell." Professor McGonagall's voice rang with a hint of surprise. "Your understanding of this spell is so profound that it completely surpasses my expectations. Of course, you've taught me well, Professor McGonagall." Amid the chaotic battle, Dylan strolled among a flock of flying birds. The birds seemed endless, surrounding Dylan, enveloping him and making him invisible. Dylan advanced steadily, repelling any stone sculpture that approached him. Sculptures farther away were blocked by the birds he summoned. "If it were just this spell, you'd be excellent, but transfiguration has far more power than that." As Professor McGonagall spoke, his wand swiftly arced through the air, stirring the surrounding air as if by some force. In an instant, a flame suddenly erupted from nowhere, a surge of magical energy igniting the flames with an even greater intensity. The flames quickly transformed into a lion even larger than the original. Every bristle of the flaming lion danced with flames, and it roared to the heavens, its roar shaking the air. Then, with a powerful kick of its hind legs, it leaped high, sending a wave of heat through the air as it charged into the flock of birds. Crash! The fiery flames erupted from the flaming lion, scorching the birds. They screamed and fell to the ground. The once dense flock of birds dwindled dramatically. As the numbers dwindled, Dylan's presence was about to be revealed. However, He silently moved to Professor McGonagall's other side, his wand pointed directly at her. Bat Bogey Hex, the spell blazed quickly. Amidst the birds and flames, Professor McGonagall sensed the approaching magic and shrank rapidly, transforming into a tabby cat. She narrowly avoided the attack, then returned to human form upon landing, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Bat curse? Dylan, you actually used that curse on me. I'm sorry, Professor, but a duel requires every last drop of force. Well said. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, and the flaming lion erupted with even more terrifying power. A dazzling light illuminated the entire auditorium. Dylan glared. But then again, Professor, you don't have to use all your strength, do you? Professor McGonagall smiled. I'm sorry, Dylan, a duel requires every drop of force. Dylan's face darkened, then his gaze hardened. Okay, Professor, I'm not afraid of you either. He swung his wand rapidly. Incendio, a ball of flame instantly coalesced before him, sending waves of heat scattering across the sky, sending the stone statues charging towards him flying back. Flamilius, the spreading heat wave quickly condensed, then regrouped with a wave of Dylan's wand, twisting and reshaping until it, too, became a flaming lion. The two lions met, each radiantly alive, and engaged in a fierce battle. They bit and clashed, each exchange sending sparks flying, even the surrounding air distorted by the intense heat. Finally, with a resounding bang, the two fiery lions entangled in a fierce blaze of light before vanishing completely. Only a scorching heat remained on the field, thick with the smoke of the battle. Dylan slowly sheathed his wand, his chest heaving slightly, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. He hadn't considered other spells, simply giving his all in Transfiguration, a true tit-for-tat confrontation with Professor McGonagall. This, in turn, made him realize the depth of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration skills. Even though his Transfiguration spells were nearly at their maximum level, the difference of 1 or 2 levels still seemed to create a chasm between them. Professor, you still gave in to me. I have gained a lot of new insights into the Transfiguration spell you just cast. Dylan walked forward, leaned slightly, and bowed solemnly to Professor McGonagall, his back bent into a humble arc. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Old Ding watching the show, a hearty magic showdown. I didn't expect that after this real fight, your abilities have improved so much compared to my last little test. Professor McGonagall smiled at Dylan, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Especially the change in your magical power. It's truly tremendous. If before it was just a pond, now it's a lake. I've only seen 2 or 3 young wizards as talented as you. As Professor McGonagall finished her words, Professor Snape's gaze shifted from the podium. Dylan smiled softly. You're too kind. I've grown a lot taller this summer. Maybe that's why. Professor McGonagall looked at Dylan, who had grown almost a head taller after not seeing him for 2 months. Fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes. Every time I see a young wizard grow, I'm deeply moved and feel a great sense of accomplishment. Yes, witnessing a student's transformation is the sweetest fruit of our teaching career, a slightly aged voice suddenly called out. Several people immediately looked towards the side door. The brass handle of the side door turned gently, and Dumbledore, dressed in light gray cotton wizard pajamas, squeezed through the crack. His pajamas were embroidered with stars, and his loose, lantern-shaped sleeve swayed slightly with his movements, embroidered with delicate silver lace at the cuffs. He wore a dark gray belt around his waist and black soft leather slippers. His signature peaked hat sat loosely on his head, a few strands of silver hair peeking out from under its brim. Dumbledore's gaze was gentle and penetrating as he surveyed the group present. Are you afraid of being seen by the other students, coming here to duel so late? Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here? Dylan blinked. I had a premonition tonight, a feeling something was going to happen. The portraits told me that several stone sculptures were missing, and I searched all the way here, leading me to this place. Dumbledore chuckled, his eyes sweeping across the platform. The surface was still covered in scars of battle. Few of the guardian statues remained intact. The broken stone was scattered across the ground, stained with water and horrifyingly with the burn marks, leaving it charred black. Dumbledore approached slowly and gently slapped the air twice. The next moment, The scattered fragments of the statues trembled, then, drawn by an invisible force, soared into the air, tracing arcs in midair, converging towards the stage. Each piece of stone seemed to possess its own consciousness, precisely finding its place, joining and fusing together. In the blink of an eye, they reassembled into lifelike guardian statues. Simultaneously, the watermarks at Dylan and Professor McGonagall's feet were drained by an unknown force, leaving only a dry surface. The charred burn marks, after a faint flicker of light, gradually faded until they matched the surrounding ground. Dylan felt a surge of magical energy linger around him for a moment, and everything returned to its original state. He couldn't help but pause slightly. Restore as before, this was a powerful restoration spell. While not too difficult, if mastered to a high level, it could even mend broken bones and bodies. And for someone like old Dumbledore, he could perform such a large-scale restoration effort without a wand or incantation, simply by performing it effortlessly. This clearly proved he had mastered the restoration spell to its highest level, at least level 9. Dylan marveled inwardly. Old Dumbledore was truly old Dumbledore. His casual strike revealed his prowess. Was this the power of a century-old wizard? If old Dumbledore could even achieve maximum level for a restore as before spell, what about the rest? If Xyophusi's repertoire, aside from the dark arts, is mostly near maximum level, hovering between level 6 and 8, then old Dumbledore, his repertoire was likely entirely at maximum level, at least level 8 or 9. I should have opened Voldemort's skill library last time. I should have opened old Dumbledore's. Dark magic aside, old Dumbledore definitely possesses far more abilities than Voldemort, Dylan lamented. However, compared to Voldemort's dark arts, he already knew everything he needed to know, and there was no need to learn anything he shouldn't. Ultimately, there were only a few spells left for him to choose from. This made it somewhat acceptable. If old Dumbledore's skill library had been open to him, he'd probably be completely overwhelmed. Who knows what advanced spells old Dumbledore has developed and hidden away in his office, sparring with those ruthless men and the headmaster. He'd want this and that, and he'd probably be utterly torn. After the guardian statues were restored, Professor McGonagall stood beside Dylan, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. She coughed lightly and said apologetically to Professor Dumbledore, "I shouldn't have used this spell so easily. The stone pillars were a special spell protecting the school, and the guardian statues could only be awakened by this spell." When she took over the Transfiguration professorship from Albus, he had told her that this spell should only be used in times of crisis at Hogwarts. And now, she was secretly using it as a tactic to test students. Now that Albus had caught her in the act, Professor McGonagall felt quite embarrassed. Dumbledore seemed to see through Professor McGonagall's thoughts, but he didn't mean to accuse her. Instead, he laughed and winked at her. "It's no big deal. Just to tell you something, I used to find excuses to play with a spell all the time." Then, he looked at Professor Snape and Flitwick, who had risen from their recliners. "I wonder what stage you're at now? Am I too late? Is it over already?" Professor Flitwick shook his head repeatedly. "Not yet, that's good." Dumbledore seemed relieved, then asked, "Can I watch your duel? It's been ages since something this interesting happened at Hogwarts." "Huh? Did it just happen at the end of last semester?" Dylan blinked, then agreed immediately. "That's great. I was wondering if the 3 professors would invite you to this assessment." McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, what are you doing? Are you trying to put them in a bad light? Professor Flitwick laughed and said, "Look at what the kid said. Originally, this dual assessment involving Dylan was proposed today. It was a hasty decision, and it was so late, so naturally we didn't invite you." The headmaster, as he spoke, he conjured up a new recliner and table, filled with fresh fruits and red wine. Dumbledore smiled happily and sat down. Professor McGonagall stepped down from the podium. Old Dumbledore looked at Dylan and asked, "Have you recovered your physical and mental strength?" Dylan took a deep breath, calmed himself, and nodded. Professor Flitwick immediately leaped onto the podium. It seemed Professor Snape was about to make his grand entrance. "Are you ready? Come on. Professor, Expulso." Professor Flitwick didn't waste any time, but immediately launched into a powerful spell. Perhaps he had been planning this for a while. Instantly, a sulphurous glow erupted from the tip of Professor Flitwick's wand, and the spell split into 3 comet-like energy projectiles in mid-flight. Dylan immediately drew a perfect semicircle in the air with his wand. Protego totalum, a pale golden magical barrier quickly formed before him. Almost instantly, The force of the explosion crashed into him with a deafening roar, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the barrier. Professor McGonagall, sitting in the audience, unconsciously tightened her grip around a piece of macaroon she'd just picked up. Professor Snape's lips curled up in a cold laugh, but it was immediately drowned out by the roar of the second spell. Professor Flitwick's wand tip flickered again, brewing a silver-blue arc of magical electricity. Ventus, with the incantation, the 12 crystal chandeliers hanging in the auditorium began to sway wildly, and Dylan's figure swayed slightly in the gust of wind. Faced with the hurricane summoned by Professor Flitwick, Dylan's eyes froze, his pupils suddenly constricted. His wand spun rapidly around his fingertips, leaving a trail of afterimages. Glacius Tria. Instantly, 3 walls of ice formed a triangular shape, rising rapidly from the ground. Boom! The outermost layer of ice was instantly ripped into a diamond-like cloud by the fierce impact of the hurricane. A beautiful variant of the freezing spell, Professor Flitwick exclaimed in praise. His wand blazed with spells, a riot of magical power erupting recklessly, yet Dylan's attacks were impenetrable. It felt like he hadn't fought like this in ages. Professor Flitwick's movements grew faster and faster, forcing Dylan to passively defend himself. As expected of a professor who won the championship without even using a curse, using only ordinary offensive spells, Dylan swung his wand fiercely, repello. Suddenly, all of Professor Flitwick's attacks were deflected. Dylan drew several more circles, summoning a shield to shield himself. Professor Flitwick smiled, then, using a levitation spell, slowly ascended 3 meters into the air. The hem of his amethyst-trimmed, high-end custom-made robes gently brushed off any remaining ice. But try this, silent casting. Despite his words, Professor Flitwick clearly warned Dylan. Meanwhile, old Dumbledore, who was watching the match, sat up slightly, his mead rippling around the rim of his glass. Using silent magic on a little wizard, Professor McGonagall watched the slowly spinning star pattern on the old headmaster's robes, knowing he was poised to strike at any moment to prevent Dylan from suffering any actual harm. She smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I think he can handle it." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and sank back into the recliner, but the star pattern on his robes continued to slowly spin. Buzz buzz buzz, whoosh, from the platform, 12 invisible blades sliced through the air, even piercing the barrier and slashing towards Dylan. Instinctively, Dylan quickly leaned back and moved his shield, narrowly avoiding most of the blade's attacks. However, 3 bloody marks still appeared on his left shoulder. Dylan frowned. Ipisky, the blood oozing from the tear in his robes immediately stopped. Then, Dylan sensed a dangerous aura approaching him again. Dylan immediately raised his wand. Revelio Obscurum. As the spell rang out, 12 transparent blades gleamed in the air. "Now it's my turn." Dylan's lips curled at the sight of the sharp blades, his wand vibrating violently in his palm. Serpens Invoco. With Dylan's spell, the 12 transparent blades that had been intended to attack him transformed into 12 king cobras. They turned their targets, opened their bloody maws, and slithered towards Professor Flitwick. Dylan then cast a levitation charm on them, allowing the venomous snakes to strike directly at the suspended Professor Flitwick. A cry of surprise rose from the audience. "Severus, did he learn this from you?" Professor Snape curled his lips. "I didn't teach him transfiguration, and don't yell all the time." Professor Flitwick was quite pleased with Dylan's quick reaction. He laughed heartily as he lifted the levitation spell. As he fell, he flicked his wand and shouted, "Avis Apugno." Professor Flitwick combined the 2 spells into one. In an instant, countless ravens surged from his sleeves, like a black cloud, scattering the snakes. The ravens and the king cobras collided fiercely in the air, their jet-black feathers and scales scattering, forming an abstract painting on the moonstone floor. "Remember the counter spell I taught you?" The last question, Fiendfire. The old professor's diminutive frame flipped in midair, his robes fluttering like a hummingbird. "Fiendfire? Are you sure Dylan has learned the counter spell for Fiendfire?" Dumbledore's phoenix ring suddenly shone with a golden light. "I think so." Professor McGonagall's hand quickly pressed to his wand. Professor Snape glanced at the 2 men from the side, then continued to lie there leisurely. Boom! Horrifying Fiendfire erupted from the tip of Professor Flitwick's wand, rapidly raging across the podium. Then, the Fiendfire quickly coalesced, transforming into a massive eagle, flapping its wings as it prepared to take flight. The Fiendfire eagle burned with an unholy, all-consuming flame, its scorching aura sending a scorching heat rushing down upon the audience. Dylan blinked as the Fiendfire soared through the air. "Forget about little Fusey. Professor Flitwick's Fiend Fire spell isn't even as good as Quirrell's. Facing the onslaught of the Fiend Fire, Dylan flicked his wand. Glacius Maxima, Aqua Eructo, a crash. A powerful torrent of magic, a blend of ice and raging water, slammed into the Fiend Fire Eagle. As the cloud of steam, mingled with ice and fire, rapidly spread, nearly obscuring the entire dome, Dylan waved his wand again, unleashing a counter curse of the Fiend Fire spell. The little eagle, formed only of Fiend Fire, immediately faltered, finally emitting a frustrated cry before completely dissipating. A moment later, the steam gradually dissipated, revealing the platform as a magical jungle of ice and fire, a shimmering ice rose garden on the left, sweltering charred vines on the right. Dylan counter-cursed them again to prevent a resurgence. Excellent. I must give you full marks. When everything returned to calm, Professor Flitwick's face flushed as he looked at Dylan, his gaze filled with admiration. I didn't expect your fighting prowess to be so outrageous, Dylan chuckled wryly. In truth, he hadn't used any of his full-level dark magic skills, relying solely on the spells he had learned and mastered. This put him at a disadvantage from the start. As Professor Flitwick hurled a barrage of spells at him, he didn't even stand a chance to fight back. It's still better to be Cursus. Dylan suddenly missed the days when he used to trap those dark wizards who plotted against him in the secret passage. With the identity of Cursus, he could do whatever he wanted. Even the Aurors could give him a beating. But now, he was just a small wizard with some abilities. Pa, old Dumbledore stood up and applauded Dylan. At the same time, he used the repair spell again to smooth out the cracks on the platform. Severus, you haven't tested Dylan yet, have you? Old Dumbledore looked at Professor Snape, who had a cold face but nodded slightly. Excellent. I've got more to see. Old Dumbledore clapped his hands again. Then hurry on. I've got the arena ready for you. Professor Snape's eyelids jumped. He just finished his duel. Dumbledore snapped back to his senses. Oh, I almost forgot about that. As we get older, our memories get a little worse. You're still young, Severus, he winked at Professor Snape. Professor Snape, however, was completely unimpressed. He simply snorted and cast his gaze on Dylan. I taught you how to brew the special potion that will restore you to health. Now you can take it out and drink it. Are you saving it for Christmas? Dylan, suddenly reprimanded, gave a wry smile. I didn't bring any potions with me. He wasn't exactly eager to take something from his inventory in front of the professor and old Dumbledore. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes. So what's the use of that potion you brewed? Do you put it up in your dorm room as a sacrifice? Professor, aren't your offensive powers a little too strong? It really needs to be weakened. Even so, Professor Snape flicked his wand, pulled out a bottle of healing potion, and tossed it to Dylan. Drink it quickly, don't delay my rest. Okay. Dylan took the potion bottle that flew from the air, uncapped it, and gulped down the whole bottle. Professor Snape also stood up. Chapter 130, Your head must have been hit by the stairs at Hogwarts. Where could he have learned the unforgivable curses? The candlelight at the edge of the platform suddenly flickered to faint green. Professor Snape's slender fingers rested on the bronze railing, and he lightly stepped, his black robe billowing. Let me see your progress. His deep voice carried the characteristic coldness of a black-robed professor. As he reached the last step, a wand slipped from the sleeve of his robe, the candlelight slicing his sunken face into a stark contrast of light and darkness. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Dylan hadn't finished his words when his wand suddenly rose. Sectum's Empera. Almost simultaneously, Dylan struck out, and Professor Snape gently raised his wand. Two blinding jets of inky black light erupted, colliding with a piercing force. HMPH, you're full of tricks, Professor Snape snorted. Dylan smiled faintly. You're wronging me. How could I possibly be so cunning? He then glanced at his own spell refinement trait, Shadowless, Dark Blade Camouflage. When using Shadowless, you can choose whether to conceal your presence. This was a new trait Dylan had unlocked and completed during summer vacation while working on the Cruciatus Curse's third trait, Pain Spread. Since it was only the first trait, the spell refinement task was simple. Simply use Shadowless to slice through the stomachs of 100 creatures. Thanks to those incredibly fertile little creatures, Dylan completed it quickly. In fact, Dylan could have achieved the same effect by spending 100 galleons to transform his wand's attack effects into transparent ones. This trait, however, allowed him to surprise his opponents with his normal wand attack effects. After all, if every attack he launched left no trace, His enemies would always be on guard. However, just as he was about to strike, a sudden attack might inflict a heavy loss on his opponent. Then, he could reverse his wand's effect to colorless and unleash a barrage of attacks. Who could withstand it? Swish, 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 just as Professor Snape, with a stern face, opened his mouth to say something, suddenly, several sounds of piercing air came towards him. Professor Snape's eyes widened slightly. Protego, dang, dang, dang. Several sharp blades were deflected to Professor Snape's left and right, but his billowing black robes were slashed open. Professor Snape's face darkened. Dylan paused, wincing. Professor, I'll give you a few more robes later, Sectum's Emperor, Dylan spoke without stopping. Finite, Professor Snape's wrist flicked. Expelliarmus, Dylan attacked again. Professor Snape reacted quickly, raising his hand and striking back. He didn't even chant another spell, instead unleashing several incantations in quick succession. He blocked Dylan's attack and then counterattacked. Multicast, huh? Dylan felt the whistling magic and dodged, simultaneously lashing out with his arm. Expelliarmus, X10. Swish, 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 Sectum's Emperor, X10. Swish, 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 a full 20 beams of magical light burst forth. 10 of them instantly vanished into thin air the moment they launched. Professor Snape froze for a moment, his deep pupils constricting, his thin lips parting unconsciously, a rare flicker of surprise crossing his face. Perhaps the shampoo and potion Dylan had given him were all gone. Professor Snape's hair was greasy again. Perhaps he simply refused to use commercially available Potter shampoo or the effort of making his own shampoo. As Dylan's attack flew, strands of his black hair were blown back against his forehead. Finite, impedimenta, Professor Snape cast spell after spell, blocking Dylan's spells and rapidly unleashing a barrage of spells from his wand. In the blink of an eye, the center of the platform was practically awash with a vast array of spells. However, Dylan possessed the ability to fire 10 spells simultaneously. Even though his control of some spells was inferior to Professor Snape's, the number of spells they cast was practically the same. Professor Snape could cast several spells simultaneously, while Dylan could cast a single spell 10 times simultaneously. Hey, magic power is free, just throw it out. Bang, curses surged as Dylan and Professor Snape engaged in a fierce clash. Finally, he unleashed 100 invisible blades in a single breath, nearly draining Snape of his mental strength. This prevented Professor Snape from completely neutralizing his spells. A flurry of sharp blades lashed out at Snape, causing him to leap over the platform with one foot, his shoe scraping against the edge, nearly knocking him off. Professor Snape, with a stern expression, waved his wand, instantly stabilizing himself. Dylan also paused his attack, his wand drooping as he gasped for breath. Neither of them attacked again. Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill yourself? Professor Snape's cold voice echoed. Dylan's head still ached, and he was speechless. He could only stare blankly at Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall hurried over, her face serious. How can you cast 100 spells at once? How do you do that? No, this isn't the time to ask that. I'm saying, you're going to get into trouble if you do that. Professor Snape pulled out a potion and gently waved his wand. The potion slowly floated before Dylan's eyes. Without even unscrewing the cap, the potion twisted slightly on its own, slipped out of the bottle, and flew to Dylan's lips. Dylan simply opened his mouth, and the bottle tilted slightly, pouring the potion into his mouth. After drinking the refreshing potion from Professor Snape, Dylan felt his nearly depleted mental strength recover significantly. Dylan shook his head gently. Hiss, it still hurt. Professor McGonagall frowned, approaching with concern. This is just a test, a private one. There's no need to completely deplete your magical powers. It will cause problems for your body, she emphasized. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of several achievement rewards, his mental and magical powers quickly recovered. When they were almost fully recovered, Dylan smiled at the professors. Don't worry, Professor. I know my limits. Your limits are as thin and weak as a slug's thread, Professor Snape said coldly. Dylan scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't possibly tell them about his own achievements, so he had to change the subject. Professor, it seems I won in the end, Professor Snape snorted, his face still etched with disdain. He said unhappily, yes, after nearly killing yourself, you certainly caught me off guard. Dylan chuckled. Looking at him, Professor Snape wanted to slap him on the head. No, I have to endure it. I'm Snape. After entering it again and again, Professor Snape's thin lips moved. If luck hadn't been on your side, you would have been overwhelmed by the backlash of your magic and collapsed unconscious. Next time, no one would have been able to save you, you fool, even when he was cursing. It was rare to hear him say so many words in one breath. Professor McGonagall blinked. Dylan didn't dare say a word, completely accepting Professor Snape's meticulous guidance. At the same time, Professor Snape paused in his scolding, his tone seeming to soften slightly, and he squeezed out a few words between his teeth. But you did beat me. You performed the duel test quite well. At this moment, Dumbledore's voice rang out, using spells continuously is indeed a dangerous thing. Each spell must be cast with precision, otherwise there may be problems. The old man also stepped onto the podium, accompanied by Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall is right. Your actions were very bold, but I also want to know how you were able to cast so many spells in succession just now. The old man's eyes fell on Dylan. That's a burst technique I developed, a few tricks. I tried to teach Harry and the others, but in the end, they couldn't seem to apply it. Speaking of Harry, Professor Snape's face darkened again. He glanced coldly at Dylan, his lips curled in a sneer. Why don't you keep this technique secret? And teach it to those clueless idiots? Even if you carved the method into their heads, they wouldn't learn it. Dylan gave an awkward smile, unable to respond, much less refute. After being interrupted by Professor Snape, old Dumbledore didn't seem to press Dylan's point, instead asking, "Are you feeling okay now?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Dylan had almost recovered from the reward for his achievement. Professor Snape then looked at him again. "Your research on the invisible strike seems to have reached a new level." Throughout the duel, both sides attempted to use legilimency on each other, constantly maintaining the use of occlumency. But now Dylan had unleashed 100 spells, nearly draining his mental energy. After the duel ended, Professor Snape didn't take advantage of the young wizard's vulnerability to attempt to invade his mind. Old Dumbledore paused, then curled his lips slightly in praise. "Your mastery and research of spells is truly eye-opening. It seems you possess an astonishing insight and capacity for expansion into many areas of magic." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Dylan always has many novel ideas, though some are quite dangerous. They do allow him to explore overlooked areas." "You're too kind." Dylan's lips twitched. "I really enjoyed this duel. I think you'd win the dueling tournament even if you entered it now." Professor Flitwick, standing beside old Dumbledore, said excitedly but regretfully, "But you know, they won't allow underage wizards to participate. It would be embarrassing for them if their records were broken." Professor Flitwick glanced at Snape as he spoke. Professor McGonagall said, "You did so well today that I almost don't think I need to tutor you after class." "That's certainly necessary, Professor," Dylan replied immediately. Dumbledore laughed, his eyes moist. "Oh, I haven't seen such a harmonious scene in ages. It's so touching to see a young wizard growing up under our guidance, and with such integrity. In fact, if you want, you can always come to me for tutoring." As Dumbledore finished speaking, the other four paused. The three professors looked at Dumbledore with a hint of surprise, as did Dylan. "Isn't that a bit too much trouble for you?" "No, how could it be? I'm just an old man with nothing better to do. Maybe I'll read some adult magazines now and then." "Excuse me. Shouldn't I say that in front of a child?" "Dylan, do you read magazines?" Professor McGonagall looked helpless. Dylan blinked and replied, "Yes, for example, Transfiguration Today." Professor McGonagall generously gave me a year's worth of it, but next year I'll have to order it myself. Professor McGonagall was even more frustrated. "Next year for your birthday, I'll also..." Before she could finish her sentence, Dylan grinned. "Just kidding, Professor. I've already made an appointment with a bookstore. For your birthday this year, I'll give you a big gift." Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Professor Flitwick, recovering from his excitement, coughed. "McGonagall, your birthday is probably around the same time as mine, isn't it?" He was clearly talking to Professor McGonagall, but his eyes were fixed on Dylan. Dylan smiled. "And you, Professor Flitwick?" "I won't forget your birthday." Since he'd already received a gift this year, his birthday had long since passed. Professor Snape snorted coldly and said nothing. Old Dumbledore then spoke. "I'm so happy to see you all getting along so well, but it's getting late. Teachers and students alike, it's time for bed." Dylan and the other three professors nodded. After saying their goodbyes, the professors let Dylan go first. Dylan didn't know if old Dumbledore wanted to talk to them about something, or if they needed to stay to restore the auditorium to its original state. It was getting late anyway, and in a blink of an eye, nearly 4 hours had passed. It was almost 2 in the morning. If Dylan hadn't shaken off a few waves of fatigue, and the duel just now had been quite intense, he would have collapsed by now. And after he left, Dumbledore looked at the 3 professors. "What do you think of this little fellow?" Professor Snape spoke first. "Didn't you ask all this yesterday morning?" "Obviously, he can't have mastered the unforgivable curses," old Dumbledore nodded. "But Quirrell said that when he was ambushed in the Forbidden Forest, that person was able to cast spells continuously." "You mean casting forbidden curses continuously?" "Others say 50. Even if he cast 10 forbidden curses in a row, the difficulty would be much higher than the sharpness he just cast. You should understand how difficult the unforgivable curses are to learn." Professor Snape glanced at old Dumbledore and said bluntly, "I really doubt if your head was broken by the stairs at Hogwarts." Dumbledore was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed. "We were just discussing, and this kid is really smart, isn't he? So where could he have learned the unforgivable curses?" Professor Snape asked directly. This question really stumped old Dumbledore, and he pondered silently. "Yes, there's almost no way he could learn it from anywhere." Professor Snape snorted coldly. "Because of your suspicion, you actually let me and my students accompany you until now. Didn't you say you wouldn't show up?" Dumbledore blinked. Professor McGonagall interrupted the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two. "The Ministry of Magic informed us that a new demon has appeared. Albus, you should have more information than us, right?" Old Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Yes, the man who recklessly used the unforgivable curse claimed to be called Carsus, also known as the Fool." He paused, his old brows slightly frowned. "What's strange is that although this fool killed a dark wizard in the street and let the Aurors who went to arrest him kill each other, none of the Aurors died in the end, they were only injured. Furthermore, during the summer break, the Ministry of Magic received several reports of individuals robbing dark wizards with brutal methods, often using the unforgivable curses." Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "You mean, the one robbing the dark wizards was that Carsus?" "I just think so," Professor Flitwick said. "Is it possible that Carsus was the one who attacked Quirrell and—" "You know who?" Dumbledore fell silent. "You understand, Hogwarts has always had a ward that does more than just prevent apparition." The 3 professors fell silent for a moment. Indeed, the wards at Hogwarts weren't simply designed to prevent wizards from apparating. If someone used dark magic to enter Hogwarts without permission, the wards wouldn't remain silent. Even Voldemort had to possess Quirrell to gain entry and remain hidden for so long. In fact, last school year, it was precisely because of the wards that most professors hadn't suspected a Dark Lord could have infiltrated the school. Professor Snape frowned. "Since that guy named Carsus attacked Quirrell, they are obviously not in the same group." Old Dumbledore nodded. "And the dark wizards who died in the secret passage have been identified by the Ministry of Magic." "They're all vicious criminals," Professor Flitwick muttered. "Those evil guys always like to resort to thieves." Old Dumbledore sighed slightly. "The sudden appearance of this person has caused panic in the English wizarding community." Professor Snape sneered. "So what? The Ministry of Magic is not there to eat and do nothing." "It's not our turn to take care of such things," Professor McGonagall agreed. "Yes, and it is even more impossible that this has anything to do with a child." Professor Snape glared at old Dumbledore. "Some people just have too many thoughts and want to test everything." Dumbledore touched his little pointed hat. "Severus, it's so sad that you say that to me." Professor Snape turned and left, his black robe fluttering in the air. "Well, I don't have time to play the emotional card with you here. I'm going back to bed." Professor Snape left, and only old Dumbledore and the other 2 were left. "I'm old and can't stand it anymore. So, please clean up this place." Old Dumbledore winked at Professor McGonagall and the others. "Okay, Headmaster." Chapter 131 Achievement, Enemies of Hogwarts. Cast 50 spells in a row. "Why are you back?" Dylan returned to his dorm, only to be surprised to find Harry and Ron sitting on their beds, stunned. Dylan blinked, and a silencing charm cast across the room, isolating Seamus and Neville. He then strode to his own bed, tapped his wand, cleaned himself, and slowly sat down. "Are you done with detention?" "So early?" Ron's eyes glazed over. "How is this early?" "We just got back." Harry looked at Dylan and asked, "Where were you?" "Were you in detention too?" Ron hurried over. Dylan shook his head slightly. "No, I was dueling with the professors." "What?" Ron glared. Luckily, Dylan's silencing charm kept Seamus and Neville from being disturbed. Harry looked at Dylan in surprise. Why would you duel with the professors? What awful mistake did you make? Ron followed suit. I can't imagine what you've done to force them to duel with you. He looked Dylan up and down. But I don't think anything will happen to you. Dylan rolled his eyes. You think I should get a black eye from the professors, don't you? Ron said matter-of-factly. Don't you? Dylan's mouth twitched. Maybe. This duel was the professor's assessment of me from last school year. They actually assessed you individually. Harry was stunned. And what was the result? Don't tell me you beat the professors, Ron demanded. Of course not. It was just a draw, and the professors deliberately held back on me. Dylan shook his head. Even his response shocked the two. Draw. Ron's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. I can't believe you dueled with the professors, and it ended in a draw. Harry's eyelashes fluttered. Yes, Dylan shrugged. Don't blink, or you'll catch a cold, he asked. What about you? Were you locked up in the Forbidden Forest like Malfoy for your detention this time? At this point, Ron immediately became depressed. No, I thought we'd be locked up in the Forbidden Forest. Harry, too, looked troubled. Yeah, but after dinner, Professor McGonagall told me Lockhart asked me to come over. You have no idea what I've been through in the last few hours. Is he signing Lockhart's book? Dylan suggested casually. Harry glared. How did you know? Dylan chuckled. Really? That fits exactly how I think of Lockhart. He's trying to get his signature. Harry shook his head, trying to erase the painful and torturous memory from his mind. Not only do I have to sign autographs for him, but I also have to write back to all his fans. Isn't he afraid my handwriting is too ugly and his fans will dislike him? Harry sighed. And then I have to listen to him talk about all his great achievements. It's too painful. I don't want detention anymore, Ron sighed. Compared to that, I feel like I just need to polish the Hogwarts trophy. Not bad, is that? He tried to raise his arm, but it felt limp. Not really. I can't even feel my arm. Dylan felt sympathy for the two, but that was all. They'd secretly driven their father's modified magic car into the school's Forbidden Forest, causing such a huge mess, but they weren't expelled because they were the destined protagonists. How could they kick the savior out so early? Even if there were many reasons, it was still true that they'd stayed up late playing around. They'd be punished anyway, so what else could they do? Dylan took off his shoes, took out the robe he'd spent 100 galleons on, and prepared for bed. Harry's voice suddenly rang out, come to think of it. I was signing for Lockhart when I saw something really strange. Ron turned. What was it? I heard a voice in his office. A very malicious voice, and it really made me uncomfortable, Harry replied. But I noticed Lockhart didn't seem to hear it. He was constantly boasting about his past. I don't know if he was just too lost in his own world. Dylan lay down on the bed, and Harry turned to look at him. What do you think about that voice? Dylan's eyelids were drooping as soon as he sank into bed. He didn't even bother to look at the reward he'd received for his fight with the professor, let alone answer Harry's question, even if he knew what it was. How can I possibly have an opinion based on your simple description? Go to sleep. I'm going to sleep too. Good night. Dylan closed his eyes, and before falling asleep, two things crossed his mind. I've been so busy I haven't had time to try to summon a Patronus. Next time, if I ask old Dumbledore or one of the professors for extra lessons, I might be able to get them to help me. Also, I wonder if my soul-snatching technique can be used with the souls of ordinary snakes to make me a parcel-tongue speaker like Harry. The voice Harry heard from Lockhart was clearly that of a basilisk, and basilisks are clearly not the same species as normal snakes. So, if he used soul-snatching to refine a snake's soul, say, a cobra, and thus master parcel-tongue, I wonder if he could communicate with a basilisk. After all, human society has various languages and dialects, not to mention basilisks and ordinary snakes. Dylan fell asleep while thinking this. Seeing Dylan's breathing gradually steady, Harry and Ron changed their clothes, daring not to make any noise, and quickly fell asleep in bed. Dylan, for once, stayed up early the next morning. After all, he'd expended too much mental and magical energy in last night's duel. Even with all the bonuses, he needed a good night's sleep to replenish his energy. After breakfast, Dylan leisurely went to the library to read. He checked the achievements he'd unlocked last night. Achievement, Enemy of Hogwarts. Description, you, the evil one, will eventually become an enemy of Hogwarts. Look, a professor has taken action against you. Requirement, Professor McGonagall has mobilized the power of the house to challenge you to duel. Achievement reward, Max level beginner spells +1, achievement, enemy of Hogwarts, II. Description: you, the Dark Lord, have incurred the wrath of the people. The professors at Hogwarts have challenged you to duel. Requirement: 3 professors have challenged you to duel. Achievement reward: ability, fast meditation. Achievement: defeat a real Hogwarts professor. Description: you've reached a terrifying level of skill. Even professors are no match for you. Requirement: defeat a real professor, excluding the defense against the dark arts professor. Achievement reward: spell burst x50. Aside from these 3 achievements, the other achievements offer only minor, insignificant boosts. For example, +100 galleons, or +1 spirit. And for these 3 achievements, which offer decent rewards, none of them offer any good descriptions. But Dylan was used to it. Even if he was portrayed as the ultimate evil, knowing he wasn't was enough. Maximum level beginner spells. Dylan closed his eyes, his mind expertly entering a chaotic world resembling the vast universe. A not-so-bright star hung overhead. With a thud, the star fell. Dylan opened his eyes again, finding himself holding his wand, and before him stood a noseless figure. With a flick of his wand, a spell pelted the figure. The next moment, the man's gloomy expression vanished, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably into a strange, exaggerated smile. His noseless face only became more distorted, his cheeks puffed out, his eyes narrowed into slits. His stiff body began to sway slightly, his head unconsciously swaying from side to side, his steps light and fluttery, and he would occasionally raise his hands, mumbling something incoherent but with a hum of pleasure. So weird, Dylan's mouth twitched. News: congratulations on obtaining the max level spell, Cheering Charm. Are you sure this spell is the Cheering Charm? Dylan had already come back to his senses. The noseless man had already vanished before his eyes. However, recalling his expression and movements after being cursed just now, Dylan still shuddered. Maybe it's because of the curse on a noseless person. Dylan excused himself, then looked at the second achievement reward. This trait, like the previously acquired spell burst x10 and pet ability control, is a personal ability. Quick meditation: sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state. Your mental energy will regenerate at a speed far exceeding that of an average person. After scanning the system panel for information, Dylan considered the effects of this trait to be only average, not exceptional, but it did have some uses. At crucial moments, it might even prove incredibly effective. For example, after an intense battle, he could simply find a safe spot, shield himself with a shadow ring, sit down on the ground, and begin meditating. With the help of some potions, once his mental energy had almost recovered, he could fight another 300 rounds. Overall, Dylan found it acceptable. When he set his sights on the third achievement reward, a hint of joy crossed his face. 50 spells in a row? Then I can instantly cast 50 Avada Kedavra spells. The Burning Slaughter spell only has a 4-meter radius, but if I cast 50 Kedavra spells in a row, I'm a domain. Dylan had previously activated the ability to cast 10 spells in a row. Combining this with the properties of his refined spells, Dylan discovered that, for example, Endless Agony, the Cruciatus curse, after 10 spells, Endless Agony would affect all 10 targets. Now that he's mastered 50 spells in a row, he can single-handedly control 50. While he could cast 10 spells in a row, casting them a few more times could still create the effect of 50. Like the 100 shadowless blades he cast on Professor Snape last night. That was the result of casting 10 shadowless blades in a row, using 10 bursts. However, this method of casting spells in a row had a significant drawback. Repeated use would rapidly deplete his mental energy. The 50-spell continuous strike allowed him to cast 50 spells at once, not only reducing spell casting time but also preventing excessive wear and tear on his mental energy while achieving the same output. This meant that, with limited mental energy, he could leverage a higher level feature compared to the 10-spell continuous strike, reducing consumption while casting the same number of spells, thus maintaining longer-lasting combat effectiveness. I've got the 50-spell continuous strike, so how could the 100 be far behind? Dylan planned to slip into his suitcase that night and experiment with his pets. Being able to take down 50 of them at once would significantly increase his rate of killing and completing his spell refinement tasks. Dylan's schedule grew increasingly busy, practically non-stop. Not only did he have classes to attend, but he also had to regularly read banned books and frequently return books to the library, borrowing new ones. Furthermore, He had to make some progress on his spell refinement tasks every day. After all, whether it was the killing curse, the Cruciatus curse, or many other dark arts, he required a certain number of spells to be cast. As he levels up, things will get even more outrageous. Meanwhile, he'll have to research whether he can create a commercially viable potion based on the black flowers that bloom from the spell. Even if it's not widely available, creating some specialized potions for his own use will be enough. And regarding the pet space suitcase, he'll also occasionally spend some galleons, unlocking more abilities while constantly modifying the space within. This means he'll have to constantly exchange letters with his parents, guiding them on how to proceed with a capital harvesting operation and urging them to stop indulging in daily pleasures and focus on earning him money. All this is already giving Dylan a headache, and Hagrid has been constantly harassing him lately. Hagrid keeps trying to get him into the Forbidden Forest late at night. Dylan can't refuse every time. He's worried that Hagrid, unable to see Norbita for a long time, will cause him trouble again. He's already busy enough, and he doesn't have time to deal with the explanation he'd have to face if Norbita's identity were exposed. So, he still has to deal with it occasionally. After all, bringing Norbita and Cole with them to meet Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest late at night meant they could eat and steal a lot of Hagrid's goodies. This, to some extent, alleviated Dylan's constant need to fetch food for Norbita's ever-growing appetite. At most, Dylan would give Hagrid the galleons and have him buy a large amount of food all at once, ensuring Norbita would have enough to eat for a while. Then, Dylan would periodically return to bring back the food and let Hagrid see the growing Charmander. And Dylan's visits to the Forbidden Forest weren't just about wandering through the woods with Hagrid. He was running low on unicorn blood, and he wanted to find the unicorn he'd rescued last time and ask for some more, but there had been no trace of it. This reassured Dylan that the unicorn must have escaped. He hadn't expected the unicorn to be so untrustworthy. It was just a matter of bleeding, wasn't he going to kill it? How stingy? Luckily, the unicorn was gone, and he still had a black shadow and a dragon. Dylan had recently wandered the Forbidden Forest and found several other magical creatures. Instead of killing them, he kept them in his pet space suitcase, slowly collecting their treasures. It must be said that while commerce in England was gradually developing, transactions were still subject to restrictions. Dylan didn't want to focus solely on cockroaches for research. He couldn't kill the hard-earned magical creatures with a single spell, they didn't reproduce as vigorously as cockroaches. Killing them outright would be a waste. Lately, however, Dylan had been limited to performing magical experiments on cockroaches or spiders. The black flowers, including those grown by the filthy blossoms, were too small to meet his current needs. He urgently needed larger creatures to replace the cockroaches, preferably in sufficient numbers. Dylan considered asking Hagrid to buy some for him, but that would have drawn unnecessary attention and trouble. Secondly, as mentioned earlier, offline business transactions across England were incredibly slow. This wasn't just the Muggle world, the Wizarding world, despite its magical presence, was even more sluggish. First, it was difficult to source the goods. Second, one had to be careful not to get shortchanged when buying and selling. Finally, even if one did buy the goods, just getting them delivered was a tedious and time-consuming process. Dylan was forced to consider whether to invest even more time and personally capture some eight-eyed giant beads from the Forbidden Forest. Those creatures were plentiful, and quite fertile. Thankfully, Lockhart got his hands on a decent number of Cornish pixies. I'll keep some for blood draw, and the rest for experimentation. Since the Cornish pixies weren't particularly powerful, they were essentially disposable subjects for Dylan's experiments, just like goblins and ghouls. After a series of studies, it was game over, and they eventually grew black flowers for him. So Dylan really wanted to get a three-headed dog or a troll. But these things were not easy to obtain. Oh, if only I had a suitcase in the first grade, I wouldn't have let such a perfect experimental subject go to waste like this, Dylan sighed. The troll in the first grade had been killed by him, and the three-headed dog was originally raised by Hagrid. Now that it was no longer needed to guard the Philosopher's Stone, it was taken away by Hagrid. He couldn't just ask Hagrid for his dog and then kill it. Wouldn't Hagrid go crazy? After thinking about it. Fortunately, there is a more perfect basilisk this year. Chapter 132 Their birthday gifts will make Professor McGonagall lose face in front of Professor Snape. But there's only one basilisk after all. It seems that after I expand my pet space a bit, I need to save up some money to create an ecological environment, then capture some acromatids and let them breed in my world, Only in this way can he obtain a steady supply of experimental subjects. With an ecological environment, I'll have a place to raise the magical creatures I capture. Even if ordinary magical creatures don't have the same reproductive capacity as necromantids, they can still reproduce. Dylan felt a surge of anticipation when he thought of his suitcase. Not only dragons and shadows, but also a group of adorable little spiders, as well as centaurs, unicorns, mermen, thestrals, and horned beasts. With so many magical creatures, constantly breeding and multiplying, his suitcase could be considered a true miniature world. The first ecological environment to unlock must be the forest. Deserts, grasslands, mountains, and so on can be put off for later. After all, the forest ecosystem is more complex. In addition to trees, it naturally also contains various flowers and plants, and even small water resources can be unlocked. Other ecological environments, whether deserts, grasslands, or mountains, even large lakes and even small oceans, are far too monotonous compared to forests. Of course, this monotony refers to their ability to simultaneously accommodate a wide variety of magical creatures. If only I could just move the forbidden forest here. If I ever become the headmaster of Hogwarts, I might actually be able to do it. Although Dylan was only in his second year, that didn't stop him from imagining a bright future. And Rod Scabbers. Once the Ministry of Magic has overturned Sirius's case, he could be used as a test subject for me. I shouldn't just kill those dark wizards who tried to attack me during the summer vacation. Thinking of this, Dylan couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, he would have had several adult wizards to test on. What a shame. Dylan raised his wand, and instantly, 50 beams of red light shot out. The next moment, 50 of the little cuties in the cockroach breeding ground he had encircled with his spell were struck by the Cruciatus curse in the blink of an eye. Message: congratulations on completing the Cruciatus curse refinement task. News: you've activated Cruciatus's new trait, Spreading Pain. Finally cast 10,000 Cruciatus spells. It was a laborious task, but thankfully, he had the ability to cast spells continuously. Actually, if you really wanted to calculate, using the Cruciatus curse on 10,000 creatures wasn't particularly troublesome. It was just that finding 10,000 creatures to cast the spell on took quite a bit of effort. As everyone knows, a cockroach nest can produce many children, and a single cockroach can produce several. So, the moment those young were born, they were practically slain by Dylan's Cruciatus curse and his invisible strike. Once the old cockroaches, which had spawned several waves, had slowed down their reproduction rate and their young had grown up, Dylan would dispatch the old ones, and the cycle would continue, constantly creating and utilizing resources. Sometimes I think the refinement tasks this system gives me are a bit exaggerated. How many wizards are there in all of England? I've only unlocked 3 refinement tasks from my Cruciatus curse, and it's already asking me to cast the spell on 10,000 souls. So what about the last refinement opportunity? Will it be 100,000? Even if I killed every wizard in England, it wouldn't be enough. Forget England, even if I brought in every wizard in Europe and killed them all, I doubt it would fill this hole. So, future refinement tasks will still rely heavily on the cockroach family. Oh, and the spider family too. Dylan looked at his new trait ability, Pain Spread. When you cast a Cruciatus curse, anyone struck by your Cruciatus curse will have their heart pain transmitted to 3 enemies within a 4-meter radius. For the next period of time, the unlucky 3 people around the unlucky person will feel the exquisite palpitations of their hearts together with them. Note: infected individuals cannot infect others a second time. Dylan raised an eyebrow at the ability description for this trait. This meant one of whose spells could be used as 4? Dylan had originally thought, based on the name of the ability, that the pain would spread endlessly, but he didn't expect it to only reach the 3 people around him. But that didn't matter. He still had another ability, Spell Explosion. If those who wanted to attack him were numerous and scattered, Dylan wouldn't be afraid, but rather excited. He simply raised his hand and unleashed 50 spells, each one infecting 3, instantly causing widespread damage. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of individual attacks, and even if others tried to attack him in groups, he wouldn't need to be afraid. As many as came, he'd take them down. I still have one last chance to activate the refinement ability for the Cruciatus curse, but this is only the 3rd task, and I already have to cast the spell on 10,000 creatures to complete it. I'll have to wait for the last one while I refine the other spells first. His current max level spell arsenal was quite impressive, even for an adult wizard. So, besides the Cruciatus curse, He had many other spells to add specializations to. Dylan glanced at his dashboard. Name, Dylan Hawkwood. Magic, blazing fire, happy spell, bewitching spell, soul stealer, expel the spirit, shadow mist, return of the dead, flock of birds, shadowless strike, legilimency, Cruciatus, soul stealer, resurrection of the corpse, parasitic possession, foul flower, bull knot, bat spirit curse, Avada Kedavra, grinning hula, occlumency, abilities, rapid meditation, spell burst x50, pet ability control, items, shadow ring, pet space suitcase, pregnancy candy, money. 564,781 galleons, 1,500,000 British pounds, pets, coal, black shadow, Norbita, Norwegian ridgeback. If I count carefully, I've mastered almost 20 spells at the maximum level. Dylan was quite satisfied with his current achievements. Besides the max level spells he'd acquired directly from achievements, Dylan had also mastered a few himself, bringing the total to 19. He'd already reached level 8, or even 9, with many other spells, just one step away from max level. Next, I can consider doing some more normal spell refinement tasks, especially the transfiguration. I've already reached level 9, I guess once I master the animagus, I'll be able to max out the transfiguration spell. There's also the flying charm and other offensive spells, but the unforgivable curses can't be left behind either. Whether it's Soul Reaper or Avada Kedavra, they all need to keep pace. Thinking of this, Dylan felt his headache again. Busy, too busy. Dylan was so busy he wished he could split every minute in half. I don't know if my Kedavra curse could evolve directly into the Avada Italian Kedavra canon through spell refinement, but judging by the way the Cruciatus curse is developing, I think it's possible. It was already late after he emerged from the suitcase. Dylan washed up and lay down on the bed. Professor McGonagall's birthday is coming up soon. I think it's October 4th. Professor Flitwick's birthday isn't far off. I think it's on the 17th of that month. He needed to prepare a birthday present in advance. October was less than a week away. Even if Dylan was busy, he wouldn't forget about it. But what should I give? It can't be too shabby, nor too good, or else it might just outshine the one I gave Professor Snape. God knows what that sundeer would do, but one thing was certain, Professor Snape might not be in his best interest for the entire semester. Until next January. Then Dylan would have to rack his brains to think of a better gift for Professor Snape. But that might just make Professor McGonagall and the others jealous. Being fair is such a skill. Why can't these professors understand my hard work and just tell me what they want? If the price is right, I'll pay for it. If it's too high, I'll just grit my teeth and throw it away. Dylan shook his head, planning to think about it tomorrow. He cuddled the now fully grown coal ball, curled up in his arms, still taking up a good bit of space, and drifted off to sleep. The next day was another busy day, but there were still opportunities for a break. Since it was a holiday and there were no after-school tutoring sessions with the professors, Dylan still had a lot of books waiting to be read, but it was still possible to find some free time to think about birthday gifts for the professors. Maybe I could give Professor McGonagall a handmade transfiguration research journal, ideally with some Quidditch elements. Dylan stroked his chin, pondering the feasibility of the gift. Of course, a handmade gift is one that's made simply with a wand in hand. As a wizard, magic is your own handiwork. After some intense thought, Dylan decided on Professor McGonagall's birthday present and also decided on what to give Professor Flitwick. Doesn't Professor Flitwick enjoy conducting music? Then I'll give him a magic music box. He can see the sheet music himself and use it as a music box for daily listening. There are a lot of songs I vaguely remember, and I can create them using magic. While it won't be completely complete, it's still a good demo. Dylan thought Professor Flitwick would appreciate this gift. Dylan didn't think either Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick would show off their gifts to Professor Snape. Therefore, he didn't need to worry too much about the quality of his gift being improved and sparking Professor Snape's jealousy. Professor Snape wasn't actually that stingy. Having made up his mind, Dylan set to work. And so, in the following time, Dylan attended classes, read, conducted experiments, secretly ventured into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, brewed potions regularly, sought answers from his professors whenever he encountered a problem, and even prepared birthday presents for both professors. Fortunately, both Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had postponed their after-school tutoring, giving Dylan more time to focus on other things. Hey, You still preparing presents for the professors? Hermione noticed Dylan in the corner of the Gryffindor common room and approached. Dylan nodded slightly. He was currently working on a transfiguration notebook for Professor McGonagall. It was a simple one, but he wanted Professor McGonagall to open it and reveal a miniature Quidditch pitch. Professor McGonagall could even use transfiguration spells to simulate a Quidditch match. Very detailed. Thank you for the compliment, Hermione smiled, cradling several heavy spellbooks and sitting down next to Dylan. The puzzle map of the wizarding world you gave me is really interesting. I've already put it together. Dylan paused briefly at Hermione's words and glanced back at her. Finished it so quickly? That puzzle is quite complex. Hermione was referring to the birthday present Dylan had given her not long ago. It just so happened that Hermione's birthday was in September, and school had already started, so Dylan could give the gift in person, rather than having to mail it like Harry had to. I haven't been reading much lately. I've been working on that puzzle. Hermione's eyes sparkled, and perhaps because of the heat, her cheeks flushed slightly. Every time I put together that map, it creates a three-dimensional wonder. It also explains many places in the wizarding world. It's more memorable than just reading a book. I thought you might be interested. I'm glad you like it. Hermione's lips curled slightly. Ron's been really bummed lately because you didn't get him a birthday present. Dylan shrugged, returning his attention to the notebook in front of him. There's nothing we can do about it. We just met then and I didn't know his birthday. Later, when we got to know each other, I asked around about your birthdays, but I didn't expect his birthday was already in March, and he didn't tell me. Dylan snorted. I was thinking maybe he didn't consider me a friend and didn't want to tell me his birthday. Hermione's smile didn't diminish as she gently stroked the edge of the page. You're right. If he had told us his birthday in advance, wouldn't we all be able to give him gifts? At this point, Hermione paused, and then suddenly said, let's not talk about him. Dylan, your birthday is also in March, right? Dylan nodded. Yes, March 18th, a month later than Ron's. Hermione pressed on. Why didn't you tell me your birthday on that day? Dylan shook his head indifferently. On my birthday, I gave my mother a gift. As for me, I don't think it matters whether I have a birthday or not. He was already several dozen years old in his past and present lives, and he really didn't think there was anything to celebrate on his birthday. Hermione paused and pursed her lips. This is the anniversary of your coming into this world. I should treat it well. At least I have to give you a gift to express my feelings. I mean ours. Dylan blinked, and the magic power revealed by the tip of the wand carefully wandered on the notebook. I appreciate your kindness, then I look forward to what gift you will give me next year. Although Dylan didn't look at Hermione at all, Hermione's eyes couldn't help but flash a light, and her tone rose slightly. Don't worry, I can start preparing a gift for you now. Dylan was amused. It's only October now, and there are still 5 months to go before my birthday. Why don't you think about what to get me for Christmas? Hermione was slightly stunned, blinked her eyelashes twice, but nodded seriously. Okay, I'll think about it. At this time, the light at the tip of Dylan's wand flashed, and then slowly went out. Dylan's face lit up, and he straightened up. Finally, Hermione looked over curiously. Dylan's transfiguration notebook, its cover made of soft, dark brown leather, open to the first page, the one Dylan was currently holding. On it, a Quidditch pitch was outlined in golden ink. The wooden stands were neatly arranged, resembling the real thing. The fluttering banners bore the emblems of the different houses. The golden snitch, the bludger, and the 3 Quidditch goals all came to life. Dylan flicked his wand, casting a transfiguration spell. With a flash of light, the previously still Quidditch pitch seemed to come alive. Players on their brooms darted across the field, chasing the snitch's path. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. This ability is somewhat similar to the map you gave me. Dylan didn't deny it. Although I bought the puzzle map, I also modified it slightly with a spell. Well, tomorrow is Professor McGonagall's birthday. I'm glad I have today off, otherwise I might not be able to make it. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. This notebook may seem simple to create, but he's added subtle charms to nearly every page, ensuring Professor McGonagall is constantly surprised by the pages. It's definitely a huge undertaking. Especially the Quidditch pitch. Dylan even found a Quidditch pitch map and drew each stroke himself with his wand. In a way, he could even call it his own drawing. I have also prepared a gift for Professor McGonagall, but compared to yours, mine is much simpler. Hermione held a pile of books with a complicated expression. I don't know if Professor McGonagall will dislike it. How could that be? A gift is a token of thought, as the saying goes. A small gift is worth a lot of thought. No matter how big or small the gift is, Professor McGonagall will definitely be very happy. Dylan looked at Hermione in surprise. And if your gift is too valuable, Professor McGonagall might refuse to accept it. Hermione thought about it and felt that what Dylan said made sense, so she nodded. I guess Ron and Harry must not have prepared any gifts for Professor McGonagall. Dylan smiled. Then you can. I guessed wrong. Not only did they prepare something, but they also made it entirely by hand, just like me. Hermione blinked and asked curiously, really? Why haven't I heard them mention it before? Do you know what gift they're giving Professor McGonagall? Dylan smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Harry's giving Professor McGonagall a troll doll that he transformed, and Ron's a three-headed dog. Hermione was stunned, her eyes widening. Dolls? Transformed by them? Are you sure their transfiguration spells can support them doing that? Even if they can, why is one a three-headed dog and the other a troll? It doesn't seem like a good implication. Dylan laughed out loud. That implication is indeed a bit bad. I did try to persuade them, but unfortunately they want to transform other dolls too. But they haven't seen anything before. The three-headed dog and the troll are the rare creatures they've seen that are relatively powerful, and the transformation requirements are not too high. Hermione was even more puzzled. If it's about strength, Arnold. I mean beta, even if it's Cole, wouldn't it be fine? Dylan shrugged. If it's beta, how are they going to explain they've seen it? As for Cole, have you forgotten Professor McGonagall's animagus? Hermione said, but Cole is a black shadow, not a house cat. Even if I had to describe it, it would be a lynx. Dylan shrugged again. Anyway, that's what Ron and the others think. I can't do anything about it. Let them give it if they want. Hermione slapped her forehead. I have a feeling their gift will embarrass Professor McGonagall in front of Professor Snape. He'll definitely laugh at Professor McGonagall. No way. Ron's voice suddenly rang out. Then, he appeared beside Dylan and Hermione. Harry also walked over. Seeing the two people coming, Dylan raised his eyebrows. Is Quidditch training over? Harry nodded lightly. Would let us go early today. Ron interrupted. In order to make that three-headed dog model doll, I feel that my proficiency in transfiguration spells has improved to a new level. Professor McGonagall will definitely notice it, and she will definitely like my gift, and I will definitely not be laughed at by Professor Snape. Harry obviously also had this idea. Although the troll is ugly, it is not that easy to change into. And I don't just turn into a troll, I turn it into the scene of Dylan attacking the troll, not just a troll doll. Hermione was a little surprised. This kind of transformation is quite difficult, isn't it? And you have to maintain it constantly. Are you sure you won't give it away and then have the model sit in Professor McGonagall's office for a while and turn into a puddle of mud again? Ron curled his lips. We're using stone, not mud, Harry chuckled. I don't think so. Ron and I are pretty good at transfiguration right now. Seeing the two of them seeming to have an inexplicable confidence and determination, Hermione pursed her lips. Then I wish you good luck. Dylan, standing by, put away the transfiguration notebook he had made for Professor McGonagall, raised an eyebrow at Hermione, and shrugged. See? You can't persuade a young man to be so determined, so just respect his fate. The group left the common room and headed to the dining hall for dinner. Today was Saturday, Professor McGonagall's birthday was tomorrow, Sunday. After dinner, Harry and the others, presumably still not quite finished with their dolls, hurried back to their dorms to tinker with transfiguration spells. Dylan went to the library with Hermione, returned several banned books, and borrowed a few new ones. Perhaps it was because he'd been coming so often in just the past month, almost every other week, that Madame Pants seemed to be looking at him with a strange look. Fortunately, she seemed quite respectful of protocol and never asked Dylan any questions. But Dylan was afraid she'd tell the other professors, so he'd even offer a few explanations whenever he borrowed a book. For example, Madame Pants, I'm here to return a book. Madame Pants looked at him, her eyes calm and her gesture elegant. He placed Lockhart's signature slip before her, and Madame Pants verified its authenticity. Dylan took the opportunity to say, the books here don't seem very interesting, but Professor Lockhart insists that I study a few so he can tutor me. Do you have any recommendations? Madame Pants raised her eyes and said, you can refuse. Reading too many books here can affect your mind. Dylan seemed rather helpless. I know that. But Professor Lockhart, you know him. If he insists, I can't refuse. Madame Pants frowned slightly. Do you want me to tell Professor Dumbledore for you? Dylan's face showed a hint of gratitude, but he shook his head. Thank you, but no need. The other professors have no objection to my studying this part, so I'll continue. Madam Pants nodded gently. In that case, then, go in and put the books away. Dylan smiled. Yes, Mom, thank you for your kindness. He also walked gracefully into the restricted section, then turned back, winked at Hermione, and went deeper. Hermione didn't follow him in. Partly because she didn't want to tear up the name she had signed in the queue and give it to someone else. Partly because she wasn't particularly interested in banned books. The professors said that the contents of the forbidden books were filled with evil rituals and dark magic. Repeated use could warp one's mind, and even more so, a single careless use could turn one into something hideous. Those dark wizards were all quite ugly. Hermione didn't want to be like them. Chapter 133, What Are You Afraid of? Salazar Slytherin didn't put himself in the Chamber of Secrets. Finally, the gift is delivered, October 4th. Dylan walked out of Professor McGonagall's office and breathed a sigh of relief. He came to Professor McGonagall for extra lessons today, and he also delivered Professor McGonagall's birthday present. Professor McGonagall seemed very happy, and she liked the gift he made with her own hands very much. She couldn't say that she couldn't put it down, but she loved it very much. Seeing Professor McGonagall's appearance, Dylan was also very happy. He left in a hurry and prepared to have dinner. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant and sat down next to Neville, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick walked in together and went straight to the teacher's seat. As soon as the two of them entered the hall, Professor Snape, with a stern face and a black robe fluttering behind him, also stepped onto the teacher's seat. After Professor Flitwick sat down, he couldn't help but ask Professor McGonagall, "You seem to be in a good mood today. It's your turn to tutor that little guy in the afternoon, right?" The fine lines at the corners of Professor McGonagall's eyes revealed her mood at the moment. She nodded to Professor Flitwick implicitly. "Yes, after class, he gave me a notebook. There's a small Quidditch game on it. I didn't expect that. In addition to this, he also gave me a lot of shampoo. I feel like I can use it almost until next summer vacation." Professor Flitwick chuckled. "He made the notebook himself, right? This little guy always has a lot of creative ideas. Playing Quidditch in a notebook? It must be very troublesome to make this thing." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. "I've studied it. There's a whole 64 transfiguration spells on just one page." Really thoughtful. Thinking of Dylan's gift, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but smile. "I can cast a transfiguration spell myself to control a team member to scramble for the golden snitch. I love this gift." Professor Flitwick, also looking eagerly at him, said with a touch of restraint, "I wonder what this little fellow will give me. I'd say it's just a casual birthday, but this gift is such a waste of time. Don't let it interfere with his studies." At this moment, Professor Snape sat down and swung his hands back. His robes rustled and fell flat behind him. He picked up his knife and fork and snorted, "HMPH, flashy." Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick turned to look at him, noticing that his hair wasn't as greasy as it had been the past 2 days, but had become much fresher. They silently averted their gazes. "I think Dylan's gift for you will be pretty good, too." "I think so, but I don't know if there's any shampoo. My hair's been getting really oily lately. I guess it's because I've been teaching that little guy too much. I might as well extend the time between after-school tutoring sessions." Professor Snape. Old Dumbledore also heard the three professors' voices and chuckled. "Oh, it's great to be young." Meanwhile, Neville, sitting in the Gryffindor seat, nudged Dylan with his elbow. "What's wrong?" Dylan scooped up a spoonful of milky mushroom soup, took a sip, and turned to look at the fat boy. "Why do I feel like the professors are looking at you again?" Neville lowered his voice. Dylan glanced at the teacher's table, but didn't see any professor paying attention. He blinked and shook his head. "You must be mistaken. Eat quickly. Afterwards, I have to go back and prepare Professor Flitwick's birthday present. That music box is a tough one to make." Dylan silently went back to his meal. He was speaking the truth. The music box he wanted to give Professor Flitwick required him to carefully recall the music from his past life. Recording it magically would be a monumental undertaking. Neville blinked, nodded, and began to eat his meal. But soon, he noticed Professor Snape sitting in the teacher's chair, suddenly glaring in his direction. Did Dylan offend the professor again? Neville didn't dare ask, so he just lowered his head and ate his meal like Dylan. Time flew by, and another half-month had passed. Dylan had successfully crafted Professor Flitwick's birthday present and delivered it. Professor Flitwick was equally delighted. However, throughout October, Dylan had felt like Professor Snape had been unpleasant to him. Since Professor Snape's expressions were usually similar, Dylan didn't take it seriously. Watching the steady rain fall outside the window, Dylan leisurely cradled a cold Cruciatus, flipping through a book on the sofa near the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. Dylan was enjoying this relaxing time. However, when Hermione and the others arrived, Dylan's peace was broken. "Dylan, have you heard?" Ron, blushing, sat on the sofa to Dylan's right and lowered his voice. "Nearly Headless Nick is having a 500th anniversary Death Day party. It's the 500th anniversary, so memorable, and we're just in time for it. Death Day party, 500th anniversary." Dylan leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of the Earl Grey tea in his hand. The rich tea aroma instantly spread in his mouth, mixed with a faint aroma of bergamot, and the warmth spread across his tongue. It was almost November, and because it had rained for several days in a row, the weather had actually started to get colder. Hermione sat down on the sofa across from him and nodded excitedly. "That's right. This is a ghost party. I doubt many living people have ever attended. Do you want to come with us?" Dylan pulled his feather bookmark from between the pages of the book and gently inserted it into the page he was looking at. He then closed the ancient book, leaned back, and shook his head slowly. "I don't really want to be huddled with a bunch of ghosts and listen to them tell those old, cliched death stories. It's a bit unlucky." "Unlucky?" Hermione was stunned. "Yes, and guess why there are never many living people attending that party?" Dylan nodded. Harry and the other two looked at each other. "Since you don't want to go, then forget it. Just read your book." Hermione stood up. Dylan nodded. Harry and Ron wanted to say something, but they also knew that Dylan was a man of his own ideas, and once he made a decision, it was almost impossible to change it. Regretfully, they stood up and left with Hermione. After the others left, Dylan didn't continue reading. Meanwhile, outside the window, a fierce wind, accompanied by a torrential downpour, lashed the windows, sending large raindrops clattering down with a clattering sound. The sky was dark, its clouds thick and heavy. Dylan, however, hunched over the sofa. The orange flames in the fireplace danced, radiating a constant warmth that warmed him and dispelled the chill from outside. He clutched a briquettes of coal to his chest, which curled into a ball, snoring intermittently. Dylan closed his eyes slightly, sleepiness suddenly rising. "Perhaps the view reflected in that mirror is indeed my greatest wish. Why must life be so hard? I might as well live a comfortable life." As he squinted, Dylan's eyelids grew heavier. Both he and his pet began to breathe evenly. Then, quack, quack, a walnut-sized metal ball thudded to the ground, followed by a deafening roar that echoed throughout the lounge, the shrill sound like a million frogs croaking simultaneously. A sudden, loud noise shattered the silence, jolting Dylan from his half-sleep. He looked up to see Percy, his face flushed with anger, berating Fred and George not far away. "Will you two just shut up? It's already this late, and you're still messing around with this mess. When will you ever get back to studying?" The twins lowered their heads, still trying to argue quietly. "But this frog-croaking egg is really interesting. If we put it in a store, I think it would be a huge hit." "You're still going to talk back?" Percy's voice grew even louder, irritated by the two. "Who would buy this useless stuff?" Dylan, completely awakened, slowly sat up. The twins and Percy noticed the slight irritation on Dylan's face. The three brothers, who were about to argue, faltered like a machine with its batteries disconnected. Dylan, why did you fall asleep in the lounge? We didn't disturb you, did we?" the twins stuttered. Percy's mouth twitched as he thought of the ghouls who had occasionally disrupted their home late at night, disturbing the peace. After being lectured by Dylan, they had become quite obedient. "Sorry, they're messing with their prank props again. I've already scolded them," the twins nodded repeatedly. Yes, Percy scolded us. We fully accept his criticism." Dylan glanced at the three of them. "That's not what you two said just now, but the Gryffindor common room wasn't like the other three houses. It was the Sorting Hat that had put him there." Dylan was a little annoyed by the sudden wake-up call, but ultimately, the two of them probably hadn't meant it. Although Fred wanted to try out the frog-croaking eggs, we didn't expect it to be so loud. "I'll go back and tweak the details with him." "Dylan, it seems like it's time to teach these two a lesson." Taking a deep breath, Dylan stood up from the sofa, holding Cole, who had also woken up with a startle. After putting the ancient tome into his space, he walked past the three Weasley brothers, his dejected expression etched on his face. "You guys continue," Dylan muttered, heading towards his dorm. The twins didn't dare say another word. Besides their mother and Percy, they were also afraid of Dylan, who, despite being 2 years younger than them, seemed more mature than an adult. Percy couldn't continue scolding his brothers. He glared at them and told them to go back, warning them not to tinker with these gadgets anymore. At least, don't disturb others. The brothers naturally agreed. Whether it was a genuine response or not. A few more days of classes passed. In class, Professor Snape was still quite harsh on the Gryffindor students. Everyone had assumed he'd give Dylan a break. After all, he'd been doing that for the second half of last semester. But lately, no one knew what was wrong with Professor Snape. He always found fault with him, even Dylan. In Transfiguration and Charms, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall occasionally gave Gryffindor some extra points. This made the Gryffindor Lions wonder if Malfoy had regained Professor Snape's favor, leading to Dylan's fall from grace. Of course, for these Gryffindor Lions, suspicion was fact. Having determined that Dylan had fallen out of favor, they tried every possible means to restore him to Professor Snape's good graces. This would at least reduce Gryffindor's point deductions and prevent the other three houses from closing in on him. However, their actions failed to help Dylan regain his standing in Professor Snape's favor. Instead, they made Professor Snape think these fools had become even more foolish recently. They were constantly doing inexplicable things. Ultimately, Gryffindor's points were even more severely deducted. The Lions became obedient. Dylan paid no attention to this. He was so busy every day he could barely be seen, and the other Gryffindors were so unfamiliar with him they barely even spoke to each other. Naturally, Dylan wasn't aware of the efforts they'd made for him, for example, the nearly 40 or 50 points deducted from Gryffindor. He simply felt that Gryffindor's point deductions had been a bit too frequent recently. But he wasn't concerned at all about the house rankings. Besides the things he'd already been busy with, Dylan had been debating these past few days, should he capture the basilisk alive, or wait for it to die and bring the body back? Tom should have reappeared by now, thanks to Notebook, right? Dylan's eyes flickered with a smile. Just wait a little longer, and then it'll be time to close the loop. A Horcrux, a soul. It was the perfect experiment. Horcruxes are indestructible, souls are immortal. Could there be a more perfect subject? The only pity was that souls were just souls, without bodies. Halloween. It was the first time Dylan had fully experienced the atmosphere of the Wancheng banquet. After all, last year, Quirrell's disruption forced the dinner to be abruptly cancelled. He didn't even get to try the various pumpkin treats made specifically for Halloween. This time, he savored coffee brewed from slightly bitter beans while nibbling on various pumpkin pastries. Most of them were a bit too sweet, but the coffee diluted the cloying taste. With that balance, it was a rather pleasant combination. Overhead, several giant black bats fluttered their wings, darting back and forth. But a closer look revealed they were only model bats. Countless pumpkin lanterns swirled from the ceiling, their glow intertwining with the flickering candlelight on the dining table. This combined with the terrifying decorations on the surrounding walls, like skulls that suddenly let out strange cries and slowly writhing ghost portraits. In the central open space, a skeleton band and countless ghosts played music. This Halloween dinner seemed far grander than last year's. Each long table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, especially the golden roast turkey. The crust was crispy, the gravy flowing. There was also steaming pumpkin pie. These two were a must-have for every table, and there were so many of them, there were several servings within a short distance. Dylan ate his turkey leg while listening to Neville's nagging. Look at that Lockhart. Ever since he pissed off Professor Sprout last time, almost no professor has ever greeted him. He's trying to greet the other professors now, but look, no one's paying any attention. Dylan slowly shaved the meat off the turkey leg with a knife, then nodded and agreed. After a while, everyone can tell what a person is like. At that moment, Lockhart was wearing a bright pink satin robe, so dazzling that even a Thestral 100 meters away would be blinded by it. The robe was embroidered with intricate golden patterns, phoenixes flapping their wings, and dragons snaking and circling. Every thread shimmered brightly under the light. He flashed a smile as he wandered between the various teachers. However, the teachers around him merely nodded politely, forced a perfunctory smile, and then returned to chatting with their professors. Even Professor Trelawney, always the outcast, joined in the conversation, no one bothering to even glance at Lockhart. 2 months into the semester, this guy had barely accomplished a single thing, instead causing numerous mishaps that ultimately left the other professors to clean up after him. Most professors were top wizards in their fields, and they could easily see through someone so incompetent. However, Lockhart's reputation was there. Although he had caused chaos at Hogwarts during his first days, he had become more restrained recently. Despite a certain arrogance, he hadn't made any major mistakes. Therefore, no one dared to directly question his abilities. After all, he was the author of so many books. If the stories in the books were true, perhaps Lockhart had some abilities they hadn't discovered? I don't think Harry and the others will have much to eat at the Death Day party, right? Should we take some food back? Neville complained to Lockhart for a long time before turning to Dylan. The Death Day party and Halloween dinner were on the same day, so Harry and the others were gathering with a group of ghosts and weren't here. And a gathering of ghosts, what could there be to eat? Do ghosts need food? Obviously not. And those ghosts wouldn't have prepared a particularly sumptuous meal just for Harry and the others. They might not even have any food at all. This was one of the reasons Dylan had declined Hermione and the others' invitation. He hadn't fully experienced the Halloween atmosphere at Hogwarts last year, so he certainly couldn't miss it this year. Besides, he had other things to do soon, so it wouldn't be too late to go back then. For now, of course, the time was to enjoy the delicious food only made for Halloween. Just pack them some snacks. Dylan transformed an empty bowl into a box and placed a few pieces of fluffy pumpkin pie, pumpkin crisps, pumpkin cakes, pumpkin tarts, pumpkin sticky rice cakes. As for meat or drinks, he left them alone. Whether it was grilled meat or chicken legs, they would get cold after a while, and even if they were reheated with magic, they would become unpalatable. Drinks were easy to spill, so one person thought it would be enough to bring them some dry food. Until the Halloween dinner was over. Everyone was very happy, except for Lockhart. But he was also a character. Even though he was not liked by other professors, he still had a smile on his face throughout the whole thing. It was as if he didn't care about the attitude of other professors towards him at all. Dylan didn't care about him so much. He packed up the things and carried them in his hands. After Old Man Dumbledore announced the end of the dinner and asked everyone to go back to their dormitories, he slowly stood up and walked along the road with Neville, at a steady pace. Until the two of them came to a corridor. There was a lot of noise in front. And a group of people were crowded together. Led by a group of Gryffindors, Dylan easily squeezed to the front with Neville. Harry, Ron, and the other two were there. Dylan looked at the wall in front of him. Between the two windows in the corridor, above the torch stand, 2 lines of dark red blood were scribbled in crooked lines. The Chamber of Secrets opened, enemy of the air, beware. In the flickering light of the torches, the blood seemed to be seeping slowly downwards. Closer, one could almost smell the rusty smell. A puddle of water gathered on the ground. Neville shuddered. What is this? He involuntarily stepped back, hiding himself behind Dylan, and craned his neck to peer forward, revealing only his head. Oh my God. It's Mrs. Norris. Neville's eyes widened as he saw her body, frozen in mid-air beneath the torch stand. Mrs. Norris's body was petrified, her eyes wide open and blank, her hair standing on end, her limbs stretched straight out, a terrifying sight. The students around him were whispering among themselves, many with expressions of fear and unease. Dylan blinked as he studied the petrified Mrs. Norris. Basilisk venom is an extremely potent poison, one of the few capable of destroying Horcruxes. It's definitely of immense research value, or we should capture it alive. Old Dumbledore is always being distracted, leaving Harry alone to face danger. And with Malfoy's father taking action this time, he can't still be watching over this place, right? Dylan pondered as the Slytherin men approached. Taking in the situation, Malfoy's eyes lit up, as if realizing something, his cheeks flushed. Even though Dylan was there, he glanced at Hermione and the others, his lips curling up in an undisguised, malicious grin. The heir of Slytherin is here. Did you see what happened to that guy? It's your turn next. Mudblood. Did this mean he was being implicated as well? Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing over lightly. Malfoy's arrogant demeanor suddenly froze. How could this guy never learn his lesson? He only remembers the food but not the beatings, right? Malfoy, that kid, was simply distorted by his father. If old Malfoy hadn't been constantly pestering Draco, this kid wouldn't have been very upright, having grown up under the red flag. At least he would have known how valuable it is to learn to shut up sometimes. Perhaps shutting up is something some people have to spend their entire lives learning. Dylan didn't attack Malfoy directly at this moment. After all, there were so many people around, and he was standing right here. If Malfoy were to learn the same lesson as last time, the people around him would suffer. Besides, Old Man Dumbledore and the others had probably received the news and were rushing over with the professors, so Dylan naturally wouldn't use any curses on Malfoy just yet. What surprised him, however, was that Hermione didn't seem overly angry after hearing Malfoy's words. She simply looked up and said lightly, "Hasn't you, the spitting prince, brought shame to Slytherin yet? Perhaps the heir should deal with you first? After all, a mudblood wouldn't bring such disgrace to their own house." "You?" Malfoy glared. Goyle and Crabbe, standing beside him, silently lowered their heads under the gaze of the crowd around them and quietly stepped back. Suddenly, Malfoy was the only one standing at the front, with several houses staring at him. Malfoy's face flushed brighter than a monkey's bottom. His cheeks furrowed, and he made a crackling sound, as if he was almost biting his teeth. Dylan glanced at Hermione in surprise, but then a hint of relief came into his eyes. This little girl had really learned most of his curse skills. Faced with insults, she not only ignored the harsh words, but even took the initiative to tease herself, using a single tactic to turn a powerful attack, completely crushing the opponent. Not bad, not bad. It seems this little girl has been practicing with others. Dylan glanced at the smirking Harry and Ron. As for who Hermione usually practiced with, that was unknown. "My cat." What happened to Mrs. Norris? Suddenly, Filch screamed in shock. He stumbled into the crowd, and upon seeing Mrs. Norris, completely petrified, his expression collapsed, and he clawed at his face. Then, he saw Harry and the other two closest to his cat. His eyes bulged, and he roared, "I know. It's you. You hold a grudge against me, and you killed my cat. I didn't put you in detention. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Filch roared at the top of his lungs, spit flying everywhere. Dylan's ears were stinging from his screams. He flicked his wand, cheering charm. A gentle blue light emanated from the tip of his wand, enveloping Filch. His ferocious, flailing arms, his movements, about to stagger towards Harry, faltered. His expression softened, as if a fond memory had come to him. Filch was a complete squid, offering no resistance to Dylan's spell. Just then, another flurry of footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Professor Dumbledore walked in front, followed by Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and a group of other teachers. As they approached, Professor McGonagall frowned at Dylan, whose wand was still in her hand. "Dylan, how dare you cast a spell on Caretaker Filch?" "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I just wanted to calm Mr. Filch down." Dylan twisted his wand slightly, retracting the spell. Filch glared at Dylan, but his anger faded. Professor McGonagall didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, she and the other professors looked at the bloody words on the wall, their expressions growing serious. "Dylan means well, Argus. You should calm down a bit." Dumbledore stepped forward and plucked Mrs. Norris, who had become petrified and practically solid, from midair. Dylan warned, "Professor Dumbledore, I think Mrs. Norris is petrified. Professor Snape told me that Mandrake can be made into a restorative potion specifically for this type of petrification." Hearing that Mrs. Norris seemed to be salvageable, Filch was startled and quickly glanced at Dylan. "Are you telling the truth?" Dylan replied. "Do you think Professor Snape's words are false?" Professor Snape glanced at Dylan and remained silent. Filch, however, became excited. "How do I brew this potion?" Dylan reached into his pocket and said, "I happened to brew this potion a while ago for practice." A bottle of Mandrake potion appeared in his hand. Filch's eyes sparkled, but with Dumbledore beside him, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Severus, do you think this potion will work?" Professor Snape glanced coldly at the Mandrake potion in Dylan's hand. "It's of decent quality. It's just a cat, more than enough." Dumbledore nodded, then looked at Dylan. "Could you please rescue Mrs. Norris?" Like Filch. She's a member of Hogwarts, Dylan naturally wouldn't refuse. "I'm happy to help." Professor Sprout stared blankly at the potion in Dylan's hand. "Mandrake is very dangerous. When did you?" "Some of my inventory, processed and given to him," Professor Snape said coldly. Dylan blinked and nodded. "Yes, Professor Snape gave it to me." "All right." Dylan stepped forward and slowly poured the Mandrake recovery potion into Mrs. Norris's slightly open mouth. As soon as the potion entered her mouth, Mrs. Norris reacted, her stiff body trembling slightly. Soon, her fur began to soften, and her eyes gradually brightened, until she was completely free of her petrification. Then, she jumped from Dumbledore's hands and threw herself into Filch's arms. Filch was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. "You're alive. You're alive." Old Dumbledore narrowed his eyes at the sight. "Argus, you have Dylan to thank." Recovering from his composure, Filch shifted his usual sullen demeanor and turned to Dylan with gratitude, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, thank you." Dylan shook his head gently. "It's within my ability. Come with me first, Argus, and the three of you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Seeing Mrs. Norris break free from her petrification, Dumbledore glanced at Dylan, nodded slightly, and led the teachers away. Lockhart quickly raised his hand and said, "Headmaster, why don't you go to my office? I mean, it's upstairs, very close, then let's go." "Thank you, Gilderoy." Lockhart's eyes widened, a smile on his face. He walked ahead, leading the way. Dumbledore, Filch, and Professor Snape followed. They waited until the professors had left. The students present immediately burst into conversation, whispering among themselves. "I can't believe the Chamber of Secrets actually exists. I thought it was just a legend. Doesn't that mean that monster is real, too? Oh my goodness, Merlin. Oh my god, how could someone even say something like Merlin?" Dylan glanced at the student. Neville, standing next to Dylan, groaned and quickly grabbed Dylan's arm to prevent himself from falling. "This is terrifying. The heir has appeared, and that terrifying thing has been released. Will we be eliminated too?" It had been a long time since Neville met Dylan. Dean couldn't help but squeeze over and ask out of the blue, "What is that thing you are talking about? And what about the Chamber of Secrets and the heir? Why is it related to legends?" Seamus frowned and explained to his friend, "That's a very ancient legend, the story of the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. You should know who founded Hogwarts, right?" Dean tilted his head. "Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin. Of course I know that." Seamus nodded. "Yes, those four people, but they had a big disagreement about how to recruit students. Salazar Slytherin firmly believed that not everyone who entered Hogwarts to study magic deserved this honor. Only those with pure wizard blood were the orthodox inheritors of the magical world." Having said that, Seamus glanced at the Slytherins. Rumor has it that Salazar Slytherin, during the construction of the castle, secretly crafted a Chamber of Secrets. One day, his true heir will arrive at Hogwarts, unlock it, and unleash a terrifying and ferocious monster. The heir will control the monster and carry out a so-called cleansing of Hogwarts, killing all Muggle-born students. They believe those despised as mugwumps are impurities of the magical world and must be purged. What? So, this legend is actually true? Dean paused, then widened his eyes in disbelief. And now that the monster has been released, the first thing it does is kill a poor cat, and it hasn't actually killed it. Dylan revived it with a potion. I mean, isn't this monster a bit useless? The other students, who had been worried, were also stunned. The Slytherins had complicated expressions, as if they had just eaten shit. Seamus's eyelids twitched, fearing the Slytherins would take advantage of the professor's absence to stir up trouble. He quickly pulled Dean aside. Come on, your words are getting more and more venomous." "I wasn't." Dean glanced at Dylan and opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Dylan's calm gaze, he changed the subject. "Tell the truth. Are we not allowed to tell the truth anymore?" At this moment, the prefects from each house also left with their students. The talk of the rumor ended there. However, Dylan's bottle of Mandrake healing potion did alleviate many students' fear of the legend. The petrification wasn't completely unsolvable, which meant the monster wasn't truly capable of killing people. Since they couldn't die, they naturally wouldn't be too afraid of the monster. For a long time after Halloween, almost every house was discussing the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, including how Mrs. Norris was attacked and saved by Dylan. Dylan, perhaps initially a minor celebrity at Hogwarts due to his frequent visits to professors' offices, is now a true celebrity. He's even earned a few achievements, like school attention and Castle's most popular boy, though the rewards are usually modest stat points. For example, +1 to spiritual strength, +1 to herb planting affinity, and so on. One day, during lunch, Neville, though less frightened by the rumors after Dean's words, remains a bit concerned. Seeing Dylan acting calmly beside him, he can't help but scratch his head. "Dylan, Why aren't you discussing this with everyone? Aren't you afraid of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? And how did your potion work on Mrs. Norris? Did you even know the monster was there? Dylan stirred his Neapolitan chicken and meat sauce rice with a spoon, took a bite, and shook his head. No, Mandrake Recovery Potion is a very classic recovery potion. Professor Snape selflessly taught me many potion recipes. No matter whether I make it myself or under the guidance of Professor Snape, I can always make many potions. This is just one of them. He picked up a piece of sweet potato fries, took a light bite, and then slurped it down with creamy bacon pasta. Dylan smiled and looked at Neville. Although I am what they call a mudblood, I am much stronger than these so-called pure-blood wizards, so Salazar Slytherin didn't put himself in the Chamber of Secrets. Why should I be afraid? Neville was a little dazed by Dylan's outrageous words. Dylan looked at him. Could it be that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is the founder of Slytherin? No, it shouldn't be. After Dylan said this, Neville became even more scared, and his body trembled. Could it be that he turned himself into a ghost? That's even better. I happened to read a book about souls recently, and I want to find a ghost to practice with. Neville equals degree Cyrillic letter D degree equals. Find a ghost to practice with. Won't his hands be disabled? Chapter 134 Characteristic Fate Tracking. How did Lockhart offend Professor Snape? Dylan looked at Neville with some amusement. Isn't the Longbottom family one of the few remaining pure-blood families in the wizarding world? Even if the legendary monster is released, it has nothing to do with you, right? Neville pursed his lips, shook his head and said to Dylan, after the incident that day, I wrote a letter to my grandmother the next day. My grandmother said, his expression looked a little uneasy, there are not many pure-blood families like those in Salazar Slytherin Zero left today. Even the sacred pure-blood families today are not pure-blood in the true sense. You know, even if a pure-blood family claims to be pure-blood, its bloodline is no longer so pure, and Longbottom is of course among them. Really? Dylan tilted his head. Anyway, you don't have to worry so much. If that's the case, how many people will the heir have to kill? Is he going to get rid of everyone in the world, leaving only him and a monster, and then will you two have another child? Dylan smiled. No, if they want to maintain their bloodline, they should have to, but that's a bit perverse, isn't it? Neville blinked twice and nodded. A little. Don't worry, that monster might still attack again, but it won't cause any trouble in the end. After all, the headmaster won't let them run rampant in the school. With Dylan's guidance, Neville, though still a little scared, eventually calmed down. That's true. Even if I'm petrified by that monster, you'll have a way to save me. Dylan shrugged. Then I'm afraid I'll need a lot of mandrakes, but I'm running low on them right now. Could you help me get some from the greenhouse? Neville had a natural talent for herbs and was highly regarded by Professor Sprout, which granted him access to the greenhouse. I think it should be no problem. I grow mandrakes myself, and I'll give you some extra stems and leaves. Neville nodded gently and agreed. The monster in the secret room itself makes the students panic, but now Dylan can use mandrake to develop an antidote that is not afraid of monsters. Of course he has to help Dylan make more potions. Thank you, Dylan smiled faintly. I'd appreciate some more rhizomes, and could you please bring me a few leaves, or if you could get me a whole mandrake, that would be even better, and I could raise it directly. Hearing Dylan's words, Neville paused, his eyes wandering, hesitant. After a moment's silence, he said, I can't bring you a mature mandrake directly. Professor Sprout won't allow it, but I can get you a young mandrake. Dylan raised his eyebrows. A young one is fine, but I'll have to trouble you to bring me the rhizomes and leaves. After all, young ones can't be used as medicine yet. Neville nodded. No problem. I'll just pull out a few rhizomes and leaves from each mandrake, and they'll grow back quickly. Dylan guessed that old Dumbledore would have Professor Snape directly brew a large amount of mandrake recovery potion. Professor Sprout would naturally supply the mandrakes to him, and then it would be difficult for Dylan to get them again. Now, before the basilisk claims another victim, Dylan can ask Neville to help him reap some more benefits. He's only about 100,000 galleons short of the 1 million needed to unlock an ecological environment for the pet space suitcase. The Hawkwoods have been scrambling for days to raise the funds. They've also set up a company, and besides handling internal business, they've also been investing, buying lottery tickets, and speculating in the stock market. That's how they've managed to help Dylan generate so much money in just over 2 months. Once the forest ecological environment is unlocked, not only will it be enough to plant a single mandrake seedling, but even to fit all the mandrakes in the greenhouse, along with all the other magical plants, will be more than enough. Furthermore, The ecological environment unlocked by the suitcase will expand as the suitcase expands. Furthermore, the ecological environment unlocked with money can be adjusted at will according to Dylan's will. Furthermore, there are many other benefits, allowing Dylan to easily control the entire space. Otherwise, why would Dylan spend $1 million to unlock an ecosystem when he could create a small forest for just a few tens of thousands of galleons? He wasn't being taken advantage of. After lunch, Dylan returned to his dorm that afternoon and slid straight into his suitcase. He'd been researching how to use the Patronus charm for the past 2 days. To his surprise, Dylan was reflecting on the joy he'd felt during his summer vacation, robbing dark wizards in the hidden passages. He could actually apply it to the Patronus charm. He could even use it to release a silvery white substance. However, perhaps because his mastery of the Patronus charm wasn't yet strong enough, or perhaps because he'd robbed so few of them, his gains weren't substantial. This little joy wasn't enough to sustain him successfully conjuring a Patronus. Maybe I should find some time to sneak out and do something big, like actually robbing Gringotts? Or perhaps stealing the wealth of 100 dark wizards in one fell swoop? But the latter also requires me to meet 100 dark wizards simultaneously. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to rob them separately. Dylan rubbed his chin, thinking. But don't those dark wizards also hold gatherings from time to time? Dylan thought. Perhaps he should train a few people to act as his spies. At least that would allow him to learn some information about the outside magical world. Dylan spent the entire afternoon trying to improve his proficiency in Expecto Patronus. However, this spell was a bit too difficult to practice. Dylan thought of almost everything that made him happy. Whether it was robbery, childhood fun, learning spells, or even the past life when he and a few girls worked together to figure out a graph of the function, x2 plus 2y1, cap 3x2y3 equals 1. This included repeated research and extensive practice around x equals 3 elegy, 1/36, exp, 36y36/e, 4. He pondered for a long time, until his face flushed. He still couldn't successfully summon a physical Patronus. Dylan thought it was because, while pondering the two equations, images of Hermione, Ginny, and the others kept popping up in his mind. His once pleasant reverie was instantly jarred from its state. Hermione and Ginny were only in their early teens now, and the mere thought of it made Dylan feel uneasy. Guess I'll have to keep my focus on robbery, Dylan sighed. It was time for dinner. Dylan's proficiency in Expecto Ward was barely level 2, and that was even after he'd successfully summoned the silvery substance. If it hadn't worked at all, his proficiency would have remained at level 1. Hey, Dylan, do you have any Polyjuice potion ready? Dylan had just sat down, picked up a salted egg yolk and cream cheese pizza, and placed it on the plate in front of him when Hermione, Harry, and the others approached. Finished Polyjuice potion, Dylan didn't waste any time, biting into the fragrant, still warm pizza as he glanced at the others. Blinking, he asked the three of them, "Are you suspecting that Malfoy is the heir?" Ron rushed over when he heard that. "Wow. Dylan, do you think so too?" Hermione walked over to Dylan and sat down, lowering her voice. "We think Malfoy is the so-called heir, so by using the Polyjuice potion to become someone around Malfoy, we will have a chance to get the secret of the Chamber of Secrets from him." "How did you know about the Polyjuice potion?" Hermione paused. "Have you forgotten the powerful potions you brought out from the restricted area last time? There was a recipe for the Polyjuice potion on it." "I saw it," Dylan nodded. "I returned that book before, and you went to the restricted area to borrow it later, right?" Hermione did not deny it, but shrugged. "Lockhart gave Harry and me a lot of autographs," Harry said. "The potion materials on it are very difficult to obtain, so we can only ask you." Dylan ate a whole piece of pizza, took another piece, and dipped it in the mushroom soup in front of him. This mushroom soup is a recent addition. It's delicious, with no hint of mushroom flavor at all. Whether you drink it on its own or dip it in something else, it's quite delicious. It's become a regular on Dylan's table these past few days. Since you've got the powerful potion, you should know that Polyjuice potion can't be brewed directly, right? You have to add ingredients from the person you want to transform into during the brewing process to complete the final brew. Dylan shook his head slowly. "I do have a bottle of Polyjuice potion, but it turns you into Professor Snape." Ugh. Ron shook his head quickly. "Forget it, I can't imitate his dead look." "You're so bold." Dylan's mouth twitched. Ron looked up. "I learned that from you." Dylan gave Ron a look of disdain. "When did I ever teach you to say such nonsense?" Ron scratched his head. "Maybe it's your usual words and deeds, Dylan rolled his eyes. I have never taught any of you to say anything weird. I must make this clear. You are responsible for your own words in the future. It has nothing to do with me, Hermione interrupted. Ignore him. Dylan, do you have the herbs for Polyjuice potion? Dylan said regretfully. Sorry, bicorn horns are very rare. I made mine under the guidance of Professor Snape. Besides, Boomslang's skin is also difficult to obtain. After all, this is the Scottish Highlands, so I don't have the herbs you want anymore. Dylan was honest. He really didn't have any bicorn horns. As for Boomslang's skin, he only had a little bit left, and he had other uses for it. So what should we do? Are we supposed to sneak into Professor Snape's office? Ron frowned, a little terrified. If we get caught, we'll definitely be expelled. Harry looked at Dylan. I don't know. Dylan, understanding what Harry meant, shook his head. I just finished Professor Snape's tutorial. Unfortunately, I won't be in his office again until the week after next. Harry opened his mouth, but no words came out. Hermione, however, didn't seem too concerned. Instead, she tried to comfort Ron and Harry. Anyway, we have the invisibility cloak. I'll just sneak into Professor Snape's private closet. Dylan glanced at her. The little girl was getting bolder and bolder, almost fearless. No wonder the Sorting Hat sorted Hermione into Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. Bravery alone is enough. Ravenclaw also demands fairness, self-discipline, honesty, and a sense of responsibility. Just the fact that Hermione had sneaked into Professor Snape's storeroom to steal something on her own showed that Ravenclaw had nothing to do with Hermione. Dylan pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided not to ask Hermione for help in getting some bicorn horns. He didn't want to be implicated in detention. As for the materials, he could just ask for a little the next time he went to Professor Snape for tutoring. He doubted Professor Snape would refuse, right? After dinner, Dylan returned to his dorm alone. He didn't see Neville during the meal. Later, as it was getting late, Neville finally pushed open the door, looking dusty and dusty. Have you been helping Professor Sprout all afternoon? Dylan, you're so smart. You guessed it right, Neville said cheerfully, approaching Dylan. Dylan used a cleaning spell to sweep away the dirt and dust from Neville's body, his gaze settling on a velvet bag behind him. Yes, that's what you want. Neville untied the bag from his waist and opened it, revealing a small potted plant with scattered roots and leaves nearby. You have a place to grow it, right? Neville asked. Yes, don't worry, Dylan nodded gently. Neville handed the bag, still caked with dirt, to Dylan. Those leaves might be a little dirty. It's okay, just clean them up, Neville whispered after a moment's hesitation. You said you wanted a few more leaves besides using them for the Mandrake restoration potions, so you can put them directly into your mouth without any preparation. Are you planning to eat them? That's very dangerous. You might get poisoned, Dylan smiled. Go change your clothes. Your sweater seems to be soaked through. He took out the potted plant containing the young mandrake and placed it on the table, then dumped the remaining roots and leaves onto the table. With a flick of his wand, the mud and dust on the leaves vanished. Dylan picked up a few, examined them for a moment, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, just the right size. As he arranged the stems and leaves, he casually explained to Neville, the rhizome can be used to brew potions, but the leaves, I need them to help me try a spell. Neville was puzzled. Mandrakes weren't used for brewing potions, but as a starting point for practicing spells? What spell? Neville had cared for mandrakes for so long that he had a deep understanding of their properties and functions. After a moment's thought, he paused in his undressing. Oh my god, Dylan, you're not planning on trying to transform into an animagus, are you? Bingo. You're really clever. Although mandrakes are poisonous, they can effectively mitigate the negative effects of transformation. This is one of the reasons why a healing potion brewed from mandrakes can heal those petrified by the basilisk. However, the true essence of the mandrake, or rather its most useful part, often used as a potion ingredient, is the rhizome, not the leaves. Therefore, since Neville wasn't planning on brewing potions with mandrake leaves, but wanted to practice spells, he naturally thought of the transfiguration spell. However, ordinary transfiguration spells are cast on external objects and don't require mandrake at all. The only possible reason Dylan wanted to use it on himself was that he was attempting to study animagus. You're only in your second year, and you're already studying such a dangerous spell. Neville looked at Dylan worriedly. If you don't handle it right, you could get yourself into trouble. Why not let Professor McGonagall tutor you? It's much safer to have a professor who specializes in transfiguration around than to figure it out on your own. Dylan shook his head. Professor McGonagall has already explained everything she can to me. Even if she were around, she wouldn't be able to solve any problems for me. She could only provide some simple assistance, but I don't need that kind of help. He rejected Neville's offer, then raised his head again. How about I help you, and you take this opportunity to study with me? Maybe you can achieve an Imagus status before me. Since Neville spent time with Dylan in and out of class, except when he was in the library, seeing a professor, or working on his own research, Dylan knew Neville's level well. Compared to Ron, Neville's transfiguration skills were no slouch. Compared to Peter Pettigrew, he was far superior. That guy could successfully transform into an animagus with the help of Sirius and Potter, so why couldn't Neville? But Dylan's suggestion gave Neville pause. He shook his head repeatedly, his hands practically waving like rattles. Forget it, forget it. Forget it. It's too dangerous. I don't dare try it yet. All right then, Dylan shrugged regretfully. He'd wanted to let Neville try it first, perhaps finding some surprising results. It would naturally be easier when he tried. But since Neville wasn't willing, he could only try it on his own. Let's start on the night of the full moon next year. Dylan told Neville to go about his business while he took the things Neville had given him and crawled into his suitcase. Although he hadn't yet activated the suitcase's ecosystem, Dylan filled it with soil and magically transformed it into a flower bed. He removed the mandrake seedling Neville had secretly obtained from its pot, and the irritatingly ugly creature began to cry uncontrollably. Dylan had put on earplugs beforehand, so he wasn't bothered at all. The pot of mandrake that Neville brought him was very small. It looked like it had just grown, and the power of its cry was not very strong. After planting, although the flower bed was not very wide, it was already quite sufficient to accommodate a young mandrake. Mom wrote to say that in 2 days, they will be able to transfer me another £1 million, and then I can unlock the ecosystem of the suitcase. Dylan calculated the money he had left. There were 760,000 galleons, and the rest were basically all pounds. He had to find time to go to Gringotts to exchange the money. I don't know if it's because I've been changing money too frequently recently, but I always feel that the goblins' attitudes were much more slow when I changed money last time. It seems that next time I have to exchange all the cash in my hand at once and see how it goes. If the goblins changed their currency exchange rules because he'd exchanged tens or even millions of galleons in such a short period of time, he'd have to consider having his parents convert all the pounds into gold and send it to him. Although I've had Dad and the others hoard quite a bit of gold, it's still easier to earn pounds these days. Dylan wasn't particularly interested in exchanging his gold. After all, he wanted to delve into more advanced alchemy, and gold was even consumable, just as galleons were. We're still so short of money. It's time to let those dark wizards and aurors feel the fear of Curses again. Since the suitcase still had limited space, despite the 1 million galleons it cost to start an ecosystem, Dylan planned to stockpile more galleons and expand it all at once. At least that would allow Norbetta to fly freely without fear of being stricken with a single flap of his wings. To expand the space, 1 cubic meter is 10 galleons. If I expand to another 100,000 cubic meters, that's another million. Dylan did a quick calculation and felt his vision go dark. Fortunately, 1 cubic meter was only 10 galleons, not 100. Otherwise, Dylan would have been vomiting blood. His parents recently wrote to him, saying they had given up even their alt accounts and were fully committed to raising money for him, which was how they were able to generate millions of pounds in net profit in the past 2 or 3 months. There's no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone else is carrying the burden for me. Dylan suddenly felt a renewed desire to get his hands on the Philosopher's Stone. I wonder if old Dumbledore destroyed the Philosopher's Stone yet, and I haven't heard anything from Nick Flamel lately. He approached the nest of captive cockroaches and spiders. Dylan methodically completed the spell refinement tasks. He was currently completing the second-level refinement feature of the Divine Edge Wooing, Fate Tracking. The name sounded impressive, but Dylan hadn't seen the trait description, so he wasn't sure what it specifically did. Sectum's Emperor, swish, swish, swish. 50 sharp blades shot out in succession, landing in the circle and instantly killing 50 of the little cuties. Dylan unleashed another 50 Sectum's Emperor, a blaze of light filing the sky like a rainstorm. As the little cuties perished one after another, the system notification finally sounded. Message: congratulations on completing the Sectum's Emperor refinement quest. Message: you've unlocked the new Sectum's Emperor trait, Fate Tracking. Finally done, this refinement quest required him to use Sectum's Emperor to rip open the hearts of 444 creatures. Cockroaches and spiders were only about the same size, so a simple cutie could rip their hearts open. Therefore, Dylan didn't need to focus too much on aiming. After all, if he cast a spell, some cutie would be lucky enough to be afflicted. Dylan looked up at the system notification. Fate tracking. After you unleash Shadowless, your spell will follow the trajectory of fate, tracking the target and accurately striking them, regardless of how the target dodges or teleports. Note, your spell has tracking capabilities, but it lacks 100% damage reduction, and the target can resist the spell's effects, so, if the opponent blocks, my spell will still be blocked. Dylan was quite satisfied with this feature of Shadowless. Regardless, this tracking ability alone, without the need for aiming, is more than enough. Now, his Shadowless is the plus version. With invisibility and tracking, no one can escape unscathed. And the invisibility itself partially compensates for the possibility of being blocked by the target after tracking. Imagine Dylan stealthily unleashing a Shadowless spell from hundreds of meters away. How much vigilance would it take to block it? I just don't know if I have to see the target with my eyes, or if I can just throw it out. As long as I think of a target, I can hide it. Dylan planned to find a time to try it. He checked the time and it wasn't too early. After leaving the suitcase, Dylan didn't see Harry and Ron. They were probably still thinking about how to steal materials from Professor Snape's office. Dylan didn't pay much attention to them, but cleaned himself up with a cleaning spell, then lay down on the bed and started reading. It was another Saturday. Today was the first Quidditch game of the school year. Dylan got up very early. Although he promised Harry that he would go to watch the game, it didn't mean that he would stop exploring knowledge. He would wait until the game started before going there. What he didn't expect was that he saw Wood squatting by the wall as soon as he opened the door. "Hey, good morning, Dylan." Wood slowly stood up, rubbing his slightly sleepy eyes. Seeing Dylan, he forced a faintly embarrassed smile and waved at him, his voice hoarse. Dylan was stunned. "What time are you squatting here? You're trying to wake Harry up, right? Why don't you just knock on the door?" Wood scratched his head sheepishly. He wouldn't say he was afraid of waking Dylan up and getting pelted with spells. Wood had heard from Percy that during Dylan's time at his house, the goblins and ghouls had behaved like foolish wizards whose wands had been taken away, not daring to react. And then there was the time when, trying to wake Harry for training, he'd happened upon Dylan, already awake. For some reason, even though he was just a kid several years his junior, Wood felt like he was dealing with a professor. And this professor, who could attack him at any moment, was a bit exaggerated. "I'm just a little nervous. Harry's the centerpiece of the snitch hunt, so it's okay for him to get some rest." Dylan nodded. "Even though you're the goalkeeper, you need to get some rest, too." Serenitatis Lux, with a flick of his wand, a ray of magical light showered down Wood, instantly dispelling his slight sleepiness. "Oh. A useful spell. Thank you, Dylan. I'm feeling much better now." Wood peered through the crack in the door. "Can I come in now?" Of course. Dylan made room for Wood. Wood quickly stood at attention. 3 grams of oil. "No oil needed," Dylan said, watching Wood cautiously enter, shaking his head. Ignoring Harry and the others, Dylan headed straight for the owlery and fed Luna some high-quality strips of meat. He then went to the dining room for another meal. Along the way, he overheard some students who had already gotten up chatting. He learned that since Malfoy had joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, all Slytherin members had switched to new broomsticks, the Nimbus 2001. It was a step up from Dylan's Nimbus 2000. "I just bought one and they've already got a new model? That's a bit of a rip-off." Dylan planned to upgrade his broomstick when he returned to Diagon Alley. After all, he'd learned Voldemort's flying technique, but he hadn't yet mastered apparition. And now, thanks to various achievements, his flying talent had reached a high level, so naturally, he wanted the best broom. Of course, if it's too expensive, well, forget it. 2,000 wouldn't be too much? I can just use the mist and shadow for my daily travels. 10 galleons could buy 1 cubic meter of space, so Dylan felt it was best to spend his money wisely. Indeed, Dylan was such a mercurial little wizard. He was quite flexible. At worst, just give Mist Flying Shadow a training quest. That's a real boost. In a way, that's also adding to his strength. It's just that it costs money, and a lot of it. Yesterday, while reading, Dylan came across a potion, the Animagus Conversion Potion. It seemed like it could help Dylan achieve his Animagus transformation. However, the book only briefly described it, so Dylan's main purpose for coming to the library this time was to see if there was any mention of it in the restricted section. "Good morning, Madam Pants." Although it was still early, Madam Pants was already dressed and leisurely seated in her administrator's chair. Seeing Dylan arrive, she slowly raised her eyes. "Is Lockhart working on potions lately?" Dylan was surprised by Madam Pants's sudden question. He was startled at first, but then, recovering his composure, he shook his head. "No, I'm not sure about that. Maybe, over the past few days, while reading in his dorm, Dylan had overheard Ron and the others talking about Lockhart. For the first few months of school, there hadn't been a single night since Ron returned to his dorm without mentioning Lockhart. Although Dylan had promptly rescued Mrs. Norris after her accident, Lockhart was constantly telling everyone he saw, everywhere, at all times, day and night, that if he had been there, he would have captured the so-called monster in the Chamber of Secrets alive. He also claimed he was developing a potion that would grant immunity to petrification. With just one dose, one would never have to fear petrification again. Dylan had confirmed this with Professor Snape while brewing potions together. Both Dylan and Professor Snape simply laughed it off. Of course, perhaps Professor Snape had also made some comment, like, "These days, anyone claims to know potions, but they can't even tell the difference between a mandrake and a foxtail grass. They're even dumber than the dumbest Gryffindor I've ever met. I bet the potion he brews will poison him first. Maybe he should just scoop out the contents of his nose and use them as ingredients. I wonder how he's even surviving in this world. He's so ugly he looks like a criminal, yet he still flaunts himself in those disgusting clothes. He should know a donkey could teach him a lesson." Professor Snape's comments on Lockhart shifted from potions to personal attacks. Dylan didn't dare to say anything, only to accept and agree. In the last class, Dylan felt like Professor Snape had said more than in the previous 10 classes combined. He didn't know how Lockhart had managed to provoke Professor Snape. He'd actually taken a professor like him and made him spend an entire class lashing out at him, never repeating himself. "Next time you see him, tell him he can't research any potions like this. Tell him to give up. After all, sending only 2 students to find information for him is just ridiculous." Madam Pants confirmed the signature's authenticity before placing Dylan in the restricted section. I will." Dylan blinked, not daring to say anything more, and hurried inside. So he and Hermione had used Lockhart's signature to borrow a book, and Madam Pants had mistakenly believed that Lockhart had assigned them to search for information for him? Well, never mind. Lockhart wouldn't bother explaining any of this anyway. Even if he did meet Madam Pants, he'd only take the opportunity to boast about his great ideals and glorious past. The former might be fantasy, the latter a complete deception. Chapter 135, Professor McGonagall. How did you learn Professor Snape's sharp tongue? Is that right? The book says that instead of using mandrake to brew a potion to aid an animagus transformation, it's better to hold the mandrake leaves in your mouth. It was 10:30 a.m. Dylan sat in the library, gently closing the forbidden book in his hands. He hadn't found a specific potion recipe, but he did come across a suggestion, though he wasn't sure if it would work. Professor McGonagall also said that mandrake has the ability to restore a wizard's human form. If you want to practice an animagus transformation, perhaps you could use this magical plant to help. Dylan rubbed his chin, pretending to put the book in his pocket, but actually storing it directly in his space. But holding a mandrake leaf in your mouth all the time wouldn't be that uncomfortable. He had read in the forbidden book that holding a mandrake leaf in your mouth allows the wizard's aura to blend into the leaf. This would make the wizard's transformation more fluid and effective. Professor McGonagall had also told him so. Fortunately, mandrake leaves separated from the main body aren't toxic. Since I'm going to hold it in my mouth, I might as well try it for a few days and see how it works. Dylan pondered, then took out a smaller leaf, placed it in his mouth, and pressed it against his tongue. The moment the edge of the leaf touched his taste buds, Dylan felt a refreshing, slightly bitter sensation rush to his brain. Why does this always feel a little unreliable? The library was almost empty. Even Madam Pants had locked the door completely after Dylan left the restricted section, preparing to head to the Quidditch pitch. When it was almost time, Dylan left the library and headed for the Quidditch pitch. The air was a bit muggy. The recent heavy rain hadn't helped, and Hogwarts was still shrouded in a thick blanket of clouds. "You're finally here. I saved a seat for you." Ron waved to Dylan as he stepped into the stands, then pointed to an empty seat next to Neville. He then turned back to the field, almost standing up. Dylan raised an eyebrow, walked over, and said to Neville, "Why are you taking the seed you saved for me?" Neville chuckled, "Ron asked me to save it for you, but I was saving it for you, too." Dylan understood and sat down. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor team was taking the field. This match seemed to be Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Aside from the boos from Slytherin, the other three houses were cheering Gryffindor. Soon, the match began, and a dozen brooms soared into the air at Madam Hooch's whistle. Quidditch uses 4 balls, a red quaffle, 2 black bludgers, and a golden snitch. The quaffle scores a goal, while the bludgers protect teammates and disrupt opponents. The golden snitch is caught by the seeker, who ends the match and scores 150 points. At the start of the match, both the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams engaged in a heated mid-air brawl. Only Harry and Malfoy remained aloft. Harry glanced around. Malfoy stopped in front of Harry, his hips pointed at him, occasionally shaking the broom he was riding. He must have been showing off his new broom to Harry, but his movements were a bit strange. Just as Malfoy was showing off his broom, a bludger suddenly flew towards Harry. Fortunately, Harry's reflexes were quite good. Besides the results of his regular training, Dylan would occasionally throw a spell at him for practice. If Harry couldn't dodge in time, he would suffer the effects of Dylan's practiced spells. Dylan even earned the title of Defeat the Savior for this. However, the reward was modest, it only increased the speed of his spells. However, this also made it more difficult for Harry to dodge. However, the more difficult it was, the more it strengthened one's abilities. The bludger, despite its speed, only grazed Harry's cheek and did not actually hurt him. Malfoy's eyes widened when the bludger nearly hit Harry, but he quickly regained his composure when he saw the bludger was fine. Fred rushed forward and hurled the bludger in the Slytherin direction. Strangely, the bludger, halfway through its flight, turned sharply and hurtled towards Harry again. This scene made Ron, who had been keeping an eye on Harry, slam his fist against the handrail below him. "What's going on? Is someone trying to attack Harry again?" He turned to Hermione and Dylan and asked. "Can you see anyone casting a curse? Hagrid's not here, and we don't even have a telescope." Hermione and the others shook their heads. As the bludger repeatedly attacked Harry, Gryffindor quickly called for a timeout. However, when Madam Hooch called a timeout, the bludger, which had been attempting to attack Harry, abruptly stopped. Wood complained to Madam Hooch that someone must have tampered with the bludger, but Madam Hooch refused to believe it. After all, she personally kept the Quidditch balls, and no one could have tampered with them under her watch. Madam Hooch had also checked the ball several times and found nothing amiss. The match had no choice but to continue. Dylan, sitting next to Neville, looked toward the center of the field, his eyes shifting. "Maybe I should get a house elf." The bludger was clearly the work of Dobby, the house elf, who was trying to prevent Harry from staying at Hogwarts. Furthermore, Dylan couldn't discern the exact spell being cast on the bludger. This suggests that wizards and house elves possess distinct magical methods, possessing their own unique magic, even without a wand. But house elves are usually passed down through generations in a family, and they're probably hard to find on the black market. Thinking of Dobby, who could even send old Malfoy flying with a single wave of his hand, Dylan's eyes suddenly lit up with eagerness. Why not wait until Harry finally helps Dobby break his contract with Lucius? Then I'll take advantage of the situation. Maybe if I capture him, I'll get some achievement reward that allows me to directly contract him. House elves have many uses. Unique magic, wandless spellcasting, unrestricted teleportation. On top of that, they can help clean rooms and cook. Looking at it this way, it seems a house elf is much more useful than Norbita. Dylan shook his head, thinking of his own Charmander, who lately has been doing nothing but eating and playing. That's not entirely true. Norbita is still quite useful. At least he's been cooperating despite being bled so often lately. On the pitch, Harry had already found the snitch. Dylan's mood brightened as he watched his savior chase the snitch while enduring Dobby's kind attacks. It's true, Dobby's kindness is truly unbearable. The snitch soared upwards, and Harry could only follow it as it hurtled down, a good 400 or 500 feet. If Harry were to be knocked down by the bludger, it's only 400 or 500 feet. The savior can handle it. Suddenly, the Gryffindor students leaped to their feet in excitement. Harry, bracing himself against the bludger's attack, dashed towards Malfoy. Malfoy had initially been furious at Harry being attacked by the bludger, wondering who was pulling such a despicable trick. The next moment, he saw Harry charging at him, determined to die with him. His face paled even more. But Harry simply stopped right in front of him, his arm extended, passing through the side of his head. A buzzing sound echoed. Malfoy turned to see Harry had already caught the snitch. Just above him. You? Malfoy looked at Harry with a complicated expression. Just as he was about to say something, Harry's hand went limp and he plummeted, startling Malfoy again. Fortunately, Harry managed to control the trajectory of his broom and finally landed on the ground. A group of people surrounded him. In moments like these, one person always rushes to the front. Hey! Make way. The savior is injured. I need to use a spell to heal him. You kid with a camera, remember to take a good picture of me. Lockhart, despite not using any spells, ran even faster than the other Gryffindor teachers and students. He rushed to Harry's side, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to throw a spell at Harry. What? No, wait, I don't need a spell to heal my wound. I just need to go to the infirmary. Harry's eyes widened as he watched Lockhart raise his wand, a hint of fear visible in his eyes. Harry's arm was hit twice by the bludger, and although he didn't fall directly, it was still broken. Harry's cry seemed to go unnoticed. Lockhart's spell had already begun. From his position, Dylan couldn't hear the spell Lockhart chanted, but he saw Harry suddenly let out a scream after Lockhart's spell. Ah! My hand! I can't feel my arm. The people around him suddenly dispersed, revealing Harry. Dylan looked over. Lockhart, still his cocky expression, laughed and nodded. Yes, you're broken, so I made your bones disappear so you won't feel the pain, but you just chanted a repairing charm. Harry looked at himself, limp like a water-filled sack, drooping to the ground, completely helpless. His flesh, without the support of bones, seemed especially loose. Harry felt like he was about to pass out from the shock. Perhaps you misheard. You can go to the infirmary now. I think your friend, Mr. Weasley, would be happy to take you there. Remember, tell Madame Pomfrey that I don't want Harry to suffer too much. Go quickly, let her mend you. Make way, make way. Ron rushed over and, along with Hermione, helped Harry, who was practically fainting, and expertly made their way towards the infirmary. They were already familiar with the route. Hermione had initially held Lockhart in sympathy, but seeing her friend hurt like this, she finally believed Dylan's words. As they passed Lockhart, Hermione gritted her teeth and viciously stepped on his foot. Hiss! In the end, Harry had won another Quidditch match for Gryffindor, albeit at a heavy price. But the host had been carried away, and there was nothing left to see, so Dylan slowly left the stage. My tongue's tingling. Isn't it said that mandrake leaves aren't actually poisonous, as long as you don't chew them? While Dylan was having lunch, Hermione and Ron brought him good news about Harry. How is it going? I mean, Harry, did Lockhart completely change his bones? Dylan looked at them. Madame Pomfrey said it should be fine. Even though the bones are gone, they can grow back, Hermione sighed. Using bone-growing spirits. Right, Dylan asked. Yes, Harry will grow a full 29 bones, Hermione nodded. Lockhart's magic was just like his person, inventive. Perhaps I should ask him how to change an enemy's bones. Dylan's thoughts raced through his mind. This magic is incredibly evil, but as a second-year wizard, comparable to the Dark Lord, I don't have any of these spells in my repertoire. It's a bit unbecoming of my station. Ron grinned as he mentioned Harry's condition under Madame Pomfrey's treatment. Oh my god, I can't imagine how much pain Harry must have felt. Seeing his expression, I almost died. Fred and George laughed not far away. At least he's okay, and we beat Slytherin. Yes, we've done something big again. Neville sat next to Dylan, sipping his soup and muttering. Before I came to dinner, I saw Slytherin's captain, Flint, scolding Malfoy. They said Harry had blinded Malfoy so much that he couldn't even see the golden snitch overhead. Dylan shrugged, his voice a little slurred. That proves Malfoy's eyes aren't in his head either. Neville stifled a laugh. Dylan, you'd better stop talking. Watch out for the mandrake in the soup. Dylan smacked his lips. I didn't drink any soup. After dinner, Dylan wanted to rinse his mouth, but the leaves in his mouth prevented him from moving too much. Dylan could only use a cleansing charm to clean his mouth. Does Professor McGonagall's method really work? Holding a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a whole month? How stinky will it be when you take it out? A few days passed uneventfully. During Professor McGonagall's after-school tutorial, Dylan received some rather devastating news. What? I have to hold it in my mouth during a full moon for it to work. Dylan glared. Professor McGonagall, Sipping the sweetened black tea Dylan had conjured with a spell, looked at him pitifully and nodded softly. I thought I made it clear last time, full moon starts, full moon ends, and the next full moon won't be before Christmas. Oh my God, Dylan's eyes darkened, and he wanted to disappear from this world. Then what about all those days I've held this bitter mandrake leaf in my mouth? Professor McGonagall gently grasped the handle of the teacup with her right hand, slowly lifting it to her lips. She took another sip of the still steaming tea, the not too scalding liquid sliding down her throat. Seeing Dylan's somewhat devastated expression, she tilted her head slightly, a look of pity in her eyes. Putting down her teacup, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, paused for 2 seconds, and then said with concern, "Perhaps you've provided the mandrake with a few days of warm oral cradle." Dylan felt his vision go dark, and his head began to spin. "Professor, you. I even thought I was talking to Professor Snape." Dylan spat out a mandrake leaf. He used the levitation spell to hold it in midair, not intending to touch it with his hands. He didn't want his hands to get smelly. "Throw it in here." Professor McGonagall waved her spell gently, and the trash can in the corner floated over. She raised her wand, and the lid of the trash can opened. Dylan was about to throw the leaf in when the trash can suddenly burped loudly. "Ouch, what's the good stuff?" Dylan's mouth twitched, and he fanned the air in front of him with his hand. Without even using his wand, he flung the mandrake leaf in. "What's this? It stinks." "Miamia, vegetarian, delicious." Professor McGonagall smiled, her wand flicking again. Snapping the trash can's lid shut and moving it back to the corner. "This is the trash can Albus gave me. It's quite interesting." Dylan's lips twitched uncontrollably. "Is it your birthday present?" "Yes, last month." Dylan managed a forced laugh. Not bad, quite thoughtful, but my favorite is your birthday present. The notebook has a fresh herbal scent, like mint, with a hint of lemon. I even use it as my incense burner now." Professor McGonagall pointed to the transformed Quidditch notebook in the upper right corner of her desk, her smile undiminished. Dylan chuckled, "As long as you like it. Actually, the notebook's full name should be, Transformed Quidditch Notebook for Any Time, Anywhere Catnip." After a brief chat about transfiguration and animagus spells, Dylan stood up and said goodbye, turning to leave Professor McGonagall's office. While Dylan hadn't found any better information on practicing animagus or potions to aid in this process in the Forbidden Book, Professor McGonagall did provide him with a new list of ingredients. This was a mixture of mandrake leaves that had been held in the mouth for a month, along with some other ingredients, that wasn't actually a potion. The ingredients were easy to obtain, and Dylan planned to wait until the next full moon to see what would happen. However, around this time, news spread like wildfire around the school. Another person had been attacked by the heir and the monster. Dylan had heard Neville mention this during dinner. The victim was Colin, the boy who loved taking photos of Harry at every opportunity and was Ginny's deskmate. He had been attacked on his way to visit Harry and now lay in the infirmary alongside Harry, reportedly lying side by side. This can be considered a successful star chasing. Dylan was eating, saying little, just listening to Neville telling him about this and that. He didn't know where he got all the information from. During this period, Dylan had also become accustomed to a more silent feeling. Although he was no longer holding the mandrake leaf in his mouth, he just ate his meal quietly. At this time, Fred and George walked into the restaurant, their eyes locked on Dylan, and rushed over in a hurry. Dylan looked at the two of them and signaled with his eyes. George said, "Dylan, my sister won't come to dinner. No matter how I persuade her, it's useless. She won't even listen to Percy." Fred nodded and said, "Yeah, do you have any good ideas to make her less depressed? At least don't lock herself in the dormitory." Dylan was stunned and blinked. Faced with their pleas, he had no choice but to respond. "What's wrong with Ginny?" Fred looked helpless. "When Mrs. Norris was attacked, Ginny must have been frightened. George and I had to comfort her for a while before she was so upset." George sighed. "But now Colin's been attacked, and that was Ginny's deskmate," Fred added. "He meant in Charms class." George nodded. "Yes, her deskmate in Charms class, but no matter what, the result is," Fred scratched his head. "She's terrified now. George and I have taken out almost every prank prop we've been working on, and she's not interested." George looked sad. "She used to love our prank props the most." Dylan paused for 2 seconds. "Have you ever considered that maybe Ginny was just trying to flatter you two brothers?" The twins were stunned. "You mean, she doesn't actually like the props we make? She's just trying to fool us." "That's impossible. She obviously loves them the most. Fred and the others denied it flatly. Then why can't you invite him now? Dylan's words left the twins speechless, and they sat down crying. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Ginny's been giving us the cold shoulder. She doesn't even think we're doing these pranks. She's such a con artist. Neville turned to look at Dylan. Dylan shrugged slightly. I'm sorry. I want to cheer Ginny up, but I don't know what else I can do when she's already rejected you brothers. Maybe you could ask Ginny to go see Harry. Maybe she'll feel better. Fred looked up. No way. George joined in. Harry's arm is horrible now. I saw it the last time I was there. Fred nodded. Ginny will have nightmares if she sees it. It'll be even more terrifying. Then I'm at my wit's end. Dylan shook his head and continued eating. By evening, the two brothers, after some unknown means, finally let Ginny go out for dinner. The diary won't really do anything to Ginny anyway. When Harry and Tom confront each other, that's when Curses will make his presence felt. Dylan didn't care. He planned to ask Professor McGonagall in 2 days to go to Diagon Alley again and exchange all his current pounds. His father had written to him, saying they'd recently secured a large sum of money. Dylan wanted to ask why he'd used the word acquired to describe it, as it made his family seem rather unreliable. But after seeing the amount, he wrote back a congratulatory letter, praising his capable father and mother word for word. This time, the Hawkwoods had secured a full £1 million. Dylan was delighted. It seemed the stock market investment he'd guided his father through had taken off again. Thanks, Professor Trelawney. Who said divination was useless? This is incredibly useful. Another week passed, and with the full moon approaching, Dylan had already agreed with Professor McGonagall to request leave from school before then to go to Gringotts and exchange the money. Professor McGonagall wouldn't have allowed this, but since it was Dylan, not another student, who asked her, she agreed. It was Friday night before the weekend. Dylan sat in the common room, reading and chewing on a cold rickets. He had to go to the Forbidden Forest again tonight to meet Hagrid. It was perfectly fine if he asked Hagrid to exchange the money, but Dylan was afraid someone would swindle him out of his money. He felt he might do just that. Last week, when he'd taken Norbita to the Forbidden Forest for a private meeting with Hagrid, Hagrid had said someone had stolen the expensive snacks he'd bought for Norbita. Technically, it was stolen. And it was a slug. Dylan had no idea why a slug, found only in the Black Forest in Germany, had appeared here and stolen several cans of food from Hagrid. He even suspected the slug was a dark wizard in disguise, intent on defrauding Hagrid of his money. But Hagrid was too poor, and the dark wizards naturally didn't like the meat he bought. He could still make a small profit by reselling the canned goods, so he cheated him out of it. How could Dylan trust Hagrid with his money? That was £1 million. Add to that his previous savings, and if converted into galleons, it would be over $500,000. At this time, a group of young wizards walked into the lounge, holding some strange objects in their hands. I heard from Colin, who was petrified and then revived by Professor Snape with a potion. That the time he turned into stone was like death. How scary. Come to think of it, what did he see? That guy couldn't explain it clearly. He just said that he saw a phantom, which made me even more scared. Hey, will this thing you bought be effective? It looks like a toy. Who said that? This is a protective blue crystal. I asked my dad to buy it from the old wizard shop in Diagon Alley. Okay, I hope my silver bell pendant is useful when it encounters that monster. My mother said it was a moonlight pendant made of pure silver, but I always feel that my mother was deceived. Ever since I became a wizard, she always said that she met God, and those apostles of God also asked her to believe in an inexplicable thing. I think she was really deceived. Where is God on this world? There is only magic. You should write her a letter and ask her. After hearing the conversation of the group of little wizards, Dylan raised his head slightly, but saw the twins running towards him. Hey, Dylan. You're here, look at this. We made a killing selling this, 70 galleons, because the display still showed over 700,000 galleons. Dylan was still a bit stunned to hear that a few dozen galleons was considered a fortune. That's pretty good. Dylan blinked, looking at the twins' possessions. Fred was covered in large green onions and a number of wooden plaques, engraved with the words Dylan couldn't decipher. It wasn't Greek or Latin, but looked a bit like Sanskrit, but it was completely different. As for George, his possessions looked much more high-end. They were amethysts, and they were rare, but they were hung everywhere, making him look like an amethyst Christmas tree. But are the symbols on your amulets just random drawings? I see they're all different, Dylan asked. That would make them more unique. Each one is one of a kind, George chuckled. If they were all exactly the same, no one would buy them, and we wouldn't be able to make them, Fred said, smiling. Dylan nodded. You're such a nice guy. So you want me to buy one too? You know I don't believe in that. No, no, no. Fred waved his hand quickly. We want you to add some magic to these amulets, George said expectantly. Yet, there are so many people selling amulets now, and our business is really suffering, Fred cried miserably. You want me to help you cast a spell? Dylan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, yes, George nodded repeatedly. The one you made in our bedroom last time, the one that can block explosions, Fred's eyes sparkled. I guarantee it. With your spell, we just need to put it on in front of everyone, our amulets will sell like hotcakes, the twins said in unison. How about we give you 50% of the profits, Dylan? He opened his mouth, wanting to refuse outright. After all, how long would it take him to set up so many amulets? But seeing the two brothers' eager eyes, and thinking of their clean yet shabby bedroom. Oh, forget it. Just consider it a lesson for these two fools. After all, they were going to be big business owners in the future. If they didn't support them now, instead of pouring cold water on them, it would certainly undermine their confidence. I can only try it on your amethysts. Forget about the rest. I don't have that much time. The twins, already bracing themselves for rejection, were delighted when they heard Dylan's words. They were just asking questions, after all. This was the business they were looking for, and they probably didn't need the little extra. But asking wouldn't hurt, and they unexpectedly received such a pleasant surprise. The twins thanked him profusely. Great. Thank you so much, Dylan. May you live a peaceful life. Our whole family will be grateful to you all. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take your stuff and leave. The twins immediately shut up, but their eyes remained open, staring at Dylan eagerly. Their eager gaze filled Dylan with a surge of inexplicable anger. Take the stuff to my dorm, and stay away from me. Dylan stood up, clutching the coal, and returned to his own quarters. The twins hurried after him, but they kept their distance. Perhaps because the materials were difficult to come by, Fred and the others didn't have many amethysts, and Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. He placed all the amethysts on his bed, the crystals clashing with a crisp sound. Then, Dylan waved his wand. Protego, the tip of his wand shone with a blue light, like a mist, enveloping the amethysts before him. Using Protego on them alone wouldn't last long. To extend the spell's duration, another spell would be needed. Permanent sticking charm. Dylan's technique was now expert, his wand tracing a smooth arc through the air. The air rippled as he spoke. The blue halo surrounding the amethysts gradually twisted and spread towards them. The twins also saw what seemed to be traces of golden lines within the blue light, and their eyes widened in amazement. The armor spell slowly seeped into the amethysts. The amethysts, which had originally seemed somewhat inferior, now became more mellow. The purple and blue lights intertwined and merged, and the boundary between the two gradually became blurred. Soon, the spell was completed, and the crystal amulet with added protective effects was ready. Okay, done. Fred's eyes widened. So fast, George was a little dumbfounded. Dylan glanced at the two of them. Don't make it seem like I'm fast, it's actually not slow at all, the twins said at the same time. Rolling his eyes, Dylan waved his hand. Go away, take these amulets and go out and do business. The permanent adhesion charm won't really keep the armor permanently protected. Once the magic wears off, the amulets will just turn back into ordinary amethysts. I didn't use up much magic on this, you know. Hearing this, the twins, not wanting to waste any more time, scooped up all the amethysts on the bed. Yes, sir. I guarantee the job, 50% profit, don't worry, madam. Dylan raised his wand, ready to unleash a grim fire spell. Fortunately, the two brothers ran fast, avoiding being incinerated. Dylan rolled his eyes again and sheathed his wand. Late at night, Dylan donned the Ring of Shadows and, using the power of the coal, transformed into a dark shadow. He left Hogwarts Castle and entered the Forbidden Forest. Silently, he traversed the forest until he reached a cave he had agreed to meet with Hagrid, where he summoned Norberta. Beta had grown considerably by now, but thankfully the cave wasn't too small, still allowing it to stay contained without flying around. Hagrid soon arrived, carrying a large lump of meat, almost taller than he was. You're late, Hagrid said, sheepishly putting the meat down. He then cut Beta into small pieces himself, happily feeding them to the dragon. He apologized to Dylan. Sorry, I ran into a little creature. I haven't seen it in ages. So I'm a little late, little creature? What magical creature could possibly concern you so much? Hagrid looked from Dylan to Norbita, hesitated for a moment, then said, it was a unicorn. It was nearly killed, but I got there in time, otherwise it would have met you-know-who's murderer. Dylan's eyes lit up. Unicorn, the one that Quirrell nearly killed? Wasn't that the one he'd saved? It had been hiding from him all this time, and now it was back? Dylan wanted to just take everything Hagrid had brought and leave with Norbita, but he restrained himself. Yes, the unicorn. It's feeling much better now, Hagrid said muffledly. You said it hadn't appeared for so long. Did something happen to it? Dylan asked. That's unlikely. Perhaps its pack stopped it from coming out on its own. It's still so young, after all. Hagrid shook his head. When I saw it, it hadn't been injured at all. It was as beautiful as before. I see, Dylan thought. The unicorn looked large, but compared to its lifespan, it was probably quite small. After the last dangerous encounter, it was forbidden from going out to play by the elders. It was not surprising. Perhaps after 6 months of peace and quiet, it felt safer, so he let it out again. Dylan thought for a moment and decided to wait until the time was right. He then beckoned Norbita to him, stored it in his space, and said goodbye to Hagrid. Hagrid was still quite reluctant to leave, and Dylan, as usual, instructed him to keep the matter strictly confidential and not reveal it to anyone. Otherwise, the dragon would be sent away, and he, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and even Hagrid himself would all be implicated. He might even be imprisoned in Azkaban before the Savior could even save the world again. The Ministry of Magic doesn't care whether you're an adult or not. Of course, unless the offense is particularly serious, like Barty Jr., who directly participated in dark magic activities as a Death Eater, he generally wouldn't be imprisoned. Would simply raising a dragon be considered a serious offense? Dylan simply didn't want to. He didn't want to expose his small account, Curses, just yet. Hogwarts was such a good place, and he couldn't go against the entire wizarding world. The independent wizards were too troublesome, and they could only barely make ends meet by exploiting the school's resources. Besides, the people there were so nice, and Dylan really enjoyed being there. After leaving the cave, Dylan didn't immediately go back to his dorm to sleep, but instead wandered around the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, a white figure flashed through the dark forest. Dylan immediately followed, struggling to catch up amidst the dense branches and tangled roots. Finally, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, the figure stopped. Dylan took a closer look, and was surprised and delighted to find it was indeed the unicorn he had rescued. Hurry up, give me back the money. No, I want you to bleed me, unicorn. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 I became death, I heard the burning carnival. My pilgrimage began. A pale moon hung high above the velvety black sky, and a silver-blue mist drifted through the forest. The scent of decaying oak and moss, mingled with the cool dampness of the night dew, condensed into tiny droplets on Dylan's cloak. The unicorn's snow-white mane shone in the moonlight, its long neck bowed slightly as its front hooves unconsciously crushed a pine cone. Crack, crack, the cracking sound was particularly clear in the silence. To learn the unicorn's language, you'll have to extract another unicorn's soul to refine, but that's simply not worth it. The full moon was approaching, and moonlight filtered through the lush branches, casting patches of silver light across the clearing in the forbidden forest. Dylan stepped through a thick layer of dead branches and leaves, his leather boots crunching through a clump of dead ferns, and the acrid smell of humus suddenly rose. Man and beast stared at each other. Just after Dylan found this creature, it hummed for a moment, as if explaining something to him. But he couldn't directly understand unicorn language, so he had no idea what it was humming. Instead of extracting the unicorn's soul and refining it alive just to learn its language, I might as well capture a few more, keep them in captivity, and bleed them daily. They'd all be cursed anyway. It had to be said that unicorns were quite perceptive creatures. As Dylan pondered, as if sensing what he was thinking, the unicorn's mane bristled slightly, its body trembling violently, its silver mane lashing out like a waterfall. Lil, the unicorn pawed the ground restlessly with its front hooves, its head raised, its eyes narrowed slightly, and it glanced at Dylan, as if questioning his thoughts. In the distance, The cry of a night owl startled a few dead leaves, sending them swirling through the stagnant air between them. Dylan came back to his senses and chuckled, a smile that could only be described as innocent. I was just thinking, your tribe is hiding all day, afraid of being caught by some dark wizard and then, like last time, murdered. I happen to have a dimension that might one day evolve into a real small world. Why don't you come live in my dimension? The unicorn snorted, and 2 streams of white mist suddenly erupted from its nasal cavity. Its hind hooves plowed deep furrows in the pine needle-covered ground. How could this human understand what it was saying now? As for the small world, the unicorn blinked and looked at Dylan suspiciously. Was this guy planning to capture them all and bleed them every day? Lulu. The unicorn looked a little thinner than before, and Dylan didn't know if it was just an illusion. Tisk, if I could just make the unicorn my pet, I could use telepathy to understand what it's saying. He'd tried many methods, but he'd never found a scroll or anything like that to contract a pet. Do you want me to cast the Imperius curse directly on the unicorn? However, the unicorn itself was an extremely pure and powerful magical creature. Like a dragon, it possessed natural magical defenses, and its resistance to evil magic was even greater than a dragon's. Its purity and magical qualities made it difficult for Dylan to completely control it with the Imperius curse. Otherwise, Quirrell wouldn't have killed it directly. Of course, Voldemort, wanting to regain his strength and stay alive, naturally drank unicorn blood that was tainted with the curse. Furthermore, the Imperius curse required considerable skill, and Voldemort was so weak at the time that it made perfect sense for him not to cast it directly on the unicorn. But who knew Voldemort hadn't tried to control the unicorn with the Imperius curse? Dylan worried that his Imperius curse might not work on the unicorns, effectively ending his chance at legal bloodletting. The two would become enemies. He still dreamed of abducting the unicorn herd into his suitcase. Therefore, Dylan attempted to cast the Imperius curse on 100 Necromantulas, extracting their souls and attempting to trigger the pet contract reward from the achievement system. He was reluctant to use Imperius on the unicorns. If it failed once, the consequences would be endless. Dylan would then completely eliminate his access to large quantities of unicorn blood in a short period of time, and the next opportunity would be extremely difficult to come by. He couldn't possibly pin Voldemort down, find another herd, capture a lone unicorn, and let Voldemort attack it. Then he'd reappear and play the hero and save the beast, right? That wasn't how acting worked. And was Voldemort even willing to cooperate? Maybe in the future, Dylan rubbed his chin. But that's too far off. By then, Dylan would undoubtedly have more means and avenues to obtain materials from the unicorn. Seeing Dylan fall silent, the unicorn tilted its head and looked at him, raising a hoof as if to ask, "Are you still going to bleed?" Dylan shook his head, putting all his thoughts aside, and began to retrieve tools from his space. Disinfectant, iodine, cotton swabs, needles, and the unicorn watched as Dylan pulled a massive syringe, as thick as an arm, from a backpack. The hoof, once gracefully raised and leisurely swinging, suddenly stopped and stomped heavily onto the ground. Bang! The unicorn's eyes widened, their bright pupils shrinking sharply. It looked from the syringe to Dylan, a look of fear and confusion on its face. Dylan coughed twice, then deftly assembled the syringe. He was used to drawing blood from Norbita. Norbita's skin was thick and sturdy now, even though she was still a juvenile, less than a year old. Even if he wanted to draw her blood, he had to cast a spell on the syringe to get it in. Don't be fooled by the size of this syringe, it's actually just a tiny bit. I can't draw much blood from you, Dylan smiled, stepping towards the unicorn. Look, I don't know what's happened to you two. It's been so long since we've seen each other. You promised me to draw blood every once in a while, but how long has it been, total? This tiny syringe isn't enough, but I feel bad for you. You look so thin, so I'm only going to draw one. No way, a pure, holy, loyal, kind, mysterious, and noble unicorn wouldn't just swindle and cheat its lifesaver, would it? Dylan held the terrifyingly thick syringe steady in both hands. The unicorn backed away repeatedly, trying to distance itself from Dylan. However, after hearing Dylan's words, the unicorn's eyes widened in confusion. Finally, gritting its teeth, it stood still and slowly raised one hoof toward Dylan. But just as it did so, it quickly lowered it, reluctantly turning around, sticking its butt toward Dylan and slightly lifting its hind legs. Its expression was one of helplessness mixed with a hint of humiliation. Seeing Dylan didn't make a move, It even raised its hind legs, as if urging him to act quickly. Dylan couldn't help but chuckle at this submissive look. He walked behind the unicorn and stored the large syringe in his hand. Then, out of the unicorn's sight, he took out a small syringe and gently grasped the unicorn's slightly trembling hind legs. The needle pierced the unicorn, and the unicorn instinctively tensed. But the expected stinging didn't come, and the human seemed to quickly lower its hoof again. The unicorn glanced over, puzzled, only to see that the syringe in Dylan's hand had been replaced with a delicate one, not the massive one that had frightened the beast at the mere sight of it. Dylan waved his wand, and a soft blue light streamed from the tip, soothing the unicorn's wound. "You didn't really think I'd draw so much blood from you, did you?" "I'd be heartbroken." Dylan shook the already drawn syringe. The unicorn glanced over, its eyes fading, replaced by surprise and gratitude. "Lil," it turned and gently nudged Dylan's shoulder. Feeling the trust emanating from the unicorn, Dylan touched its horn. "Can I shave off a little bit, Lil?" Dylan had barely finished speaking when the unicorn thrust its head forward. "Lil." Lol. Though he didn't understand, Dylan understood what it meant. It was probably saying, shave off. Shave off more. Dylan smiled and took out a small knife given to him by Professor Snape. This knife was used to prepare medicinal herbs, but it was incredibly sharp. It was imbued with numerous spells, imbued with them and solidified, while also using patterns to concentrate the magic. This prevented the spell's power from dissipating prematurely, just like the spell Dylan had cast on the twins' protective amethysts. He had used a permanent adhesive spell to solidify the spell, so as the magic faded, the spell's power would naturally lose its effect. He shaved off a small amount of the unicorn's horn and carefully stored it, along with a syringe of blood, in a space. "Not bad, this will last me a long time. Here, this is for you." Dylan scattered a handful of pearl grass and crystal radish, then used the levitation spell to drop them in front of the unicorn, so it wouldn't have to gnaw on the ground. Lil the unicorn seemed delighted, finishing each one after another. "Then I'll be leaving. I'll come back next month during the full moon. I'll prepare something even better for you then." The unicorn nodded, and Dylan, satisfied with his harvest, returned to the dormitory. "I didn't expect unicorns to be so foolish. They sold their blood and horns for only a few blades of grass and carrots, yet they were so grateful." Nothing happened at night. On Saturday, Dylan woke up early. After dinner, he wrote a letter to his parents and asked Luna to deliver it. This time, he was going to Diagon Alley, not planning to return home. After all, Dylan didn't know if Curses would be needed to stir up trouble again. A sudden return home could be problematic, lest he bring any trouble with him. After all, they had left Hogwarts, so after finishing his chores, Dylan headed straight for the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. Retrieving the box of flue powder from his space, Dylan grabbed a handful and threw it forcefully into the fireplace. Diagon Alley. As he spoke, green flames suddenly erupted. The flue network channel flickered, and Dylan stepped inside, instantly engulfed in green flames. With a dizzying whistle of wind whistling past his ears, Dylan felt his feet land firmly on the ground. Perhaps it was because he had mastered Voldemort's flying charm, or perhaps it was because he had experienced apparition several times and used flue powder to cross space, but Dylan felt no discomfort at all. After all, it was a rare visit to Diagon Alley, so Dylan didn't immediately go to Gringotts. Instead, he bought a lot of things from various shops, especially pet food. Lately, Norbita has been eating more and more. Her appetite has far surpassed that of Cole. However, Dylan didn't spend too much. After all, after exchanging money, he still had to activate the suitcase's new abilities, including expanding its storage space. It all cost money. Although it was already the beginning of the school year, Diagon Alley was still bustling with shops and all kinds of strangely dressed wizards and witches. Dylan didn't encounter any patrolling Aurors along the way. He wondered if it was because the Ministry of Magic had given up on searching for Curses. Anyway, Dylan didn't care. No matter how they searched, they wouldn't be able to find anything on him. Passing by Honeydukes candy store, the sweet aroma wafted in his direction, but Dylan ignored it. He glanced at Phililyn's ice cream shop before hurriedly heading towards Gringotts. Soon, as he neared Gringotts, Dylan spotted the white marble building. Entering Gringotts, the clatter of ledgers against gold coins filled the air, and goblins bustled about behind the counter. Dylan suppressed the urge to cast 50 Imperius curses. "Changing money again," a shrill voice called out. Dylan looked ahead and saw a thin goblin trotting quickly from behind the counter, tilting his head slightly, staring intently at Dylan. Dylan smiled faintly. Yes, the goblin frowned. Do you know how long it takes me to dispose of your money after I change it for you? Dylan blinked and replied sincerely, I don't know. The thin goblin, Gringotts, was dimly lit, and Dylan followed the thin goblin to a nearby counter. How many galleons are you going to exchange this time? About 500,000. What? The goblin's eyes widened instantly, the snarl and disdain on his face replaced by shock. How much? Dylan pulled a large wooden box from his space and placed it on the counter with a thud. Here are about 2.3 million British pounds. I'll only take 2.3 million. The rest is your reward for your hard work counting them, Dylan said with a smile. The goblin's discontent faltered, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh my, how can I be so polite? You're so polite. The thin goblin's voice suddenly rose an octave, his pointed ears flushed with excitement, and the corners of his mouth widened so wide that they almost ripped through his wrinkled face, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth. His fingers, like dead branches, grasped the cash box with a spasm, and he quickly dragged it to him. He opened the lid, revealing a neatly stacked stack of British pounds. A quick glance revealed that there were definitely tens of thousands more than 2.3 million. This made it smile even more insincere. It's rare to find a guest as forthright as you. However, I must warn you that Gringotts has recently been discussing whether to remove the British pound from the galleon exchange rate. Some goblins believe Muggle currency is still too cheap. Dylan raised an eyebrow. I suppose the British pound won't be removed, but the exchange rate for galleons will be even lower? Like, 1 to 6? Or even more? The skinny goblin was startled, his fake smile faltering slightly, but he showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed fangs. But this time I'll still exchange with you at the original rate, Dylan chuckled. Thank you very much. Even if the goblins were discussing whether to redefine and adjust the exchange rate between Muggle currency and galleons, it was only in the discussion stage, perhaps even just a proposal. Whether this idea would ultimately be implemented was uncertain. After all, goblins are very proud creatures. Looking down on Muggles is normal for them. Even if some goblins thought exchanging large quantities of human currency for galleons might be a loss, most wouldn't even consider that. They'd already set the exchange rate at 1.5, so the only losses would come from those foolish Muggles. That's why Dylan felt that increasing the exchange rate for more pounds per galleon wasn't feasible, and even if it were, it wouldn't happen right now. The skinny goblin before him was quite the pushover, trying to do him a favor without even doing anything. But Dylan didn't mean to mock it. In fact, the box actually contained 2.32 million pounds. That meant Dylan had essentially given the goblin a £20,000 tip, 4,000 galleons. It wasn't that Dylan was wealthy, but exchanging money with goblins always incurs a fee, especially for a large transaction like his. Therefore, if he wanted to convert 2.3 million pounds into galleons, he'd normally have to pay a fee of around 6,000 galleons, or 30,000 pounds. However, Dylan had discovered a new flaw last time. Every goblin at Gringotts was eligible for fee waivers, but they typically only used this privilege for high-profile clients. This wasn't because they didn't want to earn the commissions from high-profile clients. Rather, it was because high-profile clients often gave them generous tips. The commissions were confiscated, but the tips were indeed pocketed. Which was more important, what Goblin couldn't tell. Therefore, after discovering this, Dylan had basically skipped the commissions on his recent visits to exchange money. He would simply give the goblins a tip that was lower than the commission, but not excessive. The goblins usually accepted it, unless their fee waivers ran out that month. This meant that the more people tipped, the more willing they were to serve them and waive their fees. Therefore, Dylan had initially sought out goblins with less prestigious positions but still eligible for fee waivers. Eventually, after a few changes, he found one that suited Dylan's taste best, namely the skinny goblin in front of him. This appetite refers to Dylan's character. And in Gringotts, its position is neither high nor low, neither up nor down, neither accomplished nor accomplished, unable to climb up, but not too ordinary either. Big clients look down on it. It can't attract big clients. It is just right for Dylan to use. The light in Gringotts is not very bright. The skinny goblin stretched out his bony fingers with protruding joints, and began to count the pile of pounds in front of him impatiently. His movements were skillful, and he didn't have any work-related enthusiasm at all, but was full of enthusiasm for wealth. Stacks of pounds were quickly flipped in his hands. Soon, the other party completed the calculation and said in a shrill voice, "No problem, the amount of galleons is sufficient. In order to thank you for your generosity, I am willing to waive the handling fee for you this time." Dylan nodded gently. "Thank you very much. I'll come back to exchange money with you next time." The thin goblin plastered a fake smile and calmly separated a small number of pounds from the box. Then, in the blink of an eye, the pounds disappeared. "But you'll have to wait a moment. The money needs to be taken from the vault." Dylan smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'll wait here for you." The thin goblin turned, and the box floated behind it, following it into the depths of Gringotts. Dylan narrowed his eyes as he watched its back. Goblins, like house elves, possess a special ability, wandless magic, also known as goblin magic. However, unlike house elves, goblins do not require any physical movements to cast spells. In contrast, even if house elves can cast spells without a wand, they usually rely on simple movements, such as snapping their fingers or raising their arms, to assist in the casting of spells. Moreover, while house elves' magic is mostly used in everyday life, goblin magic is more inclined towards forging and processing. Metal products crafted from them often possess powerful magical properties, like the Sword of Gryffindor. "I really want to catch a few goblins and stuff them in my briefcase." Ever since Dylan got his briefcase, he'd felt a compulsion to capture and study any creature he encountered. Dylan didn't have to wait long. The goblin hurried back, clutching a heavy purse. As it handed it to Dylan, its eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. "This is a Gringotts purse?" "Of course I know that." Dylan took the purse and pretended to pour the galleons into the pouch at his waist. While the goblin stared intently at the purse, he quietly and stealthily placed all the galleons into his inventory, which only he could control. Nearly 500,000 galleons, even just transferring them all would take half a day. Finally, after clearing out all the galleons, Dylan returned the empty purse to the skinny goblin. "Thank you, I'll come again." "You're most welcome." The skinny goblin smirked as he saw Dylan off. Dylan also smirked, taking his galleons and leaving contentedly. Leaving Gringotts, Dylan's eyes narrowed slightly. "I've been here a few times, and I always know where the gate is. If Quirrell and the others could attack Gringotts, why can't I?" However, he didn't intend to attack Gringotts directly just yet. On the contrary, having finally made it out, he planned to go to Nocturne Alley and borrow some galleons from those kind dark wizards. As Dylan approached Nocturne Alley, the light grew dimmer. Dylan's figure vanished into an unnoticed corner. That was until Curcius appeared. Dylan, hooded and wearing high heels, exuded a powerful aura. As he entered Nocturne Alley, Dylan immediately spotted a dark wizard, stealthily attempting to attack another unsuspecting individual. Seeing this, Dylan smiled heartily. "Isn't that a chance?" Dylan raised his arm. Imperio, a flash of red light shot out from the tip of his wand, striking the dark wizard with pinpoint accuracy. The wizard froze, his eyes, once filled with malice, suddenly empty. He then began to toss his purse, wand, pendant, and any other valuables to the ground. He knelt and kowtowed before Dylan. Dylan smiled as he approached, his black robe billowing gracefully with his steps. As he passed the pile of items, there was a soft rustling sound, and the items vanished in the blink of an eye. "I saved you, won't you say thank you?" Dylan turned to look at the stunned wizard beside him. Thank you," the wizard said, taken aback. "It's too late, impolite fellow. You two will become my servants and listen to the way forward for the lost." Dylan raised his wand. No, wait, Imperio." The male wizard's face froze in terror. He struggled briefly, but ultimately became expressionless. Like the dark wizard beside him, he took off all his valuables and placed them on the ground. He then prostrated himself and kowtowed to Dylan. Dylan's sudden action stunned the dark wizards lurking in the shadows, always ready to rob others. Who is he? How dare he cast an unforgivable curse in the street? Curses, it's Curcius. Damn it, why is he here again? How can his Imperius curse be so strong? He used it right in front of them, and those two couldn't even resist. Why does he always come to Nocturne Alley to do his evil? Why not Diagon Alley? I'm not going to be able to stay here all day long. I haven't caught a single good sheep, and those auras are coming again. They just left. You're crazy, SHH. Don't you dare talk like that. He'll suck your soul out. Wait, he's looking at us. Run. The dark wizard hiding in the shadows noticed Dylan's gaze and almost jumped in fear. Dylan raised his wand slightly, and a low, hoarse voice rang out. Sectum Zempra. In an instant, 50 sharp blades flashed with cold light and flew out from his body like a rain of pear blossoms. Wherever he passed, dark corners were instantly illuminated. The dark wizards hiding there screamed in agony, forced to flee in panic by Dylan's spells. Oh my god. Why is he hitting us, Imperio? Another 50 soul-snatching spells flew out. The screams of the dark wizards ceased abruptly. Then, everyone silently moved towards Dylan, piling everything before him: money bags, magical items, corpse entrails, the remains of magical creatures. The pile grew increasingly bizarre. Beneath his mask, Dylan's mouth twitched. He swung the hem of his robe sharply, collecting the money bags and more useful magical items into his inventory. Then, a fierce black flame suddenly blazed up. The organs and limbs, nearly devoid of magic power and value, were completely incinerated. The dark wizards collapsed in a clattering mass, kneeling in unison, their knees hitting the ground in a cloud of dust. Dylan looked down from above at the group of dark wizards kneeling before him. After a moment's thought, he felt as if he should say something. Raising his head slightly, a cold glint shone in his hooded eyes as he spoke slowly. Remember, you, wandering in darkness, still blindly pursue wealth and power. I, Karthus, will be the master of this. Translation: give me all the money you've stolen from the black market. I want to steal from the black market. After a pause, Dylan raised a hand. He felt like reciting the idiotic lines twice, becoming familiar, even pleasurable. It was getting better, getting better. With his fingers spread, Dylan seemed to grasp the world. The order of this world is rotten. The power of the strong is bound by cowardice, while the struggles of the weak are ignored. But here I am, I, Karthus, death itself, the supreme arbiter of shadows. Dylan suddenly stretched out his arms, his black robes rustling in the wind. He calmly cast a whirlwind spell. Whoosh, a fierce wind blew. In my eyes. Your lives are as fragile as ants, but today, you have the honor of being observed by me. Everything you have will become the foundation of my reshaping of the world. I have become death, I hear the burning revelry. Money is the bargaining chip of death. Bring it to me, my pilgrimage begins. As Dylan finished speaking, the dark wizards kneeling before him suddenly raised their bodies slightly in unison, then slammed down. Fool! 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 Swish! At that moment, the space of Nocturne Alley suddenly rippled. The next moment, figures flashed out from the distorted space. They wore uniforms, each with a solemn expression, their wands tightly grasped. But as they appeared, filling almost half of Nocturne Alley, they were met with a strange scene. A group of dark wizards knelt before a hooded figure, surrounded by piles of gold, silver, and magical artifacts, emitting streaks of light on the ground. Mixed with the already eerie atmosphere of Nocturne Alley, it resembled a cult meeting in progress. Dylan glanced sideways, noticing the Aurors approaching, intending to rob them as well. However, seeing they were completely bare, seemingly carrying nothing but their wands, he frowned slightly. Aurors aren't so shabby, are they? Dylan turned slowly, his hooded gaze cold yet with a hint of amusement as he scanned the Aurors, who looked on in fear. Then, he turned slowly and walked forward with steady steps. At that moment, the dark wizards kneeling at his feet, as if receiving some kind of command, suddenly stood up. Their previously empty eyes ignited with a fierce fire, and with deep growls, they charged frantically towards the Aurors. These dark wizards, under the Imperius curse, showed no fear, and showed no regard for their own safety. Waving their wands, they rained down black spells upon the Aurors. Damn it! Again, the Aurors were forced to fight back. Dylan, amidst the chaotic clashing, retreated further and further. As he passed the piles of gold and silver, his black robe billowed in the wind, like an invisible vortex. In the blink of an eye, all the gold and silver seemed to be swallowed by darkness, vanishing in an instant, leaving only the bare ground. Anything particularly disgusting or useless was consumed by the fiend fire. While fending off the dark wizard's attacks, the Aurors tried to find the time to chase Dylan, but the chaos stretched them too thin. Don't let him get away this time, an Auror shouted, only to be forced back repeatedly by a dark wizard spell. How come these guys suddenly become so powerful? Wait, it was that guy just now who was controlling them to cast a spell. What? How did he do that? Dylan's figure gradually blurred in the chaos and darkness, leaving only a mysterious and chilling back, disappearing into the deep shadows of Nocturne Alley. Chapter 137, Voldemort's daughter was captured? Did he really give birth to a girl? These guys are so poor, Dylan sat in Fusco's ice cream parlor, munching on a creamy sundae and examining his inventory, the gold and silver he'd confiscated from the dark wizards. No wonder they're always thinking about robbing people. They're so broke, and they don't know how to do something useful to earn more money so they can rob. Dylan counted carefully. He'd robbed dozens of people in one go, but the total was only a measly 1,000 galleons. What a waste of my heartfelt speech, Dylan rolled his eyes. During his summer vacation, the dark wizards he'd robbed in the secret passages had at least brought him hundreds of galleons each. He hadn't expected these dark wizards in Nocturne Alley to be so poor. Dylan sighed softly. What's wrong? You don't seem very interested. Fusco glanced at Dylan from behind the counter. At that moment, he was the only customer in the shop. Nothing, just attending a magic academy is too expensive. There's always so much stuff to buy, and I don't have that much money. Fusco blinked. Oh, you're worried about money? If you need it, I can help you out. You can pay me back when you grow up. Dylan was startled by this and looked at Fusco in surprise. He remembered that Florin was a descendant of Dexter Fusco, the former headmaster of Hogwarts. Such a large ice cream shop wouldn't do much business in the winter, not to mention that once Hogwarts is in session, even fewer young wizards would come for ice cream. However, Dylan had learned from Fusco's earlier conversation that Fusco owned the shop completely, not having to lease it like some other businesses. In Diagon Alley, where every inch of land is worth a fortune, owning their own shop clearly showed that the Fusco family was well off. But why was Fusco helping him? Are you serious? Dylan asked. Of course. Fusco tilted his head back and let out a hearty laugh. His chest was shaking slightly. Why are you willing to support me? Dylan asked again. I'm happy to support a talented young wizard. I don't have anywhere else to spend all this money anyway. Fusco folded the rag. Dylan tilted his head. Are you the only one left in your family? Florin shook his head. I have another daughter. She also went to Hogwarts before, but she and I didn't have a good relationship. She used to live with her mother. Dylan's eyes widened slightly. You have a daughter? Florin nodded. Are you surprised? Haha, my daughter is very independent. Even when her mother passed away, she didn't ask me to help pay for her tuition. Dylan really didn't know Florin had a daughter. His eyelashes fluttered, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he managed to utter, Has she graduated already? Florin raised his eyebrows slightly, his lips curling up unconsciously, and he puffed out his chest. Yes, she just graduated and joined the ministry as an Auror. The mention of Aurors made Dylan pause. He vaguely remembered that among the dozens of people who had come to arrest him, there seemed to be quite a few young women. Did I beat up her daughter too? No, he hadn't just done that. It was just those confused dark wizards who had done the beating. With this thought, Dylan regained his composure, looking at Fusco with a burning gaze. That's impressive. Joining the ministry and becoming an Auror right after graduation. I have to say, your daughter is truly remarkable. Dylan showered him with praise, then changed the subject. So, how many galleons would you like to give me? Maybe 10,000. Fusco stroked his chin. Only 10,000. Dylan smacked his lips. Only 10,000. Fusco opened his eyes slightly. Dylan coughed. I mean, you are so generous that you are willing to give out 10,000 galleons to support a stranger like me. It's just that, sir, the materials I want to buy start at tens of thousands of galleons. Fusco widened his eyes in disbelief. Tens of thousands of galleons? Starting from, he seemed unsure of what he had heard. What kind of materials do you need? Even if you want to eat dragon liver, you don't need so many galleons, do you? Dylan corrected. Sir, the price of dragon liver is only 17 sickles per ounce, and you can buy it for only 1 galleon. Florin was dumbfounded and silent for a moment. He slowly said, Then, do you still want it? Dylan nodded in response. If you are willing to support me, even if it is only a small amount of 10,000 galleons, it also represents your generous heart. Florin, why do I feel like I spent money, but I seem to be ridiculed again? But seeing Dylan's sincere expression, he smacked his lips. Don't rush to pay me back. You can wait until you graduate. He leaned over and pulled a bulging purse from behind the counter. He smiled at Dylan and said, Here, take it. Dylan flicked his wand, casting a levitation spell on the purse, which then floated toward him. Even with a stretch charm, he could feel its heft. Dylan chuckled. Thank you so much. It's not much, but it helps me out. Florin nodded helplessly. I wanted to experience what it's like to spend money on my children. After all, my daughter has never asked me for money. It's just, He glanced at Dylan. It doesn't seem, not very good. Dylan's eyelashes fluttered, and he immediately realized that he hadn't given enough emotional value. Dylan immediately said, "Sir, you're my god of wealth. I was just wondering where to borrow some more money to buy materials, and now these 10,000 galleons are here. My future seems brighter now. When I become rich, I'll definitely send you the freshest Honeydews candy every day, but not the most expensive ones, ho ha ho ha." "You kid," Florin laughed heartily, amused by Dylan. Dylan pocketed the purse, not only taking the money but also the purse without returning it to Florin. He took out a napkin, wiped the cream stain from the corner of his mouth, and slowly stood up. "Anyway, I will really remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you in the future." Florin waved his hand. "Don't be so exaggerated. It's really useless for me to have so much money, but I can only support you so much, because I don't have that much." Dylan smiled. "In fact, 10,000 galleons is quite a lot. I can buy a lot of materials. Then I'll say goodbye first. You know my name. If you have anything in the future, you can write to me and tell me. I am happy to listen. Just listen and not help, right?" Florin laughed. "How could that be?" Dylan pursed his lips and smiled. "Then I'll take my leave first. Professor McGonagall only granted me less than a day's leave, so I have to rush back today. Go ahead, go ahead. I don't know what happened, but those Aurors are out again, and in such large numbers. Things are not peaceful lately. Staying here any longer might be dangerous. Hurry back to school." Florin waved his hand. "But before that, don't forget to buy the materials you want. Of course, don't go to Nocturne Alley. There must be a lot of trouble there right now." Dylan nodded gently. "Don't worry, those troubles won't come to me. I've divined." Under Florin's somewhat surprised gaze, Dylan said goodbye and turned to leave. He hadn't expected to come here for ice cream. Not only did he get a free sundae, but he also got a whopping 10,000 gold galleons for free. In fact, 10,000 galleons is not a small amount in the current magical world. The basic living expenses of an average wizarding family are only around 2,000 to 3,000 galleons. Of course, this only ensures their survival, not starvation. If one simply desired a higher quality of life, the galleons required were limitless. For example, a broom from a Quidditch boutique, not even the latest model, a Nimbus 2000, would cost enough to sustain an average wizarding family for a long time. Dylan walked down Diagon Alley, surrounded by Aurors, each searching with a serious expression. Dylan paid them no attention. Upon seeing Dylan as a child, some of the Aurors approached him to ask him some basic questions. However, after he explained that Professor McGonagall had given him a note of leave to come to Gringotts to exchange money and buy some materials for experiments, no one paid him any attention. When 2 Aurors passed by, he even heard one of them say, "Vera captured a dark wizard, a woman. She seems to be a follower of that guy named Curciatus. Could it be that Delphine who claims to be from the Lestrange family? I heard that after that guy called the Fool appeared last time, this person suddenly appeared and spread the name of the Fool Curciatus everywhere, but the Lestrange family doesn't seem to recognize her at all. I'm not sure about that, but this time, Curciatus appeared again. I heard Vera say that the woman seemed to rush over and not only help those dark wizards to deal with us, but also attacked us very hard, almost injuring Linklater and the others." Tisk. Although Vera just graduated, her magical talent is not low. It feels like she will be our boss in a while, who knows, but this time, Curciatus got away again. I don't understand how he could control so many people at once. It reminds me, don't say that person's name." The voices of the 2 Aurors stopped abruptly. Dylan's pace also returned to normal. Delphine, although he hadn't read all the Harry Potter books, he vaguely remembered that Delphine would appear in a later storyline. She was supposed to murder Harry Potter and Ginny's child. However, that series was somewhat controversial, and many people didn't even acknowledge it as a Harry Potter series. Because, this witch named Delphine was Bella's child with Voldemort. So, Voldemort actually had a daughter? Calculating the time, if that's true, Delphine must have been born to Bella before Voldemort died. Bella should be in Azkaban now, right? So their daughter is now parentless and uncared for, and then, she was drawn to his alt character, Curciatus, and became his fangirl? I mean, a devotee? Tisk. Dylan didn't know what he was feeling at the moment, it was just strange. If it's simply Delphine, it might be a coincidence, but she claims to be a Lestrange, even using the Lestrange name to brainwash other dark wizards and recruit followers for me. This means she's most likely the real Delphine. I was wondering why I've been seeing references to expanding Curses influence pop up more frequently lately. Dylan pursed his lips. Did I lure her out early, and then get arrested by the Ministry? After a moment's thought, he shrugged. Letting the Ministry teach Delphine a lesson now might prevent Harry's child from being targeted. He's done a good deed. Harry should thank her for saving his son so long ago. Of course, even though Delphine attacked the Aurors and nearly injured anyone, according to the two Aurors, she didn't actually hurt anyone. Even if she were arrested, she'd probably only be held for a few days, not forever. After all, Delphine hadn't done anything truly earth-shatteringly evil. The current timeline still centered around the time her father, Voldemort, was attempting to wreak havoc. How could a daughter steal her father's spotlight? So while this was a minor incident, if the story had continued as normal, Delphine might still have attacked Harry's son. But maybe her father isn't Voldemort at all, but Bella's own child? She's just been publicly declared Voldemort's daughter. Dylan's interest peaked. He planned to use Voldemort's power as a tool for achievements the next time he encountered him, and perhaps even ask for some gossip about him. Arriving at the fireplace without any obstruction, Dylan grabbed a handful of flue powder, ignited a green flame, and stepped into it. Space warped, and he was back at Hogwarts, directly to the Gryffindor common room. It was only the afternoon. As Dylan emerged from the fireplace, he ran into Neville, who had just returned from the conservatory. "Dylan, are you back from shopping?" Dylan nodded. "Yeah, I bought almost everything I wanted," Neville said to Dylan with a smile. "While you were away today, Weasley was almost selling out all the amethysts they made. A bunch of people wanted to buy them." "Oh? That's great. Are they sold out?" Neville nodded. "They are sold out, but now that they have lost the amethysts, they seem to have some wooden signs and other things, and they also took the opportunity to sell a lot of them." At this moment, the figures of Fred and George appeared. After seeing Dylan, the two of them suddenly opened their eyes wide with excitement and rushed over. "Dylan, I need you. I need you." Chapter 138, 1,000,000 galleons? Just spend it. Super evolve my suitcase. The hem of Dylan's robe brushed the lingering warmth of the common room's fire. He carried Fred and George back to their dormitories, one on each side, as if carrying two sons. Seeing their expectant gazes, Dylan sighed helplessly. "Aren't you out of amethyst?" At this, Fred and George immediately launched into a torrent of complaints. "When I came to see you today, Neville said you'd taken leave to go to Diagon Alley." His voice suddenly rose, a bit like a strangled owl. "If I had known this would happen, I would have asked you to help us find some unwanted crystals there, Alice. After we sold all the amethyst today, someone offered to sell us some raw materials, but do you know how much he'd ask for? Almost half our profit. He's crazy. We'd rather just sell the wooden signs." Dylan blinked, waved his wand, and a large box of crystals appeared on his bed. Yellow, blue, green, purple, pink, every kind. The crystals' radiance silenced the twins, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Dylan, don't tell me, you bought this for us." Dylan looked at them like they were idiots. "What else would I have bought all this useless stuff just to play with?" Merlin's big legs. "I can't believe it, Dylan, we love you." Dylan slapped each of them. "Get away from me." "Yes, sir." The twins stood at attention at the foot of Dylan's bed. "I really owe you this in my past life." Dylan grasped his wand, a radiant glow spreading. With two spells, the crystals were now armored. "All right, take it." Fred and George's Adam's apples rolled in unison, the sound of their swallowing loud in the suddenly silent dormitory. Like vicious dogs spotting food on the side of the road, the twins pounced on the crystals. "With so many designs, we'll definitely sell thousands of galleons, maybe even a few thousand. Dylan, just wait for the money, we'll sell it as a rare amulet." Dylan waved his hand impatiently, telling the two to get out of here and stop wasting his time. He wondered who was so unlucky that they could be tricked by these two. "By the way, here's your profit." George and Fred put the protective crystals Dylan had crafted into a small, tattered-looking bag. Just as they were about to leave, Fred paused. He took out half of the galleons he'd earned from selling the crystals and placed them on Dylan's bed. The galleons shimmered with a dark golden light, clinking as they clattered. Dylan raised an eyebrow slightly. "You sold over 200 galleons for just those amethysts," the twins smirked. "That's because your spell works, Dylan." Since it was still the weekend, the twins were eager to get down to business. They said goodbye to Dylan and slipped out. Neville was tidying up his desk when he heard the clatter of galleons. He glanced back and couldn't help but say, "They're really good at making money. I've seen them selling those amulets to other students. I almost believe their stories." Dylan chuckled. "They really do have a knack for making money, otherwise I wouldn't have helped them this time." Dylan put all the galleons into the money column, then pulled out a book, dusted himself off with a cleansing spell, quickly removed his shoes, and laid down on the bed. He didn't even bother to look at his achievements. Instead, he prepared to unlock the suitcase's ecosystem. He couldn't wait to see how his suitcase would transform into a world. "I'm going to read first," Dylan squeaked. "Okay, I'll keep my voice down." Neville nodded, not bothering him anymore. Dylan flipped open the book, pretending to read, but in reality, his attention was focused on the money column on his character panel. Money. 1,335,190 gold galleons. This time, Dylan exchanged all his sickles, nuts, and British pounds for galleons. This brought his total to over 1.3 million gold galleons. A terrifying figure. What a shame. I just saved $1 million or so, and now it's all gone. Dylan sighed inwardly, then turned his attention to the pet space suitcase in his inventory. Item, pet space suitcase. Description, from now on, whether it's Xiazen, Xiaosi, Xiaowu, or Xiaoyu, you can raise them here. Isn't that wonderful? Abilities, spatial connection, spatial expansion, self-contained, unlockable abilities. Spatial connection and spatial expansion are both inherent abilities of the suitcase. As for self-contained, it's a new ability Dylan had previously unlocked at the cost of 10,000 galleons. It allows the suitcase to be stored directly in his inventory, without being unable to be inserted into the system panel due to the presence of life inside. This meant he didn't have to carry it anywhere. It was convenient to carry and more secure. It couldn't be stolen. After all, he'd spent a fortune cultivating this suitcase. If anyone stole it, he could transform into Momo Ran and perish along with the entire world. Okay, let me see the effects of this internal ecological self-circulation system, worth a full million galleons and 500 million pounds. Message, do you want to spend 1 million galleons to unlock the internal ecological self-circulation capability? Message, do you want to spend 100,000 galleons to unlock the forest ecosystem? Message, do you want to spend 235,190 galleons to expand the suitcase's space? Yes, Dylan agreed to all of it. So generous. So cool. Message, you spent 235,190 galleons to expand the space by 23,519 cubic meters. Message, you spent 100,000 galleons to unlock the forest ecosystem. News, you've spent 1 million galleons to unlock the internal ecological self-circulation ability. As the system notifications clattered out, Dylan quickly glanced at the suitcase's panel. Item, pet space suitcase. Description, a suitcase whose owner had finally invested in its renovation. Space. 36,750 cubic meters. Abilities, spatial connectivity, spatial expansion, self-contained, internal ecological self-circulation, pet location and summoning, to be unlocked, ecology, forest, comfortable. Dylan exclaimed delightedly as the briefcase's description on the panel changed. Just ignore that iffy description. Now, let me see how the suitcase has been modified. Dylan closed the book and took the suitcase out. I'm going to do some research. You don't have to wait for me for dinner, he told Neville and hurried inside. Suddenly, a damp, earthy scent, previously absent, wafted across the breeze. Over 30,000 cubic meters of air exploded through the folded space, the scent of decaying oak and the sweet, tangy aroma of newly grown musk clashing in Dylan's nostrils. The suitcase's space, once bare and crammed with bookshelves and shelves, was now transformed. He saw a fairly lush forest. Dylan lowered his head. The soft earth beneath his feet was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, and his boots sank deep into the humus. Each step produced a subtle rustling sound. Looking up, he saw tall, sturdy trees all around him. Dylan walked around slowly twice. After all, it was only over 30,000 cubic meters. It was volume, not surface area. So, while the sky was higher, the forest wasn't very large, about the size of a plantation. Dylan estimated it to be about the size of 2 standard football fields. Still, this small forest made his suitcase space seem alive. Not only was there wind in the air, but also a refreshing scent of resin and grass. A closer look revealed a hint of floral fragrance. The chirping of insects and birds filled the air, and the occasional small animal flitted through the bushes. Unlocking an ecological environment also involves using some life. Dylan's eyes lit up. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, the self-circulating ecological system within this small space had cost him 1,000,000 galleons to unlock. Without these small creatures, how would the ecosystem survive? That's a good deal. After all, as the space continued to expand with galleons, the ecological systems he unlocked would also expand simultaneously with this space due to their self-circulating nature. Furthermore, the space in the suitcase could be controlled by Dylan's thoughts, slowly influencing the boundaries and dividing lines between ecosystems. He was like a creator. This money was definitely worth it. It paid off. Dylan looked towards the corner of the forest. There was a simple little house there, one he had previously crafted with a spell. Among them were Dylan's previous belongings, such as lab tables and spider traps. As for the various bookshelves and shelves, they were arranged in rows outside the house. Perhaps the suitcase, after unlocking its abilities and opening a new ecological environment, was worried about disturbing his existing belongings, so it avoided this area. Essentially, this area, once the center of the space, had now become a corner. This was a good thing, saving Dylan the trouble of moving things around. He turned his head and gazed up at the sky above the forest. The space was always wide, and despite the lack of sun, there was light. However, Dylan was curious, if the internal ecological cycle had been activated, how could it function without sunlight? Even if there was sunlight, moonlight would be essential, right? But his space was devoid of both. No sun, no moon. The 30,000 plus cubic meters of space he currently occupied wasn't enough to support any celestial bodies. After observing for a while, Dylan soon made a discovery. At this moment, the light in the forest was noticeably dimmer than at noon, as if it were permeated by the colors of a sunset. Dylan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that this ecological system, without sunlight, had begun to adjust its own lighting? You've really had it tough. Dylan opened the briefcase's panel again, then scrolled through the unlocked abilities. Finally, his eyes fixed on one, unlockable ability, fully automatic real daylight, sun, unlockable price. 10,000,000 gold galleons. Seeing the price, Dylan silently averted his gaze. After standing there for a moment, he couldn't help himself. Are you truly mad? Where can I get you 10,000,000 galleons? That's 10 million. 10 times a million. Are you really going to make me rob ringgits and then give me an achievement with a reward of 10,000,000 galleons? Dylan wanted to close the panel, but after a moment's silence, he scrolled down again and found moonlight, unlockable ability, fully automatic real moonlight, moon, unlockable price. 2,000,000 gold galleons. Dylan's eyes bulged. 20 million, he counted, only to realize he'd missed a zero. 2 million, Dylan was stunned. How could moonlight be a full 8 million cheaper than sunlight? Is this some kind of astronomical discrimination? Dylan pondered for a moment, then closed the panel completely. After all, he didn't have any money on him right now. And the space was too small. Besides, since he'd activated the internal ecological cycle, the environment already had light, so there was no need to unlock the sun or moon right now. Considering the names of the two unlockable abilities, including the descriptions in parentheses, Dylan felt that even if he unlocked them now, due to the limited space in his suitcase, he'd probably only be able to welcome sunlight and moonlight. Only when his space was large enough, truly a world, would the sun and moon appear. Therefore, these two abilities weren't something Dylan needed to consider right now. With a wave of his hand, Dylan summoned both Cole and Norbita. Since the pet space and the suitcase space were already connected, Dylan simply let them in through the suitcase's special channel. Swish, a path opened in the air. Moo. Then, a small head poked out from the gap. It was Cole. Its ears perked up, taking in the surroundings. Almost at the same time, a larger figure slowly emerged from behind Cole. Norbita, while not yet fully grown to adult size, was already quite large compared to Cole. Its nostrils flared slightly, exhaling a few wisps of warm white air. The two little creatures glanced left and right, their eyes lighting up when they caught sight of Dylan, not far away. With its tail raised high, Cole Ball leaped out of the crack with a whoosh. However, when one of its front paws landed hard on the soft earth, its soul sank in, causing its body to lurch. The unusual sensation startled it, but it instinctively ran toward Dylan. Norbita, not to be outdone, flapped its already powerful wings vigorously and slowly flew straight out of the crack. Each flap of its wings created a powerful gust of air, rustling the branches around it. This was one of the reasons Dylan hadn't often packed them into the suitcase before. Every time Norbita flapped, it messed up everything he had worked so hard to put together. Coldball scurried to Dylan's feet, its furry body clinging to his calf. With a quick paw, it climbed onto him, leaping onto his shoulder. "Are you hungry? I'll feed you soon," Dylan said, twitching Coldball's chin with his index finger. Moo! A loud, sticky purr emanated from Coldball's throat, its head rubbing against Dylan's cheek repeatedly, its tail occasionally brushing against his ear. Meanwhile, Norbita slowly descended. After being disciplined several times by Dylan, it had finally learned not to make such a loud descent, making its wings seem like they were about to send someone flying. Norbita's tongue flicked across Dylan's cheek, lightly licking it. Dylan followed suit, stroking his cheek with a spell to clean Norbita's saliva. "Your Uncle Hagrid gave me a lot of meat yesterday. It's not particularly high quality, but I also bought a lot of new canned goods this time. I'll mix it up for you later." Dylan patted Norbita's neck. "Gah!" Norbita raised his head and cried happily. After a year of growth, its body had reached the size of a full-grown horse, and when its wings were spread, they could almost cover a small area of the sky. Its scales gleamed metallically in the sunlight. Dylan touched it, the coolness of his hand compelling him to rub it a few times. Norbita's sharp claws gently scraped the ground, then he leaned his head toward Dylan's hand, rubbing it gently, a low, soft chirp emanating from his lips. "This is the new world I've prepared for you. Do you like it?" Dylan instructed the two little creatures to look around. Meanwhile, Cole and Norbita also cast their gazes around. As their gazes fell upon the forest, their rubbing against Dylan froze, as if under a spell. Norbita's large, somewhat naive eyes held a touch of surprise, her massive head turning from side to side, curiously surveying the surroundings. Cole also stopped rubbing, her pointed ears erect, her eyes wide. "Go out and play, but don't eat any small creatures, you two." Before Dylan could finish his instructions, Cole suddenly transformed into a shadow and shot out. The little creature darted nimbly through the trees, leaping onto thick trunks and then slinking into dense undergrowth. Its cries of excitement occasionally startled a flock of birds perched on the branches. "Moo, moo," pausing, Coldball waved to Norbita. "Garwoo." Norbita glanced back at Dylan, who nodded, a smile playing on his face. "Go ahead. Even though it's not a big place, you can still fly around. I've been putting you through this." He had never flown properly in his entire life. When he was little, he could fly around freely, but as he grew older, Dylan stopped allowing him to fly freely, especially in the Forbidden Forest. "Garwoo." Receiving Dylan's affirmative response, he looked up at the sky, a roar of excitement rising from his throat, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind blew fiercely. Dylan stood nearby, his hair ruffled by the wind. With a twitch of his lips, he raised his wand and cast a spell, finally stopping the wind. Looking up, Dylan looked at Norbita flying overhead. Although the space in this forest was still a bit cramped for its body and it was impossible for it to fly freely, it still flew with great enthusiasm. Norbita circled continuously above the forest, and every time it flapped its wings, it would bring up a strong wind, making the surrounding leaves rustle. Occasionally, it would fly closer to Dylan and look down at its owner, as if sharing with Dylan the joy of being able to fly freely. Dylan looked at the two little guys and a doting smile appeared on his face. After all, isn't the reason for working hard to make money so that the children can have a good life? Nothing else matters. Ahem, he didn't hide anything. Seeing them having fun, Dylan was in a good mood too. Seeing that the two little guys were in high spirits, he didn't ask them to come back. Instead, he shouted to Coldball, "Don't run too far, and you, be careful too, don't bump into any branches." Chapter 139, Is this an achievement? I became Cthulhu? Who is the Dementor? Time to capture some creatures and bring them in, so we can have more blood to shed. Dylan gazed at the small forest, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Turning back, he left Cole and Norbita to play on their own while he headed back into the cabin. Using a spell, he controlled a swarm of spiders and cockroaches, scattering them directly into the forest. Then there were the caged Cornish pixies. "Don't mess with my things while I'm gone, or I'll shove your heads into the asses of your own kind," Dylan said calmly to the Cornish pixies. He had previously extracted the soul of a dying Cornish pixie and, using the spell Soul Residue, had learned the language of that species. Faced with Dylan's threat, the Smurfs, having witnessed his brutal methods, dared not act rashly. With Dylan's permission, they dispersed. With the exception of a few who were barely alive and likely destined for his experiments, Dylan tossed them all into the forest. Living in a completely natural environment, their reproduction rate would increase. Dylan even considered giving them more aphrodisiacs to encourage them to bear children quickly and thus propagate their species. While these little elves weren't particularly useful, and the materials they contained weren't particularly valuable, they were quite useful experimental subjects for Dylan's current situation. I'll go to the Forbidden Forest and capture a few Acromanchulas sometime, but the space is still too small to catch too many. Next, I need to save up money and continue upgrading the space. I need to expand it to at least 100,000 cubic meters, so it can be considered a reasonable size. Having made up his mind, Dylan began feeding the two pets. It wasn't really feeding, he simply prepared their bowls, a tin box and a large steel basin. He tossed the food in. Dylan called out to them, telling them to keep an eye out for those Cornish elves. They could teach them a lesson and bully them, but not kill them. Then, Dylan left the suitcase space. After all this fussing, the sky was gradually darkening. Dylan's stomach rumbled at the right moment. He went to the cafeteria to eat. It would be a full moon soon, and he would have to eat grass again. Before that, he naturally had to eat a few good meals. Eat to your heart's content. On the way back from the cafeteria, Neville was with Dylan. Dylan went in late, but Neville ate slowly and ate a lot, so they chatted while waiting for Dylan to finish eating, and then went back to the dormitory together. Using the cleansing spell again, Dylan got into bed. This time when he went to Diagon Alley, he unlocked a few more achievements, and he wanted to check them out. Achievement: reveal your magic in public. Description: you already have believers ringing the bell for you, so naturally you have to reveal your magic in public. Requirement: possess a novice, 100/100, a zealot, 10/10, and an apostle, 1/1. Reward: fool temperament +10, demon temperament +10, wand of authority. Achievement: dark supernova. Description: your reputation is spreading like wildfire. Requirement: the reputation you've built is recognized by Magiclith and the wizarding world. Reward: max level random dark magic +1. Achievement: Ministry of Magic's Fury. Description: you've played tricks on the Ministry twice, and you've really pissed them off. But, so what? Requirement: incurred the wrath of the Ministry's higher-ups. Reward: portable magic library. Achievement: I have a world. Description: although this world is small, its ecosystem is self-sustaining. Why can't it be considered a world? Requirement: own a small world. Reward: goblin population +1. Scan these rewards. Unlike the previous time Cuckoo had given him full-level black magic, this time, there seemed to be a significant number of additional physical rewards. Dylan paused, then claimed the reward for the full-level black magic. He expertly entered deep space, expertly prepared for the falling stars. Dylan's vision blurred, and he found himself standing in the center of a swamp shrouded in darkness and filled with the stench of decay. A howling wind rustled his black robes, and Dementors swarmed around him. Dylan slowly raised his wand, its tip gleaming with an eerie glow, contrasting with the thick, inky darkness. Dylan's lips parted, his voice low and oppressive, as he uttered a spell. The next moment, a faint black mist rose from his feet, gradually enveloping him. Within the mist, faint crimson lights flickered and pulsed, like countless eyes hidden in the darkness. The aura emanating from Dylan grew increasingly terrifying, a chilling feeling. From a distance, he was still standing alone, yet it seemed as if a multiplicity of real eyes had appeared around him. They darted about, blinking. The Dementors, previously wandering around, occasionally making strange noises, suddenly panicked as frightened birds under the gaze of those eyes. Their already blurry forms trembled even more violently, their translucent, dark bodies twisting and tumbling in the shadows. Under Dylan's influence, the Dementors desperately tried to move away. Some were so frightened that they seemed to be desperately searching for joy in their chaotic memories. In the final seconds before Dylan emerged from the hallucination, he didn't know if he was seeing things. He seemed to see a faint, silvery white substance on the Dementors. What are they doing? Message: congratulations on mastering the maximum level spell, Erebus Nexus. I've become Cthulhu. Dylan was very unfaithful, very unfaithful. This spell was completely incomprehensible. So, did those Dementors lose their sanity when they saw me? And, in the end, were they trying to activate Patronus? Dylan's eyes darkened. Who were the Dementors, anyway? And system, are you sure Dementors can use Expecto Ward? You're just messing around with illusions. Dylan rolled his eyes and looked at the next reward. Wand of Authority. The name sounded pretty cool. After claiming the reward in his inventory, Dylan read its description. Item, Wand of Authority. Description, a sinister wand that claims authority, but is actually just a bluff. Made of ancient dragon bone, it measures 47.2 inches long and can be used as a crutch. Waving it, you can cast powerful illusions. Ability, with a wave of your wand, you can spontaneously create 3 illusions of your choice: Dragon Apparition, Sea of Corpses, and Bloody Throne. Note, perhaps you'll receive something to enhance your wand later. Illusion. Dylan quickly glanced at the description of the Wand of Authority, roughly understanding its abilities, purely for show. As for this note, perhaps he'll receive something to enhance his wand later? What? The Sharingan? Dylan rolled his eyes again. This wand resembled a scepter, unlike the ones used by wizards. Dylan figured it would only be useful for alt accounts. Why are all my rewards only usable on alt accounts? Tomato. Dylan glanced at the next reward. Item, Portable Magic Library. Description, still worried about having too many books and nowhere to put them? Still worried about having too many bookshelves and finding books? The Portable Magic Library is your choice. Ability, it appears to be a large wooden cabinet-like bookshelf, but opening the library reveals a vast space within. Add books to the bookshelf, and the shelves will automatically expand as the number of books increases. It also has a built-in search function. Simply recite the book title, author, or keyword, and the corresponding book will automatically appear. Note, storing books in it will automatically add them. Great stuff. Dylan's eyes lit up at the sight of this reward. Finally, something useful. His current books weren't massive enough to fill the entire house, but they weren't few either, enough to at least fill several bookshelves. And with time, he was bound to have even more. This included, but not limited to, his own notes, purchased books, and copied books. As his collection grew, even though his pet space suitcase could hold them all, and even his inventory could accommodate them, accessing them would become cumbersome. He found it too tedious to search through his inventory one by one, so he took the books out, organized them, and placed them on the bookshelf. But a pet space is still a pet space, after all. Since it's a pet space, it's naturally for pets. It's not that it can't hold books, but as the number of books increases, there's the risk of them getting lost accidentally. Furthermore, with so many books, simply dividing the shelves into sections will obviously make finding a book a chore. But now, this portable magic library allows him to find a book simply by thinking of the title, author, or even a conjunction. This greatly frees up his energy and saves him time. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied with this item. Dylan finally smiled sincerely. He added the portable magic library from the achievements panel to his inventory, preparing to reorganize his existing books. And the last reward. Goblin Tribe. Dylan turned away, pretending to rest, but secretly smacked his lips. If he understood correctly, in this world, goblins, should they be fairies? He just didn't know if the goblin tribe the system had rewarded him was any different from those fairies. Goblins can use magic, but since the system didn't name them goblins, Dylan's first reaction was, they probably only knew how to swing clubs. After a moment's contemplation, Dylan got up, dressed, squeaked at Neville, and slid back into his suitcase. The space had grown dim, unlike the last time he'd entered, when the light was still on. Time here seemed synchronized with the outside world. Cole and Nobita were resting in a nearby open space. They looked tired from all the fun. Upon seeing Dylan, the two little creatures lazily flicked their tails, but no one approached. Dylan's mouth twitched. However, he had no intention of focusing on those two creatures, so he headed deeper into the forest. The Cornish elves were avoiding him, but Dylan didn't care. Finding a suitable spot, he withdrew the system's reward. A crack tore through the void. In an instant, a dozen green-skinned creatures appeared before him. Dylan raised an eyebrow. These goblins were short but sturdy. Their skin a sickly dark green, covered in bumps of varying sizes. Their ears were pointed, a feature similar to the goblins at Gringotts. However, their pea-sized eyes now gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint. Each one clutched a massive, crude wooden club, laced with sharp stones and rusty nails, a potent weapon for killing. As soon as these unsightly creatures emerged from the cracks, they brandished their clubs, leaping back and forth excitedly and emitting strange, gurgling noises. What a noise! Dylan observed them calmly. He raised his wand, aiming it at the one who was shouting the loudest. Avada Kedavra, a beam of emerald green light shot out, striking the goblin squarely. The latter didn't even have time to scream before his body stiffened and collapsed. Soul Bob Tongue, Dylan raised his wand slightly. A faint light slowly emerged from the goblin's corpse and merged into Dylan's mind. A strange glint flashed in Dylan's eyes, but he didn't stop. Putreflorifera, he cast the spell. From the dead goblin's body, a strange black flower sprouted at a visible speed, its petals as black as ink. The goblin shrank rapidly, eventually becoming the flower's nourishment. Dylan waved his wand, collecting the flower. Then he slowly turned and looked at the goblins, their heads hanging low, trembling in fear at this sudden change. Listen up. Anyone causing trouble here, causing damage, or if I catch you crushing a flower or killing any living creature, this will be your fate. He tossed a few pieces of raw meat to the goblins. The goblins instinctively rushed to grab the food, but with Dylan standing by, they cowered like chickens, not daring to move. Eat, you disgusting bastards. Only after Dylan spoke did the goblins dare to move. After understanding their language, he also roughly grasped their pattern of speech. For example, these creatures only became motivated to obey orders from those in power when they were harshly insulted. A beating wasn't enough, a scolding was necessary. Dylan pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and without another word, transformed into a dark shadow, rapidly flying towards the cabin. He hadn't simply designated a territory to keep the goblins captive. After all, this small forest is only so big. Fortunately, neither the Cornish elves nor these goblins are numerous. It's more than enough to accommodate them. Therefore, Dylan had spent a fortune unlocking the ecosystem's self-sustaining capacity, precisely to allow various creatures to thrive here. While these goblins don't look like good guys, their presence does, to some extent, fill the void left by Dylan's experimental subjects. And with Cole and Norbita around, these goblins can't cause any major damage or cause any waves. After being crushed a few more times, enjoying daily food from him without having to hunt, these seemingly cowardly creatures would probably only think about procreation. Dylan gave Cole and the others instructions and left the suitcase. Chapter 140. Are you Snape's favorite disciple? Don't hold back, cast your spell on me. December brought a chill. The wind carried the sharp edge of the forbidden forest pine needles. Dylan waited for the 19th. It would be a full moon, the day Dylan would begin his animagus preparations once again. But before that, after a potions class, as students streamed out of the classroom, Professor Snape, with a stern expression, approached Dylan. Come with me. Before Dylan could react, Professor Snape had already walked a long way out, his black robes billowing, barely dragging on the ground. He blinked, treading on his own shadow, lengthened by the setting sun, and hurried back to catch up. Professor Snape led him to his office. As Dylan stood still, Professor Snape spun around, his black robes billowing, his scowl stern. Dylan, oh my god, Professor, there are only two of us here, and you're trying to be cool like this? Professor, what's the matter with you calling me here? It was almost time for dinner. Cooking for an entire class had not only consumed his energy but also his physical strength. His stomach had already started to growl in protest. However, Dylan remained patient and looked up at Professor Snape, always maintaining his respect for a professor. Did you see the announcement on the bulletin board? Professor Snape crossed his arms. Announcement? Dylan was stunned, then shook his head. I haven't noticed it. College announcements, don't you usually read them? Professor Snape narrowed his eyes. To be frank, yes, Dylan nodded sincerely. Professor Snape's mouth twitched, and without further ado, he spoke directly. You should join the dueling club tonight. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Dueling club? The one that the guy from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class came up with. Professor Snape nodded slightly. Dylan tilted his head. Professor, are you sure you want me to join? If I start fighting with the other students, what if I beat them up and make them cry? Wouldn't that be a bad look? Professor Snape glanced at Dylan. After a brief silence, he continued, you don't have to duel with those students. What then? You can duel directly with a professor, Lockhart. He's been saying everywhere that he's looking for an assistant, and I recommended you to him. Professor Snape paused. McGonagall and the others recommended you, too. Dylan's eyelids jumped. Letting him duel with Lockhart? And it was a suggestion from all the professors? They were treating Lockhart like a Scotsman. Professors McGonagall and Snape had previously challenged Dylan to a duel. After that duel, the professors must have known his strength, practically on par with an adult wizard. perhaps even superior to one with exceptional skills. And Lockhart, after the past 6 months, the professors probably knew his true strength. Asking him to fight Lockhart, really asking him to fight Lockhart, right? That's not right. I remember Professor Snape was also involved in the original club activities. Wait, Lockhart probably asked Professor Snape to assist him in dueling, right? Dylan smacked his lips. Was this a beating? If he beat up Lockhart, and the students beat up the professor, if that news got out, would his reputation be ruined? Dylan tried to warn Professor Snape, you know, I've become more adept at spells lately, and that defense against the dark arts professor, what if I accidentally cause him some serious harm? That wouldn't be good, would it? Professor Snape's expression was calm. Don't worry. I'll be there to treat him. Oh. With Professor Snape's words, Dylan felt at ease. Lockhart, that fellow, had no real strength at all. A single blow from him could cripple him. He had to be careful not to let his blows go too hard, leaving Lockhart vulnerable and seriously injured, leaving him to shoulder the heavy burden. Remember, don't hold back. You'll be facing a defense against the dark arts professor personally commissioned by Headmaster Dumbledore. His vast array of skills and ruthless experience are beyond the capabilities of a student like you, so, use all your means against him. Do you understand? Dylan swallowed. How on earth had Lockhart offended this amiable Professor Snape? He'd actually driven such an honest man to such viciousness. But, let him use all his might? Then he'd just unleash 50 killing curses. Professor Snape, you'd better protect me. Of course, even without the killing curse, he could just throw a few invisible blasts. Old Dumbledore would have to bring Fawkes, the newly reborn little chicken, over and beg Lockhart to die, at least not at Hogwarts. I understand, Professor. Dylan calmed down, nodded to Professor Snape, and accepted the task. After all, Lockhart was a professor too. He hadn't unlocked the achievement for beating professors since beating Quirrell last time. This time was a good time to give it a try. Gurgled Dylan's stomach made a timely sound, like a winged demon gnawing at brain marrow, echoing the soft groan of the cracking ice on the black lake outside the window. The flames flickered in the fireplace, casting a shadow on Professor Snape's hooked nose. Seeing Dylan so readily accept his order, Professor Snape finally revealed a hint of satisfaction, a faint smile on his lips. Come on, let's eat. Your stomach is louder than a troll rampaging through the corridors. Dylan smiled sheepishly. It seems it's braver than me, urging you to eat. Do you think I'm wasting your time? Professor Snape narrowed his eyes. No, how could that be? Let's go to the dining hall together, Professor. It's time for you to eat too. Professor Snape paused, snorted, and then headed towards the door. As he passed Dylan, he whispered, Hungry? Hurry up, I'm right there. Dylan followed immediately. After dinner, Dylan went back to his dorm to read for a while, then entered his suitcase to check on the space. After all, with the addition of a new group of goblins who looked distinct from the normal goblins, he worried that these creatures, seemingly distant relatives of the goblins but far less intelligent than them, might cause him trouble and chaos. He'd caught them a few times before, attempting to prey on the few small animals in the forest. He'd dealt them a severe lesson with the Cruciatus curse, but they were much more docile now. It was almost 8 o'clock when Dylan left his dorm and headed for the auditorium again. Upon entering, Dylan thought he'd walked into the wrong place. The entire auditorium's decor had changed. Overhead, hundreds of candles blazed, their light dazzling and yet indescribably gaudy. Furthermore, the light only illuminated the upper levels, leaving the entire auditorium somewhat dim. Meanwhile, the long dining tables for the 4 colleges had disappeared once again. In their place was a narrow, yet more compact, platform. Unlike the large platform Professor Snape and his team had prepared, this one looked like a catwalk for a fashion show. But without the slabs, there was only an eye. The platform even appeared to be gilded, the dark gold adorned with intricate and exaggerated patterns, looking garish and rather tacky. By this point, a considerable crowd had gathered around the long stage, students from all the different houses. After all, this was the renowned Lockhart, and no matter how incompetent he had been in the academy recently, he would always have a following of his fans. It was unclear whether the crowd this time was mostly there to support him or to see him suffer a crime. Dueling Club. The name sounds cool, a practical magic bet, no ambiguity. Ha 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 ha, you're actually betting on me, you're welcome. Just saying it casually, this is the first year Hogwarts has had a dueling club, and I heard Professor Lockhart is the organizer, Could it be that Professor Lockhart is fed up with the rumors circulating around the school and decided to take matters into his own hands and prove his prowess? Possibly. I'd guess so. After all, that's Lockhart. Lockhart who walks with trolls. Dylan walked into the crowd, overhearing many students' discussions. Just then, Lockhart suddenly stepped onto the stage amidst cheers. Dylan looked up, his eyes nearly burning. Lockhart was wearing a bright pink velvet robe, as bright as if fresh from the sun, embroidered with large golden flowers, each almost the size of a palm. Does this really look good? And why was Lockhart's style getting so daring and perverse, so flashy, like some kind of idiot? Dylan shuddered. Seeing Lockhart's trademark smile, Dylan always had the urge to slap him twice. Everyone, come here, gather around. Lockhart swung his robes, hitting a nearby student in the face, causing him to roll his eyes and nearly faint. Pa. 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 It smells like 100 perfumes on it. I'm suffocating. The students threw Lockhart's robes to the ground. But Lockhart was so focused on himself that he didn't notice. Or even if he had, he might have thought the student wanted to take his robes home to keep. I must tell you all, to prevent Hogwarts students from being paralyzed when faced with danger and letting their fear consume them, Professor Dumbledore allowed me to start this dueling club, ensuring that one day you will be able to defend yourselves with ease, just like me. For more details, take a look at my published works, each one will surely impress you. Lockhart put his hands on his hips. Before that, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, and he generously recommended his most talented student to me. Almost every professor says so, but it doesn't matter. That's Mr. Dylan Hawkwood. Please come on stage. Lockhart's voice echoed through the hall, and the gold dust from his shirt sleeves scattering in the candlelight. This caused a Hufflepuff student to suddenly sneeze. Achoo. Dylan paused, then walked towards the stage. The surrounding students cast their gazes upon him. Oh, Mr. Hawkwood, don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. Lockhart waved at Dylan. He saw Dylan's gaze wandering a little, and, assuming he was afraid, he smiled warmly. But in reality, Dylan was stealing a glance at Professor Snape's expression across the stage. This Lockhart actually called him Professor Snape's favorite student? What would the Slytherins think? Professor Snape, however, seemed unfazed by the title. He simply sat there with a calm expression, not even glancing at Dylan, except for a slight raise of his chin. Really just a little. Come here, boy. After Dylan took the stage, Lockhart quickly pulled him closer. Then, turning to the surrounding students, he shouted, Mr. Hawkwood will return to you safe and sound. I'm simply asking him to demonstrate. A simple demonstration. Harry, Hermione, and the others had already crowded in from the audience. Seeing Dylan and Lockhart take the stage for the first dueling club, the three of them were stunned. Huh? Are they dueling? Is he crazy? How dare he? Ron's voice was a little loud, close to the stands. Lockhart overheard him, turned around, smiled, and said to Ron, I told you, don't worry, nothing will happen to your friends. Nonsense. Ron's eyes widened. Dylan, he opened his mouth, but Lockhart had already turned and gripped Dylan's shoulder firmly, slapping him twice before shoving him forward. Go ahead, stand over there. Professor Snape says you understand dueling etiquette. Dylan felt the pressure on his shoulder and took a step back, frowning slightly. But he said nothing, instead standing across from Lockhart. They both held their wands across their chests, their heads bowed slightly. Dylan simply and crisply performed a standard wizard dueling salute. Lockhart, however, clutched a wand, his hands performing various maneuvers as if under a confusion charm, before finally bending down. Yes, that's the dueling salute. It's as simple as you can see. Lockhart, straightening up, glanced at the students around him. Next, I'll count to 3, and then Mr. Hawkwood and I will simultaneously cast a spell. Don't worry, I won't cast a spell on Mr. Hawkwood that could kill a troll, and you, Mr. Hawkwood, don't hold back. Cast as many spells as you can on me. Dylan silently raised his wand. Lockhart slowly raised his wand as well. 3, 2, 1, Dylan tapped it gently. Sectum's Emperor. In fact, Dylan didn't even need to raise his wand and chant the spell. He was so proficient in Sectum's Emperor that he could cast it silently. But Dylan worried that if he didn't recite the spell, Lockhart wouldn't understand what spell had struck him, so he recited it anyway. The moment he finished speaking, the void twisted, and a blurry, indistinct trace tore through the void, trembling the air as it shot out. Puff, A large spray of blood suddenly erupted from Lockhart's body. The students in the front row immediately smelled the scent of rust, reminding many of the bloody experience Professor Snape had them deal with salamanders in potions class that afternoon. Looking at Lockhart again, a horrifying gash slashed diagonally from his left shoulder to his right waist. The invisible blade instantly ripped through his once pristine white shirt, and the shreds of fabric gushed out with the blood, a stream of crimson blood gushing down. The blood splattered like raspberry jam at Halloween dinner, with the same cloying sweetness. Dylan was surprised. Why did this guy's blood always smell so cloying? But before he could even consider it, a piercing scream followed. Lockhart's body went limp, and he slumped to his knees with a thud, then collapsed to the ground. He tried to raise his wand to heal his wound, but the pain made his body convulse. Lockhart's already fragile willpower was simply unable to withstand the pain of the injury. Actually, Dylan hadn't been truly ruthless. The moment the shadowless blade struck Lockhart, he had dispelled this spell. As a result, the wound on Lockhart's body, while hideous and terrifying, actually didn't cause much damage, only causing a slight increase in blood loss. Not even a bone was broken. He'd been gentle enough, wasn't he? Dylan wasn't intentionally holding back, but he didn't want to use Shadowless Blade. After splitting Lockhart in half, even Dumbledore, carrying Fawkes, couldn't save him, and finally summoned him to his office alone. He didn't want to be disciplined by the successive headmasters. Obviously, Professor Snape also knew this. The wound on Lockhart's body could be easily healed by using a counterspell. But Lockhart didn't know what happened. He just fell to the ground, screaming continuously, holding the wand in his hand, but never waved it. Chapter 141. So this is Professor Snape. The tattered fabric of Lockhart's shirt clung to the gilded tiles, resembling a wreath of mistletoe trampled by an erupant. The wizards of all grades gathered around the long platform, reacting quickly. A young witch with twin pigtails covered her mouth in horror, her voice piercing through her chest. "Oh my Merlin! Hawkwood has killed someone." As she finished her words, the more timid students around her covered their eyes. But a group of boys, their faces flushed with excitement. "Look! The professor who could defeat a troll was defeated by Dylan with a single spell, ha ha ha. I was just saying that. I didn't believe it, but Dylan really did take down a troll himself, that's right." Although not many people saw it, the professors all agree. This professor who usually doesn't do anything in class, I seriously doubt how he could write a book. A group of people chattered, pointing and criticizing Lockhart on the balcony. Needless to say, most of the people making such a fuss were Gryffindors. A young Hufflepuff wizard looked distressed. A round-faced boy stepped forward and said anxiously, "Whatever. Go get the school doctor. He's bleeding." Near the stands, Hermione's expression was complicated. "Is he really going to die?" Ron shrugged. "Who cares?" A faint cry came from the terrace. My intestines, I feel them leaking out. Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? I need a doctor." Lockhart lay on the ground, feeling streams of warm blood rushing out of his body, his lips trembling with fear. He lay almost flat on his back, daring not to move, much less speak loudly, fearing that any movement would cause his intestines to leak out. His whispered cries for help were drowned out by the clamor around him. Dylan pursed his lips, realizing it was almost time to treat the guy, and stepped forward, ready to cast a spell. But Professor Snape whipped his robes around and came rushing over, their rustling behind him. Professor Snape approached Lockhart, his expression still icy, but Dylan, who had known him for at least a year, sensed that he was in a rather good mood. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Professor Snape's lips, but when he cast his gaze upon Lockhart, who lay huddled on the ground, mumbling incoherently, a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. "Oh, the famous Lockhart, didn't you tell the students that if you were in my class, perhaps Potter's wife would be yours, and the savior your child?" Professor Snape pursed his lips, his cheek muscles bulging slightly as he uttered a few words between his teeth. "It's just that you seem to have lost even the admiration of these young wizards around you." His question was questionable, but it was also filled with certainty. As Professor Snape spoke, he cast a silent spell, preventing the surrounding students from hearing him. Even Dylan was blocked out. However, Dylan was close enough that Professor Snape's silencing spell was powerful, but it couldn't withstand Dylan's recent mastery of lip reading, having learned the languages of various creatures. This gave him a glimpse into why Professor Snape was targeting Lockhart. He should have known better. After all, Professor Snape disliked everyone. But no matter how much he disliked him, He never took any concrete action. The only person who could truly infuriate Professor Snape was that pure one. Dylan smacked his lips, unsure whether to cast a counterspell to save Lockhart. Although he hadn't hit the man's vitals, the blood loss would have been enough to make him cringe. Fortunately, it seemed Professor Snape simply wanted to teach Lockhart a lesson. But after he finished speaking, without waiting for Lockhart's reaction, he reached out and lifted his head, pulling at his hair like a dead pig. With his other hand, he drew his wand and directed it at Lockhart's blood-stained body. His thin lips moved rapidly, chanting a sharp and invisible counterspell. Vulneracenter. 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 Professor Snape's voice was deep and powerful, and the swift healing spell he chanted seemed to imbue the surrounding air with a mysterious pull. As Professor Snape's wand rhythmically moved over the wound, Lockhart's protruding flesh gradually began to close inward, and the bleeding slowed significantly. Drops of blood from the surrounding area gathered, forming a thin red stream that swirled around them and then sank into Lockhart's wound. As the blood continued to flow back, Lockhart's wound healed completely, until not even a trace of it remained. The spell, Striking Sharpness, is incredibly powerful, yet it can completely heal with a single counterspell, completely undoing the damage caused by it. This is precisely why, despite its widespread popularity after being created by Professor Snape, it remains a dark art, and why Professor Snape has never been criticized for creating such a cruel spell. Without a counterspell, the power of Striking Sharpness can cause you to bleed profusely, rendering your wounds incapable of healing. After all, simply mastering the counterspell completely negates the damage caused by Striking Sharpness. When two wizards fight, the ultimate battle comes down to who can gain the upper hand with the spell first. Therefore, Striking Sharpness has become increasingly useful. After all, it's difficult for the victim to die. However, this spell has also been categorized as low level. If Striking Sharpness had no counterspell, Dylan believes it could be considered a lesser unforgivable curse. The mere thought of bleeding you to death sounds sinister. In a moment, Lockhart's pale face flushed with color. The ground was clean, not a drop of blood visible. Lockhart's wounds had healed. Of course, the counter curse could heal the wounds inflicted by the invisible strike, but it couldn't heal his robes. Which led to Lockhart lying on the ground in a state of disarray, unscathed. But his tattered clothes couldn't hide the flab on his belly, leaving him looking pale, like frozen pork fresh from the freezer, or a bit like poached chicken. Lockhart was dazed for a moment, then, suddenly feeling no pain, his eyes widened and he scrambled to his feet. "Where's my robe?" He glanced around, searching for his pink robe, but it was nowhere to be found. Helpless, Lockhart clasped his hands over his chest, then pinched his fingers together, pulling up the remaining clothing, pressing the torn shirt against his body to hide his exposed, bulging figure. Professor Snape glanced at him, and Lockhart's neck shrank. He couldn't understand why this Snape always seemed a little hostile towards him. What had he just said? Did Snape also want to be the Savior's father? Sure enough. Humph, people are all the same. Lockhart thought to himself. Then, he heard Professor Snape's voice echo throughout the auditorium. "Hawkwood. How dare you seriously injure a professor in a show duel? I must give you detention, Dylan, D. How is this my business? Professor. Did you allow this? Oh my God. Lord Voldemort. Please take care of this treacherous subordinate of yours who's ruthlessly ruthless." Professor Snape even cast an amplification spell as he spoke, allowing his voice to spread throughout the auditorium. He emphasized the phrase seriously injure a professor. Lockhart's eyes bulged as he came to his senses. Wait a minute, he covered his body. Unable to find his wizard robes, he looked like a poor duck who had just been raped, killed, and resurrected. He took 2 shaky steps forward. Lockhart shook his head. It was clearly Dylan who had beaten him to such a state, but instead of admitting it, he tried to dissuade Snape from punishing Dylan. "He didn't seriously injure me at all. I mean, Snape, Mr. Hawkwood didn't do anything. I just acted that way on purpose, to help the child develop a confidence in casting spells. I don't mind paying a price. I mean, in terms of reputation, of course. I think you all know that it's not that I can't defeat Mr. Hawkwood. In fact, I can completely stop his spells from flowing. It's almost as easy as pie, but the child's self-confidence must be built up. Otherwise, when you face a crisis, when you face an enemy more powerful than you, how can you raise your wands and bravely face them?" Lockhart clutched his stomach with one hand and his chest with the other. Despite his utter embarrassment, He showed no sign of embarrassment, instead revealing a gentle air. Dylan had to admit that this little jerk Lockhart had achieved his current position with just a single spell. He truly had something special. He had just faced the prospect of being ripped open, screaming in agony, and desperately begging for help. Yet, Lockhart, to save face, spoke without hesitation under the gaze of so many people, quickly offering a relatively reasonable explanation. Many of the young wizards in the audience had initially been stunned, but after hearing Lockhart's words, many even showed a flicker of realization. So that's it. So all this was Professor Lockhart's well-intentioned plan. It was truly painstaking. Meanwhile, Fred and George slipped into the crowd and secretly picked up the bright pink robe that had been discarded. They exchanged a glance, their pupils reflecting flames shaped like galleons, their lips curled in a sly smile more devious than a coquettish courtship dance. Faced with Lockhart's most stubborn mouth, Professor Snape narrowed his eyes, his mind reminiscing about that half-giant's rock-skin pancake. That thing nearly broke his teeth. Then, his thoughts collected, the corners of his mouth twitching, as if pulled stiffly by a string, a trace of undisguised malice. I didn't realize your performance just now was just a demonstration. Excellent. It seems my attack was unnecessary. Since this was all a misunderstanding, Professor Snape's voice was deep and rich, tinged with a chill. Dylan sighed. Lockhart's mouth was probably tougher than Voldemort's Horcruxes. He raised his spell again, his gaze fixed on Lockhart's thighs, between his legs, to be more precise. He might just bust his balls open for fun. This would also help Professor Snape calm down. No matter what, he was determined to side with Professor Snape. Lockhart, perched on the platform, clenched his buttocks at the sight of Snape and Dylan, the teacher and student. He was genuinely terrified that Snape would force him to fight Dylan again. This young wizard must have been on a diet of steroids. How could he be so skilled in combat? He had done this to establish this club and to give everyone an impressive performance in his debut. He had originally considered inviting Snape to a duel, hoping to once again achieve fame by defeating the renowned and supposedly genius potions professor. But then he thought, fearing that defeating Snape would embarrass the so-called genius, and decided to ask the faculty to recommend a young wizard for the duel. Although all the professors unanimously recommended Hawkwood, and he had witnessed the young wizard's skill in class, how could Lockhart possibly be defeated by a second-year brat? So, he readily agreed. Unexpectedly, the damned young wizard was so merciless right from the start, unleashing such vicious dark magic that slashed his body and intestines. He had just been thinking of showing some mercy, merely preparing to knock the wand away. Recovering from his composure, Lockhart spoke up before Professor Snape could proceed with his duel with the odious young wizard. I think this demonstration is enough to build up Mr. Hawkwood's confidence, right? After all, he defeated a famous professor. Lockhart raised the corners of his mouth and maintained a graceful smile, embarrassed but elegant. So let's let this demonstration end here. We should move on to the next stage. It's getting late now, and the children should go back and rest quickly. He looked at Dylan. Mr. Hawkwood, please step down. Your performance is very good. I hope that my unremitting training will be helpful to you. Also, come around a little more. I will divide you into two groups, and then start the initial duel training. I wonder if Professor Snape is willing to help me group these little guys. Of course. Seeing this, Dylan slowly walked down the stage and came to Neville. Chapter 142 The Meaning of a Good Friend, voluntarily letting his soul be extracted for Dylan's research. Longbottom, Hawkwood, you two will form a team. Professor Snape casually walked past Dylan, saying something, and then walked off to the side. Dylan nodded slightly, turning back to Neville beside him. Then let's. Neville's face was doomed. As should I duel you? Dylan smiled softly, his voice gentle. Don't be afraid, I won't treat you like an Irishman. But his words made Neville tremble again. But, before he could finish his words, Professor Snape and Lockhart had almost finished assigning everyone. I declare the duel to begin immediately, but before that, face your partners and behave like gentlemen and ladies. Bow. Lockhart's voice rang out. Dylan also placed his wand to his chest and bowed gracefully to Neville. No buts, Mr. Longbottom. Neville swallowed and bowed to Dylan. It wasn't that he thought Dylan was lying. After all, who would resort to dark magic right off the bat against a friend? It was simply the sheer brutality of Dylan's attack, the devastation it had caused, that had truly shocked him. He'd never seen Dylan truly in action before. It was terrifying. Neville was naturally a bit timid, but after a year of being Dylan's roommate, witnessing his unbridled defiance, He'd developed a certain inexplicable confidence. But after Dylan's attack just now, what young wizard, let alone him, would dare team up with him? As soon as Dylan arrived, his area was like a viral infection zone. Everyone else scattered, leaving him alone. Ron even chose to team up with Seamus, not even mentioning Dylan. Children, raise your wands and prepare to duel. Lockhart's voice was now full of energy again. Clearly the students were obediently following his instructions, which rekindled his confidence. From now on, no offensive spells are permitted. I permit you to use Expelliarmus to disarm the ones of your opponent. You don't have my tools to deal with such a powerful and evil enemy, so neither I nor Professor Snape want to see you get into any trouble. 3, 2, 1, swish, swish, swish. Lockhart didn't even have the chance to finish the countdown. Many of the young wizards, trying to cast spells on others for the first time, nervously threw out their spells prematurely. Dylan, however, took his time and let Neville cast the spell first. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light shot out, hurtling towards Dylan. Dylan simply flicked his wand, breaking Neville's spell. Bang! Neville saw Dylan wave his wand, followed by a sudden loud noise. His face paled with fear, and he quickly closed his eyes. But after a moment's wait, nothing happened, and he opened them. At that moment, he noticed Dylan looking off to the side. Ron's hair had been blown straight up, and a wisp of black smoke was rising. However, the explosion wasn't caused by Seamus, his teammate, but by Ron's wand. Apparently, his wand was malfunctioning again. Sorry, I was in a hurry to attack because I was afraid you'd blow me up. Any spell cast on Seamus sounded like an explosive spell. Seamus, however, wasn't affected by Ron's explosion. Hearing Ron apologize for blowing himself up, he couldn't help but scratch his head. And never mind, Dylan chuckled, then turned to Neville, motioning with his lower hand to look in Hermione's direction. Neville also glanced over and saw Hermione trying to knock her wand out of her opponent's hand, but he grabbed her wrist and engaged her in a physical struggle, preventing her from casting any spells. Clearly, Ms. Know-it-all's opponent had cleverly discerned the type of duel that would be most advantageous to him. Hey! How dare you take my wand, Hermione shouted. You have to use your wand to cast spells. Her opponent, however, ignored her and engaged Hermione in close combat. Look, there's nothing to be afraid of in a duel. It's just a matter of getting yourself hurt, or getting your enemy hurt. Dylan turned around. Neville, if you give up because you're worried your enemy might hurt you, then you've already hurt yourself before they can hurt you. Neville was taken aback for a moment, then his expression gradually calmed, a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a moment, he nodded. I see, Dylan, thank you for telling me that. Seeing Neville was understanding, Dylan curled his lips and shrugged slightly. It's nothing. You and the Wheel Eyes are one of my few friends in the academy, because Dylan spent a lot of time every day studying, including research, whether it was physical or spell-based. It consumed a lot of his energy. As a result, he almost always kept to himself. Only his roommates, including the Wheel Eyes, had a reasonably good relationship with him, enough to call him friends. However, Dylan himself didn't really have much of a desire to make friends in this life, whether before receiving his Hogwarts acceptance letter or after entering the wizarding world. At most, he'd considered cultivating a good relationship with Harry and the others, so he could use that as a base, whether it was to get Hagrid's help, or to get Dumbledore to give him a break in the future, out of Harry's favor, if anything really happened. He didn't want to waste too much energy on making so-called friends. For Dylan, having friends around could bring occasional warmth, but they couldn't replace facing his soul. With that time, Dylan felt he'd be better off studying magic. After all, he'd come from a world without magic to a truly magical world, even if that magic was mostly spiritual, and at a low level. But that didn't stop him from wanting to make further progress in magic. Forget friends, even Voldemort couldn't stop him from studying. But just because Dylan didn't put in the effort to make friends like the twins didn't mean he didn't need them. Most of the time, Dylan could enjoy the quiet of solitude, content in his own world, but occasionally he still needed someone to talk to. While Dylan felt he was working considerably harder than in his previous life, even before he'd gotten up early or worked overtime, he still considered himself a normal person, unlike Voldemort, who had abandoned everything and plunged completely into darkness to study spells and realize his own ideas. Even Grindelwald needed emotional comfort. Of course, Dylan would just find someone to chat with from time to time. He wouldn't be Grindelwald, nor did he want to be. To him, The conflict between the Wizarding and Muggle worlds was nothing major. Grindelwald's desire to prevent Muggle development and thus avoid bloodshed between them only spoke volumes about his vision. If this situation were to happen to Dylan, he might have donned the Ring of Shadows, crouched beside the Wizard and Muggle, watched the fight end, and after beating each other half to death, emerged, silently waiting for both to die, and then used their bodies and wealth to do some minor research, since they're all dead anyway. It's no problem for them to become the cornerstone of magical and technological progress, right? Isn't it said that a revolutionary soldier is a brick, moved wherever needed? The war has already begun, so how can there not be a revolution? Rounding it off, whether Muggles or Wizards, they should all be considered revolutionary soldiers, right? Then he would move this brick to his feet, which seemed to be no problem. Dylan easily helped Neville practice how to cast spells and attack his opponents. Professor Snape stood silently on the long platform, while Lockhart kept wandering among the students, chattering everywhere. Oh my goodness. Calm down, don't panic. Trust me, apply pressure to the wound, and then use the stoic charm. Do it yourselves, I told you not to use any other spells. So if anything were to happen, I wouldn't help you. This is a lesson. Although Lockhart had ordered everyone to use only Expelliarmus, Hermione's group, with the exception of hers, fought fiercely, resolutely following the order. The other young wizards flicked their wands and couldn't help but use the other spells they knew. Naturally, they sustained some minor injuries. But even these minor wounds were enough to make Lockhart feel like he was dying. As for Harry, he was assigned to Malfoy's group. Their duel was arguably the most intense and spectacular of the night. Hexes were thrown everywhere. However, even in the stands, Professor Snape stood beside Harry and Malfoy, watching over them, so nothing truly serious happened. After letting the student who needed to stop the bleeding use the stoic charm himself, Lockhart returned to the stage. I think I really should teach you how to effectively prevent harmful magic from harming you. Lockhart originally wanted to ask Professor Snape or Dylan to come up, but he stopped himself before the words reached his lips. I'm hoping a pair of young wizards will volunteer to come up and demonstrate with me. I think Miss Granger and Miss Bulstrode would be perfect. You? Lockhart was interrupted before he could finish his words. His gaze fell on Harry at his feet, and his eyes darkened before a slight, malicious smile rose. Why not let the ladies come up? Why not have Potter and Malfoy demonstrate with you? Professor Snape's voice was icy, but Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that little wizard named Hawkwood, it was fine. No problem, Lockhart agreed immediately, waving to Harry and Malfoy, inviting them to the stage. Everyone, spread out a little. Be careful not to get hurt. The surrounding young wizards also moved away from the stage. Lockhart patted Harry's shoulder. Watch this. When Draco points his wand at you, do this. Lockhart, while walking around, had somehow managed to wheedle a robe out of someone else and managed to wrap it around himself. This made him look less shabby than he had been. But just as he raised his wand, and attempted to cast a dazzling spell, snap, his wand slipped from his hand and tumbled onto the table. Professor Snape, looking down at him, quickly picked up the wand, his disdain growing even stronger. Harry hadn't had much time to chat with Dylan lately, but he had heard from Hermione what Dylan had said and thought of Lockhart earlier. Remembering how Dylan had just killed him instantly, he pursed his lips. Professor, what's wrong with you? Ahem. Maybe I shouldn't have tried that powerful spell before I got here, it made my wand look a bit too excited. Lockhart smiled. Now, let's begin, Harry. Remember what I did? What? You mean when you dropped your wand? Harry was stunned. But Lockhart, as if he hadn't heard, waved his arm and declared the duel open. Before Harry could react, Malfoy across from him swiftly raised his wand. Serpensortia, the tip of his wand erupted in a burst of light. A black snake suddenly emerged from it, then fell to the ground with a dull thud. Hiss! The black snake raised its head and swam towards Harry. Harry hadn't expected Malfoy to summon a black snake. He exchanged a glance with the snake, then remained silent for a moment before looking up at Lockhart again. Professor, you said you'd demonstrate, so what should I do now? Lockhart had barely finished his words when the black snake suddenly picked up speed, charging straight ahead. Professor, you can stop it? Then let me do it. Seeing Harry standing there unresponsive, Lockhart leaped forward. He unleashed a spell at the snake, but it failed to work and instead provoked its hostility. Hiss! The snake suddenly shot up from the ground, coiling around and wrapping itself around Lockhart's neck. Ahem. Wait, That's not supposed to be happening. Ahem, the snake was about to extend its fangs and bite Lockhart. Snape, seeing this, mentally cursed him for being an idiot. His brow furrowed slightly. He was about to finish the snake off when Harry leaned closer to Lockhart, or rather, closer to the snake itself, and spoke slowly, but a strange hissing sound emanated. Dylan had recently captured a snake while visiting the Forbidden Forest. He refined its spirit, allowing him to understand the language of common snakes. He understood Harry's hissing. The black snake understood it, too. Its head glanced at Harry before finally slithering down Lockhart's body. Well, while I can understand Parseltongue after refining the snake spirit, I can only communicate with the snakes at best. But Harry seems to be able to command them to a certain degree, and they obey. Dylan's fingers stroked his wand twice. Harry's spirit should be of great research value. By using the remnant soul to steal the language, one could refine the spirit of a species and understand its language. And since Harry was a Parseltongue, if he refined him directly, would he inherit his Parseltongue abilities? What a dangerous and bold idea. Dylan came to his senses and chuckled inwardly. He was just thinking about it. Using the soul-snatching curse on a living person was something he was not very willing to do, unless that person was killed by him using the killing curse. After death, he would naturally have no burden to extract the soul of the living person. Of course, Harry was still his friend after all, so how could he use such an evil spell on his friend? But if I can later research the counter-curse of the Unforgivable Curse, so that the unforgivable is no longer unforgivable, then as a good friend, helping me, voluntarily having your soul extracted so that your friend's research can progress, should be reasonable, right? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Give the professor a memory box so he can recall the night he held Lily's body. After Harry demonstrated his Parseltongue ability, the atmosphere in the dueling club seemed to grow somewhat tense. Originally, everyone was quite excited about the duel, but now many were whispering among themselves, wondering if Harry, with his Parseltongue talent, could be the heir of Slytherin. At first, the young wizards kept their voices low, but as more and more people joined in the discussion, the entire dueling club stopped discussing the duel and instead became abuzz with discussion about Harry. The heir of Slytherin is actually a Gryffindor student. I can't imagine it. I thought it might be Malfoy, but that seems normal. Slytherin's prophecy didn't seem to say that his future heir would have to appear in Slytherin House. Right, that's true. But even though Potter has shown a talent for Parseltongue, if he were the heir of Slytherin, as a Gryffindor student, he wouldn't open the Chamber of Secrets, release the monster, and have it slaughter half-blood wizards. Why not? Those Gryffindors don't study magic properly every day. Instead, they're obsessed with creating something earth-shattering. That makes sense. In the Great Hall, people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, heads huddled together, chatting animatedly. They all wanted to know if Harry was the heir of Slytherin, if he had opened the Chamber of Secrets, or if he had control over the monster. Lockhart didn't care about any of this. On the contrary, he was very excited about the Chamber of Secrets. Because this meant he could potentially leverage this incident to launch another legendary adventure book that would rock the wizarding world. And this time, it was connected to Hogwarts, which would surely elevate his reputation even higher. So Lockhart wasn't particularly concerned with the Chamber of Secrets. He was more concerned with getting everyone's attention back on him, the founder of the dueling club. Tonight, he was the star. However, Lockhart kept weaving through the crowd, waving his hand, trying to refocus everyone's attention, but no one paid him any attention, not even his fans. After all, the heir of Slytherin was implicated in the Chamber of Secrets and the monster. And that monster might just go on a killing spree at Hogwarts. With their own lives at stake, who would care about a kid in a wizard's robes? Harry couldn't handle the chatter, and Hermione dragged him away with Ron. Dylan knew this was probably the end of the day, so he headed towards Professor Snape. Professor, it looks like this person doesn't need our help anymore. Why don't we leave? Professor Snape glanced at him, then nodded. Without saying anything, he simply walked towards the side door of the Great Hall. Dylan quickly followed. Leaving the Great Hall, Dylan didn't ask any questions until they were in the corridor, when Professor Snape spoke first. Your friend is a Parseltongue, and you don't seem surprised at all. Dylan was slightly startled. What's so surprising about Parseltongue? Professor Snape narrowed his eyes, his voice as if he were holding the word in his throat. Almost all known Parseltongue users are descendants of Slytherin, but that Potter has mastered this ability. He's going to be in big trouble later, Dylan nodded. Yes, and it's likely quite a bit of trouble. Dylan knew that Harry's Parseltongue wasn't due to his Slytherin descent, but was connected to Voldemort's soul. If Voldemort were truly annihilated, and the fragments of Harry's soul were destroyed, he would naturally lose his Parseltongue ability. So, Dylan didn't really need to extract Harry's soul. If he could simply extract Voldemort's soul fragment and devour it, perhaps he could also master Parseltongue. However, as a Horcrux, Harry's soul had already merged with Voldemort's, and the two didn't exist independently, so Dylan couldn't simply extract Voldemort's soul fragment. Seeing Dylan's lack of concern, Snape was a little surprised. You don't seem to care much about your friend, either. Aren't you afraid Potter is the heir of Slytherin? Dylan's eyes flickered. Would that be even better? As the heir of Slytherin, he should be able to control the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, right? Then I'd like him to bring it to me for research. I've been having some trouble with transfiguration lately, you know. I don't have many creatures to experiment with. Professor Snape's mouth twitched. His harsh lips parted slightly, then slowly closed. He was speechless. Professor, aren't you worried that Harry might do something outrageous if you were the heir of Slytherin? Dylan looked at Professor Snape with surprise on his face. Don't worry. Just now, when he and Malfoy were exchanging spells, well, I mean, when they were casting spells on each other, Harry looked like he couldn't even figure out how to cast a curse from his wand. Professor Snape nodded. After all, he's a guy with a great name, but his actual abilities are as disappointing as his recklessness, Dylan. Professor Snape really spared no effort, finding any opportunity to belittle Harry at any time, any place, or any occasion. Since Professor Snape and Dylan seemed to be using occlumency during their conversation, neither of them could sense any emotion emanating from the other, nor could they read each other's thoughts. After a brief chat, Professor Snape said to Dylan, "Curfew is about to begin. If you don't want me to deduct your marks, return to your dorm now." Professor Snape's robes twitched, and before leaving, he added, "Sleep well tonight, and don't let me see you out there." Dylan blinked, then stood there, watching Professor Snape's cloak billow away, rubbing his chin. What does Professor Snape mean? Was my sneaking into the Forbidden Forest discovered? Dylan tilted his head. That shouldn't be the case. I had the shadow ring and used the Cole's power to escape directly from the door. How could I have been discovered? After thinking for a moment, Dylan blinked again. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Professor Snape isn't telling me he's discovered me, but rather reminding me to be careful at night. After all, there was still a monster roaming outside. The more Dylan thought about it, the more he felt this was possible, and a smile curled his lips. Professor Snape is such a jerk. He doesn't even tell me clearly what he wants to say. As Dylan walked towards his dorm, he began to think about Professor Snape's next birthday present. Time flew by, and it was almost Christmas. After Christmas, it would be Professor Snape's birthday soon. He should start planning now. Otherwise, when Professor Snape's birthday comes, he won't be able to come up with a present that Professor Snape will appreciate, and Professor Snape's cold face will start to put pressure on him all the time. But what should I get Professor Snape this time? He had given him a robe last time. Should he get another one this time? Or maybe a memory bottle this time, with 3 foldable compartments? He'd add the scent of beach and sun-soaked soap to the first chamber. Dylan remembered that Lily had received Muggle shampoo on her 14th birthday, which smelled like oil extracted from beech nuts mixed with honeysuckle. He'd also add the scent of cellar moss to the second chamber. The third chamber will be filled with absinthe. Then, the top notes will carry the sweet bitterness of beechwood and the chill of cellar moss. This should remind Professor Snape of the musty smell of rotting leaves and the lingering fragrance of Lily's hair when he held her body, although the absinthe in the middle won't remind Professor Snape of the moment he looked into Harry's eyes before his death, the scent of Lily's wedding bouquet surfacing amidst the blood and potion. After all, Professor Snape is still fine now. It will probably remind him of something else. As for the base notes, I might need to ask old Dumbledore for some phoenix tears. The base notes will then use the scorching heat of phoenix tears to evaporate all odors, completely clearing everything in an instant, leaving only the final, faint scent. Perhaps Professor Snape can even recall the memory of 11-year-old Severus successfully separating Narcissus root powder for the first time in potions class, while the scent of the Muggle girl's shampoo wafted in from the window. Dylan pondered how to create a memory bottle so that Professor Snape could recall past memories after smelling the scent. Maybe I'll need some potions to help, he said quickly, and soon he was back in the Gryffindor common room. Word of what had happened in the dueling club had spread. A wizard who had arrived earlier than Dylan had shared the news with his friends. The common room was abuzz with discussion, with many debating the possibility that Harry was a Parseltongue, the reason a Slytherin Parseltongue had come to Gryffindor, and even whether Harry was the heir of Slytherin. Dylan wasn't particularly familiar with these students, so he naturally avoided chatting and headed towards his dorm. Upon entering, Dylan saw that Neville, Harry, and the others were mostly there, their expressions somewhat solemn. He closed the door behind him. Someone was even standing in the corridor outside, glancing inside. As the dormitory door closed, shutting out the others, Dylan looked at Harry, who huddled in bed, a bit dazed, hugging his knees, lost in thought. Ron's face was also grim. Seeing Dylan return, he opened his mouth, but didn't immediately break the silence. Instead, Harry's gaze shifted slightly upwards, looking at Dylan, his expression bewildered and a bit bewildered. His lips trembled slightly as he stammered, "Dylan," Hermione said. "Parseltongues are descendants of Slytherin? Am I a Slytherin?" Dylan tilted his head. Was this little savior a bit frightened by his own bloodline? He glanced at Harry with amusement. His expression at that moment made Harry feel that Dylan, seemingly omnipotent, had confirmed this fact. Harry's glimmer of hope was shattered like a bubble. Dylan then raised his wand, cheering charm. A bright light from the wand's tip finally landed on Harry, causing his expression, as if his parents had died all over again, to relax slightly, and he looked a little relieved. "Harry, I must say, your father and mother are both dead. Does it really matter whether you're a Slytherin or not, Harry?" His expression, which had been slightly relieved by Dylan's cheering charm, froze again. "Excuse me, but let me be honest. As the heir to the Potter family, your father can't possibly have Slytherin blood, right? And your mother, I've heard you say, probably came from a Muggle family, right?" Harry nodded blankly. "So, do you think a Slytherin would allow his bloodline to become a Muggle? Could any of your mother's ancestors have been born to Slytherins?" Dylan walked over to Harry's bedside, gently pinched his index finger and thumb together, and then, with incredible speed, flicked his finger, precisely hitting Harry's forehead with a snap. Hiss! Harry quickly clutched his forehead. "That hurts?" Dylan stood beside the bed, gently feeling the impact of the Soul Reaper, Resurrection, Parasite, and Exorcism spells on the fragments of Voldemort's soul within Harry. "It's really not something I can just peel off." Harry felt the pain so intense that he could barely sit still. "Dylan, how can you be so strong?" Dylan smiled sheepishly, walked to his bedside, took off his coat, and sat down. Looking at Harry's bewildered face, he spoke again. "Let's not worry about that for now. Think about it. We witnessed it together. Someone declared the Chamber of Secrets had been opened with scarlet writing. And wasn't Mrs. Norris attacked? So, was it you who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Dylan changed the subject. Harry, foolishly distracted by Dylan's words, shook his head. "That's it, then? You didn't even open the Chamber of Secrets, so how can you be the heir of Slytherin?" Dylan smiled, feeling a little embarrassed when he saw Harry looking a little dizzy, but there was nothing he could do. Being subjected to so many spells at once might indeed have shaken Harry's soul. It was only because he had mastered these spells to the highest level that he could prevent any real damage to Harry's soul. Furthermore, he was targeting the fragment within Harry's soul, so Harry's headache was a result of his soul truly being fused with Voldemort's fragment. However, Dylan could guarantee that Harry's headache would heal with a good night's sleep. Since you're not the heir of Slytherin, then whether you could be a Slytherin descendant doesn't really matter, does it? How many wizards are there in Britain? Even if you add up all the wizards in England, there's only a handful. Wizards and witches are always related to each other. Even if you're a descendant, you're only a descendant, not a direct descendant. Dylan lay down on the bed. Hearing his words, Ron perked up first. "I think Dylan is right. And you're a Gryffindor, not a Slytherin." But Harry paused. "The Sorting Hat said I could go to Slytherin too, and I'd be a good fit." Dylan rolled his eyes. "The Sorting Hat also said I shouldn't be in Hogwarts, but in Azkaban, and you believe what a hat says." PFFT, Harry laughed. "Okay, get ready for bed," Dylan waved. Ron quickly said, "Don't overthink it, Harry. Weren't we together the day the Chamber of Secrets was opened? You can't be the heir of Slytherin. You could be a Parseltongue for some other reason. Even if you're a Slytherin descendant, that's nothing. We're Gryffindors now. Neville and Seamus also spoke up. They were actually quite shocked to discover Harry was a Parseltongue, but they didn't think he was the heir of Slytherin. Furthermore, as roommates, they knew Harry's character better than anyone else. So it wasn't likely they would be afraid of him. After some persuasion, Harry finally came to terms with it. Indeed, whether he was a Slytherin descendant or not didn't matter. He knew he wasn't the heir of Slytherin, and he was still a Gryffindor. That was enough. With that, the atmosphere in the dormitory became relaxed again. However, while they were thinking this, the other students at Hogwarts had their own thoughts. During Friday's class, those who had usually greeted Harry now gave him a wide berth, something they might even say they were avoiding. Harry was practically a loner for a moment, but Ron and Hermione were always by his side, making him seem less isolated. So this is what it feels like to be shunned by everyone. How can Dylan handle this? Harry muttered quietly to Ron and Hermione during dinner. Dylan's daily obsession with knowledge had left him with few friends, a loner. Furthermore, news of his single-handedly defeating a troll spread throughout the school, and the other students treated him with a mixture of admiration and distance. Everyone perceived Dylan as someone who wasn't easy to get along with. This resulted in Dylan's daily situation being similar to Harry's today, completely ignored. Just leave him alone, Hermione glanced at him. Chapter 144 Christmas is coming. Harry, you can be sad first, I will go buy a house. Late at night, as the full moon rose, past midnight, Dylan once again placed the mandrake leaf in his mouth. He also began checking his achievements. Perhaps because the achievements were easier to complete initially, as time went on, he likely triggered a few here and there. This made it harder to complete the more rare achievements. Therefore, even though he had delivered a powerful spell to Lockhart in the dueling club, he hadn't activated any of the more important achievements with good rewards. The only significant one was a spell awarded directly by the system, but it wasn't a maxed out one. Achievement, Rip the Man's Belly. Description, Lockhart is a complete mana. Catch him and rip him rip. Requirement, disembowel Lockhart. Achievement reward, level 5 Obliviate Curse. Apparently, because it wasn't a maxed out spell, Dylan didn't even experience the illusion of casting his own spell. Instead, his mind simply overflowed with knowledge and information. News, congratulations on mastering the 5th level spell, Obliviate. Just a 5th level Obliviate, Dylan briefly felt the Obliviate. It's a spell only accessible to 3rd and 4th graders. Not only is it difficult to learn, it's practically impossible for younger students to master. And while it won't have a fatal impact on the enemy during combat, its effects are truly remarkable. After all, in the middle of a fight, the opponent might suddenly unleash an Obliviate spell, erasing their own memories. Not only could they forget how to cast a spell, but they'd also likely forget who they are. In that situation, what suspense would there be in the battle? Ultimately, they'd be at the mercy of the opponent. But my current proficiency in this spell is only 5th level, which is far inferior to Lockhart's. Dylan sensed that for the Obliviate spell to be most effective, it first needed to weaken the target's emotions. The target's emotional state, including their willpower, would affect the spell. If the target's emotions were excessive, or if their willpower was strong, the spell would be ineffective. The magic power required would naturally be greater, and the spell's precision would be even greater, to achieve the desired effect. Just as Aurors often encountered difficulties casting the Obliviate charm on Death Eaters due to their stubborn resistance, Lockhart's unwavering accuracy was rare. Furthermore, Lockhart's ability to successfully cast the Obliviate charm on others stemmed from his ability to establish a familiarity with the target, then attack them from behind when they were off guard. If simply disemboweling Lockhart would grant a 5th level Obliviate charm, then achieving the maximum, Dylan lay back in bed, a few images playing out in his mind. For example, shattering Lockhart's forelegs with a shattering spell. Or perhaps using a bull's knot to twist Lockhart's 5th leg directly from his body. Or maybe he could consider using a combination spell to skin Lockhart, stuff him with straw, and light a sky lantern. Dylan drifted off to sleep while thinking about this. Over the next few days, Harry continued to be isolated by the various houses, but Dylan paid little attention. Lately, Neville had been pestering him, begging him to come over for help. It wasn't a big deal. Professor Sprout simply needed to dress all the mandrakes in the greenhouse, like scarves and socks. Last year, Neville wasn't particularly familiar with Professor Sprout. The professor had spent a long time working on it alone. This year, Neville, Dylan and Professor Sprout had become more familiar, and he'd spontaneously offered to help, asking Dylan if he could also help him. Neville wasn't shy about asking his friend for help anymore. As for Neville's requests, Professor Sprout would occasionally send Dylan some potion ingredients. Although he didn't often visit Professor Sprout for private lessons, whenever he asked about herbs, the professor would answer and explain everything in detail. Besides, it wasn't a big deal, just a little trouble, so Dylan naturally agreed. Professor Sprout was a little surprised to see him coming to help. She hadn't actually planned on asking students for help, but she couldn't resist Neville's enthusiasm. Furthermore, she had been training Neville for a whole year, so she felt confident he could successfully dress the mandrake. What she wasn't expecting was that Neville not only came to help on his own, but also brought Dylan along. With Dylan around, Professor Sprout felt more at ease. Dressing a mandrake required both skill and physical effort. She wasn't worried about Neville's lack of skill, but rather his lack of strength. But with two people working together, she naturally had less to worry about. To dress a mandrake, it must be removed from its pot. This is one of the reasons it's impossible to directly use a spell to put socks on a mandrake. As a living magical plant, casting a spell directly on a mandrake could damage its roots. Furthermore, the power of the spell would also affect its growth and medicinal properties. Puff, Neville, wearing gloves and earplugs, grabbed the mandrake's hair and yanked it from its pot. The mandrake was frightened by its sudden departure from the pot, about to burst into tears. But Dylan had already raised his wand, and the tip of the wand emanated a sense of oppression that startled Neville. The mandrake immediately shut up. While it's not advisable to cast a spell directly on a mandrake, that doesn't mean you can't pretend to use a spell to scare it. Of course, this shouldn't be repeated. If the mandrake is frightened too often, it could affect its hormone production and hinder its growth. Dylan handed Neville the scarf and socks, and Neville quickly put the mandrake on and put it back into the pot. Dylan thought about it and decided to pull the mandrake out himself and let Neville put the clothes on it directly. This would be more convenient and would greatly save time and improve efficiency. After Neville put the mandrake back into the pot, he applied some new fertilizer to it according to Professor Sprout's instructions and buried it again. "I'll pull the weeds, you put on the clothes," Dylan gestured. Neville nodded. The two of them quickly cooperated. With Professor Sprout also busy at the side, the speed of 3 people was much faster than that of 2 people. After finishing another pot of grass, Professor Sprout waved his wand in midair, spelling out, "Christmas is coming soon. Are you planning on going back?" Neville grabbed the small sock and put it on the mandrake. He paused, not responding with his wand, but simply nodded and opened his mouth. "I think I will be back, Professor." Dylan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and then shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure yet. He grasped the mandrake's leaf in his hand, exerted steady force, and with a pop, he plucked it from the pot. A sharp wail erupted in the greenhouse. Dylan raised his wand, attempting to intimidate it as usual, but the mandrake seemed unfazed. After a brief pause, its sobs only intensified. Dylan raised an eyebrow, watching the mandrake struggle in his grasp, and then pondered for a moment. As Neville stared in bewilderment, he slapped the mandrake twice with his wand. This shock not only stunned Neville, but also the mandrake in Dylan's hand. Its sobbing stopped abruptly. But after a brief silence, the mandrake stopped crying. It blinked its rather disgusting eyes and tilted its head to look at Dylan with a hint of anticipation. Dylan felt as if he'd sensed something in the plant's eyes. 2 more hits, 2 more hits. Dylan's mouth twitched, and a frown fell on his forehead. This mandrake was quite special. He used his wand to signal Neville to quickly dress it and stop making such an unpleasant expression. It was enough to make anyone's sandpoints drop. Recovering from his daze, Neville quickly wrapped a scarf around the mandrake, then added socks. Dylan immediately stuffed it back into the pot. Neville quickly fertilized it again. Before the fertilizer and soil covered the mandrake's eyes, it seemed to give Dylan a wink. Dylan shuddered. "Damn. A perverted plant. Hurry up, next one." Professor Sprout, watching the two men's situation, chuckled a few times. When Neville finished with the last mandrake, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the light sweat from his forehead with a clean part of his wrist. Even with Dylan threatening him with his wand, he still secretly challenged Neville when he was putting socks on the mandrakes, refusing to let him put them on. This meant Neville was exhausted, even though he only had to put socks and scarves on the mandrakes. Dylan had no other options. He could only scare the mandrakes, but he couldn't actually cast a spell on them. The best he could do was, like he had just done, Tap them on the legs, or the face. Thank you, kids, you've done me a great favor. Would you like to come to my place for some tea? Professor Sprout cleaned his hands, removed his earbuds, and walked over with a smile, looking at Dylan and Neville. Dylan shook his head. Thank you for your offer, but I need to get back to my studies, so I won't be going. Neville sniffed the fertilizer on his hands and nearly retched. Dylan brushed him clean. Neville took out his earplugs and shook his head. Then I won't be going either, Professor. Go back and get some rest. We'll go back to the dorms. How can that be? You've saved me a lot of work. Professor Sprout winked. How about this? I'll give you each an herb. Neville, you can come pick it up later. And Dylan, what herb do you want? Dylan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected to get something in return for doing a favor. But he didn't refuse. His suitcase wasn't particularly spacious, but compared to the species already living in it, there was still plenty of room for more. Dylan thought for a moment, then smiled at Professor Sprout. I'd like a Chinese snapping cabbage plant. Is that possible? Sprout was a little surprised. You want a cabbage plant? Those little guys are quite troublesome. Unlike mandrakes, which just cry, they're quite aggressive. You should know that. Dylan nodded. I understand. I'm researching a potion lately and I'm short on this ingredient. I was planning to buy some, but since you mentioned it, I figured I'd ask you for one. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it, Professor Sprout chuckled. I'm very confident in you. Those little guys can't hurt you. Wait a minute, I'll get it for you. Professor Sprout left the greenhouse. Before Dylan could wait long, she returned with a pot of snapping cabbage in a protective container. Here, kid. I've put a protective shield and a silencing charm on it. Be careful when you get back and don't get hurt. Dylan nodded gently, a grateful smile on his face. I understand. Thank you. He said goodbye to Professor Sprout. Neville and Dylan left the greenhouse and headed towards Hogwarts Castle. Neville didn't ask Dylan what potion he wanted a biting cabbage for. He simply raised his hand and sniffed his palm again. This smell is so strong, the spell won't go away. Neville cast a cleansing spell on himself twice more. Dylan glanced at him. He had never touched the fertilizer in the greenhouse before. That was all Neville did. He only had to pull the mandrake from the pot and try to stop it from struggling too much. Neville would take care of the rest. As for the fertilizer for the mandrake, it had become a hot topic due to the recent incident in the Chamber of Secrets. After Dylan used the mandrake restoration potion to revive Mrs. Norris, and even Harry's little fanboy later recovered thanks to the mandrake restoration potion, Professor Sprout likely received instructions from Dumbledore to quickly cultivate the young mandrakes. Speaking of Harry's little fanboy, after he recovered, Dylan heard Neville and the young wizards in the common room talk about him. Colin only saw a large, ethereal object that flashed by before passing unconscious. While no one knew the true nature of the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, the mandrake restoration potion had spread throughout Hogwarts. Professor Sprout had created a fertilizer to make the mandrakes grow faster. This fertilizer had a truly pungent odor. While it might not be noticeable from a distance, if held directly to the nose, it could easily intoxicate a person. Furthermore, the odor took a long time to dissipate, and even cleaning spells were ineffective. Cleaning with detergent is essential from time to time. That way, the scent of the detergent lingers on your hands, naturally mitigating the odor. Dylan, carrying the biting cabbage, walked into the castle with Neville. Along the way, they sensed something was amiss in the surrounding atmosphere, as if something had happened again. People were hurrying, as if heading to their own lounges. Seeing some people even panicking, Neville felt a sudden surge of insecurity. What's going on? Dylan raised an eyebrow and answered honestly, I don't know, but we can go back to the lounge and take a look. I bet those little lions are gathered together again, discussing something. Dylan quickened his pace. Neville paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up. Unsure of what was happening, he could only feel a modicum of security by staying close to Dylan. As expected, the moment they entered the lounge, they were met with a chattering noise. Justin Finch Fletchley was attacked. He was the guy at the dueling club who, out of curiosity, got a closer look at the Black Snake Malfoy summon and nearly got bitten, only to be saved by Harry. How do you know he was saved by Harry? Everyone said it was Harry who commanded the Black Snake to attack. Whatever the case, he was petrified when he was found. Was it Harry's fault? Who knows? And it's not just that. Our Gryffindor house ghost was attacked too. You mean Nearly Headless Nick? Yes. That's him. You don't know, Nearly Headless Nick floats in midair, His entire body jet black, and looks terrifying. Huh? Does the Mandrake Restoration Potion work on ghosts? How do ghosts drink it? Dylan simply slowed his pace, walked a distance through the crowd, and listened to the general story. It turned out that the basilisk had attacked the people of Hogwarts again. However, this time, the victims wouldn't be as lucky as Mrs. Norris and Colin. Because Dylan only had one last bottle of Mandrake healing potion left. He had to keep it for himself and wouldn't give it to anyone else. But if I can get a pound or two of phoenix tears from old Dumbledore, I might as well share this bottle of Mandrake healing potion. Before entering the dormitory, Neville asked Dylan in a panic, "Dylan, this heir, who do you think it is?" Dylan knew Neville was actually asking if Harry was the heir of Slytherin. He pursed his lips and shook his head. Anyway, knowing that even those who have been petrified can be saved is enough, he looked at Neville, pressed his tongue to prevent the Mandrake blade from slipping out, and said, "Don't be afraid. Even if you are attacked by that monster, I will ask Professor Snape and Sprout to brew the Mandrake potion as soon as possible to heal you." However, Dylan's words made Neville's face tremble. But Colin said he only saw a shadowy image and was petrified. What if that monster can eat people? If I'm attacked and it devours me, Neville said with a sad face, even the Mandrake recovery potion can't save me, right? Dylan's mouth twitched. That was the truth. If the basilisk swallowed the fat kid in one gulp, it might not be able to spit him out. If he came out, he'd probably be a pile of bones. Dylan thought of the pile of bones in the Chamber of Secrets. He entered the dormitory, but Harry and the others weren't there. Presumably, after hearing the news that someone had been attacked again, Hermione and Ron took Harry away to hide, maybe to Hagrid's hut, or maybe Dumbledore took him to his office. At least he didn't need to worry. He came into this world not only to learn, but also to make up for some regrets, but not Harry's regrets. Or was there anything Harry could regret? The current situation Harry was facing wasn't going to cause him any real harm, so there was no need for him to intervene. If it was someone like the first person who died, Cedric Diggory, a pathetic figure whose death was so light and simple, solely to highlight Voldemort's cruelty, then Dylan's intervention wouldn't be a problem. But Harry, he really didn't need to worry about it. Dylan sat on his bed and continued reading. Christmas this year was on the 25th, and it was almost here. Dylan had already prepared Christmas presents for the professors. Admittedly, every year he had to prepare double gifts for each professor and his friends. Just thinking about what to give was a headache. So, this Christmas, Dylan decided to swap the gifts he'd given to the other professors and give one of them away. Of course, gifts with special meanings wouldn't be necessary, like the Quidditch Transfiguration notebook he gave to Professor McGonagall. While the other professors might have some interest in Quidditch, it wasn't likely to be much. At least not more than Professor McGonagall. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for him to give other professors Quidditch Transfiguration notebooks. But he could give Professor Snape a potion brewing Transfiguration notebook. Opening the notebook, a small crucible appears. Professor Snape adds the specified ingredients and brews a small pot of shampoo. And for Professor Trelawney, he could give her a crystal ball Transfiguration notebook. This one isn't particularly innovative. The notebook allows Professor Trelawney to directly transfigure a crystal ball. Whether Professor Trelawney can use the crystal ball for divination is not Dylan's business. Even if not, at least the notebook can be used for recording. Dylan has barely visited Professor Trelawney for tutoring since the start of this school year. One reason is that Professor Trelawney can't really teach him much about divination. Perhaps last school year, she could offer Dylan some unexpected insights and perspectives. But as Dylan read more and more books and gained more knowledge, he no longer needed to learn from Professor Trelawney. As for Professor McGonagall, maybe this year I can give her some cat teasers, but not too obviously. Or maybe combine the cat teasers with cat paw-shaped teacups. Not only can the cat teasers be used to tease the cat, but they can even be used to grind the cat's teeth when it's held. This thing can then act as a spoon to stir the teacup, the tail can be used to tease the cat, and the spoon can be used to stir and even chew. It's perfect. Later, Harry and the others returned. Both of them were dejected. Ron muttered as he entered the room, "I can't understand it. I've already testified for Harry, but why don't they believe it? If Harry is really the heir, Hermione should be the first one to be eaten." Dylan looked up at Ron, his mouth twitching. "What's wrong with Hermione?" Harry shook his head. "It doesn't matter. As long as I know it wasn't me, I'll be fine." "How can that be?" Ron glared. "It wasn't you, so why are they accusing you?" Harry sighed. Someone else is in trouble, and everyone's scared. I understand. Fortunately, it's almost Christmas, so we won't see them anymore. Ron paused, curling his lips helplessly. Let them all go home early now. The professors have already said there can't be a Christmas party this year. When Harry didn't respond, Ron thought for a moment and said, I'm still not going back this year. I want to stay at school with you. Harry looked up, a touch of emotion in his eyes. Ron snorted and plopped down on his bed. A lot of people have already booked their tickets home, right? Let them do it. It's better for them all to leave quickly. We're at school, and the cafeteria will prepare a special Christmas meal for us, the two men muttered. Neville and Seamus were not in the dormitory at the time. As Dylan listened to their conversation, he remembered that he should start packing. That's right, Dylan wasn't planning on staying at school this Christmas. There was so much to do outside of school. Finally getting to go out without needing leave, he needed to plan his activities carefully. Dylan closed his book, sat up in bed, and began to pack his belongings. Seeing his movements, Ron and Harry were startled. Dylan, aren't you planning on staying at school this Christmas? Dylan nodded gently. Yeah, it's holiday in 2 days, so I won't be staying at school this year. Harry paused, then opened his mouth. Are you going home? Dylan looked at him, pursed his lips, and didn't answer directly. Well, my parents probably missed me. He wasn't planning on staying home for long this time away from school, maybe not at all. But there was no need to tell Harry and the others what he was planning to do. Harry remained silent. Dylan glanced at him. Isn't there something else you're doing at school? I won't get involved in it, and I won't ask about it. Wait until Christmas, and if you come back with anything, tell me then. Harry couldn't help but curl his lips again, feeling a little better when he heard that Dylan didn't seem to be leaving out of fear of him. That's right, how could Dylan be afraid of him? If he were the heir of Slytherin, he'd be whipped if he messed with Dylan, right? He should be the one afraid. Of course, he wasn't the heir of Slytherin, so there was no need for them to worry about each other being afraid of each other. With this in mind, Harry resumed his conversation with Ron. Neville and Seamus soon returned to their dormitories. Seeing Dylan packing, they also began to sort out their belongings. As they chatted, the atmosphere in the dorm gradually relaxed. Hogwarts wasn't holding a Christmas party on Christmas Eve. In fact, the school had already announced a holiday that day, allowing everyone to leave a day early. Almost immediately, the entire Hogwarts grounds were deserted. Last year, quite a few people chose to stay. This year, almost all 4 houses have left. Gryffindor, in particular, is down to Hermione and Harry, along with a few Weasleys. After all, school meals are free. And they can keep Harry company. Perhaps the second point is more important. I'll just wish you a Merry Christmas here. Tomorrow, when you wake up, you'll have a present from me. Dylan said goodbye to Harry and the others and boarded the train out of school on Christmas Eve. Before that, he had also written to the professors, asking them to place the Christmas presents directly on his bed in his dorm room, rather than having them delivered to his home. He wasn't home. This time, Dylan had a few things to do. First, he wasn't too keen on robbing dark wizards. Those dark wizards were incredibly poor. Too many robberies would only diminish his status. But he could try showing up and getting those die-hard fans, Dylan meant his followers, to hand over the money they collected for him. I wonder if any of his followers took his words to heart after his recent appearance. I remember 2 auras saying I had a new crush, Delphine. But it seems she's been captured again. She probably won't be released anytime soon. Dylan thought for a moment and decided to let his followers calm down and raise more money for him. He wouldn't have to go through all the trouble of raising 10 or 20,000 galleons, or even just 1 or 2,000. He might as well have robbed Gringotts. If only I had the ability to slice through space, I could just slice the entire underground space of Gringotts into my own, Dylan couldn't help but dream. In his past life, he'd always wished he could fly, teleport, or have a dimensional ring. Then he could go wherever he wanted, stuff everything he wanted into space effortlessly. He even flew around in his dreams because of it. And now, everything in his dream had come true. Dylan naturally had new dreams to pursue. Besides, he wanted to take advantage of Christmas to leave school and see how houses in the wizarding world were selling. For example, 12 Grimwald Place, the family estate of Sirius Black, a 5-story Georgian townhouse in Islington, London, was valued at approximately £4.15 million British pounds. This was what he had learned in his previous life. As for the specifics, he naturally needed to learn more. However, Dylan wasn't planning on buying such an expensive house. He could easily buy a smaller property, which he could then use as a portkey destination. This property would also serve as Dylan's second safe house. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and Dylan didn't have any at the moment. He couldn't possibly use his parents' address as a portkey destination. If something really happened and he tried to escape, only to run right into someone's face, he might as well just use the Avada to eat the big melon and kill everyone. As for Dylan's suitcase, it was a very important secret for Dylan. Although many people knew about his briefcase, they simply assumed it was a small room where Dylan stored his books and conducted his experiments. However, while he could store the briefcase in his inventory, he couldn't restore it once inside. Once inside, he had no more to store his briefcase. Furthermore, Dylan couldn't use the briefcase as a destination for a portkey. Therefore, he needed to acquire a property of his own. With a space to flex his muscles, Dylan would naturally be able to do more. A small house would be enough, preferably one that's hidden. With the money, I could hunt Acromanchulas and trade their venom for galleons. While at school, he'd take on more Acromanchulas. Not only would he be able to exchange materials for money, but he could also complete spell refinement quests, the best of both worlds. He nearly vomited from hunting spiders and cockroaches in his briefcase every day. He even earned a title trait for it. Achievement, Cockroach Slayer. Description, you are the nemesis of cockroaches. You're not a slipper, but you're better than one. One swipe and they're dead. Requirement, kill an entire area of cockroaches. Achievement reward, trait, intimidate the netherworld. Trait, intimidate the netherworld. Description, your divine might crushes the netherworld. All the netherworld's cockroaches will kneel at your feet. Tremble in fear. Ability, when you unleash your divine might, all cockroaches will be terrified, paralyzed to the ground, awaiting your slaughter, a trait with no real purpose. Unlike spell bursts or pet abilities, even quick meditation can't compare. Did he need to frighten the cockroaches? He could easily kill a whole bunch with 50 spells. Was there any need to use this trait to keep them lying on the ground, waiting for him to finish them off one by one? Dylan watched the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. The name Cedric floated in his mind again. In reality, he hadn't had much interaction with the senior. Even though Cedric was a well-known figure in Hufflepuff, highly sociable, mild-mannered, and handsome, with a network of friends spanning almost the entire Hogwarts, except for Slytherin, Dylan only knew of him through Harry, as a relatively good Quidditch player. Furthermore, he had witnessed his death during a divination. He also remembered the story surrounding Cedric. Just as he'd imagined, a Hufflepuff senior's death was insignificant. Furthermore, after his death, the Ministry of Magic, in an effort to conceal the news of Voldemort's resurrection, even portrayed his death as an accident during the Goblet of Fire match. Perhaps Dylan had initially simply let things take their course, saving him if he could. But during the divination, seeing the expressions of some of the Ministry's people, he felt a surge of inexplicable anger. So he wanted to die? It's just a children's fairy tale. No one should kill him, unless he did it himself. Those people at the Ministry of Magic were so utterly ham-fisted, still jumping around. Just seeing the divination results was enough to make anyone furious. Dylan felt that this ability was unmatched. And if he could just rescue Cedric, it would be a convenient thing, but the benefits he would gain would be substantial. After all, Cedric was well known not only at school but also outside of it. His father worked for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. This was the department Dylan had originally commissioned Hagrid to do, but Hagrid agreed, and then asked Dumbledore to help him get the Sombra license. While this department might not seem particularly important, with a suitcase, he would have a huge need for any magical creature. At least Kobold could stay in his pet space, but if he wanted to keep other magical creatures, simply stuffing them in the suitcase might not be a big deal. But if they were discovered, without a license, he would likely run into unnecessary trouble. While not all magical creatures require a license, most of the ones Dylan wants do. Dylan could then ask him to help him get the license while also looking for other magical creatures the Ministry of Magic has confiscated, or those that have been temporarily admitted to the Ministry due to accidents and will be released later. Cedric is already older, and after he graduates, with a father who works at the Ministry, he'll naturally be able to find a job there. Cedric could then go from student to director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures without breaking a sweat. Unlike Hermione, who started as an Auror, then worked her way up to director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and finally, continued to work hard until she finally became Minister of Magic. While Cedric might not ultimately achieve the title, who knows? And even just a position as director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures would be enough for Dylan. If even Fusey could influence the Ministry, why couldn't he? And he only got involved in the Ministry of Magic because he saved someone and they insisted on doing something for him. So in the final analysis, it was because he was so kind that people did things for him. That's the charm of personality. Chapter 145, Preliminary Research on the Obsidian Recovery Agent, and the manner is good. Old Goblin, please help me after get off work. After Christmas, on the next full moon, I can make another trip to the Forbidden Forest. While I'm completing my animagus, I can also check on the unicorns. Dylan currently has a umbrel and a dragon. While the unicorn isn't a pet right now, it's still nice to have it bleed from time to time. It would be nice to get a niffler, too. The black platypus has always fascinated me, and now that I'm here, how could I not get one? As for how Dylan plans to rescue Cedric, he'll naturally deploy his alt. However, this presents a problem. He can't clone himself, so no matter what, Dylan won't be there when he becomes Karthus. That's a bit of a hassle. He can't just perform a dazzling, flawless transformation right in front of others, right? He's not a magical girl. Dylan took in the scenery along the way for a moment, gathering his thoughts before going back to the forbidden book he'd copied and reviewing it. Initially, Dylan borrowed 3 books from the restricted section: The Origin of Ancient Magic and Analysis of Ultimate Spells and Soul Communication and Taboo Control. The knowledge in these 2 books was incredibly fascinating, and even after repeated readings, Dylan never felt bored. Instead, he always gained new insights. The book on the soul, in particular, combined with the several spells Dylan already knew related to soul power, sparked many new insights. Dylan even had an idea for a new spell. Even if it wasn't perfect yet, the power of this spell, if truly developed, would undoubtedly be formidable. Especially in terms of practicality, it would surely be incredibly powerful. However, spell design isn't just a game, something you can whip up on the spur of the moment. It's not just about creating a simple spell, nor is it simply chanting a spell to truly achieve anything. The flow and control of magical energy, the composition and casting of a spell, and so on, all require building and constructing from scratch, piece by piece. Furthermore, during repeated attempts, even the slightest deviation could render the spell ineffective and potentially dangerous. This could lead to a loss of magical control, resulting in an explosion or other unpredictable effects. Furthermore, Dylan's spell involved the interplay between the soul and the body, so he needed living subjects to experiment on. The last time I went to Nocturne Alley, it was probably because the Aurors had been investigating for so long, and now they were gone. Many dark wizards wanted to go and exchange their belongings, and I happened to cause a scene there, taking down so many of them. They've probably been taken away by the Aurors. Therefore, if he tried to capture dark wizards in Nocturne Alley, it would be difficult. They were all gone. Those who remained were likely missing limbs, on the verge of death, and in their twilight years. They wouldn't be able to withstand Dylan's attempts. Perhaps before he could even unleash the spell, they would scare themselves to death, forcing him to use the Corruption Bloom spell, transforming them into obsidian flowers. That's the name Dylan gave to the black flowers that sprouted from the corpses. After so much research, Dylan had a rough understanding of their functions. The most mysterious aspect of the obsidian flowers, the one Dylan still couldn't fully understand, was their ability to regenerate limbs, revive decaying souls, and rejuvenate decaying corpses. Dylan discovered this through repeated experimentation. But he couldn't fully harness this power into a potion with targeted effects. Even using the flowers alone wouldn't produce a noticeable effect, but it was highly effective in healing injuries. It wasn't until he noticed how quickly the obsidian flowers healed wounds, even simply crushing the petals, kneading them into paste, and applying it to a wound, that he realized the flowers might have even more extraordinary abilities. Dylan had a hunch that if he could truly uncover the obsidian flower's greatest secret, he might be able to create a transformative potion, one that could rewrite fate and change the world. Besides that, Dylan had already developed a simple healing potion. Fortunately, he now possessed not only shadows and dragons, but even unicorn fur and blood. Furthermore, he occasionally encountered rare magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, which he would gather from them. This meant he had a considerable supply of materials. Professor Snape would occasionally send him potions, and he would also purchase a fair share of items himself. This accumulation of materials allowed him to iterate his research. Dylan had recently developed a healing potion using obsidian flowers, and it was quite effective. Even a broken leg, as long as it had been severed no more than 24 hours earlier, or one day, could be reattached. Apply the potion to the wound, bandage the leg, and wait an hour for the leg to be preliminarily reattached. Next, apply the ointment around the wound, and it would be nearly healed in a few days. Of course, reattachment didn't guarantee complete recovery. A long period of rest would be necessary. Since Dylan had only recently brewed the potion, he wasn't sure how long it would take for the wound to fully heal. There was also a goblin in the suitcase. Dylan needed to observe further. However, this was only the initial version. As he continued experimenting, carefully considering the amounts and substitutions of ingredients, as well as the brewing method, Dylan believed that the effects of the obsidian healing potion would only grow stronger. At that point, he could partner directly with major merchants to ship the potion, or simply supply the raw materials and distribute them. After all, the most crucial ingredient for the obsidian healing potion was the obsidian flower. Without it, the other ingredients, no matter how precious, would be useless. But I'd better make the ingredients for the potion more common. Otherwise, the herbs would be too precious. While the price would go up, it wouldn't be possible to sell them on a large scale. Of course, he could also create a basic version, an intermediate version, an advanced version, a powerful version, a precious version, a supreme version, an invincible version. Each version would have a different effect. That would also work. Dylan flipped through the book, pondering the ingredients for the obsidian healing potion. As he thought about it, he felt an itch to dig into his suitcase and research it. However, it wasn't appropriate right now. He could only continue to theoretically consider whether the raw materials for the obsidian healing potion could be replaced with other ingredients to ensure even greater efficacy. In the current version, the demand for obsidian flowers isn't high. 5 petals grown from goblin corpses are sufficient. As for cockroaches, that's even more. But that doesn't matter. After all, the other ingredients might be more or less. But there will definitely be plenty of obsidian flowers, and there won't be a shortage. Besides, I only have one mandrake, and it's still a sapling, so I'm hesitant to use too much. I can try adding more mandrake rhizomes later when I get some. Both obsidian flowers and mandrake rhizomes are essential ingredients for the obsidian healing potion. Dylan also added 10 grams of pearl powder, 3 unicorn hairs, 5 grams of moonstone powder, and half a small dragon's blood flower. Dragon's blood flower is also difficult to obtain. The one Dylan currently has is one Professor Snape had given him. These ingredients can generally be considered quite expensive. But the dragon's blood flower was given to him by Professor Snape, the mandrake was given to him by Neville, the unicorn hair was given to him by a unicorn, and the obsidian flower grew from a corpse. It seems Dylan didn't spend anything. Still, expanding his potion on a large scale, letting more people know about it and use it, is a daunting task. Especially since the potion is still a crude version, Dylan needs to continue refining the formula for the obsidian healing potion. At times like these, I kind of miss the power of technology. Magic is useful, but technology can also be quite effective in certain areas. For example, if he had an artificial intelligence, he could easily combine magic and technology and let the AI think up potion recipes for him. I think Red Queen from Resident Evil would be good, or Jax. Ugh, what Jax? I mean Jarvis. The train continued to move. The desolate landscape outside the window gradually disappeared, replaced by a vibrant town. As the train approached King's Cross Station, Dylan closed his book and put it away. Those goblins might serve as small-scale experimental subjects, but they're still not as useful as a wizard. And unlike goblins, they're incredibly stupid. Even if I refine their souls and learn their language, getting them to speak is as difficult as asking them what they want for dinner today. Dylan possessed legilimency, allowing him to directly read their thoughts. However, they didn't have any thoughts at all, just instincts like pain, a craving for food, feeling full, cravings, sleepiness, and hunger. This slowed Dylan's research progress. He needed to get the subjects to tell him exactly how they were feeling after administering the potion, and a more specific description would be even better. So, after much deliberation, Dylan decided he needed to get a few dark wizards. If that didn't work, he'd just go to Azkaban. Fortunately, Voldemort's best followers, those Death Eaters, should also appear at the Quidditch World Cup. Although it was still quite a while away, His experiments were only in their initial stages, so he didn't particularly need a large number of test subjects. Even for the spells he was researching, without any test subjects, he would have to rely on the goblins, who were a relatively small number. But at least, even if the progress was slow, it was making progress. After getting off the bus, Dylan headed straight for Diagon Alley. He wanted to learn about wizarding real estate, so there was no point going anywhere else. He could get everything he wanted right here. Of course, the price he paid was that those damn goblins would try to rip him off again. Dylan had saved up a few galleons and hadn't spent them directly. His suitcase wasn't particularly spacious. But it was enough for now, if he didn't have to relocate plants and animals on a large scale. Dylan planned to wait until his parents made another fortune and then transfer the money to him, and then he could expand his space. He'd invested so much in his suitcase lately that he couldn't even afford to start a refinement quest for his spells, especially his wand effects and the robes he bought from Madame Malkin's robe shop. He'd just hoarded them in his inventory instead of spending money on customizing them. As for the wand effects, I'll spend some money on them when I open a new account. It'll give it a unique character, and help others remember it. As for what kind of effects he wanted, it definitely couldn't be a pink fluffy bunny. He'd already done that on his main account. After he'd changed the wand effects again, Hermione came over to ask him what spell he used to change the color of the spell. Dylan could only make up some nonsense and change the subject. Thinking of Cursus's skeletal appearance, Dylan suddenly had a good idea. How about a holy light effect? Then, I'll raise my wand of authority and fire off 50 Avada Kedavra shots. Before the spell even reaches anyone, the holy light will explode, blinding them. Dylan nodded, thinking this effect would be perfect for a smaller character. Arriving at Diagon Alley, Dylan was immediately scouted by an Auror standing at the entrance. Dylan blinked. Which unfortunate, powerless individual was forced to serve as security. Diagon Alley had become so prestigious that it even had Ministry of Magic Aurors working as doormen. He smiled at the Auror, and seeing that Dylan was just a child, he didn't give him any trouble, not even questioning him, and let him in. Yes, entering Diagon Alley now required Auror inspection. Anyone who entered after Dylan was questioned by the Aurors. Dylan ignored them and headed towards Gringotts. He wasn't particularly short of anything else right now, and since he wasn't short on anything, he didn't want to waste money. After all, 10 galleons could buy 1 cubic meter of space. Saving a galleon was his world. And as space grew larger, even if it seemed small now, it would inevitably become vast at some point. As for when he would reach that point, it all depended on his wealth. Reaching the entrance to Gringotts, he walked straight in. Gringotts was involved in many businesses. After all, it was the Wizarding World's bank, and as a bank, it naturally involved lending. Loans were often tied to real estate, so Gringotts not only controlled vast wealth but also controlled a significant amount of wizarding real estate. If a wizard wanted to borrow money from Gringotts, whether to buy or sell a house, and couldn't repay and didn't have valuable collateral, they would have to use their own house as collateral. Furthermore, the wizarding world wasn't particularly peaceful. Even now, the era of Voldemort seemed to have ended, and the Ministry of Magic had once again established order in the British wizarding world. But there's no shortage of fighting among wizards. There are always those who quietly lurk somewhere. If these wizards' properties were previously mortgaged to Gringotts, and they die, the magical contract expires, and Gringotts reluctantly takes possession of the property. They can then list the property and sell it. While the loan money might be lost, at least they won't lose everything. Gringotts also charges an additional fee when selling the property, a maintenance fee. The goblins will say, Gringotts has meticulously maintained and cared for this property, preserving it to this day. If you want to buy it, you'll have to pay the maintenance fee, and if you don't want to buy it, it's up to you, or not. The property will just sit there, and Gringotts will simply wait for its share of the spoils. Furthermore, some wizards will entrust their properties to Gringotts for maintenance and care. When these wizards die, a significant portion of their properties fall into Gringotts' hands. Furthermore, for the goblins, galleons themselves were crafted, so exchanging their own for something else meant they weren't actually losing anything. Furthermore, they could control the amount of gold used in the production, including the addition of other metals. The intricacies involved were profound, but Dylan didn't need to delve into them. As he grew in power, the entire world might become his own, so it wouldn't matter to him who held it now. Upon entering Gringotts, Dylan didn't seek out the goblin who had greeted him last time, but instead approached an old goblin who specialized in real estate. This was a business Gringotts typically didn't allow young or inexperienced goblins to handle. After all, it involved free money and commissions. "Hello, I heard Gringotts also handles real estate. I'm looking to buy a house. Is that what you do?" Dylan stood at a counter, looking at the old goblin behind it. The other person raised an eyebrow. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes at Dylan's words, and then a gentle yet warm smile appeared, pausing his writing. After setting down his quill, the old goblin didn't stand up. "Ah, are you thinking of buying a property? With all due respect, that's a big deal. I didn't expect you, at your age, to be already considering this." Dylan knew from the other person's expression that the old goblin was questioning his abilities, but he wasn't surprised. Goblins were like that. The old goblin before him was clearly old enough to understand the importance of not judging a person by appearance. He didn't directly question him, but in direct inquiries, his expression so eager that he didn't feel offended at all. Dylan nodded. "I just exchanged hundreds of thousands of galleons here last time. I wasn't sure what to buy, so I thought I'd come and look at the property." As he spoke, Dylan gently waved at the young goblin who had handled his business, and smiled. The young goblin saw Dylan enter, and instead of coming to him, he went to an older goblin. His pointed ears twitched, his teeth bared, eager to know what Dylan was up to. But when the other man suddenly waved at him, he froze for a moment, then quickly put on a slightly fawning smile and bowed slightly to Dylan. Dylan had tipped him thousands of galleons last time. As a goblin, he couldn't afford to lose his manners when dealing with a wealthy patron, or he'd be a laughingstock to the wizard. Seeing this, the old goblin's eyes flickered slightly, then he looked away, his smile growing even more cordial. "Sir, since you're looking to buy a property, why don't we discuss this somewhere else?" This way, the old goblin finally lifted his old butt from the bench, stood up, and gestured to Dylan. Dylan nodded slightly and followed the old goblin into a secret room. The room was filled with the smell of magic ink, which was not pungent, but mixed with a light woody fragrance that made people relax involuntarily. After the two men settled down, the old goblin pulled a sheaf of parchment from a desk drawer and unfolded it before Dylan. As the parchment slowly unfurled across the oak tabletop, fine motes of magic dust danced in the orange sunlight. Dylan glanced. It showed the approximate addresses of several properties. "We have quite a few different types of houses." The old goblin cleared his throat. His withered fingertips traced across the property maps, his nails scraping against a yellowed parchment, a sound not unlike the rustling of ants gnawing at rotten wood. He pointed to the first map and said, "This is a traditional English country witch cottage, tucked away at the edge of an ancient forest. If you're interested in purchasing it, we'll also give you a very powerful magical amulet." Dylan asked, "What does it do?" The light from the wall lamp, combined with the sunset streaming in through the small window, flowed across the goblin's wrinkled face, coating every ugly wrinkle with a greedy patina. The old goblin paused, his expression unwavering, a smile etched across his lips. "It'll make your house completely invisible to muggles, that's it? And quite powerful? Isn't this just a muggle-repelling charm?" Dylan's mouth twitched. "Plus, we'll give you a self-cleaning elf and a magical garden that changes scenery with the seasons. It's quite beautiful. I think you'll love it." Dylan nodded. "How much galleons?" The old goblin's smile widened. "Only 90,000 galleons, quite a bargain." Dylan remained non-committal. A house on the edge of a forest, how remote would that be? It sounded so good, but who knew the actual situation would be similar to the Wheeleyes Burrow. "Anything else?" "I'd like something a little more lively, perhaps a manor. I'm not a fan of magical cottages or anything like that." The old goblin's eyes lit up, and he pulled a scroll from the parchment underneath. "Take a look at this. If you're looking for a manor, I think this would be perfect. It's a medium-sized manor, not too large, but not too small either. The location is perfect, between the magical village and the bustling market, away from the hustle and bustle of the market, yet within easy reach of the crowds. The manor is spacious, a full 82 acres, with well-groomed lawns and a large Quidditch practice field. The main building has 3 floors and plenty of rooms. The basement has been converted into a potions laboratory with excellent lighting and ventilation, perfect for you and your family to delve into potions in your spare time. The manor is also powerfully shielded from muggles, making it safe and private, and it's quite affordable, only 500,000 galleons." The old goblin's description was very detailed, and Dylan was very satisfied with the manor. It was the price, after all. Legitimacy. The old goblin gazed eagerly at Dylan, who raised his gaze to meet his. In an instant, the goblin's thoughts were completely understood. This little human wizard actually came to buy a house on his own. I wonder if he's too foolish. He's so young. Aren't you easily fooled by me? If I could sell a manor worth 200,000 galleons for that price, I'd make double the money. Dylan smiled, but remained silent. The old goblin, completely unaware that his thoughts had been directly read by the young wizard he considered foolish, young, and easily fooled, continued to smile eagerly. If you're worried about the final steps after purchasing the property, I can assure you that once you've made full payment, Gringotts Senior Wizards will immediately cast a powerful oblivion charm on every goblin involved in the transaction and known to the public, and your property deed will be carefully placed in a crystal ball and then solemnly stored in the records hall deep beneath Gringotts, protected by layers of magical wards. As long as the deed remains in effect, any information regarding this property will be completely hidden, as if it has never appeared in this magical world, and no one will be able to discover a trace. This meant that if a hush money wasn't paid before the deed expired, Dylan's purchase would become public knowledge. Dylan nodded, then suddenly stood up. It's a nice house, but I need to think about it. Thank you for your hospitality. The old goblin was stunned as he watched Dylan stand up. The eagerness on his face froze, then quickly turned cold. This damned little wizard. What a waste of his life. But he was a seasoned veteran after all. Even though the old goblin cursed Dylan inwardly, it didn't stop him from defending this client one last time. The price is high. If you really want it, I can arrange a discount for you. Okay, I'll seriously consider it. Understand? The old goblin stood up and walked away. Dylan ignored him. He only had a few tens of thousands of galleons, so he couldn't afford it. Unless he used imperfection to steal the old goblin's money, that would likely create hidden dangers, tainting Dylan's identity along with Cruciatus's. Regardless, his true identity couldn't be exposed. He needed a stable learning environment. At the very least, he had to wait until he had completely looted the Hogwarts library, and the little treasures in the Forbidden Forest couldn't be spared either. Wait, why does this dormant academy, constantly learning, then immediately abandoning the alma mater that nurtured you so painstakingly, and joining the ranks of other academies of knowledge, feel so familiar? Dylan suddenly felt puzzled as he walked. But he quickly shrugged, recalling the old goblin's description. Admittedly, the manor was quite nice, and Dylan really liked it. Especially the Quidditch pitch. While it wasn't particularly large, it was plenty large enough for a small game. Even though Dylan couldn't play, if he wanted to invite anyone over, he'd have something to entertain. Of course, if Dylan bought a house now, he probably wouldn't be inviting Harry and the others over initially. What Dylan loved most was the manor's separate flower and vegetable garden. It was quite large. Dylan could easily set up some fixed weather spells, and then he wouldn't even have to buy vegetables. He could just grow his own. He could grow whatever he wanted, and he wouldn't have to worry about the weather. The spells would automatically simulate it. 82 acres, about 300,000 square meters. Excluding the Quidditch pitch, which was just over 2 acres and 10,000 square meters, that still left nearly 80 acres. It seems the original owner of this manor is no longer alive, otherwise why would Gringotts let him list such a beautiful house? £200,000 was still a bit steep. In reality, this figure was the old goblin's bottom line, and it couldn't be lowered. The magical contract stipulated that Gringotts would list the manor for £200,000. The goblin would earn a commission if he could sell it for more. But if it sold for $200,000, the goblin would only receive a small commission. Let's just wait until the old goblin gets off work. He wants me to buy the house so badly, so maybe lending me some money. No, lending Cruciatus a little. Isn't that too much? Dylan left Gringotts but didn't rush to leave. Instead, he wandered around Diagon Alley again. Numerous Aurors were stationed everywhere, but Dylan walked on, oblivious. It seemed the Ministry of Magic was truly enraged by his two pranks. Although he hadn't killed the Aurors who came to apprehend him, both the last time and the one before that, had sustained significant injuries. Especially since the first wave wasn't that large. Last time, there were dozens of Aurors. The Ministry of Magic only had a few people. Even with dozens of Aurors out, it wasn't a full-scale operation, but they were still surrounded by a large army. And yet, Dylan still managed to escape, and almost all of them were injured in the end. Tisk tisk. Dylan went to Flourish and Blots and bought a few more books, along with a subscription to some daily newspapers. He then went to various material stores, looking for anything scarce or practical, including daily necessities or for brewing potions. He ended up buying a large bag, which he stuffed into his inventory. Strolling along, he saw Florin's ice cream shop just ahead. Although it was cold again, he didn't mind stopping by for a dessert and chatting with Fusco about the current situation at the ministry. He had told Dylan last time that his daughter was an Auror at the ministry, a recent graduate of the School of Magic. Dylan hadn't heard the daughter's name the last time, so he decided to ask if he knew it. I remember Fusco being a loner. I wonder where this daughter came from. Dingling as Dylan pushed open the door to the ice cream parlor, the wind chimes on the eaves suddenly froze in midair, then trembled slightly, emitting a crisp, quiet sound. Dylan looked inside, but Fusco wasn't there. Huh? Not here. He turned his gaze, looking down. The frost on the counter slowly shifted, outlining the outline of Curses from the Ministry of Magic's wanted poster, then evaporated into mist by the suddenly flaming fire. Chapter 146, Fusco's daughter is so beautiful and wants to pursue Severus. Happy birthday. Wow, even the ice cream parlor has a wanted poster for me. Dylan's brows curled slightly. He didn't really care, though. Last time, Fusco mentioned his daughter was at the Ministry of Magic. So, it was understandable that he'd put up a wanted poster in the shop to support her. As he walked through the door, Dylan heard a faint argument coming from backstage. The voices were a man and a woman. What's going on? Dylan raised an eyebrow, coughed lightly, and then raised his voice. Uncle Fusco, are you in the shop? The quarreling suddenly stopped. A moment later, the door to the backstage swung gently, and Fusco poked his head out, looking a bit like a ghost just out of a secret passage. Upon seeing Dylan, he was startled at first, then smiled warmly and said, "Is Christmas break already here? Find a comfortable place to sit. I'll be right there." Fusco then hurriedly retreated, mumbling something to someone else inside, his voice lowered. Not long after, the handle of the back door swung slowly, and Fusco emerged, followed closely by a young woman. She was dressed in the black Auror uniform, her long brown hair falling to her shoulders, curled slightly at the ends. Her figure was slender yet perfectly curvaceous, and she wore a black belt around her waist, from which hung a wand sheath, a small magic alarm, and a portable magical potion bottle. Dylan looked over and saw a fair complexion, a pair of bright, clear, pale blue eyes, their movements radiating a coolness. Her nose was high, and her lips were pursed. As she walked out, the corners of her mouth turned slightly downward, her expression indifferent yet tinged with stubbornness. Let me introduce you to my daughter, Vera Clementina Fusco." Fusco smiled, looking at Dylan. "Vera?" Dylan suddenly remembered a name he'd heard last time he'd overheard the Aurors chatting. It seemed that Vera was the one who had abducted Duffini. What a coincidence. Vera was actually Fusco's daughter? Fusco's daughter, easily dispatched by Voldemort, then turned around and captured Voldemort's daughter? "Hello, I'm Dylan Hawkwood, currently attending Hogwarts." Vera's pale blue eyes shifted slightly, resting on Dylan. After a moment, she suddenly smiled softly. "Hello, Junior. Correction, my name is Vera Clementina." Fusco looked helpless. "Hey, Vera, I don't want to argue with you." As Vera glanced at Fusco, her expression returned to its coldness. "Don't even think about changing my last name." Fusco's lips twitched, and then he sighed deeply. "You're always like this. Such a beautiful smile for others, but such a cold face for me." Vera remained silent. Seeing this, Fusco shook his head, turned back to Dylan, and said, "My daughter just came to my shop to post a wanted poster, the one on the counter." Fusco's chin lifted. Dylan nodded slightly, indicating that he had seen it. "I finally got to see my daughter, and I wanted to talk to her more." "I'm sorry, Mr. Fusco, I don't think there's much for us to talk about. You're already wasting my time at work." Hearing this, Fusco frowned angrily. "Tomorrow is Christmas, and today's a day off. Where does your work come from?" Vera paused, pursing her lips. Clearly, work was just an excuse for not wanting to see her father. Dylan paused. The current situation was somewhat unexpected. For one thing, he hadn't expected Fusco's daughter to be so beautiful. For another, the father and daughter were arguing right now. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer? "Uncle, I just came to see you. You donated so many galleons to me last time, which was very helpful. Now that your daughter is here, why don't I?" Dylan was interrupted by Vera before he could finish his words. "He sponsored your schooling." Dylan blinked, then nodded slightly. "Yes, Mr. Fusco is a very generous and kind wizard." Vera's eyes flickered, glancing at Fusco with some suspicion. Fusco hadn't expected Dylan to bring this up, but when he caught his daughter's eye, he calmly puffed out his chest and winked at Dylan. "Good job, kid. I deserved all those ice cream sundaes I delivered. Well, the job's done, anyway. I'm going home," Vera said, starting to leave. Fusco raised his hand, unsure what to say. Dylan spoke up. "Sister Vera, do you have any issues with Mr. Fusco? The last time I was here, he mentioned you, and it was mostly praise. I think he loves you very much. Even Mr. Fusco's financial support is because he said his daughter doesn't want a penny of his money. Instead of keeping it, it's better to donate to those in need. Sister Vera, if there's something between family members, maybe we can talk it out." Vera glanced at the brat. "You don't understand," Dylan smiled slightly. "It's precisely because you don't understand that you need your sister to explain." Vera paused, then slowly retracted her steps. "Junior, I've heard of you. Professor Flitwick likes you very much?" Dylan tilted his head. "Sister Vera, did you graduate from Ravenclaw?" "Yes, I still keep in touch with Professor Flitwick." Vera's pale blue gaze fell on Dylan. "You are so young, and you have learned to be a peacemaker." Dylan was stunned, and then pursed his lips shyly. "In fact, we are only 8 years apart, and what I said is true, you little brat." Seeing that the other party's attitude had eased, Dylan tried to find out some things. "Sister Vera, when I came to Diagon Alley before, I happened to see you arresting people. What did those people do?" Vera's brown hair was more golden. When she heard Dylan's question, she frowned slightly, and there was a hint of doubt on her small cheek. "Why are you asking this?" Dylan raised an innocent child's smile. "Because when I came to Diagon Alley before, I happened to run into Aurors arresting people, and I met them again this time. I was wondering if you wanted to capture me." Fusco laughed on the side. "Yes, that Cursus appeared twice, and it happened to be when Lund came to my shop to eat ice cream." "Oh? Is this a coincidence?" Villa raised her eyebrows, and then she shook her head again. "Diagon Alley is still safe. As long as you don't go over the alley, you will basically not encounter any dangerous people." Dylan nodded obediently. "I know this, the professors have reminded me." Vera frowned and sighed. "Although it's Christmas, the Ministry of Magic requires all Aurors to shorten their holidays as much as possible so as to search for traces of Cursus." At this point, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. That person is very dangerous, and he seems to have reached the point of being proficient in the Unforgivable mantra, and he's even more crazy. He takes action as a soul-catching mantra and a heart-drawing mantra, and he is simply a madman. If he was left outside, I don't know what else he would do. The Ministry of Magic doesn't want to see the second one, Villa. Fusco frowned. Vera paused and glanced at her father. "Anyway, I have brought my words to you. Have you noticed it recently? Have you heard it?" Vera's tone was always stiff when she spoke to Fusco. Still, Dylan could sense a daughter's concern for her father. He had no idea what had led to the falling out between the two. The last time he'd heard Fusco talk about it, he hadn't gotten a clue. Dylan speculated that Fusco hadn't properly dealt with his relationship issues, and after separating from Vera's mother and living with her, for various reasons, he might have grown estranged and resentful of his father, whom he hadn't seen for so long. Of course, the word resented should be put in quotation marks. Besides resented, it might also mean disliked. A little girl, raised by her mother herself, was young and competitive, and at that age, she was naturally rebellious. It was normal for her to be a bit overbearing with her father. But this wasn't Dylan's family affair, and he wouldn't interfere unduly. What Dylan had just said was already way over the line. Fortunately, Vera was also Professor Flitwick's student, so they had some sort of connection. And since he was young, his words wouldn't offend her too much. "Don't worry, I get it. If I can't beat her, I can't hide from her," Fusco chuckled. "Who knows if you'll just rush over for no reason. You've always been this crazy." Vera curled her rosy lips. "Okay, I'm going to the next store to put up the wanted poster." Vera took another step, walked to the door, and grasped the door handle. Fusco's expression darkened. Looking at his daughter's back, his throat seemed to be choked by something. He opened his mouth, but those words of persuasion could not be uttered in the end. Dingling, Vera half pushed the door open and had one foot out. At this moment, she paused again, turned her head slightly, raised her lower handle slightly, and deliberately curled her lips, her tone still full of disgust. "Are you going to spend Christmas alone again this year? Or are you going to bother Uncle Ollivander? HMPH, don't bother him. Since it's Christmas Eve, just make more food, but I may not have time to eat. I'll only consider coming over when I'm done and in a good mood." As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for Fosco to react, Vera pushed the door open and walked out. Fosco was stunned where he was, his eyes dull. Dylan smiled and said, "Uncle, it's getting late. If you plan to cook for Sister Vera yourself, maybe you should start preparing now." Fosco was stunned for a while before he reacted. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. He turned to look at Dylan, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were slightly raised. Ho ha, you're right. Kid, I'm so glad I gave you 10,000 galleons. I think Vera must know I'm not a stingy person, so she's willing to spend Christmas Eve with me. Oh, look how happy I am. I have to close the shop now. I'm so sorry, I can't treat you. There's ice cream over there, if you want, help yourself. Don't hesitate. I have to go do some shopping. Fosco hurried, happily spinning in circles. Something to put up there, something to put up there. Oh, I haven't decorated my house for Christmas in ages. I almost forgot how to do it. Dylan saw this and smiled and waved his hand. I won't eat, Uncle Fosco, you go get busy. Fosco, his face beaming, went out with Dylan and hung up the open sign upside down. After they said goodbye, he hurried off to do some shopping. Dylan stood alone in the entrance of the soda shop, his legs casually crossed as he watched Fosco's retreating figure, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the sky. It was dusk, and the setting sun looked like a giant salted duck egg yolk, its oil spilling out, tinting the entire sky an orange-red. The buildings lining Diagon Alley were also draped in a golden veil by the afterglow. Occasionally, a few clouds drifted slowly by, like colors casually smeared on canvas by an artist. Dylan felt a cool evening breeze caress his face as he slowly walked to the exit from Diagon Alley, his figure gradually fading. It was 5:30 p.m. The imposing gates of Gringotts slowly closed, closing the business. The old goblin finished counting the day's accounts, carefully storing away important magical contracts and precious items, and then left Gringotts through a side door. It was Christmas Eve, and Diagon Alley was deserted, save for a few Aurors hurrying past, presumably on their way home. The old goblin had been out late, and by the time he reached the fireplace in Diagon Alley, no one was around. He pulled out a handful of powder and prepared to sprinkle it into the hearth. Without warning, a spell struck from behind him. Before the goblin could react, his vision went black, and he collapsed uncontrollably to the ground with a thud. The next moment, the goblin's clothes began to stir of their own accord, their hems and sleeves rustling as if pulled by invisible hands. Finally, a bulging bag of gold slowly rose from the lining of his suit jacket, hovering in midair. Soon, the bag's opening released itself, and gold coins poured out like a golden stream, one after another, merging into the invisible void nearby. In the blink of an eye, all the gold coins were emptied. The purse flew through the air for a moment before landing on the old goblin. Then, the goblin shuddered, regaining consciousness. Seeing his empty purse, a howl echoed throughout Diagon Alley. I didn't expect there were over 300,000. Do goblins like to keep their money in cash? On the way home, Dylan glanced at his balance. It had skyrocketed by over 300,000. He resisted the urge to convert the galleons into suitcase space and headed straight home. It was Christmas Eve, after all. Back from vacation, he should at least spend some time at home. In his 12 years, he had only spent Christmas last year without his family. Even though Dylan had been absorbed in studying spells lately, it didn't mean he didn't miss his family in this life. It was simply because his soul was an adult, so he could suppress that longing somewhat. With his usual busy schedule, he could keep his longing hidden. Dylan had a unique trait of not fearing the discovery of his magic. So, while other young wizards couldn't use magic outdoors, he wasn't worried as long as no one was watching. With a shadow ring in hand, Dylan flew on his broomstick, heading for home. The street lights along the night street cast a dim glow, illuminating Dylan's path. Finally, when the familiar doorway appeared, Dylan flew to a corner, slowly emerged, and dispelled the shadow ring's effects. "Mommy, I'm home." Dylan pushed open the door, and a warm scent, mingled with the rich aroma of food, enveloped him. Maeve, hearing the noise, popped her head out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Dylan, a smile spread across her face. She hurried out of the kitchen, reaching for Dylan's coat, muttering, "It's already this late, I thought you wouldn't be home." "Everything's almost ready," Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Dylan nodded gently, rinsed his hands in the bathroom, and then wiped them clean with a towel. Entering the dining room, the table was laid with numerous dishes, each one beautiful and fragrant. An exquisite candlestick stood in the center of the table, its flames flickering softly. Hubert was already seated at the table. Seeing his son return, he smiled cheerfully. "How is it going, son? Is the money enough?" He had given Dylan millions of pounds over the past few months. Just imagine, what family would spend millions just for a child going away to school for a year or two? No, just 3 or 4 months? That's 1 or 2 million a month. But Hubert didn't think the money was much. Instead, he felt proud. He was a father, and wasn't the money he earned meant to be spent on his wife and son? That wasn't right. He couldn't just talk about his son. What if he had a daughter? As a father, how could he not spend money on his children? The more they spend, the more capable they are. Even though it was all directed by his own son, what's his is his, and what's his is his. They're one and the same. Dylan nodded gently. Just enough, I mean for now. After the holidays, there'll be more to spend, and then I'll have to rely on you, Dad, to send me money. Hubert's smile froze. What? Walter? Millions of pounds aren't enough, and he wants more? Did he give birth to his son? Did he give birth to a money-eating beast? Hubert swallowed. Seeing her husband's expression, Maeve rolled her eyes. You looked so smug then, how can you not be so proud now? After the holidays, you should get back to earning money. We can't let our baby miss out on pocket money, Hubert grimaced. Is that pocket money? Dylan chuckled. I know my dad's the most capable man. Just a few million pounds, isn't that easy? Hubert couldn't help but smile after hearing Dylan's flattery. Of course. Spend it all you want, son. I can support you, thanks, Dad, Dylan smiled. Maeve brought the last dish to the table. The family sat around to eat. Hubert initially acted reserved, pretending to be serious. But then he couldn't help but beam with joy as he described to Dylan the funny things he'd encountered recently while meeting with CEOs from various companies. Maeve picked up some food for her son, occasionally joking with her husband. The family chatted and laughed, each one a bit, and Dylan's occasional remark would elicit a burst of laughter from the Hawkwoods. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted down imperceptibly, fluttering and swaying. This Christmas Eve, nothing earth-shattering happened. It passed naturally. Then, on Christmas Day, the next day, Dylan returned to Diagon Alley. Florin's ice cream shop was still closed. I guess Fosco got along pretty well with Vera yesterday. This guy's daughter is so pretty, she's exactly my type. It's just that she's already graduated, and I'm only in my second year, so there's no chance I'll ever get her. Dylan thought about Fosco's daughter he'd met yesterday as he approached the gates of Gringotts. Even though it was Christmas, the shops in Diagon Alley were still open. After all, it was the commercial center of the British wizarding world. Everyone had a holiday. So naturally they'd come here to shop. Dylan glanced around after entering Gringotts, ignoring the goblin who greeted him. Instead, he walked straight towards the old goblin he'd met yesterday. Hey, hello, we meet again, Dylan said, standing in front of the old goblin's counter. The old goblin looked very tired, his face wrinkled and haggard. Oh, it's you. Why are you here again? The old goblin asked weakly, looking up. What's wrong with you? Dylan tilted his head. I went back and thought about it yesterday and decided that house is indeed nice, but the price is a bit high. So I wanted to ask you if you could get it cheaper. If so, I'll just pay for it. Oh, are you sure you want to buy the house? The old goblin was stunned at first, then suddenly perked up. Oh, haha, I just didn't sleep well. Since you're interested in purchasing the property, then, let's go discuss it in detail. He stood up and, as he did yesterday, bowed respectfully to Dylan and gestured for him to come. His attitude was completely different from when they parted yesterday. Dylan smiled and nodded, following the old goblin back into the secret room. I can see you really like this house, coming here on Christmas. I don't want to miss out on such a good buyer like you, so I'll give you a discount. The price is 350,000 galleons. The old goblin raised his head, a shrewd glint in his small, green eyes. That's the most realistic price I can offer. If you miss this, you won't get such a good deal again. Dylan shook his head. My bottom line is 200,000, the old goblin, he almost gasped. 200,000? Was he going to break his bank? If it really sold for 200,000, He wouldn't make a cent. There's a commission, but what's that? A mere 50,000 galleons. You're kidding? No, I'm not kidding. My bottom line is 200,000. The old goblin's face twitched. Dylan looked at his ambivalence and chuckled. How about this? I'll offer another 10,000, 210,000. If you think it's okay, we'll sign the contract. If not, forget it. I'll look for other cheaper houses, or I'll ask the other goblins about the price of this manor. With that, he stood up and was about to leave. The old goblin quickly stood up to stop him. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're not satisfied, we can always discuss it. Don't bother looking for anyone else. Dylan stared at him silently, not saying a word. The old goblin hesitated for a moment, then gave a wry smile. I really can't help you. Fine, fine. 201,000 galleons, and this manor is yours. If it weren't for the fact that this young wizard looked only in his 4th or 5th year, he'd have suspected he was the one who attacked him and robbed him yesterday. He'd reported this to the Orrs, but because he was on vacation, the matter was repeatedly put off. Who knows when he'll ever find the one who stole his money? Damn it. How dare they steal his money? He cursed that person to be instantly transformed by Voldemort. The reserve price for the house was 200,000, and he'd hoped to see if he could sell it for an extra 50,000, at least to offset his losses. Unexpectedly, this little brat had driven him down to the lowest price. Could he be a telepath? No, 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 how could that be? He'd been stunned yesterday, too. How could a young wizard master legilimency? There was no way those professors would pass on this spell to their students. The property processing will take some time. Gringotts will clean the house for you and prepare everything before we hand it over to you. Dylan nodded. Seeing no response, the old goblin continued, if you're sure you want it, you can pay the galleons first, and we'll sign the contract to secure the house. Dylan nodded again. Using the old goblin's money to buy the house from the old goblin didn't seem to mind anything wrong. He and the old goblin signed a magical contract together, and the moment it took effect, Dylan felt as if something had been added to his soul. This feeling was different from the guarantee he had signed at school, but it was even more powerful, carrying a sense of absolute binding. As a buyer, he felt this way, and the old goblin, signing the contract on behalf of Gringotts, the seller, must have felt it even more. I wonder if my research on the soul can circumvent the soul restrictions of the magical contract and unilaterally break the agreement, Dylan pondered as he paid the galleons and was escorted out of Gringotts by the old goblin. For the next while, Dylan had a much more relaxed time. The house project was completed in 2 days, and after Christmas, the Hawkwoods would occasionally go out and work during the day to earn more money for their son. Most companies were closed for the holidays, so they only occasionally went out to buy lottery tickets and see how the stock market was doing. Dylan had originally planned to have Curses make another appearance, but it was Christmas, and even the fool needed a break. And too many appearances, just for minor tasks, would be too demeaning. Not to mention that the Aurors were working overtime to arrest people during Christmas, and Dylan, being so considerate, naturally wanted to make sure they returned empty-handed. So Dylan stayed home and conducted experiments throughout the Christmas holiday. At the end of the holiday, Dylan returned to Hogwarts, with the Hawkwoods reluctantly saying goodbye, smiling and waving frantically. Old Dumbledore had clearly been tightening his control over Hogwarts lately, and Dylan had clearly sensed this the moment he arrived. Dumbledore wasn't sure if Dumbledore knew, or even suspected, that Voldemort might be using Horcruxes to keep part of his soul alive through sinister magic. Otherwise, Dumbledore would have had a clear opportunity to intervene during Voldemort's escape, but he was wary of the possibility that another Voldemort would reappear if he completely destroyed Voldemort. Clearly, Dumbledore had been considering the Horcrux issue. In particular, he hadn't found advanced dark arts decoded in the restricted section. This could only mean that Dumbledore had already confiscated the book, which contained information on Horcrux creation. Dumbledore wanted to read its contents and delve deeper into the subject. However, Dumbledore suspected that the book was currently in Dumbledore's office. That place was, if not a dangerous place, then certainly a dangerous place. Dumbledore didn't want to go there and steal the book. At worst, he could establish a relationship with Dumbledore later and see if he could find a way to borrow the book. After returning to school, Dylan continued his studies and research as usual. Until Professor Snape's birthday arrived. Although it was January, the snow was still falling outside the window. The weather seemed to be even colder, and even the Whomping Willow was much quieter under the thick snow. Professor, do we really need to surprise Professor Snape like this? Dylan looked at his strange outfit. Then he looked at the others. In the room, there were not only Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, but also old Dumbledore. The professors were still dressed the same, but Dylan was dressed like a replica of Snape, a jet black robe and a wig on his head. Oh ho ho ho, I think there is nothing better than you dressed like this for Severus, Dylan. Dumbledore smiled. Besides, it was you who proposed holding a birthday party for Severus, so of course you should contribute. Dylan's face twitched. Are you sure Professor Snape won't be frightened and curse me when he sees me? Old Dumbledore shrugged. I think you can get away with it, right? Yes, that's the expression. My God, I'm starting to wonder if you're Severus's child, old Dumbledore exclaimed. Dylan's eyelids twitched. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but laugh at Dylan's expression. I didn't expect that after dressing you up, you actually look a bit like Severus. Professor Flitwick nodded repeatedly. They're just like each other. Is this makeup? Disguise yourself without any spells. Old Dumbledore joined in the conversation. I've seen some Muggle makeup techniques before. It's truly amazing, like magic. Dylan sighed as he looked at the three professors he had been chatting with. He then stood at the door again, waiting for Professor Snape to arrive. They were now in Professor Snape's office. Someone had just sent Professor Snape away, but now that he knew it was Lockhart he was looking for, he was probably going to be back soon. Meanwhile, Professor Snape was walking back to his office, his face livid. That idiot Lockhart actually came to him for help with a plumbing problem. He'd never met a more foolish professor. Even Quirrell was better than him, at least Quirrell could even learn the Unforgivable Curses. And what's been going on with McGonagall and the others these past 2 days? Severus felt like everyone around him was acting strangely. They were all so fake. Yes, that's right, fake. Fake smiles, fake greetings, fake walks around him. Forget it, aren't these people always like this? I wonder what kind of trouble they're going to get up to, especially Albus. Severus headed straight back to his office. But just as he was about to push the door open, he paused, his brow furrowed. The door's been moved. He raised his wand. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets had recently caused widespread alarm throughout the school. Its petrifying power seemed to require only a small medium, forcing even him to approach with caution. He gently opened the office door with his wand. The room was dimly lit. Severus immediately spotted a figure standing before him. He was about to raise his wand when he saw what it looked like, a smaller version of himself? Sectum Sempra, what? Wait, Professor, it's me. Protego. Dylan dodged to the side. Hearing Dylan's voice, Severus paused. Dylan, Severus glared. Before he could question, Dumbledore, standing at the back of the office, waved his wand. Then, a loud bang, Severus jumped, thinking someone had held Dylan hostage. The next moment, a dazzling display of magical fireworks erupted in his office. Gold and silver streamers danced across the sky. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall also waved their wands, conjuring a dazzling display of sparks that flickered in the air like fireflies. Severus was stunned, his eyes scanning everyone's faces. When he came to his senses, his face darkened. Dylan, seeing this, quickly raised his voice, surprise. Happy birthday, Professor Snape, happy birthday to you, you're about to set my office on fire. Severus's voice was so low, the words coming out as if from his throat. It's okay, it's okay. These are just some cold fireworks. They won't burn anything here. Dumbledore waved his wand. I'm quite skilled at this kind of magic. Whoa. The next moment, a spark landed on a book, instantly igniting it. Professor Flitwick, stunned, quickly doused it. Huh? Using cold fire? No one told me. Severus! Exclamation mark. Seeing his expression, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Severus, look at your expression. Doesn't it resemble Dylan's? Severus glanced at Dylan, wearing a wig, his eyelids twitching violently. Who dressed you up like this? Dylan was stunned for a moment, then swallowed and turned to look at Dumbledore. The meaning was self-evident. A vein popped out on Severus's forehead. Dumbledore, I think your head really got caught in the Chamber of Secrets door. Dumbledore was scolded, but his face remained amiable, not angry at all. Anyway, Severus, today is your birthday. Happy birthday. We've left the presents here. You can open them after we leave. He pointed his wand at the table beside him. It was filled with various wrapped gift boxes. Severus paused, then fell silent again. In fact, he hadn't celebrated his birthday in a long time. It's hard to say how long it was, perhaps the summer he broke up with Lily, or perhaps even longer before that. Except for Lily, no one seemed to have ever truly celebrated his birthday. After Lily's death, he'd long forgotten his own birthday. Sometimes Dumbledore would remember. Oh, every single birthday. And then he'd send him a gift or two. Either a chocolate frog, or something from Honeydukes, like the cockroach pile he loathed. He'd end up feeding those candies to flies or ants, because he never ate them. For some reason, only the few little treats Lily had sent him seemed to resonate with him. And what did it matter whether these continued, whether they existed or not? Last year, he received another gift. It came from a rather arrogant wizard, whose tongue seemed even more venomous than his own. When he was serious, but when he wasn't, no matter how much he scolded him, it was like a punch on cotton. He was a Dumbledore clone. He was quite satisfied with the gift. He still wears the black robes to this day. After that incident, Severus felt that it wasn't inappropriate to commemorate his birth. But was it truly necessary? Initially, he'd thought it wasn't necessary. After Lily's appearance, the thought of not needing it became something he'd expected. And after Lily's death, every day, every hour, every minute, every second seemed like centuries. He endured the burden of time, atoning for his sins, even willing to sacrifice his life for it, until his own death. Though his body was 33, his mind was already aging. The constant pain tormented him, making him forget how to find joy. His only concern was protecting Lily's only child, who now might have a brat with even more eloquence than he did. This year, he'd been expecting some useless candy and a decent, fresh set of clothes. Unexpectedly, these guys showed up again. Just to celebrate his birthday? Albus and Minerva, forget about it. Filius, are we familiar? Severus looked at the crystal balls at the top of his office, which spelled out his name. And, happy birthday. Then he looked at the pile of gifts and a piece of cake on his desk. The small office wasn't crowded, but Severus couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth. The streamers Dumbledore had summoned slowly drifted down onto Severus's head. His hair, once greasy, had become much cleaner and smoother since Dylan gave it a Christmas cleansing potion. Severus's face tightened. Dumbledore said, "This cake has a treacle pie filling with a fruit pie inside. I made it myself. Would you like to try it?" Dylan stepped forward. "I haven't eaten it, but I think it's good, Professor Snape." "You can try it." Upon hearing the full name of the cake, Severus's initially touched mood was instantly shattered. "If it's delicious, why don't you eat it?" Dylan chuckled. "You're the birthday boy today, so of course you should have the first bite." Chapter 147, Little Tom, does this great killing curse work? Does it work? After Professor Snape's birthday, Dylan noticed that Professor Snape's demeanor in class, even towards the Gryffindor students, had softened considerably. For example, Professor Snape usually scolded Ron, calling him even more foolish than a troll. Lately, he'd only scold him for being reckless like a headless ghost when he saw Ron make a mistake. This gentleness was almost unbearable, a level of embarrassment even Ron himself found unbelievable. Another day, after school, Dylan went to Professor Flitwick's office for extra lessons as usual. That evening, when he returned to his dorm, he didn't see Harry and the others. It wasn't until almost curfew that Harry and Ron returned, looking gravely. Seeing their sullen expressions, Dylan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" The two exchanged glances, then looked at Seamus and Neville, who were already lying in bed. He sidled up to Dylan, raised his hips, and was about to sit on Dylan's bed. "Wait," Dylan glared. "You're sitting on my quilt with your coats on? Can't you see the mud on your robes?" "Oh, sorry." Harry awkwardly froze his half-raised butt in the air, then quickly raised it up. Scourgify, Harry used his wand to clean the mud off himself and Ron, then stood by Dylan's bed without sitting down again. Dylan rolled his eyes. "Why are you still standing there? Sit over here." He patted the bed next to him, then moved to make room. Moo. At this time, Cole's head popped out from under his quilt. Dylan scratched Cole's chin and brought it closer to him, watching Harry and Ron sit down awkwardly. "What happened?" Harry frowned and sighed. "It's Hermione. She was attacked by a monster tonight too." Dylan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's terrible." Hearing Dylan's seemingly nonchalant tone, Ron and Harry were both stunned. "Yeah, it's terrible," Harry said. "If we hadn't found her beforehand, Hermione might have been eaten by that monster." Ron couldn't help but ask, Dylan, do you have any more mandrake potions? Hermione's in the infirmary right now. Dylan pursed his lips and shrugged. I'm sorry, but I've already given away all my mandrake potions. One bottle saved Mrs. Norris, and one saved Harry's little fanboy. I don't have any more. Ron's expression darkened. Harry's face also turned pale. I don't think you need to worry too much about this. Before Christmas, Neville and I went to the greenhouse to see that the mandrakes were growing well. I think they'll be ripe soon. Dylan tilted his head slightly. Once the mandrakes are ripe, Professor Snape will naturally brew a mandrake recovery potion. He's bound to be faster than I am at making potions. Harry nodded helplessly. Guess that's the only way. Ron frowned, silent. Harry then glanced at Seamus and the others. Neville and Seamus weren't paying attention. Harry lowered his voice again and pulled a notebook from his bag. Because everyone who's been hurt recently seems to be connected to a certain place, Ron and I wanted to go check it out, and so we found this notebook in the women's bathroom on the second floor, the same bathroom that Malfoy made famous last time. Dylan's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the notebook in Harry's hand. But what's strange is that, aside from the first page, where you can make out a name written in illegible ink, the rest of the book is blank. Harry handed the book to Dylan, who took it calmly. Hermione went to the library to look up information about the owner of this book. She must have discovered something and wanted to investigate, but she was attacked, Harry explained quietly to Dylan. Ron nodded. When we found Hermione, she had a mirror and a piece of paper with some information written on it. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets seems to be a basilisk, Harry added, and the owner of this notebook, Tom Riddle, received a special contribution award 50 years ago. When Hermione got into trouble a lot recently, many professors went over. I took the opportunity to ask Professor Binns, and he knows the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. And someone died back then. Ron nodded repeatedly. We think this notebook might be a diary. Maybe it records something from 50 years ago. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But there's nothing in this notebook except a crappy name. We've tried everything from revealing spells to erasers that can remove invisible ink, but nothing works, Harry added. Dylan, don't you know how to divine? Can you tell anything about this notebook? Ron asked urgently. Dylan stroked the diary in his hand, blinking. You know, divination isn't an easy task, so I think I might have to give it a while, but if you want a quick result, I can predict whether that monster, including the heir of Slytherin, will have a significant impact on Hogwarts. Is that even possible? That's fantastic. Dylan, are you going to make any preparations? Ron's eyes widened with excitement. Dylan fumbled in the bedside cabinet for a while, then pulled out a crystal ball and placed it on the bed. Coldball curiously leaned over the crystal ball, but Dylan pushed it back. No need. Dylan's hand hovered over the crystal ball, his already slender fingers slightly bent, and he clasped the crystal ball in his palm, gently rotating it. A mist gradually filled the crystal ball. Harry and Ron sat on the edge of the bed, staring intently at the crystal ball, trying to discern something from the hazy mist. But there was nothing but fog, nothing clear. They looked up and saw Dylan, his gaze fixed intently on the crystal ball, as if he had seen something within. They dared not say a word, and could only sit there in stunned silence. After a moment, Dylan's movements gradually ceased, his eyes slightly fluttering. Harry, eyes wide open, asked expectantly, "How's it going?" Dylan's voice drifted over, "I saw a few shadows." Shadows? Harry and Ron were stunned again. Could they be the shadows of that monster? Harry demanded. No, I just saw a few shadows, killing each other, and in the end, Hogwarts remained safe. Dylan slowly shook his head, opened his eyes, and tossed a crystal ball back into the bedside table. In truth, he hadn't even been performing a divination. He had simply tried to give Harry and the others a try, deliberately telling them a rather grand prophecy. If the prophecy came true, he would likely achieve something. Well, it's getting late. I think you should go to bed, too. Dylan clutched the diary and looked at Harry and Ron. After Dylan's advice that nothing would happen at Hogwarts, the two men breathed a sigh of relief, though they still stood up nervously. With such a serious matter, it was still uncertain whether Dylan's divination was effective and accurate. But there was nothing they could do. All they could do now was sleep. After they left, Dylan ignored Harry and the others and tried to put the diary into his inventory. It didn't work. Dylan raised an eyebrow slightly. Then feel your brother Cole's big butt. Dylan set the diary aside and then brought Cole over. Sleep on it. Cole glanced at Dylan, then glanced at the diary. Dylan smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it won't hurt, Cole." Although it didn't understand its master's request, it still obediently shifted its butt. With a pie sound, he sat down. He then adjusted his position so his head rested on his master's pillow. After feeling much more comfortable, he finally closed his eyes. Dylan also lay down to sleep. As the night deepened and everyone was still, Dylan, having rested for a while, slowly opened his eyes. He was going to the Forbidden Forest today to spit out the mandrake leaf in his mouth. He had been holding that damn leaf for a whole month. Dylan felt it was almost melting, reduced to a mushy mess. Leaving Cole Ball to continue sitting on the diary, Dylan glanced back at Harry and the others, who were already soundly asleep. With a flicker of his body, he vanished. Combined with the Shadow Realm and Cole Ball's abilities, he could even transform into an invisible ghost. He simply ignored the walls and doors of Hogwarts and passed through them, arriving at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. With the added uncertainty of the diary, Dylan had originally planned to hunt some Acromanchulas tonight and then look for unicorns to see if he could get some fur. But for now, Dylan planned to head back directly after taking care of the Animagus's preparatory work, to avoid the diary causing any trouble right under his nose. "I didn't expect that I'd send Curses out to take care of little Tom when he started causing trouble, but now he's showing up on his own." Don't blame Dylan for first researching the diary's fundamentals. Dylan knew that little Tom couldn't yet emerge from the diary. Previously, he'd been able to control the basilisk through Ginny's hand, thanks to Ginny's constant communication with Tom through the diary, which gradually allowed him to manifest. Even in the novel, after Harry found the diary and continued to communicate with it, activating the dark magic within, Tom was able to fully manifest in the Chamber of Secrets. But now, he was just a soul fragment unable to emerge from the diary. Even if he had the ability to perceive the outside world, it was limited to communicating with those who touched the diary, gradually controlling them with dark magic. So Dylan wasn't afraid at all. Now that he had the diary in his possession and could study it, Tom would realize he was the one who mastered the dark arts. Not to mention the impressive number of soul-related spells he possessed, maxed out. Even if Voldemort were to return, he wouldn't be afraid of even a single, top-tier dark magical spell. Not to mention a tiny fragment of a soul. Besides being able to control the basilisk, what else could he possibly do? Entering the Forbidden Forest, Dylan didn't go any deeper. He looked up at the sky, which was incredibly clear, without a single cloud. Clear moonlight poured down unobstructed, bathing the entire forest in a silvery glow. Beyond, the trees of the Forbidden Forest loomed, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, he could inhale the unique dampness and fragrance of the woods. Dylan paused and retrieved a small crystal bottle from his inventory. It contained his saliva. Dylan held the bottle, not daring to bring it too close. Who would dare smell this? Then he removed the mandrake leaf from under his tongue. It was damp, and Dylan rolled it slightly before placing it into the bottle. He blinked at the stringy saliva. Luckily, it was his own, so he wasn't too offended. The crystal bottle shimmered in the moonlight, its outline reflecting the shadows of the surrounding trees. His position perfectly captured and welcomed the moonlight. Dylan raised his hand, running 2 fingers through his hair, precisely grasping a strand. With a gentle pressure, he plucked it free. He held the strand in front of his eyes and placed it into the crystal bottle as well. Once he finished, Dylan reached back and pulled out a silver spoon containing a teaspoon of dew. This was something Dylan had prepared earlier, taken from a place where no one had seen the sun for 7 days and had set foot. After pouring the dew into the crystal bottle, Dylan took out a pupa of a ghost moth and placed it before his eyes. In the moonlight, the pupa shone a faint turquoise, its surface delicately textured. Dylan examined it briefly before slipping it into the bottle. After mixing all the ingredients into the crystal bottle, Dylan smiled. Now all we have to do is wait for a storm to come. The bottle in his hand contained a mixture of various ingredients, not a true potion. He swirled the bottle around in the moonlight, then walked deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Finding an ancient tree, Dylan buried the mixture beneath it. Since he met with Hagrid almost regularly, his frequent encounters gave him a rough idea of his patrol routes. He had also warned Hagrid to stay away recently. This meant he could almost guarantee a storm would arrive before it. This place was shielded from sunlight, remaining in constant darkness. No one would pass by, making it less quiet. Combining what he'd read in books and learned from Professor McGonagall, the steps for practicing the Animagus weren't actually that complicated. It consisted of just 4 steps. First, hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth. From one full moon to the next, throughout the entire lunar cycle, Dylan had to keep a mandrake leaf in his mouth, not swallowing or removing it, or he'd have to start over again, just like last time. Second, create a mixture. When the next full moon arrived, place the saliva-soaked leaf in a small crystal bottle and let it receive pure moonlight. Then, add a strand of your own hair, a silver spoonful of dew collected from a place untouched by sunlight for 7 days, and a chrysalis moth pupa. Then, place the mixture in a quiet, dark place until the next thunderstorm. And thunderstorms weren't common. When the next storm would come was uncertain. So, this all comes down to luck. With luck, the storm will arrive soon. With bad luck, the process might take weeks, months, or even years. However, the weather in Britain is quite good, with 1 or 2, or even several, storms every year. Dylan wasn't worried that this would delay his animagus transformation. The third step, and what Dylan needed next, was to chant the spell while waiting. The fourth step was to complete the transformation. After completing all this, Dylan returned to the dormitory. Cole's eyes narrowed slightly, but when he saw Dylan, they fell back down, and he slept soundly, slumped over Tom's notebook. "That heartless little thing," Dylan said with a twitch of his lips. Before, Cole wanted to follow him wherever he went. But now, after playing with Norbita for so long and having other friends, not only did he not want to sleep in his arms, but he wasn't even as affectionate with him as he once was. Wasn't he afraid that he'd run out late at night and get into danger? Dylan snorted and sank back into bed. Sleep. But he didn't sleep for long. Before sunrise, he rose again. He placed the tip of his wand over his heart and chanted, Amato Animo Animato Animos. After finishing the spell, Dylan looked out the window at the sunrise. The sunrise was fleeting. In an instant, it was as if an oversized Loomis spell had illuminated the entire world. Hogwarts Castle was bathed in a golden glow, its ancient towers and spires gilded with a gilded edge. Looking out at the forbidden forest in the distance, the still cold weather only made the morning mist even more hazy, drifting slowly through the trees before gradually becoming more defined in the sunlight. Branches swayed gently in the wind, and the mist slowly dissipated. The sky was soft, the orange-red glow spreading freely, blending with a pale blue background, bringing a warm atmosphere that dispelled the last of the darkness. Dylan exhaled. Witnessing the sunrise each day was a source of joy amidst his daily arduous studies. At sunset, Dylan chanted the spell once more. After dinner, Dylan didn't head to the library to read. Instead, he reached into his suitcase and peered at Tom's diary, nestled among a pile of cockroaches. This was a real pile of cockroaches. After a day of contemplation, Dylan concluded that since the diary was now in his possession, even if he wouldn't claim it completely for himself right away, he would still have to give it to Harry later, allowing him to continue his battles with Voldemort. In the end, he took on the identity of Cursus and snatched away the Horcrux and the Basilisk. But that didn't mean he couldn't experiment with the diary. First, he used the Imperius curse to control the diary. Until then, Dylan had maintained his invisibility with the Shadow Ring. Then, confirming that the diary was completely under his Imperius control, Dylan raised his wand again, pointing it at the diary. Avada Kedavra, biu. In an instant, 50 rays of pale green light rushed out from the tip of Dylan's wand, and like a rainstorm, they smashed into the diary. Next, the diary, swarmed with cockroaches, suddenly seemed to be engulfed in flames. The diary was charred black by the spell, its edges seemingly curled. Though the diary made no sound, Dylan felt a sharp whistle in his ear. What a powerful Horcrux! 50 Avada Kedavra had devoured it, yet the diary only underwent minor changes, not the further development Dylan had hoped for. A Horcrux lacks life in the traditional sense, it lacks consciousness, emotions, growth, or reproduction. It is merely a vessel for soul fragments. It has never lived, for it lacks life, yet it is not dead either. Because it holds soul fragments, it is unlike ordinary objects. Since it is not alive, it cannot be killed by the Kedavra curse. Even if Dylan unleashed dozens of Avada Kedavra on it, it only weakened it further. This is simply a perfect tool for completing mastery quests. Dylan stroked his chin, gazing at the charred diary. Curses like the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse have no real effect on the diary. Under the power of dark magic, they only gradually erode its power. However, a Horcrux is still a Horcrux, no matter how weak, it serves as an anchor for its creator's soul in this world. Even if it were struck by a fatal blow, it wouldn't truly kill its owner. Instead, it would be forced into a state of neither life nor death, ultimately allowing it to remain in this world. Furthermore, a Horcrux is immune to ordinary magical and physical attacks and possesses a certain degree of self-repair. Even if a basilisk's venomous fangs pierce a Horcrux, if no further damage is done and the Horcrux is completely destroyed, the resulting wound will slowly heal over time. For example, if Harry hadn't repeatedly damaged the diary with his fangs, the Horcrux would likely have returned to its original state. Furthermore, the dark magic used to create the Horcruxes also endowed them with extremely powerful protective mechanisms, requiring only extremely powerful forces to completely destroy them, such as Gryffinder's sword or the Dark Fiend fire. Powers like Avada Kedavra and even the Invisible Blade can only damage Horcruxes, but no matter how much damage is inflicted, it's useless if it can't kill them. Although my recent encounters with Voldemort have shown him to be as weak as a mere novice, even though he's crafted 6 Horcruxes on his own, his limited understanding of death and the soul leads him to believe these Horcruxes are enough to transcend death, completely unaware that even with Horcruxes in his possession, they can be completely destroyed. Once Voldemort's first Horcrux is destroyed, he'll naturally realize the importance of his subsequent Horcruxes. Dylan doesn't want to expend the energy and painstaking effort of searching for them one by one. Rather than searching for them subjectively, he'd rather let them jump to his face. This is one of the reasons he doesn't particularly want to interfere with Harry's development. Children must grow up, and the paths they choose are their own. After all, Voldemort and Harry's life and death struggles not only have no impact on him, but he might even be able to profit from them. So what's wrong with that? Furthermore, while the setting states that a person's soul can be split into a maximum of 7 parts, meaning they can create a maximum of 6 Horcruxes, plus the main body of their soul, for a total of 7 parts, in a world of idealism, completely severing Voldemort's escape route, wouldn't he suddenly explode and rip his soul into 100 or 200 pieces? Even if his soul ultimately became extremely unstable and twisted, unable to control his actions and completely losing his mind? While the loss of self might be unacceptable to Voldemort, who yearned for absolute power and control, why would he care if his entire self were gone? Dylan had never split his own soul before, and he had no idea what the state of a split soul would be, especially if it could continue to split after multiple splits. Even the soul mastery he found in the restricted section didn't provide any specific descriptions of these matters. At most, it was just vague speculation. Therefore, for Voldemort, who had deeply studied the dark arts, Dylan couldn't guarantee the extent of his abilities. Furthermore, Voldemort was a man of few boundaries. The price of crafting a Horcrux was practically nothing to Voldemort. A mere soul, tragically killed, was too much for Voldemort to find. Using a single soul in any object, even a dung beetle's dung, Voldemort could forge a new Horcrux. If even one Horcrux remained, Voldemort would have to worry about more. Dylan simply wanted to read quietly, listen to his professor's lectures, and quietly unleash his vicious dark magic on his subjects. He didn't want to be embroiled in Voldemort's troubles. Was he supposed to chase Voldemort every day on Harry's behalf? How could he have the time to play hide-and-seek with Voldemort? Therefore, during his first year, Dylan barely participated in Harry and the others' actions. Only at the very end did he want to pick some peaches, but with Dumbledore at home, he couldn't even pick any. Dylan's unfortunate experiences made him even more reluctant to get involved in Harry's exciting adventures. They were pointless. Unlike now, when Harry was tasked with dealing with Voldemort, Voldemort would be trying to prove his strength, to save face, to prove to the world that he was the one capable of ruling the world. His previous failure was due to his carelessness, his failure to dodge. Even so, Voldemort wouldn't make any extra, unnecessary preparations to deal with the supposedly fabled situation where only one of him and the Savior could survive. That would weaken his prestige in everyone's eyes. Dylan cast a number of spells at the diary, mostly dark magic. Admittedly, the diary was quite resilient. It took it all. And Dylan had verified something. After all this, he had killed most of the cockroaches in the colony, using their vitality to refill the diary's empty space. In the end, the diary looked just as it had when Harry had given it to him. Wearing gloves, Dylan lifted the diary from the roach pile, cradling it in his hands. He pondered for a moment. Before returning it to Harry, Dylan had one more question for Tom. He raised his wand, a sharp, shadowless light flickering from its tip. Dylan wrote, stroke by stroke. Will you not kill women and children? A sharp, Burning smell instantly spread. Then, beneath the scratch, a line of words remained silent for a moment before finally, with difficulty, they emerged. I will not. The handwriting was crooked. What kind of pain could such a person endure? Dylan raised an eyebrow and wrote with his wand again. Really? Another silence. The words appeared again with difficulty. But your wife is not a child, and your son is certainly not a woman. These were the words manifested under Dylan's Imperius curse. After receiving the answer, Dylan suddenly felt a sense of dullness. Such a hellish joke. Asking myself such questions was too boring. Better to wait until I actually meet Voldemort again. Shaking his head, he killed hundreds more spiders in the spider pile, feeding their vitality into the diary. Dylan then exited the suitcase space, carrying it with him. A night passed, and dark clouds gathered. Waking up, Dylan finished his animagus spell, then raised an eyebrow. How lucky am I? The mixture has barely been buried, and a storm is already coming. Dylan was surprised. Fortunately, he hadn't made any mistakes when preparing the mixture, which would have forced him to start over. Otherwise, if he had missed this storm, who knows when the next one would come. Until evening. Boom, thunder roared. Heavy rain fell. Dylan had been waiting by the crystal bottle he had buried. When the rain came, Dylan retrieved the bottle. By then, the mixture had transformed into a blood-red potion. It wasn't much, just enough to swallow in one gulp. Dylan's face lit up, and he quickly grabbed the potion and rushed back to his dorm. The dormitory was deserted, and without saying hello, he went straight into his suitcase. He pointed his wand at his heart and chanted. Boom, boom. As the sound of his own heartbeat reached him, Dylan immediately unscrewed the stopper from the crystal bottle, tilted his head back, and downed the potion in one gulp. Suddenly, Dylan felt a faint yet distinct heartbeat beside his ear, a second heartbeat. The rhythm of this heartbeat was different from his own, as if it came from another mysterious being. And the sensation grew stronger. No, it wasn't just a feeling anymore. The powerful beating of that heart blended with Dylan's original heartbeat. The line between the two heartbeats began to blur, and the sound grew louder and louder, almost to the point of causing pain in Dylan's eardrums. Boom, 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 like a thunderclap exploding within him, the heartbeat reached its most deafening peak. At that moment, Dylan's body began to change. His skin was covered with fine scales, each one gleaming with a faint green light. Dylan's eyes widened at the sight. Scales? The next moment, Dylan felt a creature suddenly appear in his mind. He looked closely and was stunned. I am actually. Chapter 148, Fire Dragon Dylan. Breathing fire. Magical array, spooky and eerie. Dylan's muscles bulged with explosive force. His feet grew dramatically, and sharp, curved claws sprouted from his fingertips, easily digging deep into the earth. His back arched upward, and a ripping pain shot through his shoulder blades. Dylan endured it, and soon, a pair of enormous wings burst forth from his body. His neck stretched rapidly, his face contorted, his features replaced by a dragon's mouth studded with sharp, fanged fangs. Whoosh, Dylan exhaled softly, and two streams of searing air emanated from his nostrils, carrying a faint scent of sulfur. They ignited the falling pine needles, sparks of fire flickering between the scales. My animagus is actually a dragon. Dylan had now transformed into a majestic dragon, covered in thick, rough scales, their edges jagged and gleaming with a cold light. His head was massive and broad, and his vertical pupils shone with a feral brilliance as they opened and closed. He flicked his tail lightly, and it resembled a thick steel whip covered in spikes. A single swing could rip the surrounding branches. Why am I a fire dragon? And a Norwegian ridgeback at that. Dylan was so frightened by the creature that appeared in his mind's eye that he nearly interrupted his animagus. Because, generally speaking, animagi cannot transform into magical creatures. Rather, animagi are usually limited to transforming into non-magical creatures. If someone attempts to transform a magical creature, the consequences will be completely unpredictable. Dylan had recently read a lot of research on transfiguration. It's not just about official canon. Fundamentally, there are stark differences in the way wizard magic and magical creature magic work. The animagus itself is a form of magic, a transformational bond established between a wizard and a specific non-magical creature based on their own magical power. Therefore, the magic of magical creatures differs from that of wizards, making it difficult for them to adapt to the animagus's transfiguration magic. Furthermore, magical creatures often possess unique body structures, powerful special abilities, or extremely rare magical properties. For example, a phoenix can rise from the ashes. A dragon can breathe fire. These are clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary wizards to imitate and control through animagus magic. Especially when attempting to transform into a magical creature, there's a high risk of conflict between the wizard's own magic and that of the creature. This can lead to physical or magical disturbances, uncontrolled magical outbursts, or incur incurable magical damage. Furthermore, the thinking patterns and instincts of magical creatures differ significantly from those of non-magical animals. After transforming into a magical creature, a wizard may struggle to maintain their human spirit and will, leading to self-loss and the inability to return to human form. Even if they eventually manage to regain their human form, they'll be left with incurable and severe psychological trauma. This was the answer Dylan had found in various transfiguration books. Even Professor McGonagall had told him so. Dylan couldn't help but be cautious. However, the problem was that while animal transformation, animagus transformation, while not necessarily a specific transformation, magic can guide the wizard in a direction that best suits them. Dylan had never imagined that the creature most suited to him would be a dragon. If he hadn't urgently divined, even if he transformed towards a fire dragon, he wouldn't have encountered too much trouble. He might even have avoided his animagus transformation. Isn't it said that the animal an animagus transforms into often has a certain connection to the wizard's personality and temperament? How could I possibly have anything in common with a dragon? Dylan was puzzled. He raised his paw, feeling the changes brought about by the shifting structure, feeling a sense of wonder for a moment. Just then, Norbita, hovering high in the sky, finally noticed Dylan's movements and descended. It paused in alarm, hot air emanating from its nostrils. Looking at the fire dragon, larger than itself, Norbita's eyes flickered with confusion. "Fool! I'm your master." Dylan opened his mouth and roared. However, Norbita understood and roared back. "Where did you come from, you idiot? No, how could you be my master? He's not as handsome as you." Dylan's dragon face froze, his eyelids twitching. Huh? A Norwegian ridgeback's eyelids could twitch? Dylan had discovered something peculiar. He'd assumed that creatures like crocodiles, lizards, and fire dragons, while capable of blinking, could achieve such a rich range of eye movements. Feeling his body's structure, Dylan had a hunch that if he wanted to, he could just open his mouth and spit out a stream of flame. And most importantly, the spells he mastered at the highest level remained usable even in his dragon form. This discovery surprised Dylan even more. He looked at Norbita. Roar! A jet of pitch-black fire erupted from his mouth. Norbita was startled and quickly flapped his wings to dodge the blow. Roar, seeing this creature, several times larger than himself, spit out a different kind of flame. Instead, it bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent flames his evil master usually whipped out with a wooden stick. Norbert finally believed it. "Stop it, master. I surrender," Norbert cried, flapping his wings again, landing not far from Dylan. Seeing his master didn't attempt another attack, he scurried over, his sturdy paws in hand. "Oh my God, master, how have you become like me? And I think you're so handsome," Norbert cried, circling Dylan, his head tilted from time to time, his small eyes filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Coldball gracefully scurried over, his head tilted back, his pupils fixed on Dylan, his whiskers trembling with each breath. "Moo!" Dylan waved his paw at Coldball, signaling it to jump on him. Coldball gave a slight shake of his head, then, in a few bounds, landed on Dylan's back. Dylan felt the wings behind him, attempting to flap them gently, launching himself into flight. Even with Voldemort's mastery of flight, flying with wings was still unfamiliar to Dylan. He flapped his huge wings twice, their movements throbbing in the air. A whirring sound instantly filled the air. Yet, Dylan barely managed to lift off the ground, and that was by forcing himself to fly with his wings. If Coldball hadn't been so coordinated, Dylan would have tossed him sideways and thrown him to the ground. Gaga! Norbita, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter at his slightly comical appearance. Dylan glared. "You dare laugh at me? Have you forgotten how you tried so hard to fly and ended up falling on me?" Little Norbita, having laughed enough, extended her paws and approached Dylan. Turning her back to him, she began demonstrating the essentials of flying. "HMPH, at least you, a heartless little thing, have some conscience." Dylan immediately stopped, his gaze fixed on Norbita. It first ran for power, then flapped its wings vigorously, using the updraft to launch itself lightly into the sky. Swish, the hurricane of wind created by Norbita's dive whipped up dead leaves from the ground. These charred brown fragments formed the shape of a fire dragon in the air, then scattering with a crash as they touched Dylan's newly formed wings. Dylan followed suit, stretching out his lower limbs and running a few times. Then, with a sudden, powerful push, he flapped his wings again. Whoosh! On Dylan's third attempt at flapping his wings, the shrill whine of his wing membranes tearing through the air shook the trees more than 10 meters away. Dylan had finally succeeded in taking flight. However, he was a little unsteady. Moo! Dylan's flying posture was clumsy, clearly not yet fully accustomed to this new body and this new way of flying, causing him to stagger in the air. This frightened Cobalt so much that he stretched out his claws and clung to Dylan's scales. Moo! Moo! Dylan surveyed his small space, Norbita soaring beside him. A surge of pride suddenly surged within him. This was his world. It would only grow ever larger, ever more boundless. With this thought, Dylan lifted his head. Oh! Norbita flapped its wings, soaring beside its master. Hearing Dylan's roar, it raised its head in unison, though it didn't understand what he was saying. Oh! Dylan was amused. He slowly descended alongside Norbita. The goblins and Cornish elves in the forest were already under immense pressure from Norbita, a single fire dragon. Now, the evil human who had imprisoned them here, constantly seeking out their own people to rip their tendons, skin them, bleed them, and burn their bodies, had also transformed into a dragon. The overwhelming pressure left them trembling with fear. They hid in their dens, refusing to emerge, fearing that if they even showed their heads, they would be captured alive by that terrifying creature. The other creatures in the forest shared the same thought. After transforming back into human form, Dylan glanced into the forest, finding it completely silent. However, he paid no attention to the creatures. Right now, the forest was simply too small. As the space expanded, the forest would expand along with it. This problem would naturally resolve itself, and he wouldn't have to deal with it. He grasped his wand again, and at that moment, he felt a stronger connection to it. He couldn't help but wonder why he had transformed into a magical creature. Even Dumbledore couldn't be an animagus, perhaps he was deliberately hiding it. Could Dumbledore have already transformed into a phoenix, deliberately setting up a death for everyone to witness? To sneak around, conceal his identity, and escape his past, freeing himself? If Dylan had the ability, and were in Dumbledore's shoes, he might have done the same. Of course, this was just speculation, without any concrete evidence. It's even possible that Dumbledore didn't even have an animagus. This only made Dylan even more confused. Even if I have to feed Norbita every day, I also have to feed Cole. Why would a spell lead me to become a dragon, and not a shadow, also? Even though I've observed these two magical creatures day and night, and have a clear understanding of their anatomy, however, if simply by bleeding them and studying their bodies, I have the opportunity to transform into a magical creature, then I bled a unicorn, and while doing so, I took the opportunity to study its anatomy. Why didn't I become a unicorn? Dylan couldn't come up with a definitive answer to this question. Transfiguration didn't cover this topic at all. No one had ever transformed into a magical creature. After much deliberation, Dylan could only think of one possibility. Unless that person has magical blood, this thought left Dylan in deep wonder. My father's ancestors were dragons? Or was it my mother's? No, that's not right. The origins of wizards, whether they're born by nature, created by God, or passed down from ancient times, have nothing to do with magical creatures. How could a wizard have children with a magical creature? This time, the animagus transformation was quite perfect, surprising Dylan while also allowing him to discover something new. Looks like another research project needs to be incorporated into my progress, Dylan sighed softly. And he could only research this alone. Dylan didn't want to tell anyone else that he had become an animagus. He could imagine telling Professor McGonagall that not only was he an animagus, but that his animagus was a dragon. Professor McGonagall wouldn't faint from shock, but she would definitely drag him over and use him as a test subject. Dylan had always studied others, so how could he let others study him? Even if he had to study someone, he had to study himself. Alice, other people's animaguses are mice, cats, big black dogs, but mine, a dragon. In reality, Dylan's knowledge from books, including what Professor McGonagall had explained to him, was that the primary function of the animagus for wizards was to gather intelligence, conduct covert operations, protect themselves, and escape. For example, Sirius Black was able to deceive the Dementors through his animagus. Professor McGonagall could exploit the properties of cat-like fluids to become liquid, avoiding much harm. Or Peter Pettigrew, who could simply slip into a sewer and escape. However, no matter if they transformed into cats, dogs, or mice, he transformed directly into a fire dragon, making him infinitely more conspicuous than his original form. Wasn't it a clear message to the enemy, "I'm here, come and kill me"? Of course, given his level of magic, Dylan believed that if he transformed directly into a fire dragon, with his magic resistance maxed out, his opponents would be unable to attack him. As a human wizard, he could cast the killing curse with unpredictable force, unafraid of being outmatched. Therefore, neither disguise nor escape were of much use to Dylan. Rather, because Dylan was so formidable, his animagus had become a part of his strength. Never mind. Whether it's the beautifying effects of a wizard's robe, the invisibility granted by the Shadow Realm, or even the ethereal power of Black Shadow, lurking and concealing. I don't even need to transform into an animagus to accomplish these things. Dylan pulled out a notebook and quickly recorded his feelings and thoughts from his recent transformation into a fire dragon. When a fire dragon breathes flame, it's not generated by a specific organ in its body. There aren't any special organs within its body. The power of fire a fire dragon possesses isn't absolute. Just like the basilisk's gaze, the bird snake's ability to grow or shrink, and the phoenix's rebirth, these are abilities possessed by magical creatures, innate magic. However, the fire dragon's abilities can be combined with a fiendish flame. Dylan paused as he wrote this. He then began to write down his conjectures and speculations. Like the magic of magical creatures, wizards generally couldn't learn it, because it simply wasn't possible. However, Dylan's current animagus form was that of a fire dragon. Feeling how the dragon spewed flames from its mouth, Dylan naturally applied the fiery blaze spell he had mastered. This was perhaps the first time in the world that magical creatures and wizard magic had merged. After recording all his speculations in the notebook, Dylan breathed a sigh of relief, put his things away, and clenched his fists. Although my body is still human, the power surging within me is far greater than before. He calmed his mind and immersed himself in his thoughts. He could even feel his heartbeat like the roar of a war drum. Infinite power was transmitted from his heart to his entire body. Strange, why do I feel like I still possess the power of a dragon? Dylan raised an eyebrow, a sudden inspiration coming to him. He wanted to try something. Dylan walked to a slightly more open area, his expression solemn. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving and rising and falling. He closed his eyes and began to recall and channel the magic power that surged within him when he was a fire dragon. Suddenly, he could actually sense the presence of that magic power even in his human form. As the magic power continued to gather within him, Dylan's eyes suddenly opened, a gleam of light flashing in them. His lips parted slightly. Boom! In an instant, a blazing tongue of fire erupted from his mouth, soaring into the sky. The flames, wrapped in billowing heat and carrying an evil aura of destruction, twisted and twisted in the air. He estimated that the fire snake was at least 40 or 50 feet long. Almost the same distance he could reach when he was a fire dragon. Buzz! The scorching heat caused the surrounding air to distort. However, Dylan, in human form, was unaffected by the powerful dragon's breath. Seeing this, Dylan couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of joy. Holy crap! An adult Tyrannosaurus? Dylan tried to grasp his wand, waving his arm vigorously in the air. The tip of the wand gleamed, and the massive, still unextinguished flames were precisely controlled. Dylan turned his attention to a nearby tree. With a twist of his wand, the flames, like a tame beast, swiftly swooped towards the tree. In the blink of an eye, orange-red flames enveloped the tree, instantly igniting it with a raging blaze. Crackle! A crackling sound echoed. Thick smoke suddenly rose. In a matter of moments, the tree, so large that it would have taken 3 or 4 men to hug, was completely consumed, leaving only a smoldering pile of ash. Then, a sharp scream echoed. Dylan looked over and saw a goblin fleeing from the tree, heading deeper into the forest. Oh, even without the fierce fire curse, this dragon's breath is far more powerful than a blazing fire. Dylan estimated that he'd have to use Vulcan to even compete with his dragon breath. However, the magic power consumed by Vulcan's path was far greater than the energy consumed by just spitting out a single mouthful of saliva. This is one of the few attacks I can cast silently in front of anyone, right? As for being asked, isn't this just a sumped-up version of blazing fire? What's the matter? Only you can use Vulcan Telepathy, and I can't use Dragon's Breath? Dylan studied the briefcase for a while longer, filling up almost half the notebook before he gave up and left. The next day, Dylan handed Tom's diary back to Harry. "It's a shame I didn't find anything with it." Harry took the diary and pursed his lips. "If even you, Dylan, can't figure it out, maybe it's just an ordinary diary." Dylan shook his head and removed the Imperius curse he had cast on the diary. Tom was just Tom, a fragment of Voldemort's soul from his student days, a tiny piece at that. He had no power to resist Dylan's full-level Imperius curse, which could even control a dragon, even if that dragon was still in its egg. After dinner, Dylan returned to his dorm. Before entering the suitcase space to practice flying, he claimed all the achievement rewards he'd accumulated. They weren't very useful, especially after he transformed into an animagus. The achievement rewards only made his dragon-like demeanor even more impressive. It was completely unnecessary. He was already incredibly handsome after transforming into a dragon. He didn't need these crappy rewards to enhance his appearance. Instead, he bought a house on his own, unlocking an achievement with a decent reward. Achievement: I'm the homeowner. Description: do you know who the homeowner is? It's me. Requirement: own a property that belongs entirely to you. Achievement reward: spooky magic array. Magic array, spooky. Instructions: at midnight, when the yin energy is at its peak, gather phosphorescent fire from the cemetery, powdered bat fangs, old shroud fibers, and powdered remains of limbs burned by the fierce fire. Mix and seal them in a crystal ball. Bury it in the ground in front of the house's front door. Chant the incantation to trigger the magic array to form. Ability: once the magic array is activated, it will automatically cast the spooky spell, enveloping the house in a dense ghostly aura, forming an invisible barrier that is difficult to see with the naked eye. When enemies approach, the ghostly aura transforms into ferocious demons, pouncing on the homeowner's enemies. Notes: the ghostly aura can disrupt enemy magic, causing their spells to be distorted and weakened. This reward is quite good. It's called a magic array, but in reality, it's just a spell that doesn't require constant mana to complete. But this spooky aura is totally unbecoming of my status, isn't it? Shouldn't I be protected by the holy light? What the hell is this about summoning demons? Dylan shook his head. Although he now owned a property, the handover process was still a hassle. Dylan was waiting for a letter from Gringotts, informing him to go and handle the transfer. Placing his suitcase beside his bed, Dylan opened the lid and climbed inside. Over the next few days, Dylan found time to explore other areas, practicing his animagus skills and mastering flying. The atmosphere at Hogwarts brightened slightly during this time. Professor Sprout had good news for everyone: the mandrakes would soon be out of their infancy. This meant Professor Snape could use them to brew numerous restorative potions. With these potions in hand, he wouldn't be afraid of being attacked, assuming there wasn't a physical attack. Who knew that legendary monster, besides being able to petrify people, could also devour them alive in a single gulp? So while the atmosphere at Hogwarts improved somewhat, it only made the students less nervous. Dylan, ever since Christmas break ended and we had to return to school, I can't help but feel my right eyelid twitching. Neville sat next to Dylan at the table. Faced with the delicious food before him, he lost all motivation and kept poking at his steak with his fork. The steak continued to ooze. I remember you said 2 years ago, left eye twitching means good fortune, right eye twitching means disaster. My right eyelid keeps twitching. Is something going to happen? Dylan tilted his head and took a bite of a cherry tomato. As he chewed slowly, he asked, when did I ever say that? When we first met. I lost Levitra several times, but you always found me. Then I got scared and accidentally threw it away again. My right eyelid has been twitching ever since, and that's what you said then. Dylan blinked and stuffed another cherry tomato into his mouth. Oh, really? I almost forgot, Neville. You have a great memory. Neville scratched his head sheepishly. Not really, it's just that what you said struck me as really cool and accurate. It felt like divination, like a prophecy. Dylan smiled and continued eating. Neville glanced at Harry and Ron, who were sitting a short distance away, and lowered his voice. They've been looking really down ever since Hermione was attacked. Dylan glanced at Harry and the others, then shrugged. It's normal to worry about your friends, Neville nodded. That's true. I'm sure I'd be worried about you too if anything happened to you. Dylan paused in his tomato sip and turned away. Can't you say something nice? This Neville, maybe because they've been around him for so long, can make you choke even with such casual conversation. Maybe I should recommend some positive books to Neville. You can't be so unkind. Dylan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Neville didn't mean to curse him. He could only choke, then reluctantly avert his gaze and continue eating. Mid-February, the 14th, Valentine's Day. Instead of waiting for the mandrake to ripen, the Hogwarts teachers and students witnessed Lockhart's antics in the Great Hall. Early in the morning, Dylan, having gone to the Forbidden Forest for a private rendezvous with Hagrid the previous night, slept late and woke up late. He had come to the Great Hall with Harry and the others. Before they even entered, they saw a crowd surrounding the Great Hall. After the crowd moved in, Dylan and Harry entered, their eyes dazzled by the decor. The once solemn and spacious space had been transformed into a wedding scene. Dylan looked at the walls, which he suspected must have been under a growth spell. Countless pink flowers were bursting forth with abandon. Layers of petals clung to each other, emitting a rich, sweet scent. Clusters of blossoms intertwined, forming romantic patterns that stretched from wall to corner. Even more outrageous, after Dylan and the other students had taken their seats, multicolored heart-shaped pieces of paper suddenly began to fall from the ceiling. These pieces swirled in the air, fluttering and spreading across every corner of the auditorium. Even the breakfast on the table wasn't spared. Golden bread, plump fruit, even some porridge, were all covered in these pieces of paper. Dylan watched as the milk and rice porridge he had just placed before him, now filled with several pink and red heart-shaped pieces of paper, nearly transformed into a fiery dragon. With a single breath, he blew the ceiling off the auditorium. Was Lockhart crazy? Was he out of his mind? What was he up to? Neville, sitting next to Dylan, stared in astonishment. He stared at Lockhart, standing in front of the teacher's table, and smacked his lips. Dylan, don't tell me he was responsible for all this. Dylan's eyelids jumped. Who else could it be if not him? Looking around at the spells cast throughout the Great Hall, Dylan felt a sense of wonder. But could Lockhart have done all this alone? Just this growth charm, this falling curse, could it be Lockhart's handiwork? Dylan's gaze slowly shifted to the teacher's table. Looking at Professor Flitwick, whose face was grim, even a bit troubled. Dylan had solved the case instantly. He'd said, how could Lockhart have cast such a large spell? And executed it so perfectly and with such precision. Even Harry and Ron, who were always so gloomy, were a little overcome by this sudden incident. Neville tried to use his fork to scrape the paper off his plate. Evanesco, after disappearing with a single shot, Dylan cleared the paper from between him and Neville. Neville breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Dylan. What on earth is our defense against the dark arts professor up to? Neville wondered. Dylan shrugged. Who knows? Why would Headmaster Dumbledore and the other professors agree to this arrangement? Dylan curled his lips. Have you forgotten what Hagrid said the last time we went to see him, a few days ago? Neville needed to help Professor Sprout get some compost from Hagrid, as the mandrakes were budding. Dylan happened to be asking Hagrid about this, and they arranged to meet again in the Forbidden Forest. So, he went with Neville. As they chatted, they happened to discuss this school year's defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart. Neville couldn't help but complain to Hagrid about how exaggerated and unreliable Lockhart was. It was simply outrageous. Since Dylan was there, Hagrid couldn't help but want to chat a bit more. He ended up bringing up something with Neville. Headmaster Dumbledore was actually in a difficult position regarding the defense against the dark arts professor. Dylan was generally aware of this, but Neville didn't know the reason. Hagrid briefly explained it to him. It wasn't just the current defense against the dark arts professor who was unreliable. In fact, in recent decades, almost no professor had managed to teach Hogwarts students for a full year. Eventually, something would inevitably go wrong. Therefore, no wizard was willing to continue teaching defense against the dark arts a second year. The reasons weren't just psychological, but also physical, including practical factors that prevented them from teaching the class a second year. Hagrid didn't hide the reason. The defense against the dark arts department had been cursed by a mysterious figure. As a result, Dumbledore would even recruit top Hogwarts graduates to teach the defense against the dark arts. But no one could make it to the second year. In the end, Dumbledore had to invite all the outstanding graduates of Hogwarts. Neville flinched. That man is really scary. Chapter 149 Only children make choices. I want them all. Everyone, I must say this. Happy Valentine's Day. The heart-shaped bow tie around Lockhart's neck shimmered like dead wax in the enchanted candlelight. His words echoed loudly throughout the Great Hall, their tales echoing off the stone pillars and startling the reliefs inlaid on the walls. Dylan looked on, genuinely puzzled as to how this guy had the courage to wear such bright clothing. With his mental fortitude, even if Voldemort wanted to possess him, even if he wanted to inhabit him, it wouldn't be easy. If it hadn't been Quirrell who taught defense against the dark arts last year, but this Lockhart, perhaps there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Speaking of which, if Voldemort had truly inhabited Lockhart, would he have been able to tolerate his narcissism? Dylan suddenly found the idea quite amusing. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were forcibly dragged to the front of the faculty by Lockhart. They couldn't just glare at Lockhart, they weren't Severus. Facing the gazes of students from the 4 major houses, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick could only force a stiff smile. It was a rather forced smile, brows slightly furrowed, eyelids lifted, nose wings flared, and the corners of their mouth pulled down into a thin line. Compared to their coordination, Professor Snape was much more straightforward. He didn't even stand up, remaining seated, his brow furrowed into a deep furrow, his aura chilling. It was a bit like the look Professor Snape had given him when Dylan accidentally added the shrinking potion to the cauldron instead of the aging potion. Of course, Dylan believed that Professor Snape's disdain for Lockhart was infinitely greater. That look made Dylan think that Lockhart might be the most hopeless idiot Professor Snape had ever met. So far, 46 people have sent me cards. I'd like to express my gratitude to them all. I've specially decorated a great hall for this occasion. I hope my arrangements will surprise everyone. Lockhart suddenly waved his hand, raised his arm high, and clapped softly. Next, let's take the stage, our friendly little cupids, bearing cards. As Lockhart finished speaking, several doors at the back of the hall slowly opened, revealing 12 dwarfs, each with a rather grim expression. These dwarfs were draped in white cloth, with golden wings on their backs, and even carrying a harp. They looked as if they were about to collapse. Dylan glanced at them, then quickly averted his gaze. Even after just a moment, he felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. Give me a round of applause, everyone. They're holding an event at school today, handing out Valentine's Day cards to everyone present. Colleagues, I'm sure you'll be eager to join in. First, why don't you ask Professor Snape to teach you how to mix a love potion? Dylan bared his teeth, glancing at Lockhart, who was standing in front of the teacher's chair, then glancing at Professor Snape, who was sitting in his own seat. Are you truly fearless? Dylan could sense that Professor Snape's expression was even darker than before. Whether anyone would ask Professor Snape, Dylan didn't know. But he knew that if anyone dared to ask, there was a 99% chance that Professor Snape would grab them and instantly refine them. Until they boiled down to a pool of potion in the crucible. There was also a 1% chance that Professor Snape would blast them with an Avada-like attack. And that attack would definitely lead to death. Ha ha ha. Lockhart laughed heartily, then said something he thought was humorous. Perhaps you find Professor Snape difficult to get along with, so you could also go to Professor Flitwick and learn psychedelic magic from him. I believe there's no wizard better at this. What a cunning old fellow. Ha ha ha. Professor Flitwick closed his eyes slightly, a little afraid to face what was happening before him. Listening to Lockhart's slightly unruly laughter, his head, which had been held high for most of his life, gradually drooped. Faintly, Dylan even thought he saw 2 words on the swirl of Professor Flitwick's head: it's over. The other professors present all looked grim. Only Professor Dumbledore sat calmly, seemingly unaffected by Lockhart's words. I forgot this guy was also a naughty old man. He looked like he was just watching the fun without worrying about the consequences. Dylan even suspected that Dumbledore might still be waiting to see if any professor would actually do as Lockhart had instructed. Almost no one enjoyed breakfast properly. They all hurriedly finished, left the Great Hall, and headed straight for their classrooms. Never before had the students felt so eager to begin their studies. However, they were to be disappointed. Those dwarfs, whom Lockhart had assigned to impersonate Cupid, were actually deformed little figures who looked like they had just crawled out of a stinking ditch. Even during class, they didn't let them go. They would constantly wander in and out of the classroom. They seemed to have an endless supply of greeting cards, forcing them into every student's hands and occasionally reciting the contents of the cards at the top of their voices. Sometimes they even sang, accompanied by their harps. Almost all the students were miserable. They endured the entire morning, suffocated by the intoxicating sound. The professors in class were also very dissatisfied, but they couldn't directly attack the dwarfs. Dylan naturally wouldn't expose himself to the professors. So, after the first dwarf entered or left the classroom, He simply transformed the classroom door into an iron gate that 10 people couldn't break. Not only the Hufflepuffs who had been attending the class for the first half of the morning, but even the Slytherins who ran into the classroom during the second half of the morning, upon seeing Dylan's actions, looked as if they wanted to call him their father. After lunch, not many people chose to linger in the cafeteria, and everyone rushed back to the classroom. While those dwarfs might run around, there were at least enough classrooms, and they wouldn't necessarily run into them. Before Charms class began, Dylan waited until everyone was present, then nodded at the door again. Viraverto, the classroom door suddenly felt heavier. Dang, just then, a banging sound came from the front door, as if something was trying to enter the classroom, but was blocked by the suddenly conjured iron gate. Professor Flitwick, who had just been standing on the podium, had spotted the dwarf outside. Dylan's suddenly transformed iron gate blocked the dwarf, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Dylan smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry to use the transfiguration charm in your class. I hope you'll forgive me." Professor Flitwick quickly waved his hand away. "How could that be? I mean, you're doing very well. You can use spells whenever you need to." Professor Flitwick's smile didn't seem fake. He raised his hand, almost wanting to give Gryffindor 10 points. But on second thought, giving Gryffindor extra points just for something like this wasn't a very legitimate reason. Professor Flitwick suppressed his thought again. "I wonder if any of you have sent a card to your defense against the dark arts professor. If so, you can ask to go outside and listen to Professor Lockhart's Valentine's Day letter to you, and then come back. No? That would be great. Just leave this iron gate here and don't touch it. It would be bad if the dwarf outside took the opportunity to break in." Professor Flitwick glanced around the room, seeing no one raised their hands, let alone responded. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction. "Now, then, let's begin today's lesson." As Dylan flipped through the book, Neville, sitting next to him, hid his delight and gave him a thumbs up. "As expected of you," Dylan smiled faintly, flipping open the textbook and pulling out his own notebook. While Professor Flitwick was lecturing, he had a good opportunity to review his notes. Time flew by, and April arrived without Hermione. During that time, nothing major happened at school. Dylan even received a letter from Gringotts. It instructed him to visit when he had time and personally hand over the property information. Finally, the goblins would erase their memories. But Dylan didn't have much time for this. He had new knowledge to learn. The library books were endless no matter how hard he tried. He also had to analyze existing spells at various levels, delving into the connections between them. He couldn't neglect his potion research. He also wanted to test some of his new spell ideas with test subjects. It seemed the combination of his new knowledge and previous accumulation had led to a recent surge of inspiration, accelerating his progress in various magical studies. Inspiration waits for no one, fading almost instantly. Dylan could only jot it down. However, sometimes, once he'd started writing about a particular idea, he couldn't stop. This part of his work also took up a significant portion of Dylan's time. Therefore, he planned to postpone the property inspection until summer vacation. The house was already there, and if he didn't inspect it, the old goblin wouldn't be able to claim his commission. Dylan wasn't afraid of the old goblin abandoning him even after paying the money. The magical contract was clearly there. "It's been so quiet lately, Dylan. Do you think the guy who opened the Chamber of Secrets has escaped?" Neville asked Dylan as he followed him to the cafeteria after class. Dylan simply smiled and said nothing. When asked so many questions, he casually brushed off Neville's questions. Right now, even while walking, his mind kept popping up, leaving him with little time for conversation. Neville was well aware that Dylan had been busy lately, even meals were a rush. Therefore, he usually didn't take up too much of Dylan's time, only occasionally asking casual questions like this. Seamus wasn't particularly familiar with Dylan, so naturally, he didn't communicate much with him. It was unclear what Harry and Ron were busy with lately, but since they didn't see each other often, they didn't bother Dylan. With ample time and energy, Dylan, despite being distracted by many things, had made some breakthroughs and progress in his various magical research areas. He even felt that his research, even for him now, was a new direction. However, he felt that perhaps he should reduce his research time to give himself more time for reading. Research is never ending. With each new direction, another will emerge to counter it. Dylan had been frantically researching lately, and while he'd made significant progress, he felt his current knowledge was insufficient to sustain him. He was facing numerous obstacles. Therefore, reading more books, acquiring more knowledge, and strengthening his foundation became Dylan's primary focus. Besides all this, Dylan even had to carve out some time each day to practice flying a Norwegian Ridgeback. This was something Dylan couldn't neglect. Fortunately, he already had a Norwegian Ridgeback, and with Norberta taking him flying every day, Dylan's flying skills had improved significantly. Notably, Norberta had become even more outgoing and clingy, or rather, clingy, after transforming into a dragon. These abundant days continued until the Easter holidays. First, the Quidditch team would use this time for intensive training, and the professors also assigned students a large amount of homework. Furthermore, the campus remained peaceful, with no further reports of the Chamber of Secrets or monster attacks on wizards. Professor Sprout also brought good news: if the mandrakes were repotted next time, they would fully mature. Once the mandrakes were mature, Professor Snape would refine them into a restorative potion, and the school would no longer have to worry about the monster turning them to stone. At most, they would have to walk in groups to avoid being eaten by the monster. However, despite the attacks, the monster hadn't eaten anyone, and the Hogwarts students' fear of the Chamber of Secrets and its supposed monster had somewhat subsided. Some even rumored that the monster might be only the size of a snout, otherwise why wouldn't it come out to eat people? Ron had revealed to others that they suspected the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, but when asked about it, Harry remained silent, so the rumor didn't spread widely. As a result, despite the holiday, not many young wizards chose to go home, but stayed at school instead. They were catching up on homework and reviewing their entire year's knowledge. Final exams were not far away. Furthermore, Dylan was in second grade and would soon be moving up to third. This meant that the second-year wizards also had to choose elective courses. As for how to choose, this was a dilemma for many of them. In the common room, a large group of them gazed at the course list, faces gloomy, and chattered among themselves. Which course should they choose for their elective? Almost every young wizard was apprehensive. They worried that their chosen course would be bad, but also worried that theirs would be too good, which would mean they would have a hard time on the final exam. They worried that their choice of course was poor, but also worried that their friends would have chosen good ones, which would make them feel very unbalanced. Faced with this dilemma, most second-year wizards resorted to various methods. Some asked friends or seniors for advice, while others wrote directly to their families. This was when having a wizard in the family proved beneficial. At least they could provide some general guidance when they were lost. Dylan, however, didn't seem to mind this. He already had an idea of how to choose his electives. That is, only children make choices, so of course he'd take them all. If he'd only chosen one or two, he'd have more than enough time to attend classes. However, Dylan had long been curious about the time turner. So, almost as soon as he started first year, he'd decided to drop all his third-year electives. After all, taking all 4 electives would conflict with his schedule. Other students naturally wouldn't want to devote so much time to studying so many courses. After all, choosing a course means they must pass the final exam, but Dylan was different. He chose so many courses because, firstly, he could afford the consequences of his choices. Secondly, it gave him a legitimate reason to request a time turner from Professor McGonagall. In fact, Hermione did just that in the story. Sadly, she's still in the infirmary. Who knows if Hermione will be devastated when she wakes up and realizes she's missed several months of classes. In fact, Dylan didn't understand it now. It was just a mandrake. The school's ones were not mature yet. Why didn't they just go out and buy mature ones? In that case, couldn't they start brewing potions directly? Why did they have to wait until the school's ones were mature? Dylan had only one guess about this. He thought that Hogwarts' current financial situation was not very good. The tuition fees paid by each student could only support the student's food and accommodation at most, and the larger amount had to be funded by the school board. The Ministry of Magic might have started to allocate less funds to Hogwarts recently. Otherwise, how could Hogwarts be so poor that it couldn't even afford a few mandrakes? At least they should have bought a few first, brewed them into potions, and let the people who were attacked recover first, right? Also, after being petrified, what form does one take to survive in the world? Does petrification mean a person is already dead? Hermione hadn't eaten for so long, yet nothing happened when she woke up. Was it because her body was petrified, frozen in time at the moment of petrification? Dylan's mind was flooded with new ideas. He was truly intrigued by this and desperately wanted to find a few test subjects to experiment with. He couldn't wait for little Tom to regain his strength so he could use the basilisk to duel Harry. Then, he could destroy the basilisk and the Horcruxes in one fell swoop. Dylan, my grandma said that even though the electives are optional, they're not easy. Which ones do you think I should take? Neville stood beside Dylan, clutching a pile of letters, his face as worried as any other young wizard. After removing the top letter, Neville looked at the others and sighed deeply. Not only my grandmother, but many of my relatives have sent me a lot of advice. However, many of their suggestions conflict with each other, which makes me feel overwhelmed. Who do you think I should listen to? Seeing Dylan single-handedly drop all 4 electives, Neville grew even more anxious. A relative had told him that simply dropping all the electives was a good idea, allowing him to experience the wonders of magic for the entire school year. Whether he could truly experience the wonders of magic, Neville didn't know. But he knew that if he did the same as Dylan and dropped all the electives, he'd go crazy. Each of these electives has its own advantages. Once you learn them, whatever you choose to do, those skills will be with you. So, if you're interested, you can choose one. If you're not interested, there's no need to choose one. It's that simple. Dylan, seeing Neville's distress, offered some advice. However, Neville's words only deepened his worry. But I'm not interested in any of them. I don't really want to study any of them, Dylan. It seemed like there was something to that. It seemed like Neville didn't need the skills from those electives to land a job. He ultimately replaced Professor Sprout as the herbology teacher at Hogwarts. Touching his chin, Dylan offered Neville another clear path. I suggest you just choose divination. You know, divination is something that varies from person to person. Some young wizards without talent can't predict anything accurately. There's nothing we can do about it. The professor won't fail you on the final exam. Dylan made it clear, this course is a no-brainer, and it'll be easy to pass. Neville's eyes lit up at that. Really? Then I'll take divination. He grabbed the list of courses in his hand and checked it off. Harry and Ron were also worried about what to choose. After hearing Dylan's words, they looked at each other and then quietly checked divination as well. Neville glanced at the crowd. Percy is really impressive. He actually took all the courses. What does he want to do in the future? Dylan shrugged. Maybe he wants to be a blind lackey. What? Neville was stunned. Dylan shook his head. Nothing, I don't know. Neville scratched his head. But Percy also said we can choose electives based on what we want to do in the future. I'm only interested in herbology, and I might go into that field someday, so I'll just take one of these electives. As long as they didn't fail, everything else was fine. Harry and Ron listened to Percy for a long time. In truth, they had no idea what they wanted to do in the future, nor did they have a clear goal. So they just picked classes that interested them, including divination, which Dylan recommended as a minor course. Anyway, the course selection issue was over. Harry quickly put it out of his mind. Quidditch practice became more frequent. Perhaps because the match was about to start, Wood woke up even earlier than Dylan. Every time Dylan left before dawn, he'd find Wood waiting for him at the checkpoint at the door. It had to be said that Wood was really working hard to get Harry, the man who had laid the foundation for Gryffindor's victory so many times, to practice more. But even if he woke up too early, his training effectiveness would obviously be significantly diminished if he didn't get enough sleep. Dylan, after all, was often up past 4 in the morning. Now, with so much to do, he needed to get plenty of sleep. Otherwise, he'd be utterly exhausted all day, which would be detrimental to his studies. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood is absolutely true. For this reason, he'd only been waking up a little later in the last month or two, but never before 5. So, after running into Wood a few times and noticing his increasingly dark circles, Dylan finally persuaded him to sleep in until at least 6, preferably 7, so he wouldn't miss out on training. Perhaps because Wood took his advice, or perhaps because Harry's recent Quidditch training had been disappointing, Wood finally agreed. After that, Dylan didn't run into Wood again until the last day before the Quidditch match. Dylan spent some time in the library before sneaking into the room of requirement to practice spells. When he returned to his dorm, he saw Harry frantically searching his desk for something. Dylan asked, and discovered that Tom's diary was missing. After training, Harry returned to his dorm to find his belongings rummaged through by someone. And then he couldn't find his diary. Dylan raised an eyebrow. So he'd have to spend the entire day in the library tomorrow? With a diary missing, the attacks would inevitably start again. And the Quidditch match would be ground to halt. Dylan was right. After the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Quidditch players took the field, before they could even take off, just as Madam Hooch was about to blow her whistle, Professor McGonagall arrived and called a halt to the match. Match cancelled. Professor McGonagall even used the magnifying charm. As soon as she finished speaking, the students in the stands gaped. What? Match cancelled? Why? The match was about to start. A chorus of boos erupted. Wood had already astride his broom, but seeing Professor McGonagall's serious expression, he jumped off and ran to her, wanting to inquire about the situation. Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued shouting, "All students! Everyone! Return to your common rooms immediately. All house prefects, take your house students and leave immediately." Quickly, Professor McGonagall's voice reached everyone present. The prefects immediately obeyed Professor McGonagall's orders. Then, Professor McGonagall strode over to Harry, grabbed his hand, and led him away, speaking something. Ron, startled, trotted after her. Dylan had been reading in the library. He knew the Quidditch match was unlikely to take place, so he didn't go to the field. However, he didn't stay in the library for long. Madam Pants seemed to have received the notice and immediately dismissed everyone from the library. Now he was the only one in the library. In other words, Madam Pants was almost individually dismissing everyone. Dylan had no choice but to gather his things and head back to his dormitories. Hogwarts Castle was bustling with activity. As Dylan approached the Gryffindor common room, a chubby little man scurried up beside him. It was Neville, who had been driven back from the Quidditch pitch by Professor McGonagall. "Dylan, I don't know what's going on." Professor McGonagall even interrupted the Quidditch match. "Oh my God, has someone been in trouble again?" Neville shuddered, his face still trembling with panic. With such a commotion, could it be that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets has not only escaped and attacked people, but also devoured them? Harry said it was a basilisk. "Oh my God, it's a basilisk. That thing really eats people." "Dylan, do you know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is?" Neville swallowed and looked at Dylan. Dylan remained calm, shrugging his shoulders at Neville's words. There aren't many creatures with the ability to petrify, and a basilisk is certainly one, so it's possible. Neville's expression darkened. By then, they had already entered the Gryffindor common room. Seamus saw Dylan and the others approached, their faces grim. "Oh no. This is terrible." Dylan looked over and raised an eyebrow. Neville was startled by Seamus's nervous expression. "What's wrong? What happened?" "My amulet. My amulet is gone. Could it be that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was about to attack me, and the amulet protected me?" Dylan's mouth twitched. "What kind of amulet is that?" Neville asked, reaching into his arms. Feeling something hard, Neville breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his amulet was still there. "It's the amulet the Weasley twins sold me. I've heard from several people that it's quite effective." Dylan was stunned again when Seamus said the Weasley twins had sold him the amulet. "Don't you know I'm the one who put the spell on the amulet they sell you?" To Dylan's surprise, Seamus nodded. "That's why you bought it, because you knew me. I think the spell you cast on it, Dylan, will be very powerful." Dylan opened his mouth, unsure what to say. What's going on? Are they treating him like a Buddha? Asking for his blessing? Even more surprising, Neville nodded in agreement. Last time, someone said the amulet the Weasley twins sold was fake. They not only tested the amulet's power on the spot, but also said it was Dylan's creation. When those people heard that, they went crazy and ran to the Wheeleyes to buy the amulet. Chapter 115 Emma Sinovial. Dylan thought about how the basilisk hadn't attacked again in recent days. Hogwarts students were no longer as afraid of the Chamber of Secrets, and as a result, the Weasley twins' amulets hadn't been selling well. At least, they hadn't come to him lately to make a new batch. But just recently, the Weasley twins had sold a few, eventually giving Dylan half of the galleons. But honestly, Dylan didn't care about those galleons. He even wanted to refuse them, but the Weasley twins insisted, saying it was his due. With no other choice, he pocketed the thousands of galleons. He had no idea how so many people were buying the amulets. Dylan could only conclude that the Weasley brothers were truly capable of deceiving people. Even Seamus and Neville, who had seen him cast spells on the amulets once or twice, seemed completely brainwashed. It was terrifying. Just then, Professor McGonagall hurried over, accompanied by Harry and Ron. "Children, another student has been attacked, but not from our house. It's Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw. The atmosphere in the common room was heavy. Professor McGonagall was surrounded by a group of students, her face particularly heavy. Upon hearing of yet another attack, everyone present gasped, and a flurry of uneasy murmurs erupted. Clearly, their earlier suspicions were correct. The monster from the Chamber of Secrets had struck again. Professor McGonagall paused, her eyes scanning each young face in turn. I don't know if anyone here knows anything, but I urge you to share any information you may have about the planning of these attacks. While those attacked can be healed with a mandrake potion, if we don't catch the mastermind at large, everyone in the house could be the next victim. Professor McGonagall paused, her expression growing increasingly sorrowful. Even worse, if these vicious incidents don't stop, Hogwarts might be forced to close. Until this matter is completely resolved, the surrounding Gryffindors were stunned by this, then immediately erupted in anger. What? Closing the school? How can that be possible? Someone asked, their face filled with resistance. Can't we use mandrakes to revive those attacked? Why close the school just because of an attack? Someone else was puzzled. Even if they can, who knows if that monster will devour them next time? There have been so many attacks already, who can guarantee that the next victim will survive long enough for the mandrake to take effect? With these words, the already tense atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Professor McGonagall looked around, but no one stepped forward to offer more information. Her gaze fell on Dylan, and she paused. He remained silent, then shook his head. I urge everyone here who has any information to tell me immediately. With that, Professor McGonagall turned aside and left. These recent attacks, whether it's Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or even Gryffindor's ghost, have targeted Slytherin, but not Slytherin, Lee Jordan said gravely, frowning as he stood beside the Weasley twins. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets must have been opened by a Slytherin. They're planning to attack the other houses. Why is the professor still asking us for clues? They should just kick all the Slytherins out of Hogwarts. Exactly, the Weasley twins nodded repeatedly, causing the surrounding Gryffindors to shift the conversation to those idiots in Slytherin. Harry and Ron joined in, trying to gather more information. Dylan saw that Professor McGonagall had left. He didn't have time to revoke with a bunch of kids, so he turned and headed back to his dorm. Neville and Seamus exchanged a glance. Seeing that Harry and the others didn't seem to be heading back, they quickly followed Dylan's lead. It seemed the savior was now powerless to save them, so they might as well stay with Dylan. They both agreed that staying with Dylan would be perfectly safe. Back in their dorm, Neville and Seamus rummaged through their drawers, pulling out all their amulets, hanging them everywhere from their hands and necks. Dylan observed their panicked expressions, his lips twitching. Don't be too scared. That monster always attacks when no one is around. Isn't that obvious? Obviously, Neville and Seamus blinked. Obviously, the monster is afraid of the professors. And doesn't want to reveal its true form, Dylan explained, sitting at his desk, pulling out a book and quietly flipping through it. If that monster dared to appear before the professors, it would probably be beaten to pulp. Neville paused, then suddenly asked, what about you, Dylan? Huh? Me. Dylan turned. What if the monster encountered you? Neville looked at Dylan expectantly. Seamus glanced over as well. Dylan chuckled. Then I'll let it know that its birth was a mistake it must correct for the rest of its life. Hearing Dylan's words about not fearing the air or the monster of the Chamber of Secrets, they both felt strangely more at ease. Was this a sense of security? Until bedtime. Harry and Ron had returned. Neville, however, felt like hanging on Dylan completely. I'm really worried I'll be attacked by a monster while I sleep. Dylan, why don't you cast some protective spells on our dorm? It would be best if we could make it as strong as a solid wall to keep the monster out. Dylan looked at Neville, who was sitting next to him in his pajamas, and his mouth twitched slightly. You're exaggerating a bit. To enter the Gryffindor dormitory, you have to pass through the fat lady's portrait. Without the password, neither the heir nor that monster can get in, but Neville remained timid. But the heir has dared to attack Hogwarts students time and time again. If he captures a Gryffindor, and forces him to reveal the password, wouldn't he be able to get in? That made sense. Dylan felt helpless. He rubbed his head. Okay, I'll cast some spells to strengthen our dormitory door and walls. With Dylan's reassuring answer, Neville breathed a sigh of relief and trudged back to his bed. Watching him tuck in and squeeze the edges of the quilt as he got into bed, wrapping himself up like a caterpillar, Dylan shook his head. He'd thought he'd gotten braver, but he'd still been so timid. But that was normal. He was just a kid, after all. It wasn't a big deal if he felt fear and anxiety in the face of danger. Dylan waved his wand and said, "Should I just use a sealing spell to completely isolate our dormitory? No one else can get in, of course. We can't leave until the time is up or I disperse the magic." Neville nodded immediately. "That's a good spell. Can we?" "No." Before Neville could finish his words, Harry, who had just laid down, suddenly sat up again. Neville looked over in surprise. Harry was suddenly a little stuck. "I mean, if we go out later. I mean, go to the bathroom." "Yes, what if we want to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and we can't get out?" Harry hurriedly explained. Ron nodded frantically and added, "Yeah, if we want to go out at night, who'll wake Dylan up? If we wake Dylan up late at night, I think he might turn all of us into toilets. That way we can solve it ourselves in the dormitory." "Dylan." Seeing Dylan's death stare, Ron shouted again, Look, this is just talk." Dylan already has this look in his eyes. "If we really wake him up at night, he will definitely not let us go." Dylan rolled his eyes. "Aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? I can only turn you into a urinal. How can I turn you into a toilet?" Ron howled. "Isn't it all the same?" Neville blinked, looked at Ron, then at Dylan, and then nodded slightly in approval. "Actually, there's nothing wrong with what Ron said." "Then forget about that spell. Dylan, try another one. I believe you can stop that monster even without the confinement charm." Dylan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to turn those little brats into urinals. He cast a few spells casually. He lay down on his bed, pulled up the covers, turned over, and prepared for sleep. When he woke up, he realized nothing had happened the previous night. No one in the entire house had been attacked. However, Neville insisted that it must be Dylan's spell that had kept the air and the monster away from their dormitory. Dylan tried to explain, but when it didn't work, he let Neville go. To his surprise, the rumor spread like wildfire, until nearly half of Gryffindor came to him every night, begging him to cast a protective spell on their dormitories as well. The Weasley twins immediately sensed an opportunity. Knowing Dylan wouldn't be happy spending so much time on this, they suggested he make more amulets so they could sell them. To get Dylan to do this, they even gave him a 10% profit margin. This meant Dylan could take 60% of the galleons directly, without deducting any costs. He would receive 60% of the selling price. The Weasley brothers were responsible for sourcing the amulets and selling them. Dylan only had to wait and see. They could also help Dylan drive away the people who constantly surrounded the dorm, begging him to help in casting several protective spells. After much deliberation, Dylan nodded and agreed. In truth, Dylan was quite willing to do anything to increase the Weasley family's income. After all, they had hosted him for half of the summer, using their already meager income. However, Dylan never considered giving them a direct payment. To the Weasley's, this didn't feel like a reward, it looked more like a favor, a charity. Now that he had a way to make money, Dylan couldn't help without putting too much thought into it, so he decided to help. And this time, the Weasley twins could help him solve a major problem. He'd been getting fed up with people begging him for help and casting spells on dormitory doors for the past few days. None of the Gryffindors felt shy about asking Dylan for help. They were all very friendly. And since their safety was a concern, even if they felt shy, they couldn't help themselves when others came to Dylan for help. After getting the Weasley twins another round of amulets, the crowds outside his door were practically gone. Apparently, they'd all been driven away by the Weasleys. Or rather, drawn away by their amulets. This was a real relief for Dylan. Finally, he didn't have to be surrounded by people the moment he left the house. April had passed. Dylan had become quite proficient at transforming into a Norwegian Ridgeback, even achieving a much smoother flight. Furthermore, he had made considerable progress in his research on various spells, even with the Obsidian Restoration Potion. This was all thanks to the giant Acromantially in the Forbidden Forest. When Dylan and Norbita went to the Forbidden Forest to find Hagrid, they would hunt some Acromantially and use their carcasses to harvest obsidian flowers. With these large creatures nurturing the obsidian flowers, the quality of the restorative potion improved dramatically. The space in his suitcase had increased considerably, and Dylan had almost a few galleons, which he had invested almost entirely, after disregarding other expenses, into purchasing space. Everything was progressing smoothly. Only his expected guardian hadn't made any significant progress yet. This puzzled Dylan, and as a result, his recent research had gradually shifted towards it. He had already mastered the spell, so how could he not learn it? Dylan couldn't accept it. And just as he was settling into his spell research, several pieces of bad news arrived, along with the arrival of summer. First, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets attacked Hogwarts students again. Perhaps because both Mrs. Norris and Colin had been rescued after their previous attacks, the frequency of the attacks had suddenly increased. The second piece of bad news not only troubled Harry and the others, but also left Dylan feeling somewhat helpless. Hagrid had been taken away. The Ministry of Magic suspected Hagrid of being involved in the petrification of the students, a fact that also harked back to events 50 years earlier. However, Dylan wasn't interested in any of this. He only knew that while Hagrid was away, Norberta had to provide her own food. Furthermore, Dylan wasn't afraid that if Hagrid were captured by the Ministry, they would learn of his and Norberta's existence from Hagrid's memories. As a wizard who had mastered the Imperius curse to its highest level, he had recently mastered legilimency, including occlumency, during his spell research. He was also quite proficient in the Fidelius charm. With the help of these spells, Dylan developed a new one. Unimaginable. This spell allowed Dylan to construct an invisible mental barrier in Hagrid's mind, specifically targeting Hagrid's memories related to him. Unimaginable would shroud Hagrid's memories, concealing them behind this barrier. Through experimentation, Dylan was able to ensure that no matter what conventional magical methods, such as Veritaserum or legilimency, or threats or inducements, Hagrid would be unable to reveal these blocked memories, nor could they be perceived or read by others. Only when Dylan personally lifted the spell would the relevant memories reappear, allowing Hagrid to freely discuss them. The creation of this spell was actually inspired by the magical contract he had signed with the goblins. The power of that magical contract bound them both, and this binding force intrigued Dylan. It must be said that the house purchase was not a bad deal. Not only did he get a room for free, but it also gave him more ideas and inspiration for spell creation. Besides this bad news, the third point was that Malfoy's father, Malfoy Sr., used his influence on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, issued a temporary suspension order, and forcibly interfered with school affairs, forcing Dumbledore to temporarily leave Hogwarts. After Dumbledore's departure, the fear within the Hogwarts students reached a peak. Even though the weather had become less cold and even warmer with the passage of time, the warming sunlight could not penetrate the cold stone walls of Hogwarts. Walking in the corridors, shadows grew wildly, bringing a chill. Without Dumbledore's presence, almost all the students in Hogwarts Castle gathered in groups of 2 or 3, huddled together, their steps hurried, their eyes darting around in fear, fearful that a terrifying monster would suddenly leap from the shadows and leap directly into their faces. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.